I want to control myself. Won't let anyone see me cry. Pretend not to care about you. Not want to remember you. What era is this? Someone still listens to this song. Gushio squinted his eyes, realizing the sky was still dark. He turned over, intending to continue sleeping. Son, get up, time for... The door was pushed open, and then the room light turned on. The yellowish light stung Gushio's eyes. But he sat up, looking at the figure before him in disbelief. Dad. You're alive. Hey, you little rascal, what kind of talk is that? Cursing your old man to die first thing in the morning. Comrade Gu Jianjun got annoyed. Don't dawdle, get up quickly. Don't forget your red scarf, or the teacher will spank your bottom, and I want... While speaking, Gu Jianjun handed over the red scarf, but found his 6-year-old son motionless. Looking closely, he saw the boy was... What are you crying about? Yesterday, when you threw firecrackers at your second uncle, while he was squatting in the outhouse covering him in shit, I didn't see you cry then. Hurry up, put on your uniform. They'll take you to school today. Gu Jianjun muttered, but then froze. Because Gushio had already pounced and hugged him. Dad, I missed you so much. Although it was already the new century, and hugging was not uncommon on TV, in this home of just two men such warmth had never appeared before. Gu Jianjun was momentarily at a loss. Is he missing his mother? He sighed, his tone softening. A man of steel sheds blood and sweat, but not tears. Wipe your tears, get up, and get ready. Gushio nodded, wiped his tears. His dad really didn't like him crying. Even in a dream it was the same. But soon Gushio was stunned. He realized that he was now in the home of his memories. On the glass of the old writing desk was a sticker. His elementary school backpack was on the desk. And he. How did I become so small? You rascal, you're a first grader, how big do you expect to be? Gu Jianjun glanced at his son's crotch. Gushio ignored him. Because at this moment childhood memories that should have been blurry were now clear, and along with them, some special memories surfaced. Rebirth. He had been reborn from a nearly 30-year-old young man back to this day as a 6-year-old first grader. Not a dream, it was rebirth. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Gushio looked at comrade Gu Jianjun beside him. Dad, is the restaurant going to close? Gu Jianjun's expression was unnatural. Just focus on school. Why do you care so much about adult matters? I want short you on to... Although Gu Jianjun didn't say it, Gushio could still tell. It's true. That meant he really had been reborn. That's not right. Gu Jianjun realized something looking at his son strangely. I never told you about the restaurant. Who did you hear from? Who did he hear it from? Gushio frowned his little brows. Of course from you, comrade Gu Jianjun. But that was in the future, told to him. 2 years ago, Gu Jianjun was laid off with honor. Using his seniority buyout money, he and a few workmates jointly opened a restaurant. Business was good at first. But later the partners engaged in infighting, secretly took kickbacks, fired employees arbitrarily, and mismanaged, causing business. In the end they disbanded, and the restaurant closed. The other partners more or less had skimmed some profits. But Gu Jianjun was honest, and didn't play any tricks. Not only did he not recover his capital, but the debts of the restaurant were also vaguely dumped on Gu Jianjun. And from that day on, the Gu family's situation plummeted. Burdened with debt, and having to take care of his child, Gu Jianjun had to work as a manual laborer outside, carrying refrigerators, air conditioners, grabbing all the dirty and heavy work that paid well. This directly led to him accumulating a lifetime of illnesses while still young. After sending Gushio to college, Gu Jianjun fell ill and eventually died miserably in the hospital. On his deathbed, Gu Jianjun held Gushio's hand and said that he regretted 3 things in his life. One of them was that when the restaurant closed out of loyalty, he took on all the debts, which ended up making both himself and his child suffer. And now, reborn, it was exactly the time when the restaurant was disbanding. Dad, I heard from Grandpa Gao next door. Are they dumping the restaurant's debts on you? Gushio casually finished the sentence and pressed again. This was important. He wanted to see if he could stop it in time. Hey, how can you call it dumping? We all have a hard time. Gu Jianjun waved his hand. Your Aunt Wang is sick, she needs treatment money. And your Uncle Zhang's eldest son is now in high school, lots of expenses. They're all good buddies, former workmates. They're all in a tough spot now. Anyway, it's only 12000 yuan. I can grit my teeth and pay it off. 12000 yuan. Even 20 years later, it wasn't a small amount. Let alone in this early 2000s era. The average monthly wage was only 600 yuan, even less in small places. A caddy of pork was 6 yuan, a bowl of noodles was 1 yuan, 20 or 30 yuan could get a meal at a restaurant. 12000 yuan was definitely a huge sum. For a family that was already not wealthy, it was a life-threatening amount. Hearing Gu Jianjun's falsely light words, Gushio was so angry, he even lost the excitement of rebirth. Grit his teeth and pay it off. Indeed, he did by tightening the family's belt for 2 years. But because of the debt repayment, Gu Jianjun with great pain missed a golden opportunity that could have taken off in the future. And after paying it off, Gu Jianjun immediately fell ill and was hospitalized. Because all the money was gone, he never even had any nutritional supplements. That's what he regretted most. Dad, you can't pay this debt alone, Gushio said seriously. But Gu Jianjun directly waved his hand. You're a child, what do you know? I've taught you since you were little, a man of honor, values, loyalty. Hurry up and get dressed, or you'll be late. With that, he didn't give Gushio a chance to say more, walked out of the room and started packing things. Gushio was helpless. In his father's eyes, he was just a 6-year-old little brat who had just started school, so naturally he wouldn't listen. Moreover, comrade Gu Jianjun had always been a stubborn man. To change things, he needed to think of another way. Soon Gushio smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. A plan formed in his mind. Isn't this just a matter of dealing with a bunch of scumbags? A person from 20 years in the future, how could he be stumped by such a small problem? But then Gu Xiu's expression turned serious. Looking at the school uniform on the bed and the neatly placed red scarf beside it, he thought of a more serious problem. The red scarf. How do you tie it? Waiting online urgent. Let me tell you, if anyone's red scarf isn't tied properly or their school uniform isn't worn properly, and I catch you, you'll be cleaning the when you enter primary school, you are the future pillars of the nation. You must stand straight and sit upright, always pay attention to your appearance and demeanor. At the school gate, the dean of discipline, known as the iron-faced Bao, was scanning the students with his eyes while muttering with a full, no wonder they call it childhood trauma. This damn sense of oppression. Gu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his well-tied red scarf, then gently squeezed the hand of the third-grade senior sister, smiling sweetly. Thank you, little sister. I'll treat you to candy another day. It's okay. The teacher said helping others is the foundation of happiness. I'm an excellent young pioneer. It's my duty to help class. The senior sister with twin ponytails said with righteous indignation, then licked the lollipop Gu Xiu had given her earlier. If you ever need to learn to tie a red scarf again, feel free to find me anytime. What a wonderful era. Between people there is less hypocrisy and utilitarianism, more sincerity and care. Looking at the senior sister's back, Gu Xiu sighed with emotion. Following his memory, Gu Xiu arrived at his own classroom, Class 2, Grade 1. The classroom was a noisy mess. All first graders full of energy. Scanning the whole room, Gu Xiu took a special look at a few little girls. Zhang Zhejiao would grow up to be the most beautiful. Li Jiao would later work in a government position in another province at a department level. Lu Xiaoli would later marry a man 15 years older than her. But the most impressive was Li Aonan, who would start a business and become a boss with a net worth of tens of millions at a young age. These are all flowers of the motherland. Soon Gu Xiu's gaze fell on the chubby boy sitting in the third row blowing a bubble of snot. Gu Xiu knew this boy well. Not only was he his deskmate, but also his father was a restaurant partner with Comrade Gu Jianjun. This was Gu Xiu's target. Comrade Gu Jianjun was a straightforward and stubborn person, and once he made a decision, often even 6 donkeys couldn't pull him back. Gu Xiu, a 6-year-old child, trying to persuade him not to take on debts was a fantasy. But as a primary school student, he had his own method. Gu Xiu, you're here. Seeing his deskmate, the chubby boy Wang Hejing, brightened up. The firecrackers yesterday were so fun. Your dad gave you money, right? Let's buy firecrackers after school. Gu Xiu glanced at him, shrugged, and didn't agree. Children's friendship is pure. Because of their father's relationship, he and Wang Hejing had grown up playing together, considered childhood friends and good buddies. If Gu Xiu hadn't been reborn, he would have nodded and agreed. After all, Comrade Gu Jianjun had taught him from childhood to be loyal, to friends to be generous. But in fact, Gu Xiu later learned that Wang Hejing had never considered him a true friend. On holidays, when he received New Year's money, he would immediately find Gu Xiu, get him to spend all his money, and then when Gu Xiu had no money left, he would go play by himself. Moreover, he was used to petty theft. Even as a first grader, he liked to steal things at the market or store. When caught, he would blame Gu Xiu. Poor Gu Xiu, loyal, never betrayed his good friend. He also liked to tattle on others, reporting everything to the teacher. In middle school, once he was cornered in the bathroom for tattling, and Gu Xiu went to help him, taking many hits. But then that bastard joined the bullying gang and bullied Gu Xiu together. He dropped out of middle school and became a street loafer. He often borrowed money from Gu Xiu. These were trivial, but the most insane one. When he grew up, he went to scam people in northern Myanmar and still invited Gu Xiu to travel, trying to get his kidneys. Man's nature at birth is good. That saying is true. But Gu Xiu believed another saying: parents' education from childhood determines a child's values. Today is Monday. Your dad always gives you 5 cents, right? Give it to me, let's buy firecrackers. Wang Hejing tried to persuade again. Gu Xiu shook his head. My dad didn't give me money. Hearing this, Wang Hejing fell silent and played with his pencil. Gu Xiu shrugged, not interested in him. Class. The first grade curriculum was mainly about laying the foundation. Pinyin, character recognition, counting, simple addition and subtraction. These things were very boring for Gu Xiu. Too bad abacus was cancelled a few years ago, otherwise he might have been interested. The whole morning's classes made him drowsy. Gu Xiu even felt frustrated. Even if he was reborn, couldn't he be a little older? Or if he were in 3rd grade, everyone knew more words and they could pass notes. He could cultivate feelings with future beauties and chat about TV shows with some buddies. If he were a little younger, in kindergarten, he wouldn't have to sit in a chair. 1st grade was awkward. Bored, Gu Xiu took out his notebook and doodled. Meanwhile, Wang Hejing ignored Gu Xiu. He secretly ate the xiang sunflower seeds stuffed in his bag, and whenever Gu Xiu looked over, he quickly covered them. He looked like he was afraid Gu Xiu would ask for some. Gu Xiu just curled his lip and ignored him. Finally, at 9 in the morning, with the bell ringing, Gu Xiu could go out for some fresh air. Monday had a flag-raising ceremony. Excellent young pioneers walked onto the playground one after another. With the march of the volunteers playing, 3 6th-grade flag bearers appeared. They straightened their backs and turned the crank to raise the flag. Although it couldn't compare to the awe-inspiring ceremony in the capital every morning, it was still solemn and dignified. This surprised Gu Xiu. The primary school flag-raising ceremony was especially sacred, but later it became more casual. After the ceremony, students were free to play. Gu Xiu returned to the classroom. Seeing Wang Hejing come back, he immediately took out a pack of spicy strips. Also, you bought spicy strips? No wonder you didn't buy firecrackers. Let me try. Wang Hezhang's face lit up with surprise. He reached out to grab. Slap. Gu Xiao didn't indulge him, directly slapped his dirty hand away and happily ate a spicy strip. Still the familiar taste. So delicious. Just let me have one. Get lost. Why are you so stingy? Get lost. Several times Wang Hezhang tried to beg for spicy strips, but Gu Xiao blocked him mercilessly. On the contrary, he took out his own spicy strips and shared them with other classmates. Wang Hezhang was frustrated. Gu Xiao was eating spicy strips and didn't give him any. Unbelievable. That idiot who used to share everything with him now wouldn't treat him. Fatty was angry. The consequences would be severe. He stood up abruptly and directly reached out to grab. His thought was simple. Gu Xiao's build was no match for his, and Gu Xiao's dad was strict, so he thought Gu Xiao wouldn't dare to fight back. It turned out he was right. He pushed Gu Xiao, who didn't resist, and fell backward, knocking over the desk. Such a commotion instantly attracted the whole class attention. Wang Hezhang, why are you hitting people? I'm going to tell the teacher. You stole Gu Xiao's spicy strips and hit him too, bullying. The flowers of the motherland immediately denounced him. The class monitor who had eaten the spicy strips was especially indignant. Wang Hezhang, holding the spicy strips, was stunned. He hadn't even used much force. How could he have caused such a commotion? If the teacher came up, I didn't. Wang Hezhang tried to explain, but then Gu Xiao suddenly shouted angrily, your parents bully my dad, and now you come to bully me. They'll fight you today. Saying that, Gu Xiao, who had seemed badly hurt, was now full of energy. He jumped up and gave Wang Hezhang a hard slap. This slap, Gu Xiao put all his strength into it, leaving a handprint and stunning Wang Hezhang. But while he was stunned, Gu Xiao wasn't. He jumped on him and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Tiger pounce, black tiger steals, heart monkey steals, peach, plus a tendon-splitting, bone-crushing hand, and a pair of panda-style eyeshadows. They were all first graders. How many could fight? But unfortunately one of them was an old schemer. Now he attacked with technique, moving like... In just a few minutes Wang Hezhang felt pain everywhere, as if he was about to die. Facing the storm of fists, the only thing he could do was wildly swing his fists. He hoped to make Gu Xiao stop, but it didn't work. Just when he thought today was his last day, Gu Xiao suddenly flew backward. He hit the ground hard. What happened? Wang Hezhang was stunned. He hadn't even hit anyone, and Gu Xiao flew. Could it be? The divine skill he learned from watching Sun and Moon Divine Sword yesterday had worked. Without hesitation, Wang Hezhang pounced on him. Since Gu Xiao had hit him so hard, now he had to take revenge. He clenched his fist and was about to punch Gu Xiao. But at that moment an angry shout came from behind Wang Hezhang. Stop. Then his collar was grabbed and Wang Hezhang was lifted up. Turning around, Wang Hezhang was shocked. Teacher, you've grown big, huh? Fighting in first grade. The homeroom teacher's gaze was dark as water. If he told my parents I'd be beaten to death. Wang Hezhang hurriedly said, Teacher, ouch, it hurts. A sharp scream suddenly came. Turning back, they saw Gu Xiao still lying on the ground, but his face was scrunched up, looking like he was in great pain. The homeroom teacher was startled, quickly let go of Wang Hezhang and helped Gu Xiao up. Are you okay? Pain. So much pain, my head hurts. Headache. The homeroom teacher looked at the overturned desk, then at Gu Xiao's slightly unfocused eyes. His heart skipped a beat. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Walking past Wang Hezhang, the homeroom teacher's face turned cold. They'll deal with you later. What's going on? Watching Gu Xiao being carefully taken away by the homeroom teacher, Wang Hezhang's young mind suffered. I was the one who was beaten. Why does he look so hurt? Half an hour later. Teacher, I saw it myself. Wang Hezhang started it. He snatched Gu Xiao's spicy strips. That's right, I saw it too. He knocked Gu Xiao to the ground. He wanted to eat the spicy strips, but Gu Xiao wouldn't give them to him, so he just grabbed them and hit Gu Xiao hard. I saw Gu Xiao wincing in pain. Exactly. Wang Hezhang struck first. In the classroom, both sets of parents had arrived. The school leaders and the homeroom teacher all wore grim expressions. Yet the little flowers of the nation stood up one by one, righteous and indignant, exposing the ugliest side of the scene before them. Gu Xiao, his head wrapped in bandages, felt a twinge of annoyance. The hospital's diagnostic standards these days were far too lax. He couldn't even get a concussion to stay in the hospital. It seemed conning his way into compensation would be a challenge. The homeroom teacher sighed. Both parents, you've heard it all. Fighting in school, and among first graders, is a very serious matter. Fortunately, no one was hurt. If something had happened to either of them, none of us could accept it. Teacher, I'm sorry. Gu Xiao stepped forward first. But because of his concussion, he staggered a bit, almost falling, yet he managed to stand firm with an iron will. I shouldn't have brought spicy strips to school, and I definitely shouldn't have refused to share them with Wang Hezhang. I'm willing to forgive Wang Hezhang. He is my classmate, and though he often bullies others, I still choose to forgive him. The little flower's eyes glistened with tears. Look, this was a true hero. Even after being severely injured, he still admitted his own fault, and even forgave the other's despicable behavior. Even the heroes in TV shows were just like this. When have I ever? Wang Hezhang tried to defend himself, but before he could say, a heavy slap landed on his face. The force was immense. It left his ears ringing instantly. This time the one who struck him was his own father, comrade Gu Jianjun's worker partner and good brother. Wang Jiao, you bastard. I sent you to school to learn not to bully people. Look what you've done. If you don't want to study, you'll send you back to your grandmother's right now to herd sheep, you son of a bitch. Wang Jiao was a hot-tempered man who, without another word, he delivered another heavy slap. Alright, they're just kids. A fight is normal. That's enough. Comrade Gu Jianjun stepped in to stop him. His face was also grim. Any father would be angry to see his son bullied. But Wang Xiong didn't know his own strength, and Gu Jianjun was genuinely afraid Wang Hejing might get seriously hurt. They were brothers, a simple apology would suffice. Slap. Another heavy slap. Wang Xiong snorted angrily. You little bastard, aren't you going to apologize? Wang Hejing felt wronged. In his mind, he was the one who had suffered more. Gu Xiao had only a bandage on his head, while he himself was battered all over, aching everywhere. And yet he still had to apologize. But when he looked at his father, who was already winding up for another slap, Wang Hejing quickly mumbled to Gu Xiao, I'm sorry. Slap. The slap might be late, but it never missed. Are you mute? Did you skip breakfast? Speak up. I'm sorry. Gu Jianjun stopped Wang Xiong, who was about to swing again. Your dad and I are brothers, and you two grew up together as brothers. It's normal for brothers to fight, but don't let it ruin your friendship. Gu Xiao. Dad. Gu Xiao responded, and before Comrade Gu Jianjun could say anything, he took the initiative. I'm sorry. That's right. Now shake hands, and you'll still be good brothers. They shook hands, turning hostility into friendship. But unexpectedly, when Gu Xiao and Wang Hejing clasped hands, Gu Xiao suddenly winced and whispered, ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Hejing. A flying kick sent Wang Hejing sprawling to the ground. You son of a bitch, are you pulling that stunt again? I didn't. I really didn't. I didn't even squeeze. Wang Hejing said weakly. You're still lying. Do you think I'm blind? Another slap descended. Wang Hejing finally learned his lesson. He said nothing, just cried nonstop. So unfair. So bitter in his heart. Both of you, family education is still very important. This time, fortunately, nothing serious happened, and we won't record any demerits for the students. But I hope you can communicate well with your children at home. The school's job is to teach and educate, but family education is equally crucial. You can't just solve problems with violence. Discipline Director Wang Shuren stepped forward, giving Wang Xiong a pointed look. Both parents nodded and agreed, promising to properly educate their children, and so on. Finally, school was dismissed. Even though his son had been bullied, Gu Jianjun, despite his loyalty, still felt uncomfortable, so he declined Wang Xiong's invitation to dinner. After the father and son pair left, Gu Jianjun turned to Gu Xiao. How are you feeling? Still dizzy? A little. Then no afternoon classes. They'll take the day off and stay home with you to rest. Gu Xiao nodded eagerly, then clutched his stomach. Dad, I'm hungry. Let's go home, we'll cook for you. I want to eat out. Eat out. Gu Jianjun frowned. Money was tight at home, but thinking of his injured son, he nodded. All right, I'll take you for a bowl of noodles. I want lamb noodles. Gu Xiao quickly said. Lamb noodles. Gu Jianjun was puzzled. Gu Xiao never used to like lamb. But a father tried his best to fulfill his son's requests. Riding his bicycle, Gu Jianjun took Gu Xiao on a detour to the lamb noodle shop. He even ordered a bowl of lamb offals. In those days, everything was genuine. The lamb was freshly slaughtered right in front of the shop, and the chef cooked it in a big pot with generous portions. Gu Xiao ate with great relish. Slurp slurp. He finished an entire large bowl of noodles and a good amount of the offal. After eating, he clamored to buy books. Gu Jianjun didn't think twice and took him to the Xinhua bookstore. But on the way, Gu Xiao suddenly pointed at a chess and card room. Dad, isn't that Aunt Wang? You must be mistaken. Aunt Wang is in the hospital. Gu Jianjun shook his head. Wang Xiong had said earlier that his wife was seriously ill, lying in the hospital and raising money for surgery. She hadn't even come to the school, which showed she was very sick. But Gu Xiao persisted, even calling out, it really is Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang. Gu Jianjun frowned. Turning his head, he saw Wang Xiong's wife playing mahjong at a table near the door. She looked lively and vigorous, not at all like someone gravely ill. Gu Xiao's voice was loud. Wang Suihua heard it, looked up, and was startled. She ducked her head and quickly slipped deeper into the chest. Seeing this, even a fool would understand. He had been deceived. Dad, didn't you say Aunt Wang needed surgery? And you've been helping them borrow money everywhere. Why did she run away when she saw us? Gu Xiao asked innocently. Gu Jianjun's veins bulged. He clenched his teeth. Maybe she's too sick. Dad, didn't you say that when you meet a good friend you should be polite and say hello? Why aren't you going to say hello? On the way back, Gu Jianjun's face was as dark as charcoal, and he gritted his teeth. Not everyone should be treated as a good friend. He added at the end, at least Uncle Zhang is still a good person. This Uncle Zhang naturally referred to another partner, Zhang Fuguang. When Zhang Fuguang was at the factory, he was considered Gu Jianjun's master and always regarded himself as a benefactor, often coming to Gu Jianjun's place to freeload. Gu Jianjun didn't mind her, in fact he welcomed him warmly. Whenever there was something good at home, he would think of him. 2 years ago, when they needed to raise money to open a restaurant, Zhang Fuguang lent Gu Jianjun 2,000 yuan, citing financial pressure. He never repaid it until his death. Gu Jianjun didn't ask for it back, simply saying that the other family was in difficulty. Hearing Gu Jianjun say this, Gu Xiao shrugged and suggested again, Dad, speaking of Uncle Zhang, I want to go see him. How about we go to his house for a bit? Your Uncle Zhang is probably off delivering money to his son in high school. He said the school is asking for some fees, several thousand, and he just scraped together the money yesterday. No, let's just go take a look. Your head hurts, why are you running around? I told you Uncle Zhang isn't home. Dad, let's go buy 2 meat buns downstairs at Uncle Zhang's place. I want to eat their meat buns. So you little rascal, we're after that. Gu Jianjun was speechless. If it weren't for the gauze still wrapped around Gu Xiao's head, he would have kicked him in the butt long ago. This kid was sly and clever. And he's beating around the bush with me. Dad, I really want to eat their meat buns. Let's buy two, just two. Gu Xiao said pitifully. Eat, eat, eat. That huge bowl of rice noodles didn't fill you up. Gu Jianjun scolded with a laugh. After all, he was his son, so he turned the bike and took a detour to buy meat buns. At the bun shop, Gu Xiao's eyes darted. Dad, since we're here, why don't we buy two meat buns and go see Uncle Zhang? Didn't I tell you Uncle Zhang isn't home? Auntie is home. Let's go bring some meat buns. Well, okay. So the father and son carried a dozen meat buns and headed toward Zhang Fuguang's house. Just as they reached the bottom of the building, they saw a three-wheeled cart parked at the entrance of the unit. On it was a large refrigerator, and two movers were huffing and puffing as they lifted it. But moving such a big item soon had them gasping for breath. Gu Jianjun, being warm-hearted, immediately handed the buns to Gu Xi. He went up to help. Thank you, thank you. No problem, just lending a hand. Are you taking it upstairs? He'll help. That would be really kind of you. Small thing, let's go. The three of them carried the refrigerator upstairs. Gu Jianjun was truly strong, standing at the back, without even breathing hard. The two movers were full of admiration. Just as they reached the second floor, a sharp, acerbic voice came. Hey, why are you so slow? I was just wondering why it hadn't arrived yet. Careful, careful. If you scratch or dent it, can you afford to pay? This is a big refrigerator. If it breaks, you're done for. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Gu Jianjun frowned, but the refrigerator blocked his view, so he kept his mouth shut and continued helping carry it up. The two movers were a bit annoyed. Don't just stand there and talk. Your hallway is so narrow, it's hard to get leverage. If someone's home, can you call them to help? Help it. The woman was angry. When I bought it, your boss told me it included delivery and installation. If we need help, you'll have to fine, just go have some tea and rest. We'll take care of it ourselves. Just don't block the way. That's more like it. Hurry up, or I have to go shopping for clothes later. Don't waste my time. The woman finally quieted down, but Gu Jianjun's face grew increasingly dark. What made it even worse was that when the refrigerator was carried to that familiar doorway, Zhang Fuguang's voice came from inside. Oh, you movers, why are you so slow? All of you move like you haven't eaten. If you're going to be movers, act like it. My apprentice had real strength. He could carry a refrigerator by. Young people nowadays, each one more delicate than the last. And indeed, this scolding carried the air of a boss reprimanding subordinates. The two movers hung their heads in shame. But as he was in the middle of his rant, Zhang Fuguang suddenly stopped. Because he saw Gu Jianjun's son Gu Xiao eating a meat bun and asking innocently, Uncle Zhang, do you want a meat bun? Zhang Fuguang's head buzzed, and he quickly looked toward the door. There Gu Jianjun's head emerged from behind the refrigerator. In an instant, Zhang Fuguang's eyes widened, and he froze on the spot. The atmosphere grew awkward. But Gu Xiao remained unflustered. Uncle Zhang, this is the first time I've seen a big refrigerator. Can it make popsicles? Can I come over to your house to eat popsicles? Of course. But it's not worth it. I heard this big refrigerator costs several thousand yuan. That's so many popsicles. Zhang Fuguang's face flushed with embarrassment. One of the movers chuckled. Kid, you don't understand. A refrigerator isn't just for freezing popsicles. Oh, what else can it do? It can also chill people's hearts. Gu Jianjun said grimly. At these words, Zhang Fuguang's family froze, stammering and unable to speak. Gu Jianjun just shook his head, turned, and walked out the door, his head buzzing. He felt like vomiting blood. A few days ago, Zhang Fuguang had said that his son in high school needed to pay a fee or he would have to drop out. Gu Jianjun, loyal as he was, not only took on the restaurant's debt, but also scrambled to borrow money from everywhere, collecting 500 yuan for Zhang Fuguang. And then, he had begged and pleaded like a dog to borrow money for their family while they turned around and bought a refrigerator worth several thousand. If he still didn't understand what was going on, he would have wasted his 20-some years. But at the door, Gu Xiao grabbed Gu Jianjun. He noticed tears in Gu Jianjun's eyes. He knew that being deceived repeatedly, especially by someone he thought was a brother, was when this man was most hurt. But better a short pain than a long one. In this world, there isn't that much brotherhood. More often, there are knives in the back. His father only understood this truth at death's door. Gu Xiao wanted him to understand it early, the ugliness of this world. Thinking this, Gu Xiao spoke loudly. Dad, didn't you come here to discuss splitting the restaurant's debt equally? Gu Jianjun was stunned. He never expected Gu Xiao to say that. But thinking about how he had taken on all the debt only to be treated like a fool by those he treated sincerely, he kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Even now, he didn't actually intend to split the debt, since he had already promised. What he really wanted was just an explanation from Zhang Fuguang. He was willing to grit his teeth and take it. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Zhang Fuguang erupted in fury. Oh, so that's why you were so kind bringing buns here. It was all for this. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Let me tell you, it's written in black and white. The restaurant's debt is all yours alone. I will never pay a cent of that money. Gu Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief. His former master, his good brother. After being exposed, instead of explaining, he turned on him instantly. Facing Gu Jianjun's incredulous gaze, Zhang Fuguang felt a bit uneasy, but then he glared back, staring at me like that won't do you any good. You ungrateful wretch. When you first came to the factory, have you forgotten who mentored you? Now you're denying your own master for a few measly coins. How dare you demand repayment from me? Isn't that just like a thankless pitiful me at my age to have fallen in with such a person? He threw a tantrum like a child rolling on the ground. And it wasn't just Zhang Fuguang himself. His wife joined in wailing and cursing. They spewed every vile word they could think of, making quite a spectacle. Even Gu Xiu was astounded. He wanted to speak several times, but seeing his father's utterly shocked expression, he held back. Without experiencing the cruel blows of society, one never grows. This time let it be a lesson for Dad. Master. Finally Gu Jiangwo sighed. Grandfather passed away early, and I've always regarded you as my own father and elder brother. Why must it come to this? Don't give me that. You treat me like your father. Is this how you treat me? My child is growing, the weather is hot, and food spoils easily. I wanted to buy a refrigerator, and you followed me all the way here making a... Now you want me to share the cost. And you dare say that? All his warmth was thrown to the dogs. Gu Jiangwo looked at Zhang Fuguang, who was determined to be stubborn. He felt an unprecedented sense of alienation, of hurt. After a long silence, Gu Jiangwo sighed. My child also. Zhang Fuguang glanced at Gu Xiu, but said nothing. The money must be split. The money I lent you. You don't have to pay back. Zhang Fuguang was displeased. The agreement was clear in black and white a few days ago. You bear all the restaurant's debts. I tell you, no matter what you say, I won't acknowledge it. I signed the note, but you all tricked me into it. Tricked. You were just foolish. Who's to blame? You signed the note, so the debt has nothing to do with me. You? Gu Jiangwo was still young and was left speechless by the barrage. Gu Xiu stepped forward. Dad, I recall that the restaurant's legal representative is Uncle Zhang, right? Gu Jiangwo nodded. When the restaurant was being set up, Zhang Fuguang and Wang Jiqiang had argued over who would be the legal representative, both eager to claim. After all, it meant being the legal boss, which carried prestige. Back then, Zhang Fuguang had approached Gu Jianjun to mediate and secure the position for himself. Since then, he often acted like the boss, swaggering around. Dad, do you owe Uncle Zhang any money? Have you written an IOU? Gu Jianjun shook his head. He didn't owe money. On the contrary, Zhang Fuguang owed him money. The recent 500 yuan had no IOU, but the 2,000 from the restaurant opening had one. Gu Jianjun didn't understand why Gu Xiu was asking. That makes it easy. Gu Xiu grinned. The legal representative is essentially the main legal person responsible for the company. For any debts or accidents, the legal representative bears primary responsibility. In other words, even though the restaurant is closed, the debts and liabilities fall on the legal representative's shoulders. Legally, these debts have nothing to do with you, Dad. All the money is owed by Uncle Zhang. What? Zhang Fuguang was startled. He had little legal knowledge, but sensed some truth. You're lying. Am I lying? Just ask a lawyer, Uncle Zhang. Gu Xiu blinked. But Gu Jiangwo signed a guarantee. It's written in black and white that he bears the restaurant's debts. A guarantee isn't an IOU. Dad didn't borrow money from you, so the debt can't be transferred. Even if he wrote a guarantee, we don't have to pay. With that, Gu Xiu spread his hands. After all, the debtor is still the restaurant's legal representative. Even if you take it to court, the legal representative is the one who has to compensate. What? Zhang Fuguang, terrified, fell to the ground, his face ashen, crying out in misery. 12,000 yuan. That? Gu Xiu just shrugged. Dad, let's go. You were going to split the debt, but it seems Uncle Zhang doesn't want to. There's no need for us to rush. But Gu Jianjun hesitated, looking at Zhang Fuguang's state. Gu Xiu winked. They'll come to you again. If you don't leave now, do you really want to be their scapegoat? Hearing this, Gu Jianjun steeled himself. True. He would go through fire and water for his brothers, tighten his belt for them, but he would never be sold out and still count the money. Come on, son, let's go home. On the way, Gu Jianjun was silent and dazed. Gu Xiu sighed. He knew exactly how heartbroken Gu Jianjun was. Gu Jianjun's father died early, his mother was gravely ill, and he had to earn his own tuition. He had endured hardship all his life. After his mother passed away, he became a lonely soul. When he started working at the factory, he instinctively regarded Zhang Fuguang and Wang Jiong, who treated him decently, as family. Before marriage, he would split his monthly salary into 3 parts. Even after marriage, he would visit them regularly with gifts. In short, if Gu Jianjun had a mouthful of broth, the Zhang and Wang families would definitely have meat. Though his reason told him he was just a naive fool to them. He never minded and carefully maintained the relationship. But now reality shattered his beautiful dream, exposing the naked truth of human hearts. Gu Xiu had 1,000 words of comfort, but they all condensed into one. Dad, you still have me. Gu Jianjun was startled, then smiled and ruffled his hair, nodding firmly. That's right. Back home, Gu Jianjun shut himself in his room. Gu Xiu pressed his ear to the door and heard his father's muffled sobs. Gu Xiu smiled faintly. Growth always comes with pain. Being able to cry means it's over. A real man. Wipe away the tears, and it's a rebirth. As it turned out, Comrade Gu Jianjun had strong self-healing abilities. By the afternoon, he was fully revived. He cooked a wonderful dinner for Gu Xiu. Simple home-style dishes, but tasty and plentiful. During dinner, Gu Jianjun asked curiously, how do you know so much about legal representatives and debts? The teacher said so. Gu Xiu wolfed down his food and casually explained, our Chinese teacher mentioned it in class. Elementary school teachers taught that. And to first graders. Gu Jianjun nodded, though puzzled. He didn't dwell on it. Dad, what are your plans next? Plans? Gu Jianjun paused, then chuckled. Don't worry. Even though the restaurant's closed, your old man has hands and feet. You're going to be a porter? Gu Xiu frowned. What's wrong with being a porter? Are you looking down on the working class? Gu Jiangwo frowned. Let me tell you, working people earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. There's no high or low. Don't you get the disease of city folks without having their status? Gu Xiao shook his head. Of course not. I just thought, Dad, you're my only family. If you collapse from exhaustion, what will I do? The teacher said it's better to use your brain than your brawn. He certainly didn't look down on porters. But in his past life his father had ruined his health from overwork as a porter. Living anew, Gu Xiao didn't want his father to repeat the same mistake. You are my only family. Gu Jianjun was startled, then smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Using your brain is not as easy as you think. It wasn't that simple. But with him around, of course, things were different. Before Gu Xiao could speak, a knock came at the door. The father and son exchanged glances. They knew. Tonight was the final showdown. It's probably your Uncle Zhang and Uncle Wang. Don't say anything out of line. After giving this instruction, Gu Jianjun was about to speak when he found his son pulling him back. He smiled and said, Don't worry, your old man may be a fool, but I won't be fooled twice by the same trick. Gu Xiao breathed a sigh of the trouble had gone to today had been worth it. As long as his father kept his resolve, no ghosts or monsters could stand a chance. The door opened. As expected, it was the Zhang and Wang families arriving with their entire households. And none of them came empty-handed. Jianjun, these are free-range eggs your sister-in-law brought from her parents' home. Much better than the store-bought ones. They'll help. Gu Xiao. Old Gu, look at this. A soft-shelled turtle I bought at the market today. It's the perfect ingredient for a nourishing soup. Both families acted as if nothing had happened, their smiles as bright as could be. It was a rare sight to see them bringing gifts. At least in Gu Xiao's memory, these two families never came empty-handed, but they would fill those sacks on their way home. As for bringing something willingly, that was rarer than a scorpion dropping its dung. In response to their enthusiasm, Gu Jianjun merely kept a cold face, saying nothing. Seeing Gu Jianjun's expression, the two families were momentarily lost for words. Finally, Wang Suohua broke the silence, turning to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, I heard Wang Huzheng bullied you today, didn't he? Don't worry, your auntie has already taught him a lesson. If he ever bothers you again, just tell me. He'll make sure his bottom is black and blue. Really? Gu Xiao asked with innocent eyes. Of course. If he dares to bully you again, he'll beat him to death. He didn't bully me, but last time he had 10 yuan he bought a ton of snacks, and wouldn't share any with me. At these words Wang Hezheng's eyelids twitched, while Wang Suihua looked puzzled. What did you say? 10 yuan. Auntie Wang, didn't you know? Gu Xiao blinked. It was last week. He said he took it from your pocket. Thump. Wang Huzheng sensed trouble and immediately tried to slip away. But he couldn't escape Wang Quihua's iron grip. She grabbed him by the ear, her face furious. So that's what happened to the 10 yuan I had in my pocket last week. You little bastard stole it, didn't you? Mom. I didn't. Slap. A hearty slap landed on Wang Hezheng's face, once more accompanied by Wang Quihua's shrill voice. You little wretch. Learning to steal instead of something good. And stealing from your own mother. They'll beat you to death, you little scoundrel. As expected, today would likely be the most glorious day in Wang Hezheng's short life. Enough. Finally, Wang Zhiyong put an end to the farce, glaring fiercely at Wang Huzheng. When we get home tonight, you'll kneel properly. He'll settle the score with you then. Ignoring his son's terrified expression, Wang Zhiyong turned to Gu Jianjun. Old Gu, were brothers. What happened today? But you can't blame me entirely. Wang Suihua really was hospitalized. If you don't believe me, I can show you her registration slip. It's just that the doctor exaggerated her condition. Later we saw a specialist, and a follow-up revealed surgery wasn't necessary after, but she was definitely sick. The doctor advised her to relax and adjust her mindset, avoid overexertion, and take medication. I swear on my life I'm not lying. That's right, old Gu. If it weren't for my illness, we would never have let you shoulder the restaurant's debt alone. Zhang Suihua nodded in agreement. If it weren't for that, you could have helped us pay it off, and once I'm better, I'd return it with interest. The couple played their parts in perfect harmony, speaking with such sincerity. Gu Xiao glanced at Gu Jianjun's expression. Though Gu Jianjun said nothing, his expression had softened. Meanwhile, Wang Zhiyong stepped down, and Zhang Fuguang promptly took the stage, weeping and sniffling as he began to speak. This old fox was a master of deception. He started by reminiscing about the good old days, emphasizing how much he had helped Gu Jianjun, then changed the subject. Actually, I'm embarrassed to say this. But since things have blown up, I can't keep it hidden any longer. It's about that reckless son of mine, Zhang Weikai. He's still in high school, but he's gotten involved with a girl. Not only that, he got her pregnant. Now her family is demanding he take responsibility, so I had to buy a refrigerator. It was all to quietly arrange their marriage. How could I bring myself to say it? But I never expected such a huge misunderstanding to arise. All my life is truly miserable. Gu Jianjun was stunned, staring incredulously at the lanky boy with his head down. How could you do such a thing? You're supposed to go to college. Without a diploma, what can you do? Uncle, I'm just not cut out for studying. I've long wanted to quit. Zhang Weikai mumbled with his head low. Sighing, Gu Jianjun felt a pang of disappointment. Zhang Fuguang's face was streaked with tears. So they say family scandals shouldn't be aired. But thinking it over, Jianjun is not an outsider, so it doesn't matter. But you know my situation. My health has been declining, and that worthless Wang Weikai is unreliable. I'm really at my wit's end. So how about you take over as the legal representative of the restaurant? Don't worry, he'll consider it a debt. He'll include the 2,000 you gave earlier, and the 500 from a few days ago. In the future, he'll pay you back everything with interest. The two families took turns pouring out their heartfelt pleas. Even Xiong Yao would have applauded their performance. Brother Zhang, old Wang. Finally Gu Jianjun broke his silence looking at the two men. I understand you both have difficulty. Hearing this Gu Xiao's heart sank knowing something was wrong. But the next moment Gu Jianjun continued, but I have my own difficulties too. I've been thinking a lot since I came back today. When I think about it, I've been living the same old way, single, carefree, no one to worry about but myself. But what's the reality? I have a child now. I have to live, and when Gu Xiao grows up he'll need to go to middle school, college, get married. I might get sick too. I can't just think about myself. I have to think about Gu Xiao. The debt we owe is no small sum. I can grit my teeth and pay it off in a few years. But the problem is, Gu Xiao only has me as family. I'm scared too. I'm not afraid of hardship or toil, but am afraid that one day my child will have no father. So Gu Jianjun's gaze turned stern. I can't bear this debt alone. At these words Zhang and Wang froze, staring at Gu Jianjun in disbelief. They suddenly realized that this young man whom they had always manipulated so easily had somehow slipped out of their grasp. Gu Xiao too looked at Gu Jianjun. As he watched, tears streamed down his face. Wasn't his father's words a mirror of his own past? Having no father, he had become a lonely ghost in this world. But among those present, only Gu Xiao, a 6-year-old child, truly listened to the words Gu Jianjun spoke. Seeing that Gu Jianjun wasn't falling for their tricks, the Zhang and Wang families switched to plan B. Oh, how pitiful I am. After all we did for you, and this is how you repay us. Look at how miserable our lives are. We can't go on living. The wives of both families immediately began rolling on the ground, wailing and shrieking. They were even prepared to bang their heads against the wall if Gu Jianjun didn't agree. As expected, this tactic still worked on Gu Jianjun. Faced with this scene, he was momentarily at a loss, flustered and helpless. Gu Jianjun was a straightforward man, completely unprepared for such a display. If he had been alone, today's situation might have been different, but when it came to rolling on the ground and making a scene, there was a more seasoned expert present. Gu Xiao quietly pulled out an extra spicy chili, gritted his teeth, and bit into it. An intense spiciness surged through him, tears and snot streaming down his face. After that, Gu Xiao took a deep breath. The next moment, wah, 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 murder, wah, 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 murder, help. The piercing cries of a child instantly drowned out the wailing of the two women and broke the stillness of the workers' residential compound. In this era, it was different from the future, where neighbors might live for years without ever knowing each other. The saying, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative, found its perfect embodiment. Especially in this workers' resettlement compound, everyone greeted each other when they met, and borrowing a bit of oil, salt, or vinegar was the most basic courtesy. People were not so deeply guarded. They would envy and admire one another, gossiping and cursing if a household seemed to be doing better, but often there was no real malice. On the contrary, when a family faced hardship, neighbors were happy to curse while lending a helping hand. Contradictory, yet simple. That was the unique romance of this era. Shortly after Gu Xiao's cries began, a knock came at the door. When it opened, it was second uncle from next door. Seeing Gu Jianjun at the door, and then looking at Gu Xiao, whose face was flushed from crying and whose forehead was beaded with sweat, the old veteran, without hesitation, scolded, a big man like you, what skill is it to hit a child? Gu Xiao is just a little kid, how can you bring yourself to strike him? With that, he shielded Gu Xiao in front of him, completely forgetting that this very boy had just yesterday set off a firecracker that covered. Then, Aunt Gao from upstairs, Uncle Lu from downstairs, Uncle Du the gatekeeper, and Aunt Zhang, former propaganda director of the factory, all arrived, directing a torrent of criticism at Gu Jianjun. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you beating the child like this? Hey Gu Jianjun, how old is this kid? Hitting him like this, look what you've done to little Gu. So much sweat on his head. Is it from the pain? Oh dear, stop crying. Here I have a candy. Eat it, and well, teach your father a lesson. Living in the same courtyard, although Gu Xiao was naughty and often got into trouble, he was always polite. The elders in the courtyard were very kind to him. Seeing Gu Xiao crying so hard, he was out of breath and drenched in sweat. Their dissatisfaction with Gu Jianjun was written all over their faces. It was normal to discipline a child, but beating him to this extent was a crime. The two troublemakers, Zhang and Wang, who had been making a scene, now fell silent. No help for it. They had met their match. As for Gu Jianjun, he was already dumbfounded. Faced with the accusations, he was at a loss for how to defend himself. Fortunately, a son is still a son. Why don't scold dad anymore? My dad is so pitiful. He's being bullied and you're still yelling. What? Was it a misunderstanding? Wasn't it Gu Jianjun punishing the child? Everyone was taken aback, a look of confusion on their faces. Some also noticed the other two families in Gu Xiao's home. Wang Zhiyong, what are you doing? Zhang Fuguang, did you bully the child? What are you two families doing here? How did you make little Gu cry? Though they weren't from the same family compound, they were all former factory workers, so they knew each other, and many were even related by blood or marriage. Seeing so many people, the Zhang and Wang families were even less inclined to throw a tantrum. They hemmed and hawed. They still hadn't figured out why Gu Xiao had suddenly started crying. But while they couldn't explain, Gu Xiao helped them. They're trying to drive my dad to his death. What? Everyone was stunned, and their suspicions toward the Zhang and Wang families deepened. We never did that. Don't listen to a child's nonsense. Our friendship with Gu Jianjun. How could we possibly drive him to death? What does a kid know? You were trying to drive my dad to his death. Before the two families could retort, Gu Xiao continued crying and said, your restaurant closed, and you want my dad to pay back all the debts by himself. We didn't say he should pay alone. We're borrowing money. Well, that's not what you said just now. Your family is much richer than ours. Uncle Zhang bought a big refrigerator today, and Aunt Wang had money to play mahjong this afternoon. Why are you borrowing money from my dad? Zhang Fuguang felt like spitting blood, unsure whether he should. My dad has been carrying heavy sacks to pay off the debt these past few days, and I've been eating chaff and vegetables. And you still want to borrow money from him? If that isn't trying to drive him to his death, what is? We didn't. The restaurant owner was Uncle Zhang from the start. My dad wanted to share the debt equally, but you weren't satisfied. You wanted him to pay it all alone. In just a few words, the Zhang and Wang families felt the gazes of those around them shift. They were filled with suspicion and disgust. This was serious. Many present were big mouths, especially Aunt Zhang from the former propaganda department. If today's matter became settled, by tomorrow the whole town would look down on them. What does a kid know? Unfortunately, Gu Xiu wouldn't give them a chance to speak. My dad refused, so you came to our house to make trouble. This morning you even had Wang Hujing beat me up at school. That wasn't. Boo-hoo, second uncle Aunt Zhang, am so pitiful. I've never had a mother, and now I'm being bullied. My dad just told me he'd take me to the river tonight, saying I could see my mom there. Is that true, Dad? What? If the earlier words were merely troubling, the last sentence was a thunderbolt. What mother could be found in the river? Gu Xiu's mother had disappeared after his birth, never to be seen again. Many suspected she had died. Going to the river to find a dead person, that meant jumping in to commit suicide. This is too much, Zhang Fuguang, Wang Zhiyong. How could you do such a thing? Driving a man to the point of jumping into the river. You two are really something, quite something indeed. I recall that Jianjun has always been good to both your families. If he had a bit of meat at home, he never forgot to share it with you, and yet I know about your restaurant. Jianjun worked his fingers to the bone while you two sat around cracking sunflower seeds and drinking tea. Now that the restaurant is closed, you have the nerve to make him pay the debts. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning and getting your just deserts? If it comes to it, let's go to the police station and have them arrested. How can you bully people like this? 1,000 fingers pointing. This was truly 1,000 fingers pointing. The faces of the Zhang and Wang families turned pale. They were all familiar faces from the factory, many related by blood or marriage. If this continued, there was no doubt that both families would be unable to stay in this town any longer. Gu Jianjun was dumbfounded, stammering, "It's not that bad." Afraid that his father would ruin his plan, Gu Xiu quickly spoke again. "Dad, you're still defending them. You just said not to blame them, that it's your own fault for not being capable. How can you be so kind?" Boo-hoo. Everyone was moved to tears. Gu Jianjun had come from the countryside, carrying the simple honesty of a farmer, treating everyone with courtesy. And now he was being bullied by city folks. "Jianjun, don't worry. We'll help you. Yes, don't be afraid. We're all neighbors. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Today we won't let them get away with it. Too much. Too vile. They're worse than the villains in the operas. Is there no law? Is there no justice? No legal system?" Everyone chimed in one after another. The hot-tempered second uncle even wanted to go back inside, fetch his treasured Mauser pistol, and shoot the two families dead. Others openly declared that bad people would die horribly struck by lightning. Faced with this, Zhang Fuguang and Wang Zhiyong exchanged glances and quickly understood each other's thoughts. "That's not true, absolutely not true. We came here this time to say that we must pay back the money, and we absolutely cannot let Jianjun pay it alone." "Exactly. How could we possibly drive Jianjun to his death? Of course we have to repay the debt. With so many people watching, if they didn't want to be pelted with rotten eggs tomorrow, they had to appease the crowd. Are you really going to pay?" Gu Xiu, "Really, of course, really. Actually, we came to say just that. But this kid is too excitable." Before we could even speak, he started crying and making a fuss. "Since you're going to pay, then pay up now." Gu Xiu held out his hand. It's late at night, Why, knew it. You're lying. You're just waiting for second uncle and the others to leave so you can come and bully my dad again. No, absolutely not. Then pay up. Now." In the end, before everyone's eyes, the Zhang and Wang families each sent someone home to fetch money. Wang Ziyong's family brought 4,000. Zhang Fuguang's family brought 5,000, still owing Gu Jianjun 1,500, and wrote a new IOU. Actually, the Zhang and Wang families hadn't planned to repay the money right away, insisting they had no funds and intending to stall. But unfortunately, Gu Xiu wasn't about to give them that chance. They would cry and make a fuss at the slightest provocation. Left with no choice, the two families had to cough up the money. The same went for. With this money came the end of the three families' relationship, and Gu Jianjun would fully assume the 12,000 debt from the restaurant. The Zhang and Wang families departed, and second uncle along with the other neighbors also left after dropping a few words. Everything was accomplished, and Gu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that in this early 21st century people still cared about face. Had it been a few years later, in an era that laughed at the poor, but not the prostitutes, things might not have been so straightforward. After seeing everyone off, Gu Xiu turned back to find his father silently staring at the pile of money on the table, lost in thought. When Gu Xiu had forced the two families to pay on the spot, Gu Jianjun had thought it inappropriate that they couldn't possibly come up with the money. But he never expected that the Zhang and Wang families would actually produce the cash. When the money was laid out, Gu Jianjun's eyes nearly popped out. He knew he was a fool, but he never imagined that these two families, both masters of playing the victim, would fork over the money without a second. As for himself, he couldn't even scrape together a few $100. He truly experienced the feeling of the clown as me. It was I thought I had already seen through human nature, but now I realize I've been a complete fool from start to finish. After a long silence, Gu Jianjun voiced his wounded sentiment. Gu Xiu simply smiled. To him, the deeper his father's hurt, the better. It might finally change his character. Dad, now that we have money, let's eat something nice tomorrow. I want braised pork. What are you thinking? This money isn't mine, but it's for paying. Gu Jianjun shook his head without hesitation. Besides, even though we've collected the debts, we still owe 3,000. We'll eat meat only after we've cleared the accounts. Gu Xiu blinked and asked, Dad, didn't you say those debts could be repaid slowly? The restaurant owed 12,000. It was mainly for rent, meat supplies, and the chef's salary. Although Gu Jianjun had taken on all the debts, he at least knew his limits, so he had negotiated individually. The money had to be repaid, principal and interest, but only when he could afford it. Fortunately, Gu Jianjun, for all his flaws, had equally obvious virtues. Those who knew him would often give a thumbs up and praise him. He was honest, straightforward, and a good man. With such a reputation, naturally no one gave him a hard time, all saying he could pay back. After all, none of them were desperate for cash, they most just put their money in the bank for interest. Before, we truly had nothing. Now that we have money, it would be disgraceful to owe others. Gu Jianjun scolded, no, but this money falls from the sky. If you owe someone, even if you have to go hungry, you must pay it back first. Otherwise, how can you sleep at night? Gu Xiu sighed. As expected, the first thing Gu Jianjun thought of upon getting the money was repaying debts. That was his nature. In his past life, when repaying debts, he would tighten his belt, handing over his wages the moment he got paid. He and Gu Xiu would subsist on coarse food, and all other expenses were cut. It wasn't a bad trait. In fact, it was a virtue that earned Gu Jianjun his universally praised reputation. But now this money was crucial to Gu Xiu. Dad, what are you planning to do next? Gu Xiu asked. They'll pay off this money, still owe 3,000. I plan to check appliance stores for job openings. Carrying refrigerators seems decent, and the pay isn't bad. And how long until you've paid off the debt? Gu Xiu pressed. I asked around today. They get a base salary plus 2 yuan per large item carried. I can also pick up odd jobs after work and on days off. I should make about 800 a month. 4 months to clear the debt. 4 months to clear it. Gu Xiu shook his head. And after that, what will you do? Well, Gu Jianjun shook his head. The debt was a boulder on his heart. His only priority was figuring out how to repay it. Dad, you could work hard for 4 months to pay off the debt. But have you considered using the money in hand to do something that could clear the debt in 2 months? What? Gu Jianjun was stunned, incredulous. How is that possible? Why not? Gu Xiu shrugged. Isn't that what you see on TV and in the newspapers? You little rascal, no wonder you've become so glib. Must be from watching too much TV. Gu Jianjun gave a helpless smile and waved his hand. Can those TV and newspaper stories really be true? Even if they are, do you know how many more people aren't reported? Do you know why? For every general who triumphs, 10,000 bones wither. The ones reported are the successes. The ones who fail, they die and scatter. Don't just listen to the lies on TV and in papers. Look at the autobiographies of famous people. They all succeeded through countless risks and opportunities. Lose and you're shattered. Since the 1980s, overnight riches myths had been everywhere, exploding in the 1990s. Going into business became the hottest topic. But as the new century arrived, the trend began to fade. Everyone knew overnight riches were real, but they also knew more people died on the way. To most ordinary people, even if opportunities were everywhere, who could tell which was a real opportunity and which was poison? Not everyone had the courage to burn their boats and catch the wind. Gu Xiu smiled. Indeed, his father had a point. But there was a small problem. Ordinary people truly couldn't distinguish between opportunity and poison. But he was he was a reborn man. He knew the winds and opportunities, all he had to do was seize them. Dad, do you know what kind of book our Chinese teacher said is the least recommended to read? Gu Jianjun looked puzzled and shook his head. Autobiographies of successful people. Gu Xiu said seriously, because people are selfish. The autobiographies of the successful are filled with lies and misdirection. They exaggerate their difficulties and hardships. Besides gaining more applause and admiration, it's also because they don't want anyone else to succeed like they did. Gu Jianjun was stunned. Gu Xiu's words overturned his long-held beliefs. But upon reflection, they did make some sense. Your Chinese teacher sure is strange. Why would he tell first graders such things? Dad, why don't you open a restaurant again? Gu Xiu finally broached his real purpose. Open a restaurant? Yes. The old shop is closed now and hasn't been rented out. You're familiar with the landlord. Why not rent it? I still owe him rent. I don't have the face to ask again. You did owe rent, but you left the furniture and fixtures as compensation. Talk to him nicely. The place is empty anyway. With your reputation, he'll surely rent it to you again. And what would I do with it? Open a restaurant. Exactly. Gu Xiu nodded. There were many possibilities, but with limited capital and Gu Jianjun's experience running a restaurant, he could even take over as head chef. It was a natural fit. More importantly, Gu Jianjun had a passion for the restaurant business. This was the perfect starting point. Running a restaurant isn't that easy, and our reputation has been ruined. No one would want to eat there. Gu Jianjun shook his head worried, but Gu Xiu could tell he was tempted. The restaurant's closure had left the other two families unscathed, but Gu Jianjun, who had poured his heart into it, was the most disheartened. He truly wanted to make it succeed. He had an emotional attachment. Sensing this, Gu Xiu said, Dad, before it was because Uncle Zhang and Uncle Wang were scheming, raising prices, arbitrarily serving questionable ingredients. Don't you want to prove yourself and revive the restaurant? But it's not that simple. That's exactly why you should do it. Do you want former customers to curse you as the heartless restaurant owner whenever they see you? Well, we should change that. At least make amends to the old customers. Gu Jianjun fell silent. He pursed his lips, pondered for a long while, then asked, Is opening a restaurant really feasible? Hearing this, Gu Xiu smiled. The next morning, comrade Gu Jianjun rose with Gu Xiu as usual, saw him safely to the school gate, and then pedaled away on his bicycle. But this time, he wasn't heading off to find work hauling heavy loads. Instead, he made straight for the restaurant that had already closed its doors. As expected, the restaurant's gate was tightly shut, and the rental advertisement pasted on the door remained untouched. This was actually quite normal. Back when the shop was first opened, there wasn't much capital to speak of, so everything was kept simple. Naturally, they chose a street that was relatively secluded. It was indeed hard to rent out. But for Gu Jianjun, it had plenty of advantages. Though the street had few passers-by, the space was larger and the rent cheaper. His son had mentioned last night that the place also had the advantage of being easy to park. But Gu Jianjun didn't see it as much of a benefit. After all, in these times, motorcycles and bicycles were the norm if few people owned cars. He wandered around the entrance for a while. Nearby shops opened one after another, and the owners, all familiar with Gu Jianjun, greeted him. Jianjun, what have you been up to lately? It's a real shame about your restaurant. Business was so good at first, but then that Zhang and Wang messed everything up. Exactly. If you ask me, you should have just run it yourself. The last time I went to eat at your place, you weren't there, and I didn't dare to go in. After you closed, several groups of people came by saying they wanted to eat. They're specifically looking for you. To these words, Gu Jianjun merely chuckled indifferently, but his inner confidence had grown a little. He didn't share his plans with anyone, and instead went straight to find the landlord. The landlord was a retired teacher whose children all lived in the city. When Gu Jianjun arrived, the old man was packing up his things. Jianjun, have a seat, have a seat. If you came a bit later, I'd have already left for the city. My son bought a house there, and keeps urging me to move in with them. After a few exchanges, Gu Jianjun finally stated his purpose. The old teacher paused. You want to renew the lease? Yes, Uncle Gao, I want to reopen the restaurant. Gu Jianjun nodded, pulling out 4,000 yuan from his pocket. This isn't enough to cover what I owe you, but it's all I can manage for now. I'd like to renew the lease on your shop. This was Gu Jianjun's decision. To reopen the shop. He was indeed an honest and kind-hearted man, but that didn't mean he was a stubborn stickler incapable of adapting. His son was right. He couldn't be a laborer forever. Being strong now didn't mean he could still carry heavy loads when he was old. He needed to think of another way out. Coincidentally, the 2 years he had run the restaurant before had transformed him from a naive laid-off worker into a manager with restaurant management experience. This was one of his advantages. Trying was better than doing nothing. Even if he failed, he could just go back to his original plan of working as a laborer to pay off his debts. Well, the old teacher took the money Gu Jianjun offered, but frowned at the request to renew the lease. Gu Jianjun grew worried. Uncle Gao, I know it's not right to ask for a renewal when I haven't even paid off the previous debt. But I really can't come up with more money right now. Rest assured, as soon as I have the funds, I'll settle the account immediately. Actually, the house is just sitting idle. I'd be happy to rent it out. The old teacher shook his head, hesitated, and asked, But, are you still partnering with the other two this time? Gu Jianjun said nervously, I'll run it alone. You alone, eh? The old teacher was startled, then suddenly burst into laughter. Well, that changes everything. Take the house, and I'll reduce the rent by 1,000. Huh. Gu Jianjun was stunned. He had thought that saying he would run the restaurant alone would make the old teacher worry about greater risk and refuse to rent to him. Instead, not only was the old teacher willing to rent, but he had also voluntarily lowered the rent. If it were still the three of you in partnership, I'd rather let the house rot than rent it to you. I never liked saying this before, but now it doesn't matter. The other two are not the kind of people who get things done. If you stick with them, you'll end up losing everything. If you were still in cahoots with them, even if you brought all the money, I'd hesitate. Mainly because I'm afraid you'll get fooled again, you silly. Now that you're going it alone, it's bound to work. The old teacher laughed heartily and took out the 4,000 yuan he had just pocketed. He handed it back to Gu Jianjun. Uncle Gao, you. Gu Jianjun was caught off guard, the money burning in his hand. Forget about the rent. Put it off if you have to. If you're going to go it alone and reopen, there will be plenty of expenses. How can you manage without money? The old teacher shook his head with a smile. Just keep it. I've always had faith in you, boy. You're a good man, and you keep your word. And don't feel burdened. For one thing, I'm an old man who doesn't lack money. For another, to be honest, I'm doing this for my own convenience. I hope you make your business flourish and earn big money, so I won't have to haggle over renting the place every so often. Oh, and I'm about to leave for my son's place in the city. You can move into the backyard house with your little monkey. That way you won't have to shuttle between home. I just hope you'll always remain a person with a conscience and be a boss with a conscience. At noon, when Gu Xiu returned home and learned that comrade Gu Jianjun had come back with the 4,000 yuan that should have been given away, plus a set of keys and a lease contract, he was completely dumbfounded. What was this? Good deeds bring good rewards. There was no such turn in his past life. Gu Jianjun had spent the rest of his life in poverty and hardship. But now everything seemed different. However, when he got home that evening and learned that comrade Gu Jianjun had also secured deals for dried meat of vegetable stall and several employees, Gu Xiu was numb. What was the most important thing to improve in the 21st century? Efficiency. Gu Xiu had thought it would take Gu Jianjun at least 3 days to sort all this out. But now it was all done in one day. This forced Gu Xiu to reconsider whether he needed to adjust his plan for cultivating his father a little. In his original plan, the restaurant was just a stepping stone for his father. Leveraging his father's previous reputation and some promotional tactics he knew, they would surely recoup the investment quickly and accumulate seed capital. Then they could enter new markets, officially begin his grand strategy, and step by step forge the path to making his father the richest. But now, the plan needed a slight change. His father's reputation was too valuable. If they only used it to grab a quick profit, it would be a terrible waste. Dad, maybe we should hold off on opening the restaurant. After thinking for a long time, Gu Xiu spoke. Hold off. Gu Jianjun was utterly confused. Last night his son had urged him to get the restaurant up and running as soon as possible. And now he was telling him to wait. Dad, your original plan was the way to play when you had no money. But now that we have some capital, let's try a What approach? Gu Jianjun looked bewildered. Let's renovate the shop. The 4,000 yuan Grandpa Gao returned is enough for a simple makeover. Renovation. Gu Jianjun frowned. Is that necessary? A restaurant is just a place to eat. Why all the fancy stuff? He was afraid of wasting money. In his simple concept, a restaurant was for eating. There were plenty of shabby roadside eateries, and they all managed fine. Renovation was a waste of money. Completely unnecessary. Dad, think about it. Why did people come to eat at your restaurant before? Gu Xiu asked. Because our food was good, Gu Jianjun replied, but seeing the disdain on his son's face, his old face flushed. Thinking back, the restaurant had changed chefs several times. At first it was Wang Cuihua, then Wang Fuguang's wife, then they hired a cook, and occasionally Gu Jianjun himself would cook. In short, it was just ordinary home-style cooking. Not bad, but certainly not outstanding. Was it because of our great location? Our nice environment? Our clean dishes? Because people were used to eating there? He answered several questions, but Gu Xiu's expression remained unchanged. Gu Jianjun felt embarrassed. Our teacher said, Gu Xiu finally spoke, when you're selling something, the first thing you need to know is your selling point. Selling point. A selling point is your own advantage. Simply put, it's why people should buy your product and choose you among all the Gu Jianjun seemed to ponder. Dad, think back to when the restaurant first opened. The taste wasn't great, and sometimes the food was undersalted or oversalted. But even so, why did so many customers keep coming back? Later, when the restaurant ran into trouble, as long as you were there, business never completely dried up. Think about it. Once you figure it out, you'll know what your selling point is. With that, Gu Xiu obediently went to wash the dishes. Gu Jianjun remained lost in thought. This scene satisfied a certain peculiar craving in the heart of a first-grade elementary school student. You used to teach me. Now it's my turn. I've got it. Gu Jianjun exclaimed excitedly. Gu Xiu's eyes lit up. Oh, you know your selling point. Tell me. Gu Jianjun burst out laughing. My greatest selling point is that I have good fortune. Gu Xiu. Is it illegal for a first-grade elementary school student to hit his own father? Or let's rephrase the question, can a first grader give his dad a good slap and make him stand in the corner to reflect on his mistakes? How can one make it seem smooth and unobtrusive? At this very moment, this was exactly what Gu Xiu was thinking. Gu Jianjun's reply had simply shattered the limits of his mind, soaring off into outer space. And yet you couldn't say he was wrong. After all, it was true. His son had been reborn, and not only had he succeeded in renting a place, but he'd also managed to get the money back. That was real fortune. But the problem was, Dad, your greatest advantage is service and reputation. Finally, Gu Xiu helplessly gave the standard. There was no choice. After all, this was his own father. How could he scold him like a piece of mud that couldn't be stuck to the wall? Service and reputation. Gu Jianjun felt a sudden enlightenment, as if scales had fallen from his eyes. He was absolutely right. Back when the shop first opened, even though the food didn't taste great, there were still repeat customers. That was because at the beginning, everyone was full of enthusiasm and served the guests with utmost care. Even if the taste wasn't all that great, people were still willing to come back. Later, due to the mischief of the Zhang and Wang families, the service basically disappeared and the reputation plummeted rapidly. But as long as Gu Jianjun was there, the service could be guaranteed, and he himself gradually built up his own reputation. Therefore, even when the restaurant was about to close, it still had business every day. That was Gu Jianjun's selling point. Since we can't win on flavor, we have to take a different route and make the most of our strengths. Gu Jianjun understood the logic, but he still had concerns. But isn't the cost of renovation too high? And if we're talking about renovation, we can't compare to those big restaurants that spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. I didn't say we should compete with those high-end restaurants. Gu Xiu spread his hands helplessly. All we need to do is be better than the roadside dives, make the environment more comfortable, and give people more confidence in the food. Gu Jianjun's eyes lit up. He understood. Just by renovating? Of course not. Renovation is only to increase our customer base average, spending per customer, and customer satisfaction. Then what's the next step? Just as Gu Xiu was about to speak, Gu Jianjun stopped him. Wait, let me get a notebook to write this down. Gu Xiu was speechless. When Gu Jianjun, looking as eager as a primary school student, turned his radiant gaze toward him, Gu Xiu continued. Renovation won't be too troublesome. It can be done in, at most, half a month. But during that half month, we can't sit idle. Now that we know what our selling point is, the next step is to expand it further. Full-scale staff training for the waiters. Training. Gu Jianjun's expression turned strange. In this day and age, being a waiter was the least skilled and least demanding job. Anyone could do it after all. Usually a restaurant waiter only needed to follow an experienced worker for one day to become a full-fledged waiter. The rest depended on how observant they were. And yet for such a job, they needed training. That's right, training. Since we can't compete on taste for now, we'll focus on service. And who determines the service? It's the waiters, because they are the ones facing the diners directly. Their performance shapes the diner's perception of our restaurant. Next, Gu Xiu gave Gu Jianjun a lot of advice. Gu Jianjun listened obediently like a model student, making Gu Xiu experience the joy a teacher feels when encountering a diligent and eager learner. As he spoke, Gu Xiu moved from the topic of waiters to the responsibilities of a store manager, then from store manager duties to the waiter's salaries and special in-store services. Gu Jianjun was like a sponge, constantly absorbing everything Gu Xiu taught him. Finally, when it was past midnight and Gu Xiu's eyelids were drooping with exhaustion, this Father Anson mini-lecture came to an end. All right, think carefully about everything I've said. Tomorrow, once you finalize the renovation details, you can start training. Keep it up, Dad. After saying that, Gu Xiu was about to go to sleep. But Gu Jianjun, who had been listening attentively, suddenly asked, "Who are you?" Gu Xiu was taken aback. "What? How do you know so much?" Gu Jianjun frowned, staring straight at Gu Xiu. He had been talking too enthusiastically and had forgotten to put on a disguise. After all, they were a father and son who had depended on each other. Although he was still the same kid, his father was bound to notice his unusual behavior over the past couple of days. "Dad, do you really want to know?" Gu Xiu's face turned solemn. Gu Jianjun nodded. "Actually, I shouldn't be telling you this secret, but since you asked, I'll tell you." Gu Xiu sighed. "Actually, I'm a reborn person." Gu Jianjun looked bewildered. Or to put it another way, I'm a deity who descended to the mortal world knowing the history of the past 5,000 years. In my previous life, I was a snake. You spared my life, which was a great kindness to me. In this life, I've come to repay that favor. Gu Jianjun's expression turned strange. "So, Dad, from now on, you'll listen to me. If I say east, you go east. If I say west, you go west. He'll make sure you become the world's richest man and soar into outer space." The muscles on Gu Jianjun's face began to tremble. "Dad, this secret must not be leaked, understand? If it weren't for you being my great benefactor, I wouldn't have told you such a big secret." Gu Xiu's face was inscrutable, his eyes full of earnestness and sincerity. "So, does that mean I have to treat you well, even put you on?" Gu Jianjun asked. Gu Xiu laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Actually, it's not necessary. When you start making money, Dad, just make sure there's meat on the table every day, get me a computer, and give me a few hundred in pocket money each day. That'll do." "Any other requests?" "Dad, you're really on the ball. While you're at it, help me solve the homework problem. Talk to my teacher and tell her I don't have to do homework anymore. It's a real waste of time." "Anything else?" "Oh, and don't tell me off for staying up late to watch TV. I'm not just watching TV. I'm discovering business opportunities." "Anything else?" "And..." Gu Xiu thought for a moment. "That's about it for now. They'll let you know the rest later." The next second, Gu Xiu's expression changed drastically. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? What are you doing with that rattan cane? Stop right there. Don't move. Ouch. How dare you hit a deity? Gu Jianjun, I'm warning you, you're finished. You're doomed. Ow. Stop hitting me. Stop. Murder. Second uncle, help. Murder. Enough, comrade. Gu Jianjun, I'm seriously telling you, if you hit me again, I won't take care of you when you're old. Dad, I'm sorry. I won't dare anymore. Half an hour later, Gu Xiu was lying on the bed grimacing in pain, while comrade Gu Jianjun applied medicine to his wounds. Beside them lay the broken rattan cane. Aren't you a deity? You can't even withstand a rattan cane. Seems like your deity status isn't all that impressive. You've grown some nerve, huh? You even dare to lie to your own father. And I want to take care of you when you're old. Watching The Legend of the White Snake gave you ideas, didn't it? Why not say your son Wukong born from a stone? Do you still dare? As Gu Jianjun grumbled, he didn't notice that his son was letting out a long sigh of relief. Over the next 2 days, Gu Xiu dragged his bruised body to school in misery, while Gu Jianjun embarked on his vigorous entrepreneurial. The restaurant renovation and staff training proceeded simultaneously. Renovation was straightforward. He found a reliable contractor, outlined his requirements, and everything was set. The real challenge was training. Gu Jianjun was completely at a loss. Fortunately, street vendor books were everywhere in those years. He grabbed a few random titles. The Customer is God, insight into sales, service, and attitude, combined with Gu Xiu's occasional flashes of inspiration and his own trial-and-error experience. Despite the haphazard approach, the staff training somehow progressed with color and vitality. Though the training was carried out in a muddled manner, the results were surprisingly effective. The staff showed significant improvement in walking posture, friendly smiles, crisis management, and customer relations. The waiters found it strange. Why was training necessary just to be a waiter? But since it was paid, no one complained. Meanwhile, Gu Jianjun began working with the chef to develop the menu. Originally, Gu Xiu had suggested a hot pot restaurant. But after consideration, Gu Jianjun decided that hot pot lacked local recognition and appeal, so he stuck with the old model stir. After all, that was how he had succeeded before. The chef was an elderly man from their village with no formal culinary training, but he had years of experience cooking large communal meals. He was often called to help at weddings and funerals, receiving a few packs of cigarettes and a red envelope. Gu Jianjun invited him to the city as a full-time chef with a salary. Naturally, he had no objections. To outsiders, it seemed like a reckless move. But Gu Jianjun wasn't being reckless. He had run a restaurant for 2 years and understood what customers liked. The self-taught chef already had a solid foundation in large-scale cooking, and with Gu Jianjun's experience and taste control, crafting a menu was no problem. Even Gu Xiu, after tasting the dishes, had nothing more to say. This boosted Gu Jianjun's confidence. However, while his father was busy preparing the restaurant, Gu Xiu was already thinking about a backup plan. He pondered, what if the restaurant failed? How could he help his father find a way out? Not that he believed the restaurant would definitely fail. Honestly, with the rapidly recovering economy, opening a restaurant to make money wasn't difficult. His worry came purely from habit. Having endured too many hardships in his past life, Gu Xiu had become instinctively cautious, always leaving a margin for error. Doing business always carries risk. And comrade Gu Jianjun at this moment could not afford to take a hit. He had just mustered the courage to take the first step. If he stumbled badly, Gu Xiu wasn't sure his father would ever get back up. So Gu Xiu decided to give his father enough confidence, while also preparing a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. If his father lost everything, he could quickly help him turn the tables. And the best way he could think of was to make money himself. But a primary school student whose pocket money was measured in cents, how could he possibly earn money? After days of racking his brain, he finally hit upon an idea. The classroom door lock is broken. Another 50 cents. Gu Jianjun looked at Gu Xiu with suspicion, his nostrils practically flaring with disbelief. If you're lying to me, you're in trouble. Over the past few days, Gu Xiu had used excuses like broken classroom windows, broken light bulbs, and a teacher's illness requiring a fruit basket to scrounge up quite a bit of money. Even Gu Jianjun, busy as he was, began to sense something amiss. But unfortunately, Gu Xiu just shrugged helplessly. I can't help it. Why don't you go ask the teacher at school? Gu Jianjun was speechless and could only grudgingly hand over the money. He was too busy to go to school anyway. Fortunately, Gu Xiu gave him a reassurance. The teacher said next semester each student will pay 5 yuan as class fees, and then we won't need any more money. This put Gu Jianjun at ease. As for Gu Xiu, he touched the wad of small bills stuffed in his pocket and sighed deeply. It's tough being a poor kid. His entire net worth was just pocket change for others. How pathetic. After saying goodbye to his father, Gu Xiu headed straight for the second middle school. Checking left and right to make sure no one he knew was around, he slipped into a roadside arcade. 1 yuan for 7 tokens, said the chubby middle-aged owner, unfazed by the little kid. He started to reach for the tokens, but Gu Xiu pulled out a neatly folded stack of small bills totaling 4 yuan. I want to use the owner stared at the pile of coins and bills, then at Gu Xiu, who was shorter than the counter. Do you even know how to turn on a computer? Who does he think he's underestimating? I can even restart it. Gu Xiu shot him a disdainful look. The owner shrugged, but didn't refuse, pulling out a notebook to register. Go to machine number 3. They'll call you in an hour. Gu Xiu nodded, lifted the curtain beside him with practiced ease, and walked into the dark computer room. The owner hesitated, then added, don't break anything. Gu Xiu shrugged, a little helpless. Internet cafes in those days were wild. Just a few computers, and you could call yourself a proper cyber cafe. The term black internet cafe didn't even exist yet. It would be a few years before accidents in unlicensed cafes forced a major industry crackdown. For now, at the turn of the century, such regulations were a distant dream. The environment was terrible, a thick mixture of cigarette smoke, foot odor, and other strange smells. No ventilation, no emergency. The monitors were all the same bulky CRT models. Gu Xiu found his machine number 3. He glanced sideways. On his right, a young man with dyed yellow hair was playing the wildly popular Legend. On his left, a middle school student in uniform was clutching his crotch, staring at the screen with intense excitement, not blinking. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu sat down calmly. The limitations of the era. Such low-quality videos wouldn't even be worthy of a hard drive in later years. There was no system. You just turned on the computer and played. The owner would call you when your time was up. The only downside was the agonizingly slow boot time. The only upside, no pop-up ads. The internet bubble in the United States had already swept across the country, leaving the nascent domestic internet industry battered and dejected. Everyone was racking their brains over how to make money from the internet. But so far most were still in a daze. The lucrative pop-up ad model hadn't yet emerged. Gu Xiu placed his hands on the keyboard and typed. Soon the browser opened a website called 9 Heavens Music Forum. This was where he planned to dig his first bucket of gold. In the music scene of the Chinese-speaking world today, it holds a pivotal position throughout Southeast Asia. In the last century, Teresa Ting opened the door to Chinese pop music, and subsequently outstanding singers from various fields brought the wave of Chinese music to life. Entering the new century, a man named Jay Chou created a myth with his completely epic-shattering vocal style and lyrics, establishing a legend. The Chinese music scene gained infinite possibilities. Overnight fame no longer seemed like a dream. The advent of the internet offered more possibilities for music, though few yet valued internet-based music streaming. But the internet had indeed become the best channel for communication. Jiutian Music Network was a music forum website born out of this. Founded in 1999, this website was now one of the foremost music sites in the country. unlike later times when it served as a testing ground for independent music producers. Here the main focus was still on the forum for communication, attracting many musicians to gather. It was said that occasionally you could even run into talent scouts from record labels. Whether that was true or not, Gushio browsed the forum for a few minutes. To be honest, the operation was somewhat user-unfriendly, even awkward, making Gushio want to help them redesign the website's UI. But contrary to the awkward operation, the quality of the posts here was mostly very high. The simplicity of the original netizens and the true charm of the internet were reflected here. In the forum, there were discussions about lyrics composition, improving singing skills, how to submit songs, and how to recommend oneself to major record labels. Rarely were there trolls or sarcastic comments. Everyone came with a purpose, engaging in serious academic discussions wholeheartedly. Moreover, everyone was extremely polite and courteous. Internet trolls. They were virtually non-existent. After a quick scan, he identified an email address and began to attend to his own affairs. Transferring knowledge, spreading beauty. Well, yes, exactly. Copying songs. How could a primary school student with no capital and underage in this early 2000s era quickly obtain their first pot of gold? Gushio thought of many ways, but ultimately, he chose the simplest and most direct method: music. After all, being a reborn person, wouldn't it be embarrassing not to copy a few songs? Ahem. Fortunately, although Gushio was not a professional musician in his previous life as a game producer, he had to deal with music to some extent. At the very least, transcribing sheet music and lyrics was no problem. Soon an electronic version of the sheet music and lyrics was completed. He opened his email, registered a Foxmail account on the spot, and immediately submitted his work. The company he submitted to was one with superstar-making capabilities. Rock Records. And the designated singer was the superstar who had just become famous across the country with the song Star Wish. One-Way. The song Gushio submitted was not a blockbuster, but it was certain to be selected. The only thing he needed to consider was how to negotiate a good price. Next, he just needed to wait for a reply. Since his internet time wasn't up yet, and he had nothing else to do, Gushio browsed the Jotian. Occasionally, he joined in the discussions. He came across a user named Billionaire, who clearly had considerable expertise in music, offering many incisive and insightful points. However, this person seemed to be struggling. Gushio chatted with him a few times and found him somewhat gloomy, with a feeling of being talented but unable to find a place to shine. This was actually quite normal. The waves wash away the sand, and often the gold is swept away along with it. In the entertainment industry, being talented doesn't guarantee success. This kind of thing, it's all about fate. Since he had nothing better to do, Gushio chatted a lot with Billionaire, sprinkling in some bitter chicken soup, and they had a pleasant conversation. But before long, Billionaire went silent. Gushio didn't mind and turned his attention to the computer monitor next to him. It was time to watch Legend. When the internet cafe owner called out that his time was up, Gushio still felt a bit reluctant. Then he waited for 3 days. Gushio went to the internet cafe again, but to his disappointment, his inbox remained silent, and the previous submission had vanished. As usual, he chatted with Billionaire for a while, and they even added each other on QQ. 2 days later, he went to the internet cafe again, and unsurprisingly, his inbox still showed no response. Gushio was a bit frustrated. Just then, Billionaire messaged him, and Gushio mentioned the matter only to receive a thorough lesson. Record labels have their own designated collaborators. Lyrics composition and arrangement are all written by specialized people. As for unsolicited submissions, basically no one pays attention. Even if they do, they need a demo. Without a demo, it's usually rejected. Even Jay Cho, before he became famous, was rejected many times, and he had the backing of a record label. For ordinary people, it's easy. And you submitted to One-Way. I bet her inbox is flooded with submissions. If yours gets noticed, consider yourself lucky. Reading these words, Gushio fell into deep thought. On reflection, his idea had indeed been too naive. It was truly a case of an outsider merely watching the excitement. He had actually naively believed that casually copying a song would make him a fortune. What hurt? Billionaire sent a message when Gushio didn't reply for a while. Damn, did this brat install a camera in my room? Gushio was deeply resentful, but didn't want to lose face. My song is so extraordinary, it would move heaven and earth. Sister Emote didn't see it. I'm sure it's her loss. She'll regret it someday. Billionaire, I thought the same way when I wrote my first song. Your dad Gu, if you don't know how to talk, then shut up. The gap between reality and ideals was a bit too big, leaving this elementary school student quite wounded. He looked at his draft, then at the empty inbox. Your dad Gu, today is destined to be a day that makes countless people sigh. Billionaire, your dad Gu, the music scene loses a Billionaire. Just as he was about to shut down the computer, Billionaire sent a new message. Actually, if you're not willing to give up, you can send me your song. I'm looking for a new track. Of course, that's only if your song is really as good as you say, because I'm quite picky. Gushio sneered at this. Did he really think he didn't know? This unlucky guy was just a frustrated, half-dead nobody in the industry, and he dared to say he was picky. But after thinking it over, Gushio still forwarded the ignored email to Billionaire. It was purely out of unwillingness. After sending it, he said goodbye and went offline. Even the interest in watching the adjacent screen was gone. And while the elementary school student was feeling down, in a certain apartment in Taiwan, a man with a baby face and short messy hair stared at the darkened QQ avatar and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This guy, why was he acting like a child? But he was curious about this netizen who had a weak foundation but many strange insights, and with whom he always got along well. What kind of song did he write? He opened the email and saw a completely unencrypted document. The man shook his head helplessly. This was too amateurish. But laughing aside, he still opened the document and looked at the sheet music. Just one glance, and the man froze in place. His eyes were filled with shock. Involuntarily, he stared at the sheet music and hummed softly along with the melody. A beautiful melody. When the song ended, the man eagerly looked at the lyrics. This look left him even more delighted. He hurried to the piano, placed his hands on the keys, and played the melody again. The melody that had thrilled him just from humming now transformed into a heavenly sound. It entered his ears. It penetrated his mind and soul. Once, twice, 3 times. After playing it 10 times, the man suddenly stood up, grabbed his phone, and in his excitement, pressed the wrong number twice. Finally, he found the right number and immediately dialed. Brother Shung, I found the lead single for my album. It was written by a netizen I know. I'm planning to ask him for permission to sing it. What's the name? The man paused, looked at the computer screen, and said, The Chaser. 3 days later, it was another weekend. Gushio, have you finished your homework? If not, go do it. Don't sigh all day long. Dad, think about it again, please. Buy a computer. So you're still thinking about that? I've asked around. A computer costs several thousand. I run a restaurant. What do I need a computer for? Scientific management, digital inventory, and personnel management. Our teacher said it's the future trend. Get out of here. I just have a small restaurant with a handful of people. Scientific management. What's wrong with your teacher? When I have time. At the restaurant entrance, Gushio sat down on a small stool, resting his chin on his hands with a look of melancholy. He was worried. Ever since he realized that songwriting was not a viable path, he had been thinking about other ways to make money. Speaking of which, as a person from the future, he had plenty of ideas. But the problem was that no opportunity could be seized by a primary school student, especially one with no capital. After much deliberation, Gushio felt that the path to wealth had to start from his old profession, the internet and computer field. With a network connection, there were many things he could do. After all, in his past life, Gushio was a game producer. Most of his skills were in computers and the internet. But the problem was that Gushio didn't have a computer. Going to an illegal internet cafe was inconvenient because other users would disturb his work and many operations were not feasible there. Moreover, 4 yuan per hour was a pain that a 6-year-old student could not bear. So he proposed to comrade Gu Jianjun to buy it. The result was naturally suppression, and he almost got a beating. Gushio also knew it was a pipe dream since the restaurant was about to open and there was no extra money. Gu Jianjun now wished he could split every cent in half. Buy a computer. Dream on. But understanding didn't stop him from being frustrated. Hey Gushio, what are you doing here? Just as Gushio was worrying, a childish voice came. Turning around, he saw a girl with twin ponytails and 2 small canine teeth standing not far away, looking lively. Sister Xiaoyan. Gushio revived fully and approached her. She was a 3rd-grade senior student, the girl who had taught Gushio how to tie his red scarf. Because of her appearance, academic performance, Gushio often played with her at school. After all, teachers encouraged playing with good students. At first, the older sister was reluctant. Later, she found that Gushio, a little brother a head shorter than her, was particularly interesting and always made her laugh. So she accepted him, and they became good friends. After chatting for a while, Shi Jiyun was pleasantly surprised. Wow, so this restaurant is run by your dad. My home is just inside the innermost courtyard. From now on, I can come and play with you often. Your home is the innermost courtyard. Gushio's expression turned strange. Yes, why? Gushio shook his head, suddenly feeling that what started as raising a girl had turned into leeching off a rich woman. If he remembered correctly, there was a Crown sedan in that courtyard. In this era, when cars were rare, a Crown sedan was definitely a symbol, a true rich beauty. Gushio, you haven't finished the story you told me last time, the one about let's watch the thunderstorm together. Who did Chu Yushuan end up with? I preferred Wan Mulei, but Murong Yunhai is also good. How do you know so much? Then Gushio chatted with Shi Jiyun at the restaurant entrance. Gu Jianjun came out once and was shocked to see a pretty girl hovering around his son. He secretly wondered, when did this mischievous kid become so popular with girls? In response to Gu Jianjun's shocked look, Gushio just curled his lip and gave him a look of pity for a single dog. 30% sympathy, 70% contempt. No kidding. He was now the super popular kid at school. While all other children were still snot-nosed brats and slobs, Gushio kept himself clean and tidy every day. Moreover, these kids couldn't hide their expressions. Their thoughts were written all over their faces. If he still couldn't be popular, that would be a real ghost story. Sister Xiaoyan, do you have a computer at home? After chatting for a while, Gushio asked tentatively. Step 1 of leeching off a rich woman: confirm her assets. Of course we do, Shi Jiyun nodded, then said a bit aggrievedly. But it was bought for my brother, and he won't let me touch it. You're so cute, and your brother won't let you touch it. He's a total jerk. Step 2, share the same enemy with the rich woman, make her feel you're on her side. That's right, my brother is a big jerk. Not only does he not let me touch the computer, he also won't let me into his room, and he often bullies me and steals my remote control. It turned out that harmonious sibling relationships in childhood only existed in TV shows and novels. Step 2 achieved. Sister Xiaoyan, how about we go to your place? You said last time you have a Toy Story DVD at home. Step 3, increase time to Shi Jiyun didn't refuse at all. She took Gushio's hand and skipped toward her home. Truly a nouveau riche family, a 3-story villa, and even the dog tied in the yard was a genuine Tibetan Mastiff. It was said her father had gone to great lengths to get it. Upon entering the house, Shurjian's mother was home and welcomed Guxiu the little, especially after Guxiu said, "Auntie, you're so beautiful, and Annie should really be called Big Sister." She couldn't stop. She waved her hand and told Guxiu to make himself at home and have fun. Guxiu certainly didn't hold back. He looked around as if he were at his mother-in-law's house and soon found his target, the computer. But there was a small problem. A middle school student with acne was sitting in front of the computer playing games intently. Not surprisingly, it was Legend. Brother-in-law playing games. Guxiu walked over and patted his back. Actually, Guxiu had intended to pat his shoulder, but he couldn't reach. The sudden voice startled Shurjing Song so much he almost jumped. He quickly turned around to make sure his mother wasn't coming and his father wasn't home. Shurjing Song breathed a sigh of relief and said impatiently, "Who are you?" "Your level is too low," Guxiu said, ignoring his question and wearing a contemptuous expression. "Hey, I'm level 36, the highest in my class. How dare you say I'm low? This level is only good for bragging in your class. Level 36, and you're still farming biscuit guards. Move aside, let me check your equipment," Guxiu said, waving his hand. Shurjing Song instinctively moved aside, but then felt something was off. Why am I listening to a primary school kid? But then he saw that Guxiu had already finished checking his equipment and shook his head in mockery. "No wonder you can only farm biscuit guards here. This equipment is too trash. What do you know? Isn't it better to farm equipment after leveling up? It's obvious you don't know how to play. Wouldn't it be better to get good equipment first and then go to higher experience areas?" "Well," Shurjing Song hesitated, feeling there was some truth. "You're level 36 now. If it were me, I'd be farming in Beetao Forest or Hafen Cave. One monster I kill gives as much experience as 5 of yours. Easy for you to say. The monsters there are tough, and they'll die easily. How can I go? That's because your equipment is garbage." Guxiu curled his lip. "Now go to Tongshan Iron Prison, get a transitional set of equipment, and replace that garbage on you. That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Shurjing Song slapped his forehead and looked at Guxiu with surprise and delight. Seeing that look, Guxiu knew that step 4 of leeching off a rich woman, infiltrating from within, was declared success. Once you've got your gear ready, don't go to the Azure Forest. Head straight to the Black Wind Cave. With this setup, as long as you don't run into a boss, grinding for experience will be a breeze. When you hit level 38, there's no need to stay here anymore. Go straight to the Infernal Flames and take on the Dark Skeleton Spirits. You can farm the Holy War Armor there. What? You don't even know where the Infernal Flames are? Enter from Bishon City. If you don't know that, why are you even playing this game? 10 minutes later, Guxiu leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, sitting before the computer, while Shurjing Song massaged his shoulders from behind. After speaking for a while, Guxiu paused. Shurjing Song, understanding, immediately handed him a can of cola. Guxiu took a sip, slurping noisily. "That's about it for now. They'll teach you the rest after you reach level 40. Shurjing Song nodded eagerly. Enough. If you say more, I'm afraid he'll forget. Thanks for the hard work, Brother Xiu." If Shurjiyun had seen this scene, her eyes would probably pop out of her head. Her own brother, who was in his rebellious phase and dared to talk back even to their father, was now acting subserviently before a first-grade elementary school student. He even served tea and water, tiptoeing around, and called him Brother Xiu. There was no choice. Only Shurjing Song understood that the elementary school student before him was no ordinary child, but a true master of the legendary game. His familiarity with the game was unprecedented. "Brother Xiu, do you want to log into your account and play? He'll watch you play," Shurjing Song suggested eagerly. "My account? Sorry, I don't have the money to buy a game card." Of course, Guxiu couldn't say that. "No need. I've already transcended base pleasures. I only play private servers now. Who would still play this outdated, shabby official server?" "What's a private server?" Shurjing Song asked curiously. "It's a server all to yourself. You can adjust drop rates, have unlimited shop items, and get any equipment you want by just entering a code. There's something that powerful. Of course, it's not something just anyone can play. In my private server, I've already discarded several Dragon Slayer blades. Having too many takes the fun out of it. The Dragon Slayer blade. I've never even seen it, only heard of it. Brother Xiu, you're amazing. Just average. I'm a low-key person. Oh, I prefer to interact with people as an ordinary guy. Brother Xiu, your mindset is truly elevated." Guxiu was quite pleased with this newly recruited follower. However, as he looked at the legendary game on the screen, a new idea sprouted in his mind. Shurjing Song, scratching his head excitedly, said, "Brother Xiu, could you tell me more about that private server you play? It sounds so awesome. You want to play it?" "Of course." Shurjing Song nodded vigorously. "Playing alone without anyone stealing monsters. Just thinking about it feels great. For an ordinary person, it's a bit difficult. But since you call me Brother Xiu, there might be a way if you really want to play." "Really? I can play too." Shurjing Song was instantly thrilled. Guxiu nodded. "It's possible, but it takes time, and time is no problem. I'm not in a hurry. As long as I can play." Shurjing Song nodded repeatedly, then asked, "Brother Xiu, don't you—" "Of course I do, but didn't you want to play the private server? Feel free to use my computer." As a loyal sidekick, Shurjing Song patted his chest in assurance. Guxiu smiled. That was exactly what he wanted. The legendary game was booming, the market was unprecedentedly vast, and recently the source code had leaked. Private servers for Legendary were already starting to appear. For Guxiu, a game developer with years of experience, many computer technologies of this era were still quite primitive. Naturally, Creating a standalone offline version of Legendary was very simple. In fact, it was even easy, just a matter of modifying the virtual gateway and the game's internal files. However, Gushio thought of something else. If he could create a standalone offline version, did that mean? He shook his head and temporarily suppressed the idea. To put this idea into action required not just technology, but also capital and timing. At least for now, Gushio couldn't take action. Frustrating. No matter how he turned it over, the problem always came back to startup capital. By the way, have I heard anything about my submission? Gushio thought of the song he had submitted. Although he knew in his heart it would probably be ignored, he still needed a little hope, didn't he? He logged into his email. As expected, there was still no news. Clearly, everything that the guy named Bull Demon had said was true. A newcomer with no credentials and no connections trying to make it big as a songwriter was a pipe dream. It was a fantasy. Shaking his head, Gushio decided to head home. If he stayed out much longer, he'd surely get an earful from comrade. But just as Gushio was about to leave, Ching-song asked expectantly, "Brother Shio, can I add you on QQ?" "What for?" "In case I have something I don't understand, I can ask you on QQ." Gushio thought to himself, I don't even have a computer, how could I reply? That would be a miracle. But seeing the eager look in the other's eyes, Gushio agreed anyway. He logged into his QQ account. Instantly, the notification sound of incoming messages started flashing wildly. Was that Bull Demon guy crazy? Gushio had only one friend on his QQ, Bull Demon. No one else would message him. He clicked open the messages and gasped. Holy crap. Starting an hour after they had chatted 3 days ago, Bull Demon had been sending messages ever since. Bull Demon, are you? Bull Demon Dadgu, are you there? Reply when you see this. Bull Demon Dadgu, when will you come online? I have something urgent. Bull Demon Master, when exactly will you come online? Bull Demon, come online now, reply to me. Bull Demon, please, just come online. These messages came every few hours, and especially over the past day, they arrived The latest one was just 14 minutes ago. In the primitive QQ chat window, the dense barrage of messages was dizzying. Crazy. Gushio replied with a single message. He expected it would take a while for the other party to respond, but surprisingly the reply came instantly. Bull Demon Dadgu, brother master, you're finally online. Your Dadgu something. Up until now, Gushio was still bewildered, but soon he froze. Bull Demon, that song. Bull Demon, the one you sent me, can you sell it to me? I want to release a new song, and this one will be my lead single. Your Dadgu, are you serious? Bull Demon, of course I'm serious. Name your price. I must have this song. Now it was Gushio's turn to be stunned. What was this? Just when the road seemed blocked, another path opened up. Billionaire, I always thought your new song might be just average, Father Gu, but after seeing the sheet music and lyrics you sent me, I realized this song is absolutely divine. Billionaire, I dare say this song could definitely be the lead single, and it's bound to be a hit. The melody is beautiful and catchy, the lyrics are easy to remember. You were right, Sister Mo will regret missing out on this song. Billionaire, so sell this song to me. Billionaire, to be honest, ever since my band disbanded, I've wanted to release a solo album, but I've been searching for a suitable lead single. This song is exactly what I need. Billionaire, sell it to me. Name your terms for collaboration. Buyout works too, as long as the price isn't too high. Gushio stared at the dense stream of messages, finally certain. Billionaire wasn't joking. He was serious. This was a good thing. But how should he set the price? Or rather, should he sell it to him? Gushio pondered silently. He could transplant songs from his past life, thanks to the fact that in his previous life his college girlfriend had studied music. To deepen their connection, Gushio had also learned quite a bit. Later he developed indie games, and the skills he acquired were actually applied to his work. Transporting songs was naturally no issue. Naturally, he wasn't completely clueless about this industry. I want to collaborate on a revenue-sharing basis, but first I need to hear how you want to share? Billionaire sounded surprised. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Of course not. If you want to share, the record company will be happy. But think it over. A share might not earn you as much as a buyout in the end. So I need you to sing it and send it to me. I have to be sure you can make this song a hit. Alright, I'll record it now. I don't have an arrangement ready, so they'll just go with piano for now. Okay. After a few exchanges, Billionaire went offline temporarily. Gushio didn't rush and waited patiently. Selling lyrics and music essentially came down to two models: buyout and revenue sharing. A buyout was simple, a one-time deal where both parties agreed on a price. Money and goods exchanged, and that was that. Whether the song made a profit or loss in the future had nothing to do with the creator. Revenue sharing, on the other hand, was a bit more complicated. In the short term, you'd get some money, but not much. Later, when the song generated revenue, you could earn more dividends. Of course, that didn't mean revenue sharing was a sure win. On the contrary, many times revenue sharing earned less than a buyout. The current Chinese music scene had entered an era of fierce competition with many new songs every month. But those that actually made were not plentiful. However, that was for ordinary people. For Gushio, the song he had brought out, though not a massive hit, could still earn some money in this era. At least it could become a minor success. There was another reason he chose this model. Pricing a song also depended on one's status. For someone like Gushio, a complete unknown with no reputation, even if he wrote a song, the buyout price wouldn't be high. At most a few hundred or a few thousand, and the ceiling was a few tens of thousands. According to Gushio's original plan, if he offered this song to Mo one way, she wouldn't agree to a share and would probably just give him a few thousand for a buyout. Gushio had mentally prepared for that. and could accept it. After all, if Sister Mo made the song a hit, his reputation as a lyricist and composer would rise, and he could command a higher price for future songs. But that was because their statuses were unequal. Sister Mo was at the peak of her popularity, and a new song from her could easily become a hit, giving him a better opportunity. A little loss up front was acceptable. However, if it was someone like Billionaire, a newcomer with no name recognition, the collaboration method would definitely need to change. Moreover, he had to first determine whether Billionaire had the talent to become a hit. If not, he might as well find someone else or take a buyout for quick cash. Either way, it was all about maximizing profit. In the following time, Gushio chatted with Shirching Song for a while. The guy was a computer expert after all, just teaching him a few tricks, like switching windows, managing the system, and cleaning up disk space, made the young man exclaim in admiration. He grew even more adoring. About an hour later, Billionaire came online. Father Gu, I've recorded the a cappella version and sent it to your email. Have a listen. Gushio replied with a hold on and logged into his email. There was an encrypted audio file. After decrypting it, Gushio clicked play. The beginning was a melodious and crisp piano sound, making one nod involuntarily. Setting aside everything else, the piano playing is really good. Gushio commented, feeling a bit like a mentor on a music talent show. Soon the piano faded and the lyrics were about to start. If you are the fireworks on the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At a certain moment your light shines on me. If you are the distant galaxy. An ethereal, clear male voice with a high degree of purity came through, carrying a unique tenderness. Gushio couldn't help but be surprised. Even Shirching Song, who had been a bit sulky because Gushio wasn't playing games, exclaimed, "What's the name of this song? It's really nice." Gushio ignored him, still listening intently with his ears pricked up. Soon. I can follow behind you, let the shadow chase the light in a dream. I can wait at this intersection whether you will pass by or not. Unlike the original female version that Gushio heard in his past life, this version was not as sharp and powerful, but carried more emotion and depth. Closing his eyes, one could almost see a handsome young male singer singing affectionately in front of a piano. The only dissatisfaction was Shirching Song, who was being noisy beside him. Amazing, amazing. This song is so beautiful. Brother Show, what's the name of this song? If I learn it and sing it at the school New Year's party, it'll be so cool. Who is the singer? This voice is so nice, it sounds a bit like that singer from Wu Liang Pin. Gushio actually felt it was familiar too, but for a moment couldn't recall. Hearing Shirching Song's words, he asked curiously, Wu Liang Pin. Isn't that a brand from a certain country? Is it already available in China? What brand? I don't know. Shirching Song shook his head confused. Wu Liang Pin is a singer duo they disbanded before. I even bought their album Treasure Wu Liang Pin Farewell Concert. It's a limited edition. What the hell? Seeing Gushio still puzzled, Shirching Song jumped up and ran to the drawer where CDs were stored, rummaging through. Soon he took out a CD. Look, this is the album. Gushio glanced at it. The cover featured two men in white suits and white shirts, and below were the four characters, Wu Liang Pin. Below that were the names of the two singers. Gushio saw one of them and was stunned. So, Billionaire turned out to be him. Just then Billionaire sent a message asking Gushio how he felt. You sang very well. What's your name? The other side quickly replied, Guang Liang. Indeed it was him. Your good dad, Mr. Guang, I have something to tell you. Billionaire, actually. My surname is Wang. Your good dad, don't mind those details. I'm officially informing you now. Your good dad, you're going to be famous. Billionaire, your good dad, hold on for the new album. They'll give you another song. Billionaire. In the end, Gushio gave Guang Liang two songs. The first was the original Chaser of Light. The second was the first time, which Gushio tailored for him. It would become the two lead singles of his debut album. Gushio's song library actually contained many more excellent tracks. Especially Fairy Tale, which could make Guang Liang famous across the country, was a true super ace. But there was no need to bring it out so soon. Fairy Tale needed a music video to become a super ace, so it was better to save the firepower for now. Anyway, with Chaser of Light, and the first time Guang Liang could already seize the spotlight, the ace could be saved for later. As always, the goal was to maximize benefits. To Guang Liang, Gushio was practically a god. One song, Chaser of Light, had already left him utterly amazed. Then the first time, which Gushio brought out afterward, made Guang Liang exclaim in disbelief, calling it a song that was his very soul. To this, Gushio merely smiled with an affectionate grin. Once the songs were confirmed to be flawless, the two sides entered direct negotiations for cooperation. After all, album production and distribution required the involvement of a company, specifically Rock Records, behind Guang Liang, so the process was relatively slow. But 2 days later, two contracts were sent to Gushio via Rock Records' official email. Both Chaser of Light and the first time adopted a revenue-sharing model. However, for the former, Gushio held 50 of the singles' earnings, while for the latter, he only had 10. Gushio voluntarily gave up that share. The 40 would go to the performer Guang Liang. After all, without Gushio, he could have written the song himself in the near future. This split ratio was actually quite exploitative for a lyricist-composer. There was no way around it. Gushio was unknown, so getting a high split was nearly impossible. However, Gushio retained the copyright for the lyrics and music, so he would also earn from future single licensing and similar rights. Additionally, Rock Records would pay in advance. It wasn't much. A total of just 1,000 yuan for both songs. Gushio thoroughly reviewed the contract and signed it after confirming there were no issues. For his stage name, Gushio initially used Gubaba, but after being mocked, he changed it to Gushushu. This stage name would appear in the credits of the songs on the album. As for the real name on the contract, he used Comrade Gu Jianjun's name. Along with that, Gushio secretly opened a bank account at the bank using his father's ID card. Worth mentioning, without being the person themselves, one cannot open a bank account. In the end, Gushio had to rely on his advantage as a primary school student. He cried. He wept loudly in the bank, claiming his father was hospitalized and urgently needed surgery money, and a relative wanted to wire funds, but couldn't succeed without a bank card. The bank lady was deeply moved and made an exception to help the pitiful elementary student open a bank card. This card would become the transfer station for Gushio's personal fund. He planned to open his own bank card once he obtained his ID card, then transfer the money into his own account. Once the ID card and bank card issues were settled, the next steps were straightforward. He went to a print shop, printed the contract, signed it, and included a copy of Gu Jianjun's ID card and bank card information. He mailed it to Rock Records' address. After they affixed their official seal, they would send back his copy of the contract. At the same time, they would also transfer the 1,000 in advance. This 1,000 was just a small part. Once the album was produced and officially released, subsequent dividends would be settled quarterly. That was the real big money. Of course, the so-called big money was still limited. Hoping to earn hundreds of thousands or millions by writing 2 songs easily was pure nonsense. It wasn't impossible, but extremely difficult. It would require the album to sell explosively, even winning the sales championship. Otherwise, in the music industry's decades of development, the lyricists and composers that people remember are only Lin Xiao, Qian, James Wong, Vincent Fong, and a few others. It wasn't profitable. Although this was the peak era of Chinese pop music and the most profitable period for traditional records, the costs were higher and opportunities to release albums were fewer. Many lyricists and composers were buried underneath, leaving no trace. In short, either you make it big or you die. Those in between barely scrape by neither starving nor getting fat. Of course, some changed paths, moving from behind-the-scenes songwriting to becoming stars, thus earning considerable money. But few succeeded. Gushio obviously wouldn't take that route. What could a primary school student's voice sing? Besides, he didn't intend to stay stuck in this industry. It was enough to provide him with initial capital. Moreover, if the album sold decently, people would naturally come to ask him for songs. Next, it was just a matter of waiting. While Gushio waited for the contract to be mailed, Comrade Gu Jianjun's restaurant, after intense preparations, was about to officially open. The restaurant's preparation was not smooth sailing. During that time, the Zhang and Wang families came to cause trouble. When they heard that Gu Jianjun was opening a restaurant on his own, they immediately showed up to make a scene. They cursed Gu Jianjun for being shameless, claiming he had cheated their money just to open a restaurant alone, and kicked them out. They even said that Gu Jianjun obviously had money but refused to repay them, instead forcing them to pay back what they owed, calling him heartless and conscienceless. But those words didn't affect Gu Jianjun. Without him even needing to speak, the neighboring shop owners spontaneously defended him, leaving the Zhang and Wang couple furious. When Gu Jianjun found out, he just shook his head, no longer stirred by any emotion. Before they knew it, nearly half a month had passed in restaurant preparations. Comrade Gu Jianjun, full of ambition, rarely had time to pick up his son from school. With an irrepressible smile, he said, "Son, our restaurant opens tomorrow. It's sure to be a great success." So soon? Gushio was surprised. These days he had been busy with song contracts and helping Shi Qing with the single-player Legend game. The rest of his time was spent enjoying elementary school life. He hadn't paid much attention to the restaurant. "Hey, don't you know who your dad is? Once I set my mind on a direction, I charge ahead," Gu Jianjun boasted, acting like a man of experience. In the words of books, your dad is a man of action. Act immediately, no hesitation. Gushio couldn't help but roll his eye. Whether he was a man of action or not, his dad's bragging skills had certainly improved, which at least showed he had gained confidence, right? Soon they arrived at the restaurant. In one glance, he saw the brightly lit restaurant, now cleaned spotlessly. The waitstaff were methodically making final preparations for the opening the next day, each full of energy and high morale. Looking at the kitchen, everything was ready. Easily stored ingredients and various seasonings were neatly arranged in categories. "How's it look, son? Professional, right?" Gu Jianjun asked, seeking praise. Gushio nodded and gave a thumbs up. "Not bad." Gu Jianjun grinned widely. Gushio then asked, "Dad, since we're opening tomorrow, how's the promotion going?" "Promotion?" Gu Jianjun looked puzzled. "What promotion?" Gushio's heart sank. "Didn't you promote the restaurant's opening in it?" "Oh, that of course I did. The nearby shop owners all know, and many people in the vegetable market know we're opening." "What about flyers?" "You didn't hand out any flyers." "No, why waste that money? Printing flyers costs a few hundred yuan at least." "What about the LED advertising spot on taxis I mentioned? Did you go negotiate?" "That thing's too expensive. They asked for at least 500. I didn't think it was useful." Gushio was speechless. He sighed and patted Gu Jianjun on the shoulder. "Dad, well done." The next day, Friday, auspicious for opening. At 9:18 in the morning, with a loud firecracker marking the grand opening, the Meisher Mike restaurant officially began its business. The restaurant's name was chosen by Gu Jianjun from a list of names Gushio had casually written. Gazing at the red confetti left by the firecrackers, Gu Jianjun felt a surge of excitement. He had taken the first real step in his own venture. Since the opening hour was early, the staff cooked breakfast inside 8, and then immediately began preparing the ingredients. They waited for the mealtime to arrive. Gu Jianjun waited with equal anticipation, but as time passed that excitement gradually. Why isn't anyone coming? It's opening day, how come there's no one? Is it too early? That's not right. I've seen other shops open with bustling business. Why is it so quiet here? So should we still prepare these ingredients? The waitstaff whispered among themselves, and even the chef idol stepped out for a smoke. He had smoked several times. Apart from the red remnants of firecrackers dotting the ground, there was no sign of prosperity. Fortunately, as lunchtime approached, the restaurant finally welcomed its first wave of customers. Old regulars, Gu Jianjun knew, barely avoiding a goose egg for the opening. Then 2 more tables trickled in. Their first words were all, "Hey boss, is this restaurant new? I've never seen it before. Boss, how come I never heard about your opening? Didn't even see a flyer. Boss, any opening specials?" Faced with this barrage of questions, Gu Jianjun was dumbfounded. Promotion? None. Opening specials? Slow on the uptake, Gu Jianjun finally understood why his son had looked so strange the previous evening. Although the diners praised the new restaurant's flavors and service after their meals. But the occupancy rate was too low. All morning not only was there no table turnover, but the seats were never even filled. Only 5 tables total. This might be normal on an ordinary day, but this was the grand opening. Compared to other restaurants' openings, his was practically a frost. "Oh, Gu Jianjun, you're a boss now, why the long face?" Just then a familiar voice sounded. It was none other than Zhang and Wang. Gu Jianjun frowned and ignored them. Those two had been sitting at the steamed bun shop across from the restaurant since morning, more dedicated than the owner himself. He didn't need to guess that they were here to mock him. The facts proved it. "Brother Zhang, you don't get it. If business were good, he'd be grinning. That worried look means he's losing his shirt. How many tables are filled in there? With all those staff and the renovation, he can't even recoup the costs, right? Tisk being a boss isn't easy. Some people think they've grown wings, but they don't even know their own weight." Exactly. There's a saying, the heavens are just. Those who are unkind and unjust get what they deserve. Little Wang, when do you think this restaurant will close? Hey, hard to say. He'll have to lose the house first. If he closes too early, the loss would be smaller. Ha ha ha. The two played off each other, standing at the door, cracking sunflower seeds and making snide remarks. The staff inside were fuming, grinding their teeth, wishing they could tear the pair's mouths apart. Gu Jianjun quickly stopped them, but he too frowned deeply. "What? Matt, if you don't like us being here, come hit me. Yes, stop glaring. If you've got the guts, come out and try." Seeing Gu Jianjun's anger, Zhang and Wang grew even more smug, taunting him with impunity. Their hooligan demeanor made Gu Jianjun's face turn dark. No matter how good his temper, he was furious now. But just then a chubby little boy holding a lollipop came charging over so fast that he slammed straight into Zhang Fuguang's leg. Snot and saliva stained his pants, making Zhang Fuguang cringe. He immediately kicked out. "Whose brat is this? What are you doing?" "I just changed my pants today." The kid was kicked and fell on his bottom. He looked at the restaurant, then at Zhang Fuguang in front of him, and burst into loud wails. "Hey, you little brat, what are you crying for? I haven't even asked you to pay for." Slap. Before Zhang Fuguang could finish a loud slap, Zhang Fuguang saw stars, his head buzzing. Enraged, he turned around to see a large, heavy-set man with a gold chain standing there, his face dark. "Why did you hit me? You hit my son. Isn't it fair for a father to hit you?" "He." Slap. The hefty man delivered another slap. "I don't even dare to hit my own son. Who the hell do you think you are to lay a hand on him?" He bumped into me first." Slap. The fat man gave him another. "What's the big deal if a kid bumped into you? That justifies hitting him." Slap. Stop. I'm sorry. Zhang Fuguang's face was swollen. Seeing the man's ferocity, he quickly apologized and backed down. Otherwise, he figured he might die there. Slap. To his surprise, another slap came. "Did I ask for your apology? Don't you know who you should apologize to?" Zhang Fuguang was so furious he wanted to explode. But looking at the man's size and seeing Wang Jiong hiding far away, he had no choice but to apologize to the little boy. Fortunately, after the apology, the fat man stopped hitting him. He picked up the little boy. "Son, see this. A real man doesn't cry at the drop of a hat. When you grow up, be like your dad. Win people over with virtue, got it? If someone bullies us, we make them apologize. Come on, let's go eat." With that, he carried the chubby boy inside. Zhang Fuguang's face was covered in slap marks, burning with shame. Especially when he saw the looks from the restaurant staff, he felt. Just then another little girl ran over and by chance bumped into Zhang Fuguang's other pant leg. Zhang Fuguang instantly exploded with rage, but just as he was about to strike, he suddenly came to his senses. He looked behind him. His jaw dropped. In the distance, a swarm of elementary school students was charging toward the restaurant and behind them their parents were chasing frantically. Following the elementary school army, a group of middle school students also sprinted forward, a vast swirling crowd. The scene, the momentum, it was astonishing. Zhang Fuguang and Wang Jiong outside the door were dumbfounded. They realized that the army of elementary and middle school students was all heading straight for Mei-Ko. As they passed by the two men, the students didn't even spare them a glance, rushing directly inside, as if afraid of being late. It was as if there would be no seats left. But while Zhang and Wang were stunned inside, Mei-Ko Gu Jianjun was equally, because every student who came in would ask him a question. The elementary students asked, "Uncle, are the drinks here really free? And is it true you're giving away balloons?" "Balloons? What balloons? Free drinks. When did I ever say that?" But if the elementary student's questions confused him, the middle school student's questions left him completely lost. Uncle, is the teaching version of Legend really available? Can we get a chance to play just by eating here? What the heck? This question left Gu Jianjun utterly bewildered. What is Legend? And what is this teaching version of Legend? Truly, on the tree of confusion grows the fruit of confusion, and beneath the tree of confusion sit you and I. Fortunately, just as Gu Jianjun was at a loss for how to answer, a somewhat familiar middle school student stepped forward. Everyone, don't worry. My brother Xiao said. This single-player Legend will be raffled off later. Everyone can eat first, then bring your receipt to the raffle. One receipt gives one chance, and only one person can draw per receipt. The middle school students became excited, clamoring to order food immediately. Their parents, however, were skeptical and questioned, is this real? I'm telling you, if I buy you a computer and you dare to play games, you'll take it back. Playing games, huh? The middle school students looked miserable, but the student who had organized everyone earlier explained, uncles and aunties, scientific research shows that moderate gaming can develop intelligence. And my brother Xiao's version is the learning edition of Legend. It incorporates various question types, math, English, history, culture, all within the game. The best part is it's free, no subscription or money needed. You can learn while playing. And it's a raffle, not everyone will get the chance. So if you want a shot, you'd better hurry. Hearing this, the parents, though half convinced, led their children inside to find seats. Whether true or false, they'd first get a chance in the raffle. Chingsong, what are you doing? Gu Jianjun, still in a daze, finally recognized the boy. Wasn't this sure Chingsong, who came to play with his son every now and then? But recognizing him was one thing. Why was he helping to pull in customers? And what was this learning edition of Legend? And what was the Though he didn't know what it was, Gu Jianjun felt the kid was lying. Sure Chingsong waved his hand. Uncle Gu, don't mention it. Brotherhood means no thanks needed. Just take care of the guests, and if you need anything, feel free to call on me. Gu Jianjun. I'm not trying to thank you, I just want to know if you're up to some mischief. Here come the balloons. Just then the elementary school students suddenly got excited as a tricycle approached in the distance. A handsome elementary school student was wearing a B-shaped balloon backpack and holding a balloon lollipop, waving his hands. That person was none other than his son Gu Xiao. At this moment, Gu Xiao looked as flashy and eye-catching as a superstar. At least Gu Jianjun noticed that when his son appeared, all the elementary school students looked at him with burning eyes as if they were watching a big star. The tricycle arrived at the restaurant entrance and the elementary students rushed forward, obviously aiming for the balloons. But Gu Xiao let out a snort and the students immediately stopped. He picked up a small megaphone. Children who dine in during the opening period can get a free balloon. Tell the server what shape you want and our craftsman will make it for you. Don't rush, everyone gets one. Seeing that the elementary students were still reluctant to leave, Gu Xiao took out a few bags of uninflated balloons and shook them. We have plenty of balloons, they'll all be made. But the free drinks are limited and they'll be gone soon. Hearing this, the elementary students quickly dispersed and rushed into the restaurant like little cheetahs. Soon they were even scrambling for seats. For a moment, the previously empty restaurant was packed. Even more middle and elementary school students arrived later, and when they heard there were no seats, they were willing to wait. Even if their parents were reluctant, the children threw tantrums, and eventually the parents gave in. Gu Jianjun was stunned by the scene. Son, what are you? Wait, I'll tell you later. Gu Xiao waved his hand, turned to say a few words to the three balloon craftsmen, then jumped off the tricycle. Dad, what were you going to say? Gu Jianjun was momentarily speechless, feeling something was off. But he still asked, son, what are you doing? What am I doing? Gu Xiao shrugged. Just drumming up business for you. Ah, this. Promotion. Good wine needs no bush, but when you start with a hellish difficulty, what's the point? Gu Jianjun scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, thinking that he was about to be lectured by his son again. Fortunately, Gu Xiao didn't say much. He just waved his hand. Dad, why are you still following me? Go attend to the guests. Make sure the servers are clear on everything we trained for. Don't waste this opportunity with so many customers. Gu Jianjun was taken aback, then suddenly snapped back to reality. That's right. Whatever it was, he could ask later. The most important thing now was to take care of the customers. After all, Meikest's selling point wasn't extraordinary flavor, but service. So many customers were a chance. If they were well served, these people would become repeat customers. Seeing his dad busy, Gu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had done all he could. Whether the restaurant would become an instant hit now depended on comrade Gu Jianjun's performance. Brother Xiao. Shi Qingsong came up to him, flattering. How was I? Did I do well? Excellent. Gu Xiao looked at the middle school students filling most of the restaurant and gave Shi Qingsong a thumbs up. Great job. But how did you manage to bring so many people? After you told me this morning to gather some students from school, I thought about it. Then I remembered the private server Legend you gave me. Oh, Gu Xiao was surprised. You promised them access to the private server? Of course not. I told them about the raffle. Eat here, bring the receipt to draw for a chance at the private server. There's no way I could let all of, but I didn't expect the news to spread. I only told my classmates, but a lot of people from school showed up. Gu Xiao looked at Shi Qingsong with new eyes. You're a damn genius. But then he wondered, are parents really this open-minded? They support their kids playing games and even spend money eating out. Of course not. But I remembered how you fooled my mom before saying games help with learning. So I modified it and told them it's the learning. Gu Xiao. Wait, why does this feel off? Didn't I just say that moderate gaming benefits children's intellectual development? When did a learning edition of Legend come into the picture? After asking around, especially hearing that Shi Qingsong claimed the game could teach math, English, and cultural knowledge. Brother Xiao, why do you look so gloomy? Brother Xiao, what are you looking for? Gu Xiao glanced around and finally picked up a broom. Glaring fiercely at Shi Qingsong. I told you to promote, not to engage in false advertising. Today I swear I'll kill you as a sacrifice. Assault was certainly out of the question. Yet Gu Xiao dared not to be accused of deceiving the parents. After all, his father's restaurant aimed to turn customers into regulars. If people found out that they came to support the business only to have their own children become addicted to games, Gu Jianjun would probably kill him. In the end, to make amends, Gu Xiao could only ask Gu Jianjun for funds, and had Shi Qingsong buy some small gifts specially prepared for middle school students. As for what gifts? Obviously it was excellent composition samples. At an age for studying hard, one should focus on learning, not playing. It was originally just a compromise, but the result was unexpected. Because of this move, the parents of middle school students who brought their children to eat could, after paying, leave with a book that aided their children's studies. They all praised on the spot. Tisk boss, your restaurant is great. This is the first time I've seen a place giving books to children. Not bad, not bad. Encouraging children to study hard is also our parents' wish. They should read more books in their free time. Right when I get back, I'll make this kid write an essay about eating at your restaurant today. That's a good idea. Boss, you're busy, well come again. When I go back later, I'll tell my brother to bring his kids to eat here too. Exactly. The food is delicious, the prices are reasonable, and your service is excellent. Our family will choose your restaurant for future meals out. Gu Jianjun was laughing so hard his mouth couldn't close. The parents of the students also laughed, but they completely failed to notice their children's eyes full of resentment and hatred. Fortunately, Shi Qingsong was at least his own little follower. It wouldn't be good if he got beaten to death back at school. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiao finally slipped a few bookmarks into these books. If they found a bookmark in the book, they could go to Shi Qingsong to claim a standalone version of Legend. Hearing this, the middle school students, as for the elementary school students, they had even fewer objections. In fact, although there were quite a few middle school students, this time the majority were elementary school students. The reason was simple. Because this morning when school was dismissed and everyone walked out of the school gate, they suddenly discovered. At the school gate there were all kinds of cool and stylish balloons hanging, and Gu Xiao had even put on a full balloon costume, standing right at the school entrance. The head-turning rate was simply that of a school heartthrob. Under these circumstances, Gu Xiao only needed to say, "Make sure who opens today," or as long as you are an elementary school student, you can get a balloon for eating there and drinks are free. This lethality was top-notch. In comparison, elementary school students were much more precious than middle school students. They would cry, throw tantrums, and even threaten to hang themselves. What else could the parents do? Gritting their teeth, they took their kids to the restaurant. In the end, this hastily executed marketing achieved great success. It wasn't until nearly 2 o'clock that the bustling restaurant began to quiet down. Gu Jianjun was radiant, his face beaming with joy. "Son, you are truly your father's lucky star. Amazing bringing so many students." "How's the situation?" Gu Xiao shrugged and asked. "We haven't settled the accounts yet, but we definitely made money today." Gu Jianjun, although sweating profusely from hard work, was extremely excited. "Just at noon, we had at least 2 table turnovers. 2 table turnovers. Even Gu Xiao was a bit surprised by this achievement. To see if a restaurant is losing money, you look at the occupancy rate. In other words, whether the restaurant can fill up. And whether it makes money depends on the table turnover rate. The so-called table turnover means that after a table finishes serving one group of customers, it moves on to the next. The higher the turnover, the better the business, and the more money earned. 2 turnovers wasn't exceptionally high, but given it was noon and mostly students, this result was still impressive. However, seeing comrade Gu Jianjun's mouth twisted with laughter, Gu Xiao couldn't help but throw a few jabs. Today is just noon, but it has already exposed many problems. The waiters are not yet skilled enough. Their enthusiasm is sufficient, but it's too chaotic, appearing very messy, and they lack tacit cooperation. The kitchen's dish delivery speed is good, but there is too much waste of ingredients. This waste must be controlled as much as possible, and there are also hygiene issues. This one, Dad, you must take seriously and make it clear to the chef. We are a restaurant now, not running a village canteen. It's not that he doesn't care about hygiene, but he must at least pay attention. Don't make the stove so dirty. And Dad, you also have considerable problems. Remember, you are now not a partner who invested money to do odd jobs. You are the sole boss of the restaurant. What you need to do is oversee the overall situation. You must always pay attention to the back kitchen and the front counter. I understand you want to help, but even if you help serve dishes as a waiter, don't stay in the kitchen as a helper all day. Guests need you to entertain them, problems need you to solve them. If you hide in the back, what if something goes wrong up front? A torrent of reprimands. Instantly, Gu Jianjun was scolded so much that he couldn't lift his head. Many people in the restaurant saw this and were puzzled. Who is the father and who is the son? Fortunately, Gu Xiao wasn't so harsh as to completely disregard his father's dignity. After pointing out some problems, Gu Xiao gave a thumbs up. Although there are quite a few problems, it's the first day after all. Everyone lacks experience, so some chaos is inevitable. But what is commendable is that today's noon performance was excellent. The waiters were full of enthusiasm, showing the diners our service. The chefs also cooked very well with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Everyone who ate said they liked it. Dad, you did well too, especially with that table that got the wrong dish. You directly gave them wine and a dish, resolving the conflict beautifully. That deserves a thumbs up. Next, there is still the afternoon. Everyone must continue to work hard. If the evening performance is good, everyone will get an opening red envelope. Keep it up. After giving a slap and then a sweet date, the restaurant staff immediately became excited. At noon, Gushio went to school just in time. After school in the afternoon, it was the weekend for 2 days. Returning to the restaurant, he saw that the originally backstreet road was now filled with various cars, motorcycles, and bicycles. Meisher Make's business continued to be booming. A large part of this was because after the morning student group returned to school, each holding small gifts, it strongly stimulated the entire. Moreover, it was not limited to just one school. After all, a bunch of elementary school students walking on the street with balloons was hard to ignore. That evening, the table turnover rate of Meisher Make reached 4 tables. Such a terrifying turnover rate made even Gushio, a reborn person, stunned. They worked until after 10 o'clock in the evening when the last table finally settled the bill and left. The restaurant staff finally escaped from the busy state. After cleaning up, Gu Jianjun took out a pile of red envelopes. One for each person, not only the restaurant employees, but also the 3 balloon twisting craftsmen Gushio had hired. Although the money in the red envelopes was not much, it still made the employees extremely excited. Without a doubt, they would be even more enthused. Only after all the restaurant staff had left did Gu Jianjun pull down the rolling shutter door. From tonight, the father and son would live in the backyard house. Gu Jianjun, beaming with joy, holding the account book and a thick stack of money, pretended to say, "Son, let me test you with a math problem. Today the average consumption per table is 50 yuan, and there are 20 tables. How much money would we have if all tables are full? 8,000 yuan. Do you even need to calculate?" Gushio curled his lips. You really are my son," Gu Jianjun said sheepishly. "Then we had 2 turnovers in the morning, which is equivalent to being full 3 times, and 4 turnovers in the evening, which is equivalent to 7,000. Gushio curled his lips. "Childish. You little rascal. You're pretty quick with numbers." Gu Jianjun felt like he was punching cotton. Even the previous excitement faded. Gushio found it amusing and shook his head. "Dad, calculate the restaurant costs, the various expenses and staff salaries. They're about 50%. Plus today drinks are free, which will further compress profits. Figure out how much that is." Well, Gu Jianjun fumbled with his fingers, unable to calculate clearly. After a moment, Comrade Gu Jianjun realized. "Hey, you little rascal, are you testing me, or am I testing you? You can't figure it out, can you?" Gushio asked contemptuously. "Of course not, such a simple problem." Gu Jianjun muttered, then waved the bills in his hand. "It's such a dampener to calculate costs and profits now. This is over 7,000 yuan, a full 7,000. I can't earn that much in a year, and here it is in one day. Even if we don't calculate precisely, today's profit is at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. Pure profit." Thinking this, Gu Jianjun cheered up again. Actually, Gushio was also excited. This income wouldn't be low even 20 years later, let alone at the beginning of the century. As a reborn person who had thoroughly read The Self-Cultivation of a Reborn Person, Gushio felt he could not be swept away by petty gains. Only a few thousand yuan, why get so excited? Dad, our Chinese teacher said that when doing business, you must broaden your vision. Speaking of which, what's wrong with your Chinese teacher? What does he teach you every day? Is that the point? All right. What is vision? Vision, just vision. Gushio said helplessly. You're satisfied with a few thousand a day. What if housing prices rise tenfold in the future? What can your few thousand do? What a... Gu Jianjun exclaimed. Housing prices rise tenfold. Impossible. I saw the news yesterday. Experts said housing prices will definitely plummet within 3 years. Gushio. Dad, take experts and professors' words as a joke when you have nothing to do. True. Gu Jianjun nodded. I also think it's a bit of a boast. When you were just born, I heard experts say the country would distribute free housing, but now it's getting more and more expensive. Gushio. Although that's true, do you have money to buy a house now? Is it necessary to discuss this topic? Why can you always successfully steer the conversation off track? Fortunately, although Gu Jianjun was good at steering off topic, he also knew the current focus. Actually, your dad also knows that during the promotion period, it's normal for our store to have good business. But once the promotion ends, it'll be different. Whether the business can last in the long run depends on how it holds up after the opening promotion ends. Gushio nodded, admiring silently. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. This was his father's good habit. In his past life, Gushio was influenced by his father and often had such a sense of crisis. At least he wouldn't be blinded by immediate achievements. However, don't worry, Dad. The opening promotion lasts 3 days, and there are 2 more days to go. If we perform well these 3 days, we won't have to worry about business later. Gushio smiled confidently. He was very clear about the situation in the store tonight. He dared to say this for one reason. Service. In an era when the catering service industry was still a barren sea, the service at Meisher Mike was absolutely top-notch. Not over service, but definitely attentive. As long as they maintained this, 3 days of opening would be enough to accumulate a good reputation for Meisher Mike. A restaurant with a good reputation, why worry about no business? This was a shot in the arm. The next 2 days were the weekend, and Meisher Mike's business reached its peak. On Saturday and Sunday it was packed. Moreover, the turnover rate was even higher than the first day. When everything was tidied up on Sunday evening, and the employees had left, Gu Jianjun reported the good news with the ledger. In 3 days of opening, the restaurant's revenue reached 27,000. The highest day broke 11,000. Even after deducting all costs, the net profit was around 8,000. 8,000 net income. In the past, that was what he couldn't earn in a year, but now he made it in just 3 days. It was definitely a huge sum. However, after the joy, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but start worrying. It was still the discussion from the end of the opening promotion meant business would gradually return to normal, possibly even cool down. Whether the restaurant could last long term, the next phase was the key. Among them, the thing Gu Jianjun worried most about was the drinks. Should they continue to give them free? During the promotion, free drinks attracted many customers, especially young ones who were very interested in free drinks. But after this promotion ends, it probably won't be as attractive to diners. He sighed and voiced his worries. Giving out free drinks was Gu Xiu's idea at the opening. It was exceptionally effective. But at the same time, it significantly reduced profit. Free drinks, they really couldn't afford to give them. With good business now and high turnover, costs could be spread, so it was fine. But in the future, when business wasn't so good, staff wages and other costs would take up a larger share. You see, the drinks Meisher Mike gave away were all sourced from local distributors. The profit margin was very low. Giving them free just burned real money. With lower turnover later, giving them free would be a loss, so they certainly couldn't continue giving them free. But the problem was, I read a book, and there's a very useful principle. If you give someone 1 yuan every day, they get used to it. And if you suddenly stop, they'll treat you as an enemy. This principle also applies to business. If we keep giving, we can ensure business for a while. But if we stop, one day diners will be, it's not worth it. This was a big problem. Since giving free drinks loses money, and not giving them isn't attractive enough, why not change the approach? Gu Xiu was prepared and winked. Gu Jianjun asked curiously, change the approach. Drinks are so expensive, and we can't get factory direct prices. So why not make our own drinks? Don't be silly. You're just a kid talking as if it's easy. Gu Jianjun was both amused and exasperated. You don't expect me to set up a beverage factory just for a restaurant, do you? Idiot. Gu Xiu cursed in his heart, then had to explain more clearly. Dad, last time at Shijian's house, her mother made corn juice for us. It tasted great, and it's safer and healthier. Corn juice. Gu Jianjun was stunned, then caught on. You mean we replaced the free drinks with that? Before Gu Xiu could answer, Gu Jianjun was suddenly delighted. You're right. And not just corn juice, tomato juice, orange juice, all. Not only does it lower costs, but we can also tell people we promote health. Many people talk about health nowadays, so doing this will definitely, as expected from my old man, quick-witted. Gu Xiu nodded with satisfaction, but winked again. Dad, I think what you just said makes sense. We can't keep giving them away for free. Let's change the way we give them. Change the way. Gu Jianjun perked up. Tell me how. We'll price all these juices and vegetable juices and sell them. Instead of the restaurant giving them away, we'll have the waitresses give them as gifts. How about that? Have the waitresses give them. Gu Jianjun narrowed his eyes. You mean let the customers feel indebted and also thank our waitresses? Great idea. And we can set a limit for each waitress. At most 3 bottles per table, which makes them seem more precious. The more he thought, the more excited he got. Gu Jianjun patted Gu Xiu's shoulder full of praise, quick-witted, just like your old man. You're worthy of being my son with the makings of a richest man. Gu Xiu rolled his eyes internally, but on his face he showed anticipation. Dad, they say a good idea is worth a fortune. How about buying a computer? Hey, I forgot if you didn't mention it. Gu Jianjun chuckled mysteriously, went into the room, and came back holding a box. Son, look what this is. Gu Xiu was puzzled. He opened the box and saw a keyboard. Dad, did you buy a computer? You're so awesome. Gu Xiu got excited, almost shedding tears of joy, and nearly threw himself at Gu Jianjun to give him 2 kisses. But the next second he frowned. Wait, Dad, this keyboard isn't standard. Oh, what's this? A cartridge slot. Gu Xiu's excitement froze on his face, especially when he saw the words Ziba Wang on the keyboard. He felt like he was about to spit blood. Then Gu Jianjun gave a smug smile. Son, how is it? Computers aren't as good as this. Expensive and hard to use. Dad specially bought you a game console. You can play games directly on this. It's much simpler than a computer. Gu Xiu. Next day, Monday. The opening activities of Meisher Mike had completely ended. Employees arrived early at the store to start preparing today's ingredients. Gu Jianjun was very anxious, glancing at the door from time to time, filled with worry. Fortunately, Gu Xiu was right. The service attitude during the first 3 days of opening had played a crucial role. As soon as lunchtime arrived, diners flocked in one after another. This is the place. The food is good, and the boss is quite. You must be Meisher Mike. We've been hearing about you these past 2 days, and came specifically to try your food. Boss, you'll have to give us a discount. Is there still a table inside? The sweet and sour pork ribs yesterday were delicious. Give me another serving. Aren't drinks free anymore? Give me the corn juice, it's good. I was just saying the doctor advised me to eat less sugar, so bring one here. The entire lunchtime, though naturally not as busy as the previous 3 days, was definitely not bad. There was no table turnover. But during peak hours it was full. Seeing this, Gu Jianjun's worries finally completely eased, and his smile never ceased. The evening was even better than noon. There was even a table turnover, and the average customer spending had increased. After all drink, that evening. Revenue statistics. The day's revenue reached 4,000 yuan. Although it was a significant drop compared to the previous 3 days, Comrade Gu Jianjun was very satisfied. After all, it was Monday, and it was normal for weekdays to be less busy than weekends. Today some diners questioned the discontinuation of free drinks, but after receiving a pot of freshly squeezed corn juice those doubts vanished. In fact, positive reviews were in the majority. As expected, although most children were unhappy, the parents all nodded in praise of it. Over the next week the business of Measure Mike stabilized completely. Weekend sales were the highest, exceeding 7,000. On the worst, weekday sales could still be maintained at just over 2,000, and most of the time they were around 3,000 to 4,000. This meant that as long as the restaurant didn't encounter any mishaps, it could basically sustain this level in the future. Moreover, as the reputation of Measure Mike grew, business would only get better. In just 1 week, many repeat customers had returned to eat, and most of them came for Measure Mike's reasonable prices and honest flavors, and most importantly, the service. During this time, Gu Jianjun, as the boss, did not become complacent or rest on his laurels because of the booming business. On the contrary, this week provided him with a lot of experience and allowed him to more intuitively identify problems and correct them. During this week, Gu Jianjun also introduced several new in-store features. First, he noticed that quite a few people came with infants and babies. To accommodate them, he specifically cleared out an empty room in the backyard of the restaurant and converted it into a nursing room. Convenient for young parents to change diapers, prepare formula, and so on. He even ordered several high chairs specifically for the babies. He found that some people like to come for meals on their birthdays, so he introduced a birthday reservation model. As long as it was on the birthday itself, those who made a reservation to dine at Measure Mike would receive a 10% discount, a complimentary seasonal dish, and a bowl of longevity noodles. Just these two small measures. They hardly required any effort, yet they further boosted Measure Mike's reputation. Fortunately, there was no such thing as Dazhong Jianping at the time, otherwise Gu Jianjun's Measure Mike would have likely jumped to the top of the entrepreneurial success. Comrade Gu Jianjun was overjoyed. Especially when he took the money and paid off all the debts incurred when opening the store, he was radiant with happiness, unable to contain his joy. Even when he fell asleep at midnight, he would occasionally wake up laughing. In the meantime, the Zhang and Wang families came once, but seeing the booming business of Measure Mike, they could only act like fully fermented pickled vegetables, sour and resentful. They cursed a couple of times and left in disgrace. Gu Jianjun paid no attention to this. Once he saw through their characters, these two could no longer stir much emotion in his heart. Their only function seemed to remind him to be discerning when getting along with others. And while Gu Jianjun was basking in his success, after a long wait, Gu Xiu finally received the contract acknowledgement along with a 1,000 yuan advance payment. This meant that the 6-year-old first grader had finally earned his first pot of gold in life. It was supposed to be a happy occasion. But Gu Xiu was a bit upset. After all, he had waited so long to finally get 1,000 yuan compared to his father. Somehow, he felt a sense of shame, as if he was only fit to be a rich second generation. As a reincarnator, he had let his peers down, being inferior even to a native like his father. Fortunately, when it comes to songwriting, once you get started, subsequent developments become smoother. The 2 songs Gu Xiu had provided made Guang Liang very grateful. Every time they chatted, he would report the album's progress to Gu Xiu. At the same time, it brought Gu Xiu a new opportunity. You say someone wants to commission a song for me. Your album hasn't even been released yet, and someone is already asking me to write a song. Gu Xiu was somewhat surprised. The album hasn't been released, but when the company people went to negotiate distribution, they brought us in. At that time, they happened to meet someone from Cosmic Music. After listening, he was very interested in the songs you wrote for me, and was asking around. So I'm asking, are you interested in writing songs for Cosmic Music? Looking at the message from Billionaire Run in the dialogue box, Gu Xiu was excited. Finally, the ugly daughter-in-law has become a mother-in-law. The opportunity for a peasant to become a master had arrived. However, he didn't agree immediately, and asked about Cosmic Music. He had never even heard of this name. Fortunately, Guang Liang was an insider and knew quite a bit about this. He explained to Gu Xiu, Cosmic Records is a recently renamed company. Its predecessor was Shanghua Music, which was once the main force behind mainstream traditional love songs and film television songs in Taiwan. From veteran singers Li Yiju and Gao Xingmei to 90s stars Qi Qin-xiong, Tianping, Su Meijing, Su Rin, all were with Shanghua. But in 1999, the boss of Shanghua sold it to Jinbao Li and renamed it Cosmic Records. Although they haven't made any moves yet, their main target is the mainland market, which will be larger. After reading this explanation, Gu Xiu felt a bit awkward. He still didn't know. The only thing he knew was that Cosmic Entertainment seemed to be planning to launch a group targeting the mainland market. They were in urgent need of suitable songs. However, knowing or not knowing them didn't matter much. After all, they wanted to commission a song. Gu Xiu had no reason to refuse, even if this company would eventually be obscure in the future. But it was still an opportunity, wasn't it? There was no reason to push away money that came his way. Want to commission a song? Of course, no problem. Even if it was an unknown nobody, Gu Xiu, who possessed a library of hit songs from the next 20 years, could also push them to the pinnacle of fame. With Gu Xiu's approval, Guang Liang promptly forwarded Gu Xiu's QQ number to the Universal Records team. It was evident. What Guang Liang said was true. The other party genuinely admired Gu Xiu's songs. Before long, a new QQ friend request arrived. It was from a woman named Zhang Angjie, who introduced herself as the talent manager of Universal Entertainment. After a brief self-introduction, her opening words left Gu Xiu in silence. Hello, Uncle Gu. I really appreciate the 2 songs you wrote for Guang Liang. Could you please give me your phone number? It might be more convenient for communication. Phone number. That was absolutely out of the question. He didn't have money to buy a phone. The restaurant did have a landline, but if he gave that out, not to mention the risk of exposing his identity, how could a primary school student like him communicate? Was he a bit envious of Conan? Fortunately, the leverage was in Gu Xiao's hands this time. I prefer to communicate through text. This remark left the other side silent for a moment before they awkwardly replied. Indeed, talented people always have unique. This was just a minor incident. The real topic came next. You want to commission a song, and I'm personally supportive of that. But first I need to know who the song is for. It's a newly formed group from our company. They've undergone over half a year of professional training with excellent vocal lines and solid professional skills. You can rest assured, Uncle Gu. Can't you say? Gu Xiao frowned. I'm sorry, but this group is currently a secret weapon our company plans to unveil, so. The implication was clear, it was still under wraps. What the hell? A singer group could be a secret weapon. Gu Xiao felt speechless, but he could understand that was indeed the case, and because the Chinese music scene was becoming increasingly formidable with ever stronger money-making capabilities, all entertainment companies had entered an unprecedented era of internal competition. In short, whenever someone became popular, others would immediately try to copy them. To put it bluntly, the entertainment industry of this era was somewhat akin to a factory assembly line. If you have a wildly popular singer tomorrow, it'll launch a singer with the same persona, maybe even more handsome than yours. If you release a heartbreak song, it'll churn out a pain-filled song tomorrow. Actually, the music scene was still relatively tame. The film industry was even more absurd. As soon as a blockbuster movie appeared, a flood of copycats and followers would emerge. Similar to the last century's Wang Feihong. After the first film from the Kung Fu Emperor became a hit, at least 30 movies with the name Wang Feihong were released. This was the norm in the entertainment industry, and it was much the same in later generations. Naturally, under such circumstances, everyone's confidentiality work was usually very thorough. Seeing that this manager wouldn't even disclose the group's information, it seemed as she said that this was Universal Records' secret weapon, maybe even intended as a trump card. This only made Gu Xiao more curious. Then at least let me know whether this group is male or female, and how many people are in it. The other side paused for a moment before finally answering, 3 girls. Their voices are excellent, possessing high, medium, and low vocal ranges. Triple frequency, beautiful voices. Singer groups weren't rare. In those years, many singers liked to debut as groups, just like Guang Liang before. But Gu Xiao instantly thought of one group. After all, a group of 3 girls encompassing high, medium, and low vocal ranges. Any reincarnator would instantly think of a name in their mind. What is the name of this group? Does that have anything to do with song creation? Of course it does. I need to know the group's meaning to tailor a song. Uncle Gu truly is an outstanding songwriter. The tentative name for this group is S.H.E, each letter representing one person, symbolizing gentleness, confidence, and courage. Hiss. It really was them. Gu Xiao couldn't help but marvel at his damn luck. First encountering a Guang Liang who could make an MV legendary, and now running into the future #1 girl group in Chinese music. And they hadn't even officially debuted yet. I've had the pleasure of hearing the songs you helped Guang Liang create, First Love and The Light Chaser. Both are excellent songs. So I also hope to commission a song from you, Uncle Gu. Ideally similar in style to The Light Chaser, but I'd prefer it not to be a love song, because the company's positioning for them is not love songs for now, but cute girly vibes. While Gu Xiao was still in a daze, Zhang Yingjia had already sent another request. This was actually tricky since love songs were currently dominant, yet she wanted to go against the trend and not write love songs while highlighting the girl's cute and playful nature. It was somewhat difficult. However, that was for ordinary songwriters. Gu Xiao was no ordinary songwriter. He was a professional copy, an art transporter to be precise. When do you need it? Gu Xiao asked. Since they haven't officially debuted yet, and the album plan has just been drafted with songs not yet collected, there's no rush. Completing it within 2 months is fine. Of course, if you can finish it sooner, that would be best, but we hope to ensure quality. Seeing this, Gu Xiao smiled. Not a single song for the album yet. That was perfect. All money. Without a second thought, Gu Xiao replied directly. No problem, I'll have it for you tomorrow. You can finish it by tomorrow. Are your exclamation marks serious? What's wrong with getting it done tomorrow? I just wanted to remind you that don't worry about that. If it's not suitable, you can just not sign it. Then I look forward to your masterpiece. The conversation quickly ended, and the other party seemed unconvinced that he could complete a song so quickly. Gu Xiao didn't care. He wasn't creating from scratch, so what was there to fear? The only question on his mind now was S.H.E. album songs. How many should he give them? Every song was money, and he needed money now, so he should give as many as possible. But doing so also carried risks. What if someone had already created a certain song, and it clashed with his? Though it wouldn't be a major problem, he should still try to avoid that. Next, Gu Xiao began searching on the internet. After confirming, he started his song creation. Meanwhile, at Universal Records, just as Zhang Yingjia shut down her computer, 3 charming girls gathered around. Sister Zhang, have you made contact? Do we have new songs? Is it the person you mentioned before who wrote 2 great songs? Looking at the 3 artists who had performed excellently in the show and been selected to form a group, Zhang Yingjia momentarily didn't know how to answer. She valued the person called Uncle Gu because the 2 songs he wrote for Guang Liang were both excellent and pleasing to the ear. That was why she was so eager to commission a song from him. But after actually chatting once, Zhang Yingjia couldn't help but feel doubtful. How to describe him? Eccentric temper and a bit too arrogant, daring to say he could prepare a new song in just one day. It wasn't impossible, but she always felt he was being too perfunctory. What masterpiece could come out in a day? Don't worry, I've already contacted that excellent songwriter, and he will soon deliver songs created for you. You are the company's focus for future development, and all resources will fully support you. The three little girls immediately became excited and stopped pestering Zhang Yingjie. But Zhang Yingjie was already anxious. This anxiety persisted until the next day when she saw the email Gu Xiu had sent her. It completely exploded. So in one day you wrote this many songs. You wrote all these songs in just one day. As she asked this, Zhang Yingjie's brow furrowed deeply. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Gu Xiu's reply left Zhang Yingjie momentarily speechless. A problem? Of course, having worked in this industry, Zhang Yingjie had heard of genius composers who could finish a song in a few hours. Even Zhou Jieluan, now famous across the land, was said to be able to compose a song in the time it took to use the restroom. But composing a song quickly was different from composing 6 songs in a single day. And now Gu Xiu had sent her 6 new songs via email. Mr. Gu, I believe I made it clear yesterday that we need quality work, songs of the highest standard. Moreover, we need songs that suit our artists, not just any old drafts you've pulled out to fill the numbers. In Zhang Yingjie's view, Gu Xiu was either passing off shoddy work or using his backlog. This displeased her. It wasn't that he couldn't use old drafts, but she had made it clear she needed suitable songs. One song in a day already raised doubt, let alone the fact that Gu Xiu had submitted 6 songs this time. But faced with Zhang Yingjie's anger, Gu Xiu remained calm, offering no explanation or apology, and instead questioned, so do you even understand music? Are you even professional? Zhang Yingjie was exasperated. This man was so arrogant. Wasn't she the client? The one paying the bills? I don't really know much about music, she admitted. But even I know that composing 6 songs in one day is too sloppy. Is that so? Gu Xiu's tone remained unchanged. If you think it's sloppy, why not have a professional play them and see? Fine. After the exchange, Zhang Yingjie angrily closed QQ and quickly summoned a veteran employee from the music department. She was the girl group's manager and also the head of the artist department. She truly didn't understand music. At least she couldn't tell from the scores what the songs would sound like. But she didn't understand that didn't mean no one in the company did. Teacher Gao, could you please take a look at these 6 songs and give me your professional opinion? That was the task she gave to this employee. She prided herself on being a woman of refinement. Even though she believed Gu Xiu's 6 songs were no good, she still wanted to hear a professional opinion so she could make Gu Xiu understand that she was very discerning, that she was not a dumping ground for rejected drafts. Of course, no problem, Manager Zhang. Please wait a moment. Teacher Gao nodded, took the printed sheets Zhang Yingjie handed him, showing a hint of dissatisfaction, though he didn't refuse. Zhang Yingjie noticed this, but said nothing. Teacher Gao was a veteran songwriter at Yuzhou Music. Though he had never produced any outstanding works, his eye and professional. This time the company planned to heavily promote the new girl group. Teacher Gao had written a few songs, but unfortunately all were rejected, either considered too old-fashioned or too rustic, which had left him resentful. Zhang Yingjie knew this, and precisely because she knew Teacher Gao was upset, she deliberately called him in to let someone who was dissatisfied, and indeed it worked. Just after glancing at the first song, Teacher Gao grew angry. This is supposed to be music. If this is music, it's an insult to the word. This is nothing but a trashy shallow pop song. No depth, no substance, a simple melody and utterly banal lyrics. It's pure garbage. Manager Zhang, you're planning to have our girl group perform this. Is it really that bad? Zhang Yingjie frowned. She had wanted to find flaws in Gu Xiu's songs, but was Teacher Gao overreacting? Direct criticism was understandable, but calling it garbage, dismissing it as worthless. Manager Zhang, I admit I'm still bitter about the company rejecting my songs, but I wouldn't go out of my way to belittle someone else's work. I have professional integrity. This song couldn't be worse. I can't even use the word song to describe it. Seeing Teacher Gao's serious expression, Zhang Yingjie hesitated, then nodded and handed him the second printed song. What about this one? This one is slightly better than the first, but still garbage. Zhang Yingjie was taken aback, but the lyrics seem interesting. Interesting lyrics still can't change how terrible it is from a professional standpoint. The melody is too simple, lacking any real technique. I'm sure if we released this in an album, professional music critics would laugh us to scorn. Such harsh comments left Zhang Yingjie speechless. She then handed him the remaining 4 songs. Fortunately, to her relief, Teacher Gao finally stopped calling them garbage outright. This one, well, it's not outstanding, but it could pass as filler. Slightly better than average, but nothing special. This one is about the same. In a word, mediocre. This one doesn't work, it feels too flighty. I wouldn't recommend our singers perform. Oh. Finally, upon seeing the last song, Teacher Gao nodded slightly. This one is good. The melody and lyrics fit well together. I think it could serve as a decent lead single. Oh. Zhang Yingjie was surprised. To be honest, after the first 2 songs, she had suspected Teacher Gao was deliberately belittling Gu Xiu out of resentment. After all, you could criticize, but not with such anger and contempt. The next 2 songs were more moderate, but the last one genuinely surprised Zhang Yingjie. There really was a good song. Leaning into look, Zhang Yingjie saw the title, Lovers Not Yet. This song was actually one Zhang Yingjie had favored. Though she couldn't read the music, both the title and the lyrics were well written. She glanced at the other 2 that passed, Refrigerator and Are You Okay? This left her puzzled, and she couldn't help but look at the 3 rejected songs. Are these 3 really that bad? The first one had a unique title, Meow Like a Cat. Not just bad, it's utterly undeserving of the name music. Teacher Gao frowned. I've made it very clear before. Such songs can only be described as garbage. Zhang Yingjie was left speechless, sensing something off. She had originally thought that the 6 songs Gu Xiu had produced were perfunctory and certainly not good enough. Being scolded and criticized, Zhang Yingjie could understand that. But being accused of insulting music was a bit strange. Among these 6 songs, Teacher Gao had actually selected 3 of them, a 50 approval rate. Moreover, one of them Teacher Gao even thought could be used as the lead single. This was enough to prove that Gu Xiu's songwriting talent was undeniable. That was the most peculiar part. You could say that his creative level was poor and that none of the 6 songs were any good. That would be understandable. Even if one song was occasionally decent, that could be acceptable. But you wrote 6 songs. 2 of them were passable, one could even be a lead single. Yet the other 3 weren't even worthy of being called music. This was a bit off. Thank you, Teacher Gao. In the end, Zhang Yingjie didn't press further. After bidding farewell to Teacher Gao, she went to find another musician instead. The result was the same. 3 songs were good, especially the lead single titled Lovers Not Yet, which received endless praise. But the other 3 songs underwent a dramatic face change like a Sichuan opera mask. They harshly criticized them as pop songs. After reaching this conclusion, Zhang Yingjie returned to her computer, thought for a moment, and then told Gu Xiu the result. Uncle Gu, only 3 passed. Zhang Yingjie. Yes, Lovers Not Yet, Refrigerator, and Are You Okay passed. The other 3 did. Uncle Gu, just as I thought. Zhang Yingjie, what? Uncle Gu, actually the other 3 songs are also good. They'll have higher popularity and be beneficial for the artist's development. Zhang Yingjie, the last one is also decent, but the company considered it and ultimately gave up on that song. Uncle Gu, these 3 songs will definitely become hits. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Zhang Yingjie found it strange. Gu Xiu seemed not at all surprised that the other 3 songs were rejected. That meant he understood the situation of the other 3 songs. So why did he still insist that she sign those 3? Was he unwilling? Or did he have some other insight? She looked at the sheet music. The other 3 songs were titled Meow Like a Cat, Calories, and Shaolin Hero. Zhang Yingjie didn't understand music composition, so she truly couldn't tell how these 3 songs were. After thinking, she made a decision. Alright, I'll sign these 3 songs too. Although both musicians had said that the latter 3 songs were not outstanding, especially the first 2, which were criticized by the 2 musicians as unworthy of being called music. But since Gu Xiu wanted her to sign them, she would sign them. She would just consider it as doing him a favor. She had now fully understood just how capable Gu Xiu really was. He had produced 6 songs in just one day, and 3 of them were quite good. This was enough to prove how formidable Gu Xiu's talent was. Next, the company would go all out to promote the girl group. In fact, the previous plan was that as long as the debut was successful, they would push the girl group to the pinnacle at a pace of 1 new album every 6 months. What did that mean? It meant that the girl group would only need more songs in the future, and even better ones. Under these circumstances, it was essential to maintain a good relationship with a talented and gifted music creator. Even if it meant wasting some money to buy 3 garbage songs, it was worth it. After all, compared to buying 3 songs that might just sit, and Zhang Yingjie cared more about maintaining a good relationship with Gu Xiu, an excellent songwriter. They confirmed the intention to sign the contract. The next step was the negotiation. But during the negotiation, something unexpected occurred. Gu Xiu, who favored a royalty-sharing model, surprisingly intended to buy out 3 songs outright this time, while opting for a royalty split on the other 3. This wasn't strange in itself. After all, she had inquired and found out that the 2 songs Gu Xiu had given to Guang Liang were both on a royalty-sharing basis, which showed that Gu Xiu was a very confident person. Wanting a royalty split indicated that he wanted to earn more. To be honest, Zhang Yingjie understood and could accept Gu Xiu wanting a share. But the truly surprising part was this: Gu Xiu's plan for which songs to split and which to buy out was different from what she had expected. You mean buy out the first 3 songs and split the last 3? Zhang Yingjie was stunned. You intend to buy out Lovers Not Yet, which we plan to use as the lead single, but split Calories, Meow Like a Cat, and Shaolin Hero instead? Are you sure you haven't mixed them up? Through the professional musician's assessments, she was already clear that the quality of Gu Xiu's latter 3 songs was terrible. They might even be unsellable. But what was the result? Gu Xiu intended to take those 3 songs for a royalty split. On the contrary, the 3 songs she valued, Gu Xiu wanted to buy out at a fixed price. But Gu Xiu gave his answer. Even if I sell you the latter 3 songs outright, you won't give me a very high price, right? Zhang Yingjie nodded subconsciously. Indeed, it was originally just to do Gu Xiu a favor. So even if she planned to buy the latter 3 songs, she wouldn't offer a very high price. At most 1,000 yuan per song, maybe even just a few hundred. That's the point. Since you can't offer a high price, why not just go with a royalty split? But I have one condition. Tell me, these 3 songs must be included in the album. You can't just acquire them and then hide them away. Zhang Yingjie was speechless. To be honest, she had indeed intended to do that, at most picking one of them to put in the album. But this condition wasn't unacceptable. After all, an album typically has about 10 new songs, usually divided into an aside and upside. The aside mostly contains the best quality songs, and the lead single is also on this side. The side, on the other hand, mostly consists of filler songs, because having more songs makes listeners feel they're getting their money's worth, though the quality is generally not very high. Putting these 3 songs on the side was not impossible. Even if they were terrible, no one would make a big fuss. But soon, Zhang Yingjie remembered something and reminded him, even with a royalty split, these 3 songs will have a very low share in the album. The royalties you can get will not be high. She was afraid Guxiu didn't understand. Although it was a royalty split, the share of a record wasn't simply 1/10 per song. After all, the weight of a lead single and a filler song differed in proportion. Naturally, the royalty split couldn't be calculated, fortunately. Guxiu had no objection to that. Instead, he gave Zhang Yingjie an offer she couldn't refuse. Or we can do it another way. He'll license these 3 songs to your girl group for free to record and release. I don't need any album royalties. Free. Zhang Yingjie's eyes lit up. Guxiu replied directly, you can understand it that way. However, all copyrights of these songs remain in my hands, including all rights for internet telecommunications, etc. Moreover, I can freely use these 3 songs performed by your group for commercial purposes in the future. Commercial use. Zhang Yingjie thought for a moment. If you want our girl group to participate in events and commercial performances, we need appearance fees. But if you're just using the songs directly, that's fine. Of course, I will only use the recordings or MVs of your group's performances of these songs. I want use this to have your group take on. Hearing Guxiu directly address her concerns, Zhang Yingjie didn't hesitate. Agreed. There was nothing to refuse. It was equivalent to giving her singers 3 songs for free. What was there to hesitate about? For her, it was a free benefit. Why not take it? But at this moment, Zhang Yingjie couldn't see. On the other end of the internet connection, a first-grade elementary school student had already revealed a brilliant smile. The MMS service is coming soon. How much money can these 3 internet viral songs make me in this era? With both parties thoroughly delighted, the signing of the contract naturally became much simpler. Guxiu authorized the girl group to perform his last 3 songs. As for the first 3 songs, Guxiu directly sold them outright to Universe Records, ultimately bundling all 3 together for a price of 32,000 yuan after tax. Among them, the lead single, Lovers Not Yet, alone was valued at 18,000 yuan. By selling the 3 songs outright, Guxiu could earn 32,000 after tax. It might seem modest, but in truth this was the market price. In fact, in this era this price was already considered generous. After all, to reiterate, songwriting is not solely about quality, it also hinges on one's status and reputation. Frankly speaking, Guxiu was still an unknown nobody in the music scene. Selling 3 songs at this price already surpassed the norm for his peers. It was precisely for this reason that Guxiu did not unveil those explosive hit songs. If he had, the price would certainly spike, but there was a ceiling. It was better to wait, let his reputation slowly ferment, and then release those blockbuster tracks. Only then could he truly reap a substantial profit. Even so, Guxiu understood that selling outright was a loss. The Three Sisters girl group had advanced with unstoppable momentum, smooth beyond belief. Their very first album alone had sold over 7,000 copies. If he had chosen a royalty split, the final settlement would have netted him 10 times that amount. But Guxiu could not afford to wait. Handing the songs to Universe Records now meant waiting for them to officially record press the albums, sell them, and finally settle payments. That process would take at least 3 to 5 months, half a year, or even longer. Should he, like with the 2 songs from Guangliang, accept a meager advance of 1,000 or 2 and wait that long? To be honest, Guxiu could not afford to wait. He urgently needed a sum of money sufficient as seed capital, his true first. Moreover, he had also included 3 other internet viral songs in the deal. When the 3 young ladies debuted as a group, these catchy tunes would inevitably spread far and wide. By then, if handled properly, he could leverage the album's popularity to generate income no less than what he would have earned from a royalty. In fact, it could even surpass the album's earnings. Put simply, as a reborn individual, he could let others think he had lost, but in reality, he would never be the one at a loss. The signing process was the same as before. Although the contract was for an outright sale, the procedure was largely similar, and Guxiu was already familiar with it. He finalized the contract that very day and sent it out. Notably, Zhang Yingjie, or rather Universe Records, had indeed shown sufficient sincerity. They did not even wait for the signed contract to arrive at the company. They directly transferred the payment to Guxiu. 32,000 yuan arrived in his account that same day. At the bank, gazing at the balance in his card, a surge of ambition swelled within Guxiu. I'm young, and my income has already reached 32,000. I even eat beef buns for breakfast and wash them down with 2 bottles of Waha. Can you imagine that? The bun shop owner, shooting a contemptuous glance at the owner, Guxiu carried his meat buns and Waha and leisurely strolled to the gate of No. 1 middle school. After a moment's thought, Guxiu ducked into a rice noodle shop and ordered an extra topping bowl of rice noodles. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Shi Qingsong showed up. Guxiu could clearly sense a strong wave of envy in Shi Qingsong's eyes. Noticing the boy swallowing repeatedly, Guxiu generously ordered a bowl for him as well. Shi Qingsong immediately exclaimed, "Brother Gu, you're so generous," and wolfed down the noodles. After finishing, Guxiu asked, "Did you bring the things I asked for?" "I brought everything." Shi Qingsong quickly unzipped his backpack. "Student ID card, all of them." "But Brother Gu, it's the weekend. Why aren't we gaming? What are we doing at school?" "Renting a house." Gu Xiu paid for the noodles, savoring the owner's stunned expression at seeing a 100 yuan bill. Renting a Shi Song looked puzzled, taking a bite of a meat bun. Brother Gu, why are you renting a house? I plan not to live at home during middle, but aren't you only in first grade? There are still 6 years until middle school, right? Is skipping grades not allowed? But I heard you can only skip 2 grades, then you have to study at least another year before you can skip to 6th grade. Then what's wrong with renting a house 3 years in advance? But, Shi Song scratched his head. No, one middle school is so hard to get into. Brother Gu, are you sure you can pass the entrance exam? Gu Xiu glanced at Shi Song and suddenly realized that although the kid had some cleverness, he lacked the greater wisdom that Gu. Shaking his head, he chose not to explain further and led Shi Song toward the old workers' dormitory nearby. This area used to be the assigned housing of a pharmaceutical company, and after the company relocated, many residents moved to new homes. Many apartments were vacant. Gu Xiu had Shi Song inquire at the guardhouse, and soon they found a unit available for rent. It was a two-bedroom, one living room apartment on the 2nd floor, east-facing, furnished with some old furniture. The price was a bit steep, 260 yuan per month. Fortunately, Gu Xiu was not short on cash. He didn't bother haggling with the landlord, and simply had Shi Song present his ID and student card to sign a 1-year lease. After paying, seeing the shock and envy in Shi Song's eyes, Gu Xiu patted his shoulder. So young man, money really is one. Only when you have money can you do as you please without haggling over a few $100. Keep it up. Shi Song was overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face, utterly stunned. Thankfully, Gu Xiu didn't keep tormenting him. After a quick cleanup of the place, he took Shi Song out again. First they went to the telecom office to arrange for a technician to install broadband later. Then Gu Xiu headed straight for the computer mall with Shi Song. Brother Gu, you're not planning to buy a computer, are you? I thought I was being low-key, but you still figured it out. Really? Shi Song's eyes widened. Brother Gu, you're going to buy a computer yourself? Do you know how to pick one? Should we ask Uncle Gu? What kind of young man runs to his parents to buy a computer? Gu Xiu scoffed. Shi Song felt a bit hurt, mumbled a few words, then pressed on. So you're really buying a computer? Brother Gu, you're not renting a house just to play games, are you? That's awesome. Setting up a whole place just for gaming. How cool is that? Hearing this, Gu Xiu shook his head. Where was the vision? Renting a house and buying a computer just for gaming. What a narrow-minded. Patting Shi Song's shoulder, Gu Xiu said earnestly. Young man, in the future you'll often tell people about today, because today you witnessed the rise of a legend. A legend? Shi Song's eyes lit up with excitement. So, Brother Gu, you're going to play your own account? Gu Xiu. This child has already gone mad. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu said no more and began strolling through the computer mall with Shi Song. In his past life, buying a computer and having it assembled at a computer mall would have labeled someone a fool. But in this era you had no choice but to be a fool, as this was the only purchasing channel. The sole advantage was that the tricks weren't as numerous as they would be in later years. However, because many prices were opaque and varied from store to store, and with the 2 young boys in the mall, many people instinctively treated them as easy marks. This directly led to Gu Xiu spending most of the day just inquiring and bargaining. It wasn't until past 2 in the afternoon that he finally had 2 computers ready. The total cost was 11,000. From a later era's perspective, these 2 computers could be called ancient battleships. But for this time, they were considered mainstream configurations. Walking out of the computer mall, Shi Song asked foolishly, Brother Xiu, didn't you say before that if you have money you don't need to haggle over a few $100? Young man, you still have a long way to go. Gu Xiu patted him on the shoulder. You didn't understand what I said before. Shi Song, Gu Xiu said earnestly, having money doesn't mean I can squander it arbitrarily, it means I have more choice. I can choose to buy things without bargaining with my eyes closed, but I can also choose to haggle fiercely. What can you do without money? Shi Song seemed to half understand, but Gu Xiu had already concluded. Besides, no matter how rich you are, you can't waste. Thrift is a traditional virtue. Isn't a few $100 still money? Shi Song, Brother Xiu is truly Brother Xiu. His words are profoundly shocking. Seeing the increasingly worshipful look in Shi Song's eyes, Gu Xiu nodded in satisfaction. His composure almost broke. He had already become a qualified little lackey. Carrying the computers back to his rented house, just as he reached the door, he saw the broadband installation technician from the telecom company already there. It seemed he had been waiting for a while, his face full of displeasure. But seeing that the clients were 2 students, one older and one younger, he didn't say anything more. Next came the normal process of pulling the network cable. However, when he saw that these 2 kids had actually set up 2 computers, the broadband installer was somewhat shocked. He repeatedly asked if they knew how to use a computer and how to dial up the internet. He also inquired where their parents were. Such questions had been asked many times today, and Gu Xiu had brushed them off casually. Watching Shi Song, who was full of curiosity and stared at the installer setting up the splitter cables, Gu Xiu began to ponder. This little lackey Shi Song was good, but at 13 or 14, he was still a bit lacking. Moreover, for what he was about to do next, it would be better to find an adult to help. But where could he find such a person? After the network cable was installed, and the telecom worker was sent off, Shi Song excitedly rushed to the computer, took out his treasured portable hard drive, and started copying games directly. This was the single-player version of Legend that Gu Xiu had given him. Since many classmates wanted to play, Shi Song had simply gotten a portable hard drive and backed up a game package inside. Whoever wanted to play had to flatter Shi Song enough, and then he would copy the game into their computer, and they could start playing right away. This made Gushio somewhat emotional. In later generations, portable hard drives were used as homes for young ladies, but in this era people mostly used them to store games. Brother Shio, let's play the game. With 2 computers we can play together. Shi Song said, already entering the single-player version of Legend on the new computer. He hadn't brought his save files, but that was a minor issue for Shi Song, who playing through again was just as fun. Meanwhile, Gushio busied himself on his own computer. Shi Song glanced back occasionally and saw that Gushio's screen was full of code he couldn't understand. He exclaimed, awesome, and continued playing his own game. There was no helping it, the game was too fun. Gushio's code, which looked incredibly complex, held no interest for him. Besides, this single-player version was really enjoyable. Although it was a single-player version with only himself, this single-player game had been modified by Gushio. The experience gain rate was increased, as was the drop rate for rare items and equipment. At the same time, some single-player quests were added. The adjustments weren't many, but they significantly improved the player's gaming experience. At least for Shi Song. In this single-player version, he could easily obtain greater pleasure than in the official servers. Die. Got equipment, huh? Brother Shio, the personal server you made is so awesome. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Shi Song successfully killed a boss, and seeing the loot scattered on the ground, became completely ecstatic. But just then a figure that shouldn't have appeared suddenly materialized on the screen, and then, hey, damn, who is this person? Don't pick up my stuff, don't pick up my stuff. That's mine. Damn, the equipment I painstakingly farmed was picked up by an NPC. This suddenly appearing character, taking advantage of Shi Song's joy and complacency, snatched all the boss drops he hadn't had time to pick up. Shi Song instantly became furious and without hesitation started attacking the other. But unexpectedly the man calmly turned around and fought back, and easily killed him. Damn, what kind of NPC is this? So unfair, stealing my stuff and killing me. I've never encountered such an NPC before, and this NPC seems to be a warrior too much stronger than me. Cursing, Shi Song quickly resurrected and prepared to fight back. Young and hot-headed, he wouldn't back down, especially in a game. But the result? Damn, this NPC is too strong, I can't beat him, and I got killed again. Why the hell is there such an annoying NPC in this game? Can't I just switch maps? Here he comes again. Even a clay figure has a temper, damn it. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Is it really necessary to block me at the city gate? 10 minutes later, Shi Song was utterly devastated. He was killed to the point of collapse. This suddenly appearing NPC seemed to target him exclusively, as if addicted to killing him. When he switched maps, the NPC followed. Later, it even waited outside the main city. As soon as he stepped out, it killed him. Helpless Shi Song could only turn to Gushio. Brother Shio, don't you have a GM tool? Can you lend it to me? What for? I ran into a sentient NPC that killed me many times. You want revenge? Shi Song nodded repeatedly, but Gushio shook his head. Of course not. Do you want to level up and gear up to kill me? Brother Shio, what do you mean kill you? Shi Song waved his hand dismissively, but then suddenly realized. His eyes wide, Brother Shio, the person who killed me wasn't an NPC. It was you. And what he faced was Gushio's gaze, like looking at a mentally challenged child. So that meant the NPC from before wasn't an NPC at all, but Gushio. Thinking carefully, the warrior he had mistaken for an NPC was indeed a player. It even had a name. But he had never thought in that direction, so he hadn't realized the other was a player. But, wait, isn't this a personal server? Can you play multiplayer on it? Shi Song finally hit the core issue. Gushio smiled. Since it's a personal server, why can't I turn it into a friend server? A friend server. Shi Song got excited. Brother Shio, do you mean I can play this game with my classmates and friends? Wanna play? Gushio asked. Shi Song nodded eagerly. If you want to play with friends and classmates, why not just play on the official server? Why play this one? How can it be the same? Shi Song shook his head. The official server is so boring. Leveling up is slow and equipment and item drops are low. This one is really fun. If I could play with friends, it would be even better. Hearing this answer, Gushio smiled. Legend. For players of this era who were experiencing online games for the first time, it was a landmark of a generation. For the youth of this era, it represented a fresh, curious, fashionable, and thrilling new worldview. This series of accolades attracted a massive player base to Legend. It even propelled the domestic game Agent Chun Tianxiao to the pinnacle of wealth. At the same time, countless internet companies discovered that online games could be incredibly profitable. It could be said that in the future era of online gaming, Legend occupied an extremely important position. Gushio had been a game producer in his past life. He might not know much about other things, but he had a very clear understanding of the history of domestic game development. He knew very well, to put it bluntly, that in this era acquiring Legend meant making money effortlessly. However, it was evident that Legend was already Boss Chen's personal fortune, with a huge player base and terrifying earning power. Outsiders could only envy and covet it, but they could never break into it. In fact, with Gushio's past life experience and skills, he could have created a game that would surpass Legend, snatching the crown and throne. But for an elementary school student with only a little over 20,000 yuan, that was a pipe dream. Fortunately, capital has its own ways, and the poor have their own. Gushio's approach was, what is this website? Shi Song looked at the densely packed flashing names on Gu Xiao's computer screen with great curiosity. Shengshi Legend. Tamwan Legend. Fengwang Legend. Why are they all legend? Are these also games? This is a legend private server release site. Gu Xiao replied, seeing Shi Song still puzzled. It's like the standalone legend version you played. They are all private servers. But these have servers maintained so you can play with others. That's awesome. Shi Song's eyes lit up. Just like the one Xiao Gu gave me before. And I can play with good friends. Exciting. Wanna play? Can I play, eh? Sure, but most of the content here requires spending money to have fun. Gu Xiao casually replied while browsing through one private server after another. Private servers at this time had not yet formed a large-scale industrial chain like in later years. Most private server creators they added some modes they liked into the game, and many were even inferior to the standalone legend version Gu Xiao had made. They were complete replicas of the official version. From Gu Xiao's perspective, they were plain, ordinary, and even lacked significant appeal. Yet surprisingly, the number of players and the popularity were unexpectedly high, showing how many potential players there were. This boosted Gu Xiao's confidence. His target was private servers. Don't underestimate it. As a former game producer, Gu Xiao had seen several people who made a fortune from legend private servers during this era. Because online games had just become popular in China and relevant laws were still incomplete, private servers emerged under these circumstances, beginning a period of nearly a decade of wild growth. As far as he knew, even a small legend private server in this era could earn at least tens of thousands of yuan a month. Larger studios with well-known private servers could even surpass 7 figures in monthly revenue. It could be said that these people were the ones who were secretly making a fortune. If he didn't know about it, it would be fine, but since he knew and understood, Gu Xiao naturally wanted a piece of the pie. However, there was a small problem. He was still an elementary school student. Even Shi Song, his little follower, was only a middle school student. In short, he didn't have time to do this himself. So he needed a partner. Soon, among the many private servers listed on the release site, Gu Xiao found one called Shengshi Legend. It was an established private server studio. In terms of quality and monetization guidance, it was the best among the varied private servers. They even had their own official website. They had strength and capability. More importantly, Gu Xiao knew the founder of this private server from his past life. But that was more than 10 years later. That person was an investor in his game project, very wealthy. Although he was somewhat harsh and often spoke unpleasantly as an investor, always finding faults and boasting about his past achievement, his ability was indeed outstanding. And he had indeed made a fortune from Shengshi Legend enough to live comfortably for life. This was a good partner. Soon on the website, Gu Xiao found the founder's QQ number. Fortunately, since Shengshi Legend seemed to have been set up not long ago, the founder's contact information was still available. Without hesitation, Gu Xiao sent a friend request. But there was no response for now. He wasn't in a hurry and started tinkering with the optimization of his standalone legend version. Before long, Shi Song cursed and closed the game. What a crappy private server, no fun at all. It's not as good as the personal server you made, Xiao Gu. This private server only makes you spend money on equipment with zero enjoyment. Hearing this, Gu Xiao smiled. From a commercial perspective, the official legend was groundbreaking for its time. But from a game design perspective, Legend was not a high-quality game, it was merely average. The game's popularity surprised many. Later, the quality declined and updates grew worse and worse, failing to consider the player's perspective. Eventually, it became less interesting than some private servers. That was why after that generation, Legend suddenly fell out of favor. Back then, people had no choice but to play Legend. But with more options in the future, players would choose games that suited them and were excellent. As for the private servers based on the official Legend, it was even more so. Even when private servers eventually surpassed the official version, it was due to years of development and the official version's lack of innovation. What about Gu Xiao's personal server? He had been optimizing the game and adding content during his free time. Strictly speaking, it was no longer a simple official replica. He had even optimized the character models and UI design, not to mention adding many personal quest lines, new boss mechanics, new maps, new items, and new equipment. These things didn't take much effort for Gu Xiao, they were just a refresher of his past life skills. But for the player's gaming experience, they were. Finally, after waiting for several hours, the friend request was accepted with a notification sound. Opening the chat window, the other side sent a question mark. They had added him. Hello, I am a game producer and would like to cooperate with your server. Gu Xiao stated his purpose at the first opportunity. Cooperate. The person on the other end seemed momentarily stunned. What kind of cooperation? I can provide better game concepts and also update and optimize the game in exchange for a share of your server's profits. Are you joking? Of course not. Gu Xiao understood that the other party probably thought he was insane. He immediately began typing on the keyboard, confident he could persuade them as he had come with sincerity. But before he finished typing, Gu Xiao stopped. Who do you think you are? Do you know how much money my Shengshi Legend has made? Why would I need suggestions from some nobody who popped out of nowhere? And you want to share? Young man, when you have nothing to do, sleep, less otherwise you'll just be daydreaming all day. Ridiculous. After sending that, Gu Xiao realized that the other party had deleted him as a friend. So, this was a bit awkward. What was this? A perfectly good plan just bankrupt like that. Brother Xiao, who is this guy daring to scold you? Let me scold him back. Shi Song, who was beside him, spoke up. He had been sneakily peeking at Gu Xiao's chat and was shocked to see such a torrent of insults. Scolding his brother Xiao was like scolding him. This was unbearable. He immediately wanted to grab the keyboard and fire back, but no need. Among so many private server studios he could always find a suitable one. But it turned out he was overthinking. We don't need any form of cooperation. Why don't you first tell me what your suggestion is, and then I'll consider whether to agree to cooperate. Cooperation? What cooperation? Who are you? Do you think you're the producer of Shengshi Legend, or the official game designer of Legend? He was met with either outright rejections, or a barrage of ridicule, and some even tried to get the information for free. Gu Xiu was left. The situation was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. Thinking it over, overnight riches had made many people a bit arrogant. For many of today's private server studios, as long as they were making money, that was enough. Since they were already picking up money with bags, why bother listening to anyone else? Shaking his head, Gu Xiu said helplessly, everyone is picking up money and I'm offering you excavators, but you don't want them, afraid that talking to me will waste your time. Brother Xiu, if that's the case, why not just do it yourself? Shi Qingsong said beside him. Your personal server is way more fun than those so-called private servers. Since that's the case, why not just start your own? We can't do anything illegal or against the rules. Gu Xiu shook his head. Private servers were a good thing, but also a dangerous. Although the laws were not yet perfect at the time, and in his memory the crackdown on private servers wouldn't happen for many years, this matter. Gu Xiu still didn't want to do it himself. After all, as a flower of the motherland, how could he do such a thing? It would stain the record of him, the successor of the nation. Is this illegal? After Gu Xiu's explanation, Shi Qingsong scratched his head. But Brother Xiu, yours is clearly more fun than the official version. How can it be illegal? After playing your version, I realized that the legend I used to play was garbage. Gu Xiu was speechless. There was no way to explain this. But Shi Qingsong suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, there was a college student who wanted your contact info, saying he wanted to talk. A college student? Talk games with me? Gu Xiu was puzzled. Yeah, my classmate's older brother. I heard he's even a master's student. Not sure what he wants. I gave him the personal server game you made. He said his brother played it when he came home, and immediately wanted to meet you. But, Shi Qingsong scratched his head awkwardly. I told them you were a burly guy over 1.9 meters tall, so. Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. A burly guy over 1.9 meters tall? Nonsense. I'm only 19 centimeters. Note meant as a joke, referring to height in a playful way. Shi Qingsong continued. That guy mentioned private servers back then, but I didn't think much of it. Now that I recall, I think he wanted to set something. A college student wants to talk private servers with me. Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Who is he? I don't know his name, but his surname is Luo. I heard he's studying law. Studying law? Gu Xiu was taken aback. Yeah, my classmate always brags about his brother's legal knowledge, and the girls in our class are all impressed. But his brother really is studying law at a university in the capital. Good heavens, knowing the law and breaking it. However, do you have his contact info? Gu Xiu asked. No, but if you want it, Brother Xiu, I can get it for you right now. His little brother is still online on QQ. Not long after, a QQ number was placed before Gu Xiu. It belonged to a person with the online nickname Luo Sanpao. Gu Xiu just sent a friend request. The other party immediately accepted, clearly knowing Gu Xiu's identity, and sent a message right away. Great Master, hello. I've played your single-player version of Legend, and it's absolutely amazing. Thank you. Gu Xiu replied politely. You know, I love playing Legend in my spare time, but ever since I played your version I realized that what I played before was garbage. Actually, I also like learning to write code in my free time, but I can't even come close to making a game like yours. And some of your settings are especially awesome. I love the Bloodbath quest the most. It's so satisfying to play. The person on the other end was a chatterbox full of admiration, calling him Great Master and Big Shot, left and right. He had no idea that if he knew the person on the other side was a 6-year-old elementary school student, he would probably want to retract every word he said. But unfortunately, QQ didn't have a recall function back then. After chatting for a while, Gu Xiu finally asked, is that the only reason you're Luo Sanpao? Actually, there's something else. Uncle Gu, such as Luo Sanpao, Great Master, are you interested in running a private server? Just as he expected, Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes, not answering directly, but instead asked back, you're studying law? Yeah. The other party clearly understood Gu Xiu's implication and continued, but that doesn't matter, does it? Besides, the laws regarding game private servers are not yet well established. Strictly speaking, there are ways to circumvent them. Great Master, since you make such good games, don't you want to earn some pocket money on the side? As expected of a law student, he spoke with such smooth rhetoric. It would take Shi Qingsong years to learn such persuasion skills. And this bold idea, well, is expected of someone studying this field. How do you plan to do it? Gu Xiu asked. Cooperation. Luo Sanpao replied. You provide the technology and game updates, and he'll take care of the rest. Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes. How much do you want? 70-30 split. You handle the tech, he'll do the grunt work. He'll take 30% just to earn some pocket money. Luo Sanpao clearly had a plan in mind. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow again. This guy came prepared. He was no ordinary person. It seemed that Gu Xiu had not responded for a long time, and Luo Sanpao could no longer hold back. He sent another message. Trust me, I'm only asking for 30, which is actually very reasonable since I need to help you navigate legal issues. I guarantee you won't be implicated at all. Although the laws regarding private servers are not yet fully developed, you must understand that doesn't mean they won't be in the future. Besides that, whenever you need help with anything, I'll do my best to assist you. What's more, I myself know computers well, and am very familiar with how Legend private servers operate. I can fully help you launch the private server and start generating revenue. This is definitely a mutually beneficial cooperation. I believe you don't want to just make games out of passion without reaping any profit. Luo Sanpao sent a long string of ellipses. Guxiu, however, just shook his head. This Luo Sanpao indeed had some. Merely by playing his game, he immediately thought of developing it into a private server. And as a law master's student, he wanted a slice, but just based on that, asking for a 30 share was simply too much of a demand. After all he had offered was to help avoid legal issues, teach him how to develop a private server, and then do some odd jobs within his ability. If it were a complete novice, they might have been fooled. But unfortunately, although Guxiu was only a 6-year-old first grader, he was no novice. Sure enough, half an hour later, having received no response from Guxiu, Luo Sanpao sent a series of messages. Their content was basically persuading Guxiu to develop the game into a private server version to make a profit. Obviously, in Luo Sanpao's view, Guxiu seemed to be just a game enthusiast who had made that single-player version of Legend. But seeing that Guxiu kept ignoring him, Luo Sanpao grew a bit impatient and finally offered to lower his share, saying he once again emphasized that a private server could generate substantial profits. Finally, feeling the time was right, Guxiu replied, "I'll handle the private server. As for the legal avoidance you mentioned, I can do that too." As soon as this message was sent, Luo Sanpao, who had been responding briskly, suddenly fell silent. After a long silence, Luo Sanpao messaged, "It's not that simple. After all, a private server is a private server. The legal risks are high. I wouldn't be surprised if you said you could release the game. But you must know that once you're pursued, there's no escape. Trust me, I have a way to keep you completely clean and make a fortune quietly. If you insist on doing it yourself, I can't guarantee something won't go wrong. Although the law is not yet perfect, if you get caught, you'll be looking at least 3 to 5 years in prison." Oh, now he's trying to scare me. Guxiu chuckled and replied with just one sentence, "Rent a server port overseas, then set up through server encoding. That can easily avoid these issues." These words might leave an ordinary person completely baffled, but obviously Luo Sanpao understood Guxiu's meaning. After a long silence, he said, "So you're in the know. I made a fool of myself. Brother, although we can't cooperate, I still hope you can launch the game soon. Your game is really interesting." "So you're not going to cooperate?" asked Guxiu. Luo Sanpao replied helplessly, "Brother, don't mess with me. If you can mention overseas servers, you definitely know how to avoid the legal issues. I want show off in front of an expert." The so-called overseas server mainly refers to using external network servers to set up a private server, transmitting data and managing server operations through internet ports. It has many benefits. It ensures the server's network service while also hiding one's identity. This was almost common knowledge, and later, there were even specialized private server production teams that sold private servers using this model to cash out. Guxiu had always known about this, but in this world, knowing how to do something doesn't mean you can actually do it. At least a first grader like Guxiu couldn't possibly do it. But now, Uncle Gu, although I don't really need your ideas, your words did remind me of something. I'm looking for a partner. Luo Sanpao, what kind of partner do you need? Uncle Gu, he'll provide the technology, subsequent updates, and game design. You'll handle game operation, maintenance, and management. Luo Sanpao, you want me to be a GM? Uncle Gu, are you unwilling? Luo Sanpao, I'm still a student, I don't have that much time. Guxiu curled his lips. So you know you're a student? Is it normal for a law school student to discuss setting up a private server? Besides, as if you're the only one who's a student. They'll give you 10. Only 10. Luo Sanpao was even more displeased. Although I haven't graduated yet, I could earn a decent amount. Uncle Gu, how much can you earn? Can you make 100,000 a month? Luo Sanpao, are you kidding me? Uncle Gu, you don't believe me. Luo Sanpao, I know private servers are profitable, but 10 yielding 100,000 a month. You're treating me like a fool. How is that possible? Uncle Gu, then let's change the cooperation model. Luo Sanpao, what model? Uncle Gu, the model remains the same, but the profit share becomes a salary. They'll pay you 300 yuan a month. Luo Sanpao, seriously? Uncle Gu, just tell me, will you do it or not? Luo Sanpao, who had always been very talkative, fell unusually silent. Obviously, Guxiu's proposal had tempted him. Guxiu didn't push him, but instead went back to his own work. The other party would definitely agree. He was certain of that. In this era, even in the capital, monthly salaries were not high. 300 yuan was considered high income. Not to mention 300, which was simply astronomical. Moreover, since Luo Sanpao had dared to propose that Guxiu run a private server, it showed that he already had some understanding of the field. Making a big profit in a field he was already familiar with, no one would refuse. As for whether he paid too much, Guxiu didn't think so at all. He could definitely earn much more himself. Besides, 300 yuan was a one-time expense that would ensure the other party worked obediently, even being online as a GM anytime. It was an absolute bargain. Proved by the fact that after just over 10 minutes of silence, the other side sent a message. I accept your cooperation. Agreed, no matter how much you earn, you must give me 300. Looking at this reply, Guxiu smiled. He was a smart man. Unfortunately, not smart enough. He had bargained for 300, but he probably wouldn't realize what he would lose for the sake of these 300 yuan. In the following days, Guxiu became a flurry of activity. He attended classes during the day. At night, he went to his rented house to perfect the private server. The previous single-player version was functional, but releasing it directly was out of the question. After all, the private server was intended for profit, and the earlier version lacked the necessary features for monetization. Meanwhile, Luo Sampow was equally occupied. As Gushio's chief assistant, he was responsible for preparing everything before the private server launched, including managing incoming funds, renting servers, and other pre-launch arrangements. In those days, launching a private server was usually far less complicated. However, both of them were cautious individuals. They preferred to invest extra time and money to avoid leaving any potential pitfalls. Finally, the second week's Friday arrived. As soon as school was dismissed, Gushio rushed out of the campus. But what awaited him was unexpected. Gu Jianjun, who had been relentlessly busy lately, was surprisingly standing at the school gate during the restaurant's peak hours. Dad, isn't the restaurant busy? Of course it is, but no matter how busy I have to care about you little brat, don't I? Gu Jianjun fumed. You've been coming home late every day recently, not returning until the dead of night. If you keep this up, are you planning to become a street punk? Hey, when I used to come home early, Dad, you told me to go walk some female classmates home. Now that I'm late, you're finding fault again. Ahem. Gu Jianjun's face reddened with embarrassment as he glared at his son. Tell me honestly, what have you been up to lately, sneaking around all day like a thief? What could I be doing? Didn't I tell you I've been doing homework at a classmate's house? Then why are you always with Shi Qingsong? My classmate's older brother happens to be classmates with Shi Qingsong, so we arranged to study together. Really? If it's not true, could it be that I, a first-grade elementary student, am out whoring, gambling, or drinking? Slap. Gu Jianjun smacked Gushio on the forehead. You little rascal, your mouth has no filter, saying all sorts of nonsense. Come on, we're going home tonight. Someone's watching the restaurant. Let us father and son have a rest. Well, are you coming or not? Do I have to drag you by the ear? Gushio was indignant. Bullying the small was hardly fair. But soon Gu Jianjun said, today is your birthday. You forgot it yourself, but your old man didn't. Gushio nodded immediately without another word. It was his birthday. That meant he was now a full 6 years old, 7 by the traditional. Back home, a table full of dishes was already laid out, covered with food covers. It was a lavish spread, all his favorites. See, Gushio's eyes grew misty. It was the same in his past life. No matter how busy or tired Gu Jianjun was, he always made time to prepare a good meal for Gushio's birthday. This continued until the day Gu Jianjun was bedridden in the hospital. In his past life, Gushio once asked why his father insisted on celebrating his birthday, even when their circumstances were so dire. Gu Jianjun gave only one answer. You're my only family, you little brat. No matter how hard or tiring it is, isn't it all for you? Just as Gushio was about to break down emotionally, Gu Jianjun kicked him on the backside. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the bowls and chopsticks. Do I have to wait on you? Gushio was speechless. He mused to himself that his future as a stoic, straightforward man was clearly inherited from his father. Bowls and chopsticks in hand, the father and son began to eat noisily. Dad, your cooking has improved. Gushio gave a thumbs up. Gu Jianjun boasted. Nonsense, your old man here occasionally works as a head chef now. Last time a group of businessmen came to the restaurant for a meal. I cooked a few dishes and they all praised them as better than the fancy restaurants in the provincial capital. It's really delicious, but Dad, I shouldn't eat your cooking too often. Why, oi? If I get used to your food, what will I do when I go to middle school and have to eat the cafeteria's meals? I won't be able to stomach them. Bullshit. If you start being picky, you'll starve you. Though he was scolding his son, the smile on Gu Jianjun's face grew even brighter. For a father, having his child still admire and praise him was a truly gratifying thing. The meal was a joyful affair between father and son. After dinner, Gu Jianjun brought out a cake. However, since it was his first time dealing with such a thing, he was somewhat at a loss holding the knife and unsure how to cut it. Gushio found it both amusing and heartbreaking. In his past life, his first taste of cake was in 3rd grade when a classmate when his own birthday came around, he cried and clamored for a birthday cake. At that time, Gu Jianjun was going through his toughest period, but he said nothing. He gritted his teeth and bought a modest cake. Alas, back then he only knew how to demand, and even complain the cake was too small. He failed to understand that his father always gave him the best he could afford. Dad, in this life, you'll definitely enjoy happiness. Just study hard and cause me less trouble. Gu Jianjun rolled his eyes. That would be my happiness. Gushio fell silent. He looked up at the photo on the wall framed behind glass. Dad, can you tell me about Mom? Gu Jianjun's movements froze, and he also looked at the picture. It was an old photograph. In it, a younger Gu Jianjun, wearing a leather jacket and jeans, sat astride a motorcycle. Beside him stood a girl with a gentle face, delicate features, and flowing long hair. This was the only photograph of Gushio's parents. It was also their only wedding photo reportedly taken at a street photo studio. The motorcycle and leather jacket belonged to someone else. When Gu Jianjun looked at this photo, the stalwart man's eyes softened for once. Your mother. She was a wonderful person. Gushio knew little about his mother. She had disappeared when he was just 1 year old, vanishing without a trace. In his past life, he once fantasized that his mother would return to find him. But in reality, she never did. Back then, when Gushio turned 1, the young couple planned to celebrate his first birthday. Gus' mother went out to buy groceries, but never returned. Afterward, Gu Jianjun searched for her for 2 years. Yet he found nothing. Seeking help from the police was also futile. It wasn't until 2 years later that a human trafficking ring was busted in a neighboring county. One of the traffickers confessed that they had kidnapped a very beautiful woman there. However, the drugged woman was immediately transferred away. As for where she ended up, the captured trafficker couldn't say for sure. Over the years though, Gu Jianjun was reluctant to admit it, many people knew. This woman who had met, known, and loved him was likely dead. Even if she wasn't, she might never return. After the birthday celebration, Gu Jianjun didn't stay home overnight. He went straight to the restaurant as he needed to tally the day's earnings. Half an hour after Gu Jianjun left, Gu Xiu, who had been lying in bed pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He put on his clothes, quietly slipped out of the house, and headed straight for his secret base. Today was his birthday, but it was also an important day, because his Legend private server was officially launching tonight. Boss, you're finally here. If you didn't come back soon, I was about to send my brother to bang on your door. Do you have any idea what day it is today? As soon as he logged onto QQ, Gu Xiu was met with Luo Sanpao's complaints. Sorry, it's my birthday today, so I got delayed. Your birthday? Happy birthday, boss. By the way, how old are you? 6. Are you going to tell me you just started elementary school? You already knew that. Looks like you figured out my identity. I don't know a thing. I'm not falling for that. Gu Xiu rubbed his nose. These days there's no trust between people. He tells the truth, and no one believes him. How's the contact with the private server release sites and the server going? Seeing Gu Xiu get down to business, Luo Sanpao answered directly. The server is ready, we can start operations anytime. As for the private server release sites, I've contacted 3 of them. They've given us top homepage recommendations and downloads are already open. Hearing this, Gu Xiu nodded. Luo Sanpao might be prone to outbursts and a bit talkative, but he was reliable when it came to getting things. He opened a few private server release sites. Sure enough, at the most prominent top of the homepage, the same message appeared. Guiyun Legend officially launching at midnight. Click to download. With a single click, a download window would pop up immediately. Gu Xiu tried to download and log in. It was exactly the game login interface he had designed, different from the countless flashy ones on the market, though the server selection option was temporarily grayed out. It would only be accessible for registration and login once the server officially opened. However, Gu Xiu glanced at the advertisement on the private server release site and asked, how many downloads so far? You'll be shocked. Our downloads have already reached 800. Although the game hadn't officially launched, yet since pre-download was available, these numbers were visible. 800 downloads wasn't explosive, but it was decent. After all, it was a new server, and it hadn't even officially opened yet. Downloads have been open for 2 hours, and we're at 800. Once the game officially goes live, the numbers will definitely keep growing. It's still a gap compared to branded private servers, but the data is already quite good. With the quality of our server, once it's live, word of mouth among players will bring us even more buzz. When that happens, it's bound to explode. Luo Sanpao was visibly excited, reporting the good news to Gu Xiu. But compared to Luo Sanpao's exhilaration, Gu Xiu frowned slightly. He wasn't satisfied with these numbers. Contact the private server release sites and change our promotional slogan, Gu Xiu said. What's wrong? Is there a problem with our slogan? Luo Sanpao asked, puzzled. Besides, the slogan's already set. Changing it now is unnecessary and will cost extra. The downloads are too low. Gu Xiu replied. This is still low. Yes. Luo Sanpao was speechless. He wanted to say that this download count was, after all, theirs wasn't a branded private server. Compared to others, while it wasn't outstanding, it could hardly be called poor. Besides, the private server release sites were all vampires. Changing the slogan would cost extra money. It wasn't worth it. What private servers need is to maximize profit quickly, not to play the long game. If we're going to do it, we need to make the server explode as fast as possible. Gu Xiu understood exactly what Luo Sanpao was thinking. With the quality of Guiyun Legend, it would inevitably carve out a path in this chaotic private server battlefield. But the problem was that it took time. Maybe months, maybe even half a year before Guiyun Legend could firmly sit on the throne and even build a brand. By then, just using the name, Guiyun, would be enough to attract a flood of players. This was the path most private server studios, but Gu Xiu didn't want to do that. His goal was clear: to make a quick buck and get out. Did he really expect this to become a long-term career? That would be nonsense. Although Boss Chen didn't start cracking down on private servers until a few years later, who could guarantee that in this life, he would wait that long? Besides, as a reincarnator, Gu Xiu knew exactly where the wind and opportunities were. In the near future, a massive opportunity. When that time came, as long as he seized it, Gu Xiu could unlock a terrifying surge in assets. At such a moment, he should naturally cash out as quickly as possible. So this download count was truly insufficient for Gu Xiu. Alright, you're the boss, you call the shots. What should we change the slogan to? Guiyun Legend equipment can be recycled. This is a super legend that makes money. What the hell? Luo Sanpao was dumbfounded. Staring at the slogan Gu Xiu sent, his face was full of confusion. What does equipment can be recycled mean? And what does makes money mean? Literal meaning. Literal meaning? You can make money by playing games? Yes, I added a new map in the game that drops Guiyun equipment, which can be recycled in-game. What? Luo Sanpao was completely bewildered. After a long pause, he managed to ask, can the equipment be recycled into game currency? RMB. Are you insane? Gu Xiu replied seriously, no, I added an NPC called the Equipment Recycling Officer. Players holding Guiyun equipment can choose to recycle it. They need to fill in their bank card information, and then you'll be responsible for sending. Luo Sanpao was silent for a long time. Are we talking about giving away a few bucks or cents? Of course not. Gu Xiu quickly shattered his illusion. The special map opens twice a day. Regular monsters have a chance to drop Guiyun equipment, while the boss is guaranteed to drop Guiyun immortal grade equipment. Regular Guiyun equipment is recycled at 200 renminbi. Immortal grade Guiyun equipment is recycled at 800 renminbi. This time Luo Sanpao fell silent. He felt that his worldview and values had completely shattered. He even felt that the person had always called a god might be a madman. No, this wasn't just a possibility. He was a complete and utter lunatic. Other people spend money playing private servers. Playing his private server could actually earn money. If that wasn't madness, then he had more money than he knew what to do with. Grandmaster, are you sure you want to do this? Luo Sanpao had 1,000 words, but in the end they all condensed into this one question. After all, he was not a shareholder who held equity, but an employee with a fixed salary. In a true sense, Guxiu was his boss. The boss decision. What could an employee say? Hurry up and get it done. They'll transfer another 10,000 yuan to you as activity funds. Use this money as the startup capital for equipment recycling. Looking at this reply, Luo Sanpao sighed helplessly. What could he do? Just comply. Although private server advertising sites were vampires full of pitfalls, and everything cost money, their efficiency was still commendable. As long as you threw money at it, changes could be made. Soon, with money paving the way, the once mediocre Guiyun Xuanxi quickly became the most dazzling star among the private server advertising sites. It attracted the most attention. Download numbers soared. But Luo Sanpao felt a bit aggrieved. Because every time he asked the private server advertising site to change the promotional slogan, he was met with suspicion. Even across the screen, Luo Sanpao knew exactly what they were thinking. This guy? Is there something wrong with his head? As a proud master's degree holder in law, he felt his intelligence was being doubted for the first time. Yet he couldn't explain and had to grit his teeth and bear it. Finally, all 3 private server advertising sites were settled. Luo Sanpao reported to Guxiu, but Guxiu gave him just 3 private server advertising sites. Not enough. They needed to ramp up the promotion. Luo Sanpao had no choice but to start spending money on advertising again until all the funds Guxiu had given him for server setup and promotion were completely drained. Only then did it end. When everything was done, Luo Sanpao was numb, especially when he saw the terrifying surge in game downloads. Luo Sanpao grew even more uneasy. Boss, the downloads have exceeded 5,000. One server zone definitely won't be enough. Didn't I tell you to set up 10 server zones? 10 server zones are ready, but boss, have you considered that every new server zone means the cost of your equipment recycling will be higher? I know. Was this light-hearted reply serious? Then should we open fewer server zones? Luo Sanpao suggested. No. With the bandwidth limitations of these servers, although each zone can hold up to 3,000 players, the server will be under load with 2,000, so we should try to keep it at around 1,500 players. All this. Luo Sanpao was dumbfounded. He was worried that too many server zones would increase the boss expenses, yet the boss didn't seem afraid at all. What was this? The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Boss, let me ask you, are you a millionaire? No. Then are you a rich second generation? For now, I guess not yet. Not yet. Luo Sanpao scratched his head, puzzled, but couldn't help asking then. May I ask, boss, how much money do you plan to burn on this Guiyun Chuan? Indeed. Wasn't this exactly burning money? Luo Sanpao had already begun to suspect that Guxiu was a super rich. Maybe he just liked legend games and didn't want his game to go unnoticed, so he was willing to lose money for the sake of publicity. As for Guxiu saying he wasn't rich, it was probably just modesty. After all, he had heard that some people worth tens of millions were very modest. They only considered those with hundreds of millions as truly wealthy. This boss might be that kind of person. But just as this thought emerged, it was completely crushed by Guxiu's reply. Including the 10,000 I just transferred to you, I've given you a total of 19,000. That's my entire net worth. Oh, the big shot is Indy. What did you say? Before he could even finish the flattery, Luo Sanpao was stunned on the spot. Oh, his entire net worth. With just that little money, he was going to burn it all. Don't worry, I won't short your salary. If you do well, I'll even give you a bonus. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Seeing this message from Guxiu, Luo Sanpao felt a tightness in his chest. Good heavens, even at a time like this, he was still trying to paint a rosy picture. You've thrown your entire net worth into the private server, and you still remember to talk about paying me a salary, even daring to mention a bonus. Luo Sanpao fell silent, completely silent, and even started thinking to himself. Let's see how things go tonight. If it didn't work out, he'd better stop being a fool and working for free. He'd just consider this period a waste of effort. Seeing Luo Sanpao quieten down, though still working on the server, Guxiu simply smiled. Burning money. Indeed. This was still the era before the flourishing of online games. Burning money on games wasn't common, yet especially in the private server circle where it was unheard of. But for Guxiu, what was this? Why burn money? To expand profits, of course. Hadn't the annual CCTV bidding kings often competed with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, all to snatch the title of bidding king and secure primetime advertising? They invested a lot, but the profits they reaped were even compared to them. His own spending was just a drop in the bucket. Luo Sanpao fell silent, and Guxiu didn't idle either. He began the final game testing, including registration, login top-up, and in-game experience. Fortunately, the game itself wasn't complicated. After a brief test, Guxiu stopped. Besides, it was a private server game. If any problems arose, they could be fixed on the fly. What kind of experience did one expect from a private server? Setting aside the testing, Gushio started entering various legend forums. Tieba hadn't appeared yet. In the early days of the internet, most players gathered and discussed on various forums similar to the music forum Gushio had visited before. Legend also had its own forums, including official server forums and private server forums. Among the private server forums, the most famous at the time was the 7GG player forum. He clicked in. It was filled with numerous discussion threads. Topics mostly revolved around private servers. Some even shared tutorials on how to build and set up their own private servers. After praising the great early internet shares, Gushio got busy, becoming a water army, posting threads, relying solely on private server advertising sites. Although the target audience was precise, the spread of recognition was not very high. He needed to add fuel to the fire to make Guiyun Chuanqi burn even brighter. Soon, a series of posts appeared on various forums. Thank you, Guiyun Chuanqi, for helping me achieve financial freedom. This is what a real game is like. Guiyun Chuanqi changed my attitude toward Legend. A degenerate gambler's self-redemption. Guiyun Chuanqi gave me a new life. Let me tell you how a laid-off worker became a daily earner of over 2,000 yuan in Guiyun Chuanqi and won back my wife. Before long, a series of tempting soft advertisement titles surfaced on various forums, and the name Guiyun Chuanqi finally began to spread in this internet hub. It started to proliferate. The titles of these posts, even in later eras, would possess immense allure, let alone in this early stage of the domestic internet. This was a game changer. Immediately, the readership of the posts skyrocketed, and the content within drew countless eyes. A year ago, I was a scumbag addicted to gambling, having lost all my savings, the money for my child's treatment, and even the house. My parents cut off all ties with me. My wife took the child and fled back to her parents' home, and creditors hounded me daily for repayment. My life plunged into unprecedented darkness. I finally woke up and understood the dangers of gambling. But it was too late. I had lost everything with no hope of turning things around. Every day, I faced towering debts. Even selling my blood or working as a laborer at construction sites could not repay them. Until one day, I encountered a game, Guiyun Legend. Back then, it was still in its testing phase, and because they claimed the game could earn money, I gave it a try. Upon entering the game, I was astounded. It stood apart from all other Legend private servers, offering far superior gameplay, but that was not the point. The most important thing was that the game could earn money. The game featured a new map called the Treasure Pavilion, open for 2 sessions daily. Entering it to slay monsters would yield top-tier Guiyun equipment that could be recycled. Luck was on my side. I obtained a piece of Guiyun equipment on my first try. With a tentative heart, I attempted the equipment recycling, and in less than 10 minutes, 200 yuan landed in my account. You might not know this, but at that moment, sitting in the internet cafe, I stared at the bank deposit notification on my phone and burst into tears, crying like a fool. After that, I became obsessed, playing Guiyun Legend, relentlessly summarizing strategies, and eventually earning even more recycling. Within 3 months, I paid off my debts, won back my wife, bought foot bath basins for my parents, and planned to purchase a car. I am saying all this not for any other reason, but to tell everyone, never take the wrong path, and if you do not despair, wake up in time. All the posts basically followed this template. Yet the backgrounds varied: a reformed gambler, a student burdened by family poverty, wanting to share the load, a nursing mother, or a laid-off worker lost in confusion. Meanwhile, all these people had their circumstances completely transformed due to Guiyun Tianlong living a life that others envied. Yet oddly enough, in the end, they would no longer mention Guiyun Tianlong, but instead ramble on about their own life insights, serving up a bunch of toxic chicken soup. If this were placed 20 years later, many people would immediately notice. This is a promotional piece with hidden agendas. But in this era, this is a bomb. For a moment, countless questions emerged. Brother, you're amazing. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. What is that Guiyun Legend you mentioned? Brother, you're too fierce. You just started college and already bought a house for your family. What game is Guiyun Legend? Is it that profitable? Sister, you're amazing. You can make money while taking care of kids at home and even buy a car for your family. Almost everyone who saw these posts had 2 thoughts. First, awesome. Second, what is Guiyun Legend? People are always like this. Once they have curiosity and impulse, they immediately dig into the details, hoping to figure out the other party's method of getting rich. And upon this research, the 4 characters, Guiyun Legend, immediately appeared before everyone. Then came a line: tonight at midnight, Guiyun Legend officially launches. In an instant, a large number of netizens were drawn in, and Guiyun Legend, which was already breaking records in downloads, experienced a terrifying surge in traffic. Boss, bad news. Our downloads have exceeded 10,000. These people are going crazy, all rushing to download the game. Luo Sampaio, who had originally intended to ignore Gushio, ultimately failed to hold his ground. No way. The surge in downloads meant a surge in player numbers, and the growth rate was simply insane. Even for a branded private server with high initial popularity, having 3,000 to 4,000 was already top tier. And yet, Guiyun Legend hadn't even officially launched, and its downloads had already reached 10,000. If this continues, what will happen? But Gushio, facing his anxiety, acted as if it were only natural. Isn't it good to have more players? We're about to open the server. Get ready, and make sure the server doesn't crash. This. Luo Sampao was choked. He wanted to say, don't you know that the more players there are, the more game servers are needed? And the invested capital would also increase. Indeed. This guy is a madman. No matter what Luo Sampow thought, time never stopped. Finally the time reached midnight. Guiyun Legend. Officially opened. Luo Sampow instantly had no mind to think about because at the moment the server opened, a massive number of players registered and logged in, putting an enormous strain on the server. If not for Gushio's help, the server might have crashed on the spot. But even so, it kept Luo Sampow busy nonstop. As for the situation on the game's backend, no one cared. At this moment, all players' eyes were fixed on an announcement. Dear players, the treasure pavilion has reappeared, and a large number of treasure-grabbing aliens have appeared. Please, brave warriors, go and slay the treasure-grabbing aliens. Reminder: the treasure pavilion will open at midnight and 1200 daily with a chance to obtain Guiyun equipment. You can go to various main cities to find an equipment recycling officer to recycle equipment. A series of announcements bombarded the players as soon as they entered the game. As a result, many players, before even having time to admire the exquisite art style of the game, were directly attracted. What the forum said was true. This game really allows equipment recycling, real money-making. Without hesitation, a large number of players rushed into the new map, the Treasure Cave. Hearing that you can make money is one thing, but no one knew the specifics. However, no one needed a reminder. Because the Treasure Pavilion map was filled with dense hordes of monsters, their names written in blood-red characters: treasure-grabbing thief. Without hesitation, they started fighting. But soon the players suffered a crushing blow. They had just entered the game all as level 1 noob. Facing these treasure-grabbing thieves with levels as high as 69, they were killed in one hit each. In minutes, they were all wiped out. And when the players died, a prompt immediately appeared before everyone. Your level is too low. Do you want to instantly level up to 60? If needed, you can purchase the item level boost pill from the shop to quickly reach level 60. Damn, all dead. We can't help it with such low levels. What do we do? Should we go grind levels now? There's no time left. The Treasure Pavilion is only open for half an hour. If we wait until we reach level 60, we'll miss it. Then what? We don't even know if this thing is real or fake. Inside the 7GG player forum, a guild discussion group was buzzing with countless players debating. In those days, QQ groups hadn't appeared yet, and voice chat like YY was nowhere to be seen. Most players were still gathering in forums to discuss. Should we try this instant level up pill, eh? Not worth it. Leveling up in private servers is already fast. Would probably reach 60 in a day at most. Buying the pill is a waste. 6 yuan for one pill? Kinda expensive. That's true, but if we get a recyclable equipment drop, we might make money. I read the description. There are 2 types of recyclable equipment. One regular piece is worth 200 yuan, and a boss item can be recycled for 800. If we get one, we'll have made a profit. What if the recycling is a scam? Then we'd be wasting money. It's worth a try? The server looks pretty good, smoother graphics, and seems interesting. I don't think it's worth it. You guys go first. The forum discussions were diverse. Anyone could see that to catch the Treasure Pavilion, buying the instant level up pill was the only chance. One pill cost 6 yuan in the shop. Not cheap, but not too expensive either, leaving many players hesitant. However, among the hesitant majority, there were naturally some bold players. Soon the in-game system began refreshing frequently. Player Dragon City Flying Youth used the instant level up pill, suddenly felt a flash of inspiration, blessed by the gods, and leveled up to 60. Player SHSHSH used the instant level up pill, suddenly felt a flash of inspiration, blessed by the gods, and leveled up to 60. Player. Each time a player used the pill, a system announcement appeared, immediately grabbing the attention of many. Seeing this, some players instinctively followed suit and bought the pill. Others remained on the sidelines. The onlookers soon began to, because the players who used the pill in their second attempt to assault the Treasure Pavilion suffered a brutal defeat again, a complete wipeout. After all, although their levels had increased, they still lacked skills and equipment. They faced treasure-grabbing minions that were like mini-bosses 9 levels above them. They were no match at all. Moreover, a new prompt appeared before them. Your combat power is too low. Do you need matching equipment? If so, you can purchase the instant level up bundle from the shop. Using this bundle will grant you a full set of novice equipment for all classes, helping you sweep across the world. Seeing this prompt, many players who had bought the pill started cursing loudly. Because the instant level up bundle cost 18 yuan, this undoubtedly increased the game's cost again. But what could they do? They had already spent 6 yuan. How could they stop now? Most players had no choice but to grit their teeth and buy it. They couldn't let the sunk cost go to waste, could they? Soon a new wave of what slightly comforted the players was that the equipment in the bundle was indeed good. At least compared to official servers, it was top-tier gear. Plus the equipment looked stylish. Walking down the street filled with players in plain white gear, the unique and flashy appearance made them the coolest guys on the block. It barely made the players feel a bit better, especially since the equipment came with a special. This equipment is only obtainable from the bundle with no other means of acquisition. This made players feel it was worth it. In fact, many players, upon seeing others wearing the standout bundle gear, followed suit and bought it. But that wasn't the main point. Everyone hadn't forgotten about the treasure cave's monsters and the recyclable equipment. The third assault. Upon entering, they noticed that the scene of the Treasure Pavilion had somehow changed. In particular, a prompt appeared: the Guiyun beginner has arrived, weakening all monsters. Warriors slay the monsters quickly to protect the Treasure Pavilion. Oh, the monsters were weakened. The players who had topped up became excited and began attacking the treasure-grabbing minions again. This time things were different. The minions that could easily one-shot them before were no longer so terrifying under this shift in balance. However, soloing them was still impossible. Fortunately, online games are about teamwork. Soon players formed parties and started attacking the treasure thieves again. Though the damage was like scratching an itch and players often died. The players were thrilled to see the thieves' health dropping rapidly. Finally, the first team, after a grueling 10-minute battle, defeated their opponent. When the treasure thief fell with a scream, a flood of items and equipment scattered on the ground. Among them, a piece of equipment radiating a golden light, clearly extraordinary, stood out brilliantly. The nearest player almost instinctively clicked rapidly and successfully picked it up. Instantly, a massive server-wide announcement appeared. Player, my name is Shanji, has successfully picked up the top-tier equipment, Guiyun helmet, while eliminating the treasure thief. This equipment is recyclable. You can visit the equipment recycling officer in the main city to recycle it. This announcement flashed 3 times, occupying a quarter of the screen. Extremely eye-catching. Glorious beyond measure. The player was also ecstatic. He rushed straight to the main city. Many players noticed him along the way as some thought about snatching it, but ultimately didn't act. After all, what mattered more was to see if the equipment recycling was real. Worth mentioning, this player was an active forum user. He even started a live broadcast on the forum. Brothers, and my name is Shanji Shan from the mountain. I picked up the Guiyun equipment. Let me show you a screenshot. Soon the screenshot was posted online. Many could see that the stats of this Guiyun equipment were far superior to the bundle gear they had bought. Moreover, the player equipped it and took another screenshot. Damn, it's so cool. The appearance of this gear is insane. It even has special effects with flames coming out of the helmet. How cool would a full set be? Awesome, awesome, so awesome. Wouldn't this gear be great to wear ourselves? Wear it. That's 200 yuan. Hurry up and see if it can really be recycled. Countless players joined the discussion, some envious, some curious, but most wanted to see if the equipment could be recycled. The player didn't waste time. After showing the equipment, he went straight to the equipment recycling officer in the main city and initiated the recycling process. It looks legit. It says it can be recycled, priced at 200 EU with the details above. I need to fill in my bank card info, card number, issuing bank card holder name. Looks like it's done via online banking transfer. I've filled it all in. Now the equipment is gone. Soon, under the text stand image live broadcast on the forum, the player completed the recycling in front of all the players. But the information was submitted, the equipment disappeared, and the money hadn't arrived yet. They waited about 5 minutes. Many players began to suspect it was a scam. Then the players suddenly posted an online banking transfer notification. It's in. It's in. Brothers, this equipment really can be arrived in 5 minutes. What were games in this era? They were considered a distraction, a waste of money and effort, things that not only brought no benefit, but also, some even described electronic games as electronic opium. But what if there was a game that not only brought joy to players, but also allowed them to earn money within the game, generating real income? What would happen then? Guiyun Legend provided a definitive answer: explosive popularity. From the moment the first player successfully redeemed equipment, a flood of players who had been hesitating began rushing madly toward. Meanwhile, more new players poured in. Similarly, top-ups were happening rapidly. Everyone could do the math. A direct boost pill cost 6 yuan plus a set of equipment for 18 yuan, totaling just 24 yuan. That wasn't a small, but this investment allowed you to enjoy more fun in the game, while also gaining the chance to participate in the treasure pavilion raids. Needless to say, if you got just one piece of Guiyun equipment, that meant 200 yuan in hand. 200 yuan in an era where the average monthly wage was 5 or 600 yuan was almost half a month's salary for many. One piece of equipment could match someone else's half a month of labor. Some thought about the low drop rate. But honestly, at that moment no one cared about that, because in most people's eyes the drop rate seemed incredibly high. Since the first Guiyun equipment dropped, news kept coming one after another. The first Guiyun equipment appeared in Guiyun District 2. I got a Guiyun armor. I found a Guiyun leg guard here, hahaha, 200 yuan in hand. The fifth Guiyun equipment appeared in Guiyun District 1. I also picked up Guiyun equipment. Similar discussions kept appearing on the forum, creating an unprecedented sensation and also an illusion. Guiyun equipment seemed to drop like candy with a very high drop rate. This further stimulated the players. Level up. Upgrade equipment. Raid the treasure pavilion. Of course, later, some people calmly analyzed that from the server launch, the treasure pavilion opening, until its closure, half an hour later. On the forum, it seemed quite a lot of Guiyun equipment had dropped. But compared to the multiple servers and the massive number of players, the drop rate was not high at all. In fact, it was extremely low. This topic caught many people's attention, causing some to frown and feel a sudden realization. But soon, before anyone could speak, a flood of users suddenly poured in. I'm upgrading my level and equipment, and I can only raid once. The treasure pavilion opens twice a day, so I can raid anytime. If I get just one piece, it's worth half a month's salary. Why should I give up this chance? So what if the drop rate is low? As long as it's not a scam, others can get it, and so can I. Stop talking. Those who bought the direct boost pill and equipment, let's team up to grind for better gear. Tomorrow we'll hit the treasure pavilion. That's right, it's a one-shot deal, brothers charge. You guys are too low level. I also got a piece of Guiyun equipment, but I didn't redeem it. This is top-tier gear. With this I can handle other raid mobs more easily. Damn, why didn't I think of that? If I wear a full set of Guiyun equipment, I could even beat the boss. Other games only cheat you out of money, but this game lets you earn money. Can you believe it? Brothers team up. The guild is recruiting players above level 60 who have bought the package. Similar comments, instantly, they reignited the passion of players who had been about to hit the brakes. Afterward, such comments only increased. Even though the Treasure Pavilion had already closed, the number of Guiyun Legend players did not decrease, but actually increased, and even the number of paying players surged. A large number of players began to dedicate themselves to leveling and gearing up. After all, only better equipment and higher levels could bring more opportunities when the Treasure Pavilion opened next time. During this process, more and more players discovered the differences between Guiyun Legend and other private servers. This server, there are many players and I've never seen these activities before. So many pieces of equipment can be obtained through quests, though it's a bit difficult. Is there a guild to join? There are also many team quests. This game is interesting. I feel like I could play 24 hours straight. After playing this server, I suddenly realized what monsters I was playing before. Will the developer go bankrupt? Discussions multiplied, and the reputation kept rising. The charm of Guiyun Legend began to spread among the player base, and the game's popularity soared crazily. Especially by noon the next day, the hype surged even more. From the initial Guiyun District 1, it quickly expanded to Guiyun District 10. At noon, it was another pleasant Treasure Pavilion. Many players even skipped lunch, insisting on finishing the Treasure Pavilion raid before eating. Afterward, the heat slightly subsided, but by 7:30 p.m. the popularity rose again. The fame of Guiyun Legend rapidly climbed as new players poured in. That evening, as soon as Gushio logged into QQ, Luo Sanpeo, as if lying in wait, immediately sent a message. It exploded. Boss, our Guiyun Legend has completely exploded. Seeing this message, Gushio just smiled. It would be strange if it hadn't exploded. How are the players? The number of registered players has now exceeded 3,000, and the concurrent online players just surpassed 1,000. In just one day, a newly opened Legend private server had over 1,000 concurrent players. Such a high number clearly indicated that many were waiting for the Midnight Treasure Pavilion raid. Gushio nodded, fairly satisfied. How is the equipment redemption expenditure? Last night at midnight, we only opened 3 servers with an average of 5 pieces of Guiyun equipment per server. All equipment was redeemed, totaling an expenditure of 3,000 yuan. At noon today, we opened 7 servers. This time, each server averaged 4 pieces of Guiyun equipment, but not all were redeemed. A few players kept the equipment for themselves. So far, equipment redemption has cost about 7,000 yuan. At this, Luo Sanpao became excited. But despite the expenditure, our revenue is even higher. The number of paying players has reached 492. The minimum top-up was 6 yuan, most topped up 24 yuan, and a few topped up several hundred yuan. In less than 24 hours, our total top-up amount has exceeded 15,000 yuan. And since the Treasure Pavilion is about to open again, many players are still topping up to gear up for the raid. Looking at the data statistics sent by Luo Sanpeo, Gushio nodded calmly. 30,000 players with 500 paying users. Calculated as a percentage, that's 0.017. In this era, that was indeed a decent figure. After all, online banking was rarely used in those days. Most people paid for games through internet cafes, buying game cards or phone. However, Guiyun Tianlong did not yet support such payment methods, only accepting online banking. This in turn limited many potential paying players. The results looked good on the surface. But for Gushio, who had experienced the future, this data was far too low. In fact, he was somewhat after all, he had already employed monetization tactics. Without them, the numbers would have been even worse. Additionally, the average spending per paying player was quite low in his view. The average was only 30 yuan. He was running a private server meant to make quick money. With such paltry sums, he could hardly call himself a... Fortunately, in this world, solutions always outnumber problems. Just then, Luo Sanpao sent another message. Boss, when should we close the Treasure Pavilion? Close the Treasure Pavilion? Gushio asked in surprise. Luo Sanpao replied matter-of-factly, right, didn't you intend to keep it open indefinitely? Now that we've achieved our goal of attracting players, we can shut down this event. Why close it? Gushio asked with a smile. Expenses, boss. The daily cost of recyclable equipment we produce is already 15,000 yuan. If players start hunting bosses, the expenditure will double. Even if not everyone chooses equipment recycling, some still will, probably around 20,000 yuan. With such high cost, you're still planning to burn 20,000 a day. Didn't you just say we're making money from the paying players? Gushio chuckled. Gushio smiled. Player spending will saturate. As time goes on, fewer players will recharge, and those who have already paid won't spend again. Meanwhile, costs keep rising. With this diminishing returns, where's the profit? Have you considered that if we close the Treasure Pavilion, players might get angry and quit? Our game has already attracted players. Many find it interesting. Even if some leave, at least 1 in 10 will stay. The two went back and forth. Luo Sanpao clearly understood the situation and gave his suggestion promptly. Indeed. Now that players were drawn in, shutting down the money-burning Treasure Pavilion would immediately reduce costs. Even if some players left, given the quality of Guiyun Legend, many players would still remain. However, Gushio had a different idea. Have you ever heard of impulse spending? Gushio asked. You mean those players who loot equipment will be willing to spend money in the game after recycling it? So you know about it. Boss, I think your idea is a bit naive. Sure, impulse spending might happen, but who can guarantee that all players, once they play my game? Impulse spending is actually quite simple. Gushio smiled. Thank the Tencent and NetEase, thank all those game companies from the past life that tirelessly devised monetization tactics. Coincidentally, Gushio had mastered this skill. Aren't you afraid some people will exploit the game like sheep shearing? I heard some guilds plan to unify the server, and then Luo Sampow asked again. He meant gaming studios, but at that time online games were just emerging and such studios were rare, though the trend was already forming. If someone wants to unify a server or even monopolize the equipment in Guiyun, I'd be very happy. Gushio smiled confidently. As the game producer and owner of Guiyun Tianlong, if he couldn't handle such a situation, then what was the point of making games? The treasure pavilion cannot be closed. I need to ensure a large player base. Even if it burns 20,000 or even 100,000 a day, it's not a problem. I don't know where you get your confidence. I just hope you don't forget my salary. Luo Sampow sighed helplessly, realizing he couldn't persuade Gushio. Alright boss, what do you want me to do next? Do what you've been doing, maintain the server, act as GM, handle equipment recycling. And one more thing. What is it? I need you to contact a few card issuing agencies. You want to enable game card and phone card payments for our game. Luo Sampow, indeed knowledgeable, immediately guessed Gushio's intention. This was good, saving Gushio the trouble of explaining. Of course, but most of them are shady, especially for a game with questionable origins. They take a high cut, then negotiate with them and get the lowest price. Okay. The chat ended. Gushio let out a long sigh of relief. The most intractable problem with the game was the payment method. After all, in those days you couldn't just scan a phone to pay. The electronic industry's purchasing power was actually decent, but the biggest issue was the inconvenience of recharging. If there were other ways, it would be simpler. But this was a problem of the era's overall development, not something a first-grade elementary school student like Gushio could solve. Game cards and phone cards were not the optimal solution, but they were a workaround. At least they could alleviate a major headache. Gushio wasn't afraid of players not spending. He was only afraid they didn't know how to recharge. Luo Sampow acted quickly. The next day, he contacted a card-issuing agency that could redeem game cards and phone cards. But the price was steep. The agency demanded 50 of the card value. That was outrageous. However, given the private server's underground nature, most had no choice but to accept the steep cut. In the end, Gushio negotiated personally. They agreed on a performance-based deal. If the monthly recharge amount reached 1,000 yuan, the agency would take only 40,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan, 20. If it exceeded 1 million, they would take only 10. Any lower was impossible, and in fact the agency never expected it to exceed 1 million. Once the contract was signed, Gushio quickly updated the game. When the game reopened, a massive notice about the new payment channels appeared. The effect was immediate. The number of paying players, in an extremely short time, the number of paying players directly exceeded 1500, and it was still rising. This update also brought more than just new payment channels. At the same time, a new event was added to the in-game shop, the martial arts tournament, held twice a week. Players could form teams of 5. The top 10 teams would receive handsome rewards, especially the first place, which would directly obtain a piece of National Rhyme immortal-grade equipment worth 800 yuan. Meanwhile, the monster weakening notice that had appeared every time players entered the treasure pavilion had vanished. The monsters inside had become much harder. These two small changes were the first little methods to stimulate player spending. Now that they had a way to pay, thinking they could play a private server without spending. Think again. Dream on. Boss, last night was explosive. After our martial arts tournament opened, players' spending skyrocketed. Many people directly chose to enhance their equipment, all aiming to achieve good results in the tournament. Especially the various guilds in the game, they've been scrambling to build their teams. Currently, the top spender has already charged over 5,000 yuan. After yesterday's game update, within 5 hours, the total recharge amount directly broke 1,000. Now in 10 hours, the recharge amount has reached 18,000. Now in 24 hours, exactly 1 day, the recharge amount has already surpassed 3,000. Boss, several guilds have started fighting, all wanting to seize the monsters in the treasure pavilion. It's already reached a fever pitch, and they're burning money to create new accounts. Boss, more and more new players are joining. Let's open a new server every day. There are too many players, and the servers can't handle it anymore. Now fewer and fewer players are choosing equipment recycling. Some guilds have even started recycling Guiyun equipment themselves. A single piece of ordinary Guiyun equipment has been hyped up to over 300 in the game. Boss, you're a genius. 5 days later, Gushio had just logged into QQ when he saw the messages Luo Sampow had been sending him over the past 5 days. All were good news. The data for the first week of Guiyun Legend's launch had also been compiled. In 1 week, the player count of Guiyun Legend had surged from the initial 30,000 to 50,000. The peak concurrent users had also risen to 15,000. The number of paying players due to the expansion of recharge channels had achieved a breakthrough exceeding 3,000, and the cumulative recharge amount of Guiyun Legend had surpassed 500,000. This was a terrifying figure. Both the proportion of paying players and the average recharge amount had seen immense improvement, especially the latter, which had soared from less than 30 yuan initially to 166 yuan. Among them, some players had even recharged several thousand yuan into the game. Compared to the income, the expenditure side was equal. Originally, according to Luo Sampayow's estimates, at least 20,000 yuan per day would be needed for equipment recycling payouts. But in reality, the total expenditure on equipment recycling for the entire week was only 80,000 yuan. Most of it was from the first few days of recycling. In fact, as time went on, fewer and fewer players chose the official equipment recycling. Because players weren't foolish. The recyclable Guiyun equipment was the top-tier gear in the game equipment that couldn't even be obtained through spending. Rather than recycling it for a mere 200 yuan, it was better to equip it and enhance one's own strength. To farm more Guiyun equipment. In this atmosphere, transactions between players for Guiyun equipment even emerged with prices surpassing the recycling price set by Gushio. It was predictable. As time went on, the expenditure on equipment recycling would only decrease further. Moreover, due to the game's mechanics, both the Treasure Pavilion and the martial arts tournament were designed to increase player-versus-player combat. Now after a week, whenever the Treasure Pavilion opened, it was inevitably a battlefield with countless players fighting over monsters. They had completely gone berserk. Many people even recharged several thousand in one go, driven by the impulse after being crushed and killed in the Treasure Pavilion. If you're not convinced, fight. Spend money to get stronger. Avenge your grudges with swift satisfaction. But little did they know, when whales fight, the game wins. The more fiercely players fought, the more money the game company could make. After all, when fighting, healing costs money, right? Buffs cost money, right? Quick teleportation costs money, right? Repairing equipment costs money, right? And even to avoid dropping equipment upon death, binding equipment also costs money. The in-game shop was filled with consumable items designed for such battles. At first glance, each item seemed inexpensive. But when combined, it became clear that this was the real money burner. Boss, there are too many private transactions between players in our game, especially for Guiyun equipment. Should we intervene? Soon Luo Sanpao sent a message. Transactions between players seemed to harm the game's interests, as it meant that a lot of money from big spenders went to other players. But to this, Gushio had only one answer. No need to intervene. Just post an announcement in the game reminding players to choose the official recycling option and that we are not responsible for private transactions. Beware of fraud. Intervene. Why intervene? At first glance, player-to-player transactions brought no benefit to the game. No revenue was, but in reality, this meant that big spenders were willing to spend money and invest more in the game. Meanwhile, ordinary players could become laborers and genuinely earn money within the game. This was a virtuous cycle. For Gushio, a game couldn't have only whales, that also needed more casual players. As for the game not generating revenue, Gushio only wanted to say, think again. Later, he planned to upgrade the equipment system, including equipment enhancement, gem embedding, and even equipment stat resetting, all of which would be implemented. These could only be done through recharge. If big spenders wanted to stay in the top tier, they would have to keep pouring money into the game. And as for the life-oriented players, if they wanted to work for others, they at least needed a decent set of equipment, right? At least they needed the entry qualification, right? So what should they do? Either earn a few hundred yuan and quit the game, or reinvest the money they earned back into the game to qualify as. In the blink of an eye, a month passed quickly. Guiyun Legend had settled into a pattern of a minor update every week and a major update every 2 weeks. At the same time, a new server was opened every week while old servers began to merge. The in-game version was also being incremental. Over the course of a month, Guiyun Legend successively launched 2 major versions: equipment enhancement and gem embedding. The results were gratifying. Player spending increased significantly once again. In 1 month, the player count of Guiyun Legend broke through the 80,000 mark, while the peak concurrent players exceeded 20,000. In terms of spending, 1 month after launch, the total number of paying players exceeded 6,000, with profits surpassing 1,800,000 yuan. Huge profits. Calculating it, Gushio's initial investment was only 20,000 yuan, yet in 1 month, that 20,000 had turned into 1,800,000. This was a terrifying return. When this data was compiled by Luo Sanpao, the law master was completely stunned on the spot. I knew games could make money, but I never imagined they could make this much. But boss, why did you give me 50,000? Weren't we only agreed on 30,000 before? 30,000 base salary, 20,000 bonus. Consider it compensation for your hard work during this period. Gushio smiled. Do you regret not asking for a 10% share of the profits now? I regret it. My intestines are green with regret. Luo Sanpao answered honestly. That's it. What else? I thought you would renegotiate a deal with me, considering how hard you've been working lately. Haha, my greatest virtue is taking only what I deserve. I agreed to a fixed salary without a share of the dividends from the start. The essence of law is the spirit of contract. This answer surprised Gushio. In fact, when the 1-month profit was settled, Gushio had expected that this law master would likely try to extort a share of the profits. Even over the past month, Gushio had never fully trusted Luo Sanpao and had always been on guard. He had made numerous preparations. If Luo Sanpao had made exorbitant demands or even tried to blackmail him, Gushio could have immediately countered him. One should not have a harmful heart, but one must be cautious against harm. But as it turned out, this man was indeed interesting, carefree, and he knew the rules. He was someone worth trusting to cooperate with. Perhaps in the future, he could collaborate more with this master Luo Sanpao. Gushio did not mention the subsequent cooperation with Luo Sanpao, not only because the timing was not right, but also because he wanted to observe further whether Luo Sanpao was truly trustworthy. After all, one's heart is hidden behind a ribcage, and caution never hurts. Besides, what mattered more now was stabilizing Guiyun Legend. It was a money-devouring beast of printing press. And in the short term this beast could still accumulate wealth for Gushio, and he hoped it would increase his starting capital even more. 1,800,000 in the early years of this century was enough for many people to live a life of comfort without work. But Gushio knew well that in the eyes of true wealth this amount was merely a grain of rice. And in the eyes of those capital giants wielding billions, it was utterly insignificant. His achievements were still far from enough. I'll be very busy for a while. I'll leave Guiyun Tianlong in your hands. I don't know how to do version updates. Don't worry, same as before. I'll prepare the update content and hand it to you. You handle the rest. Boss, you trust me that much? Luo Sanpao was somewhat surprised. Over the past month, although Gushio often delegated, he still occasionally dealt with game matters every few days. Now he was actually planning to hand over the entire game to him. Wasn't he afraid he would abscond with the funds? Your base salary is now raised to 50,000. The bonus depends on your performance. Gushio offered no explanation for Luo Sanpao's doubts. He was a smart man who understood what to do and what not to do. If he couldn't resist temptation, Gushio could immediately counter him. What remained to be seen was whether this smart man possessed great wisdom or merely petty cleverness. Indeed, Luo Sanpao clearly grasped Gushio's meaning and immediately pledged, boss, rest assured I'll manage it well for you. Gushio nodded, satisfied with the answer. By the way, boss, several private server studios have been inquiring about us lately. I suspect they're about to make a move. Moreover, there have been some players with unusual IPs in our game recently. Now I think they're spies from other private server studios. Private server studios. Gushio raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. If they didn't act, that would truly surprise me. Haha, true. We've been topping the charts for a month. Other private servers are seeing their player numbers plummet, so they must be panicking now. Luo Sanpao pressed further, but boss, how do you plan to respond? Keep doing what we've been doing. Huh. No need to do anything else. What do you think they'll do? Copy and follow suit. If we give away money, they can too, and they'll probably burn even more than us. Then what do you think we can do? Compete with them on who burns more money. So you mean we just watch? Of course not. Gushio smiled. If you have friends who need money, they can go make some on their servers. Huh. Luo Sanpao was baffled. What did that mean? But Gushio had already sent another line. Let him be strong, the breeze caresses the hill. Let him be fierce, the bright moon shines on the great river. With that, Gushio's avatar went gray and he logged off. Luo Sanpao was even more confused. He scratched his head. What does that mean? After all that talk, isn't it still just watching? On the other side, Gushio simply smiled. Indeed, his plan was to remain unchanged amidst changes. Copying and following were inevitable. After all, they were running private servers. The official servers dared to copy, so why would they fear copying a private server? But copying was fine. Many things in this world could not succeed through imitation alone. Moreover, Guiyun legend was not something that could be easily copied. Lowering his head, Gushio continued with his own tasks, doing his. How ridiculous. Every year the education department called for reducing the burden, yet homework only increased. Now even first graders had considerable assignments. In fact, future students would have even more homework. Gushio couldn't help but sigh. As a reincarnator with over $1 million in savings, he still couldn't escape the curse of homework. He had to find a way to free himself from this torment. While the reincarnator was both pained and joyfully completing his homework, on the other side someone else was also full of anguish. Zhang Shengshi of Shengshi Legend. Shengshi Legend was the largest private server brand in the private server circle. Having entered the market early with decent game production and high playability, Shengshi Private Server had always enjoyed excellent player reputation and accumulation since its inception. As the founder of Shengshi Legend, Zhang Shengshi had also ridden this wave to achieve financial freedom. Even after making his first pot of gold, Zhang Shengshi was no longer content with small-scale operations. He directly raised a banner and established a studio that resembled a regular army. This was absolutely unique in the private server circle of that era. With money and manpower, Zhang Shengshi began his expansion path. His strategy was extremely domineering. In short, he walked his own path, while simultaneously taking away others' paths, leaving them with no way out. 2 moves demanding dividends and copying. Whenever there was a popular server, he would propose taking a high dividend in exchange for allowing them to use the Shengshi Legend brand. This expanded Shengshi Legend's influence, while raking in money without doing anything. If someone refused, he would use the second move, copy. Whatever new gameplay attracted players, he would copy it. This method was almost invincible, because even if rivals tried to compete, they couldn't match the Shengshi Legend brand or Zhang Shengshi's accumulated capital. With these 2 moves, Zhang Shengshi had practically been making money effortlessly. But recently things had changed. The Shengshi Legend brand was losing its appeal, especially as more studios emerged and more private server types appeared. Player numbers began to decline. Recently, a large number of players had inexplicably quit, including many loyal Shengshi Legend players who had left one after another. At first, Zhang Shengshi thought it was because his greed was too blatant, customer service too rude, and old servers had reached the end of their lifespan. So he immediately opened several new servers and strengthened customer service management. But unexpectedly, the result did not change. The number of players in the new servers was shockingly low. He had completely failed. It wasn't until a few days ago that he discovered the culprit was a completely unknown entity called Guiyun Legend. Not other studios, not other competitors, but something that had never appeared before. Even more absurdly, they had created an equipment recycling model, giving money to players. It was utterly insane, even destructive to industry rule, but there was no choice. Their player count was all backed by real money. He simply couldn't compete. He had tried contacting Guiyun Legend, but their customer service just replied with a single word scram. This left Zhang Shengshi both frustrated and distressed. Now only two paths lay before him, either surrender the market. The former was unacceptable. Although he had made a lot of money, human ambition was bound to expand. Having feasted on abalone and lobster, tightening his belt was out of the question. But the problem remained how to counterattack. Shingu, if you ask me, we don't need to bother with this Guiyun Legend. It's probably just some rich fool burning money for fun. ITLL collapsed soon enough. Yahoo runs a game like that. Players can even recycle their equipment. That's basically charity. A server like that won't last long. Once the money runs out, they'll leave, and the players will come back to us. In the office, Zhang Shengshi listened to his subordinate's words, and his blood pressure immediately spiked. Bang! He slammed the table heavily, and everyone instantly fell silent. Zhang Shengshi glared at them angrily. He said coldly, "Have any of you actually looked into this Guiyun Legend? Have you gone into the game and seen it for yourselves? Hey? Well, not yet, right? Or do you think glancing at their ads and reading their in-game announcements counts as understanding?" Their faces flushed red, stammering and unable to speak. Zhang Shengshi sighed. These were his childhood friends and relatives. He knew exactly what they were like. Because Shengshi Legend had already weathered its hardest days. Now they were all too accustomed to a life of ease and comfort. They hadn't even noticed such an obvious competitor. Shaking his head, Zhang Shengshi nodded to a bespectacled young man nearby. "Tell them what's happening with Guiyun Legend now." "Okay, Shingo." The bespectacled young man nodded, quickly opening his laptop. Guiyun Legend currently maintains about 20 servers, meaning their player count is no less than 50,000, possibly even more. What? Everyone was stunned, somewhat surprised. But the young man continued, "And that's a conservative estimate. It could be even higher because I noticed their in-game active player count is extremely high. Moreover, their players have strong spending power. I've seen several players who treat recharging a few hundred or 1,000 as nothing. Although I can't see the data, I've done some counts across a few servers. Their monthly revenue is probably at least 6 figures, maybe even higher." Hearing this, the others curled their lips. That much? They, as the giant Shengshi Legend, had monthly recharge profits that could break. The young man noticed this and shook his head. "We achieve 7 figures because we have several mega whales willing to spend tens of thousands. But it's different for them. They rely on the number of paying players. Although the amounts per player are lower than ours, almost 10 out of every 100 players recharge." What? This time they finally understood the difference. Looking only at total revenue, they might still be ahead, but they owed their high revenue to their use of fake players. Every person present had at least 3 game accounts, all used as shills fighting against the game's whales to stimulate real player spend. Their strategy was simple. Whenever they saw a player recharging, they immediately assigned someone to target them and probe their financial strength. Eventually, after selecting the big fish, they would continuously provoke them into spending more. These fat sheep would impulsively make large recharges. That was their specialty. But honestly, the proportion of paying players in Shengshi Legend wasn't high. Yet what about Guiyun Legend? They might not have many high-value recharges, but the proportion of paying players was astonishingly high. And their equipment recycling system. Players currently don't choose to recycle with the system, because there are players buying equipment at higher prices. The bespectacled young man finished his report and fell silent, but the others looked at each other in confusion. They hadn't expected that a game created by a crazy rich man would turn out like this. Not losing money, but actually making a profit. "So do you still think this Guiyun Legend won't last long and will go bankrupt?" Zhang Shengshi demanded angrily. The others immediately lowered their heads, not daring to speak. "I've always told you, don't treat anyone as a fool. When you treat others as fools, you're the fool yourself." They nodded repeatedly, still silent. "Alright, I'm just reminding you. Don't get carried away just because you've achieved something." Seeing that Zhang Shengshi seemed less angry, they finally relaxed. "Shingu, what should we do next?" "Ask for a cut of their profit." "A cut? With such a profitable business, we should just take it over. If they can recycle equipment, so can we. We have reputation." They spoke eagerly, and Zhang Shengshi, no longer angry, nodded. "I called you here to discuss this. I want you to create a game like there's a equipment recycling isn't something we can't learn. We'll do it too. But first I need you to find out everything about Guiyun Legend, at least how strong they are." Hearing this, they nodded. Normally they would just copy it, but this time was different. Copying would require burning money, at least in the early stages. But if they burned money and the other side did too, it would come down to who had deeper pockets. So they needed to assess the opponent first. If the opponent was a wealthy tycoon, it would be foolish to compete. If they weren't that strong, there was nothing to fear. Admittedly, Shengshi Legend was a leader in this gray industry. Once they started investigating, information about Guiyun Legend came back, but it made Zhang Shengshi frown. Can't find anything. Neither the capital flow nor the IP address. We can't determine their identity or nothing at all. Truly nothing. They've been very careful about covering their tracks. Zhang Shengshi was frustrated. A big operation like Guiyun Legend, and they could find nothing. Actually, not entirely fruitless. We spent money and got the QQ number of Guiyun Legend's creator from a private server publication site. What good is just a QQ number? Zhang Shengshi frowned, dissatisfied. But it was the only lead, so he hoped to find some clue. Soon they got the QQ number. Zhang Shengshi planned to add the contact and disguise himself to probe the opponent. But to his surprise, this person is already your friend. You can start chatting. This notification stunned Zhang Shengshi. He clicked to check. Nickname call me Uncle Gu. And they had chat history saved locally. This person had contacted him a month ago. Damn. When he realized this, Zhang Shengshi felt his heart nearly stop for a moment. A month ago the other party had sought cooperation. But Zhang Shengshi, full of pride and having just made a fortune, completely ignored him and even mocked him. But now, in just 1 month, that person had become his most troublesome competitor. Thinking back to the analysis of Guiyun Legends data, Zhang Shengshi felt a pang of regret. This profitable private server should have been his. But he had rejected it. Sheng Gu. Someone beside him asked. Sheng Gu. Zhang Shengshi paused and his eyes lit up. Why had the other party sought cooperation a month ago? Definitely because they had no money. Couldn't afford to burn cash. If so, copy. Have our people copy their model immediately. Equipment recycling. We'll do it too and offer higher recycling prices. Prepare the game as soon as possible and win back all the players we lost. Guxiao, you're so amazing. You can solve even the hardest problems. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Guxiao, let's be good friends. I'll introduce you to my mom. Guxiao, thank you for the hair clip you bought me. I love it very much. When I grow up, I will marry you. Why do you know so much? You're even better than the teacher. At the school gate, surrounded by admirers, Guxiao leisurely walked out of the school gate. A group of little girls with backpacks chattered around him. Every pair of bright, sparkling eyes revealed admiration and affection. No one didn't love Guxiao, no one didn't admire him. If there was such a person, it was only because they hadn't met him. Erudite, talented, polite, clean, civilized, considerate, and occasionally, most importantly, he was handsome. And he was generous in giving gifts to the girls. It truly lived up to the saying, if you've never met Guxiao, claiming to be the class beauty is in vain. Walking out of the school gate, Guxiao immediately spotted Shi Qingsong, standing by his bicycle at the entrance. He politely declined the invitations from the girls who would later become great beauties. Under the disappointed and sorrowful gazes of the little girls, Guxiao jumped onto his high-end, energy-efficient vehicle and rode away, leaving Shi Jieyun with a face full of sadness. Brother Xiao, you're so awesome. So many girls are all around you. Teach me, please. In my class, I only have brothers. Passing by a small shop, Shi Qingsong skillfully stopped, bought 2 5-mao glutinous rice popsicles, and began to seek advice. Guxiao took a bite of the popsicle, savoring the rich glutinous rice and the coldness, and casually replied, didn't I tell you? Little girls at this age all like boys who are a little bit naughty. But I'm already naughty enough. I not only hid my deskmate's eraser, but also ruined her homework book. Why doesn't she like me, but instead told the teacher? Shi Qingsong was puzzled. Guxiao, maybe perhaps your destined other half hasn't appeared yet. Oh, when will I meet her then? University. University. The one who sleeps in the bunk above you. Shi Qingsong was stunned for a moment. I suspect you're lying to me, but I have no proof. Guxiao then spoke earnestly with the tone of someone who had been through it. Why talk about feelings at such a young age? When it's time to study, you should study well. Daydreaming now will only lead you to a life with a prison sentence. The two chatted nonsense all the way. Suddenly Shi Qingsong, who was cycling, pointed at the entrance of Meisher Mike in the distance. Brother Xiao, it seems something is wrong at the restaurant. Guxiao poked his head out and indeed saw a chaotic scene at the entrance of Meisher Mike. A crowd was pushing and shoving, cursing. It's the people from the restaurant next door. Damn, they're going to fight. Let's go help. Shi Qingsong, with sharp eyes, immediately pedaled faster and rushed towards Meisher Mike. And Guxiao had already spotted 2 familiar figures in the crowd. They were old acquaintances of comrade Gu Jianjun, Wang Zhiyong and Zhang Fuguang. After Gu Jianjun broke off relations with them, the two had been quiet for a while. But when they discovered that Gu Jianjun had actually opened a restaurant, they would show up every now and then to cause trouble. Later, seeing that Gu Jianjun's business was thriving, these two, with inexplicable confidence, also opened a restaurant, even right next to Meisher Mike. It was clearly meant to steal business, but unfortunately, they underestimated themselves. Elsewhere they might survive. But next to Meisher Mike, it was like lighting a lantern in a latrine, asking for trouble. And indeed, besides a little business during the grand opening, their business was so dismal afterwards that they couldn't even make the rent. This made the faces of the two families as long and smelly as an old woman's foot-binding cloth. And they were full of resentment. Every now and then they would pick a fight, having had many quarrels with Meisher Mike. As soon as Guxiao and Shi Qingsong got close, they roughly understood the situation. Because Meisher Mike was too crowded inside, they had added a few tables outside the door. It was fine at first, but unexpectedly Zhang Fuguang from next door actually brought a bucket of swill and put it at the entrance. He was immediately scolded by the hot-tempered diners. Zhang Fuguang refused to back down and started quarreling with them. The argument grew fiercer and eventually turned into a physical fight. The staff of Meisher Mike came to mediate, but unexpectedly Zhang and Wang had prepared for this, and even beat up the staff. They also accused Meisher Mike of bullying them with numbers, and simply made another phone call summoning a group of helpers to block the entrance. This was clearly a provocation. It was the dinner rush, and such a big commotion directly affected Meisher Mike's business. Damn, these bastards are too much. They're bullying people like this. They're about to fight. Brother Xiao, stay back, I'll go help. Adolescent energy has nowhere to go. Shi Qingsong said he was going to jump in, and actually meant it. Guxiao quickly grabbed him. Brother Xiao, don't worry. My dad taught me when facing trouble, don't be afraid. At worst you'll get a beating. But you can't lose face. Gu Xiao was helpless. Shi Song truly wasn't afraid of getting beaten. His father had made his fortune in the last century with a somewhat shady background, a rough-and-tumble self-made man, usually carefree. Naturally, when he beat Shi Song, he would hang him up. Literally hang him up, the kind of punishment using a hemp rope and a big stick. This made Shi Song tough since childhood. However, what era was this? Knowing you can't win and still rushing in to get beaten. That wasn't loyalty or spirit. That was called having a screw loose. Can you fight? Gu Xiao asked. Shi Song patted his chest, of course. How many can you take? Gu Xiao asked. Shi Song shrank his head and muttered, but I definitely won't lose face. Childish. Gu Xiao shook his head. Learn this well. They'll teach you a trick that works on anyone. In no time you'll have the other side subdued, and will easily win without lifting a finger. Shi Song's eyes lit up. Could Brother Xiao be a martial arts master? But then he saw Gu Xiao glance at a car that had just pulled up and hadn't fully stopped yet. Without hesitation he acted. Don't hit my dad. Gu Xiao shouted loudly, startling Shi Song beside him. Then like a little cheetah, he instantly pounced forward. He rushed straight to Zhang Fuguang and punched him hard in a certain spot. A first grader's punch wouldn't be enough to ruin someone's future, but the intense pain made Zhang Fuguang's face instantly change color, liver purple. Then in a rage he swung a slap at Gu Xiao. But just as the slap was about to land, he found that the boy seemed to have anticipated it. He dodged backward, only getting a scratch from the... Just as he was about to pursue and strike again, he suddenly saw Gu Xiao flying backward, as if hit hard. Then he fell heavily to the ground, and next the boy was clutching his head and rolling on the spot, appearing seriously injured. Everyone was startled. Gu Jianjun rushed to his son's side to check on him. But Zhang Fuguang was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his own hand, wondering when he had become so powerful. Just as he was about to explain, two uniformed police officers jumped out of the police car that had just stopped. They grabbed Zhang Fuguang from both sides and pinned him to the ground. Don't move. Causing trouble, fighting, and hitting a child in front of us. Take them all in. On the other side, Shi Song, still standing by his bicycle, was completely dumbfounded, especially when he noticed Gu Xiao winking at him. The message was clear. See, this is what it means to win without lifting a finger. So, Brother Xiao's lying down to win. Was it meant in a physical sense? For the first time in his life, Shi Song's young heart seemed to awaken something truly extraordinary at that moment. However, at this moment no one cared about what Shi Song was thinking. All eyes were fixed on Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, how are you? Where does it hurt? Oh, you heartless bastard, how could you lay a hand on such a cute child? Gu Xiao, you must be okay. Maybe we should go to the hospital quickly. That slap was not light. A group of people surrounded Gu Xiao, chattering all at once. There were servers from the restaurant, neighbors from the vicinity, and quite a few diners as well. After all, Gu Xiao was a well-behaved, sweet-tongued child. He was adored by everyone, young and old. There was no one who didn't like him. Impossible. I didn't even hit him. He fell down on it. Escorted by the officers, Zhang Fuguang finally snapped out of it and hurriedly tried to distance himself. But at such a moment, how could he explain clearly? Stay put. Do you think we're blind? We saw it with our own eyes and you still want to deny it. Let's see how the child is first. The two officers barked, then turned to look at the child with concern. Without needing their reminder, Gu Jianjun had already gathered Gu Xiao in his arms, full of worry. Gu Xiao, how do you feel now? Dizzy. Gu Xiao said weakly, as if his mind was unclear. Dad, I feel like throwing up. Just so dizzy. What? This is a bad fall. He might have injured his head. What are you standing there for? Get to the hospital, take my car. Go now? Soon one officer stayed behind to control the attackers and wait for backup, while the other drove to send Gu Xiao and his father. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, Gu Jianjun rushed in with Gu Xiao in his arms. He looked so frantic that many people thought he had ingested poison, and they stepped aside, afraid to delay his treatment. Even the doctor was stunned and frightened. But after inquiring and finding out it was just a slap, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief and silently thought it was an overreaction. However, after further questioning and examination, the doctor grew tense again, filled with alarm. When he asked Gu Xiao questions, he often had to repeat them 3 or 4 times before getting an answer. And each time Gu Xiao's answer was the same. My head is so dizzy. My chest feels tight. I feel nauseous. After the consultation, the doctor frowned deeply. Gu Jianjun was startled. Doctor, how is he? Is my son seriously injured? It's hard to say for now. Let's do some tests, mainly on the brain. What? Gu Jianjun was even more terrified. His brain. The preliminary diagnosis is a concussion. Concussion? Is it serious? We can't be sure yet. We need to run tests. Soon Gu Jianjun took Gu Xiao for various examinations. But medical conditions at that time were not as advanced as in later years, and equipment for brain examinations was limited. The results showed nothing unusual, so the doctor had to question Gu Xiao again. After receiving the same answers, the doctor shook his head and took another look at this 6-year-old child. Let's admit him for observation for now. The doctor then produced a medical injury assessment. On it he wrote minor injury. Gu Jianjun didn't understand what it was for, but the officer's face darkened. Just then Zhang Fuguang's wife arrived. Seeing Gu Jianjun, she immediately began to curse. You damn bastard. You had our husband arrested, and after all the kindness he showed you back, then you ungrateful wretch. I'm telling you, you release our husband right now, or he'll fight you to the death. Don't think we're easy to bully, you bastard. All sorts of foul and offensive words poured out. Gu Jianjun just frowned and ignored her, his mind entirely on his son. The officer beside him, however, could no longer stand it. Are you Zhang Fugwang's wife? Yes, officer. Don't be fooled by this bastard. Our husband. Spare me the nonsense. The officer was too annoyed to listen to the woman's rambling. He shook the medical assessment in his hand. Your husband Zhang Fugwang came to pick a fight and assaulted a child. The victim has been diagnosed with minor injuries. Just minor injuries. That motherless child deserves to be beaten to death. Gao Zuelan curled her lip. Gu Jianjun was about to explode, but the officer held him back. The officer said coldly, a minor injury diagnosis carries a sentence of up to 3 years. What? 3 years? Officer, don't talk to me. Now you'd better hope the child's condition doesn't worsen. And if you want a reduced sentence, you must obtain the victim's forgiveness. At these words, Gao Zuelan, who had been so aggressive just moments before, was so frightened that she fell to the ground, stammering and unable. Gu Jianjun gave her a cold glance, then took Gu Xiu to the ward. The officer accompanied them to the ward, asked Gu Jianjun some questions about the earlier incident, and then left with the record. No sooner had the officer left than Gao Zuelan returned. Unlike her previous aggressive demeanor this time, she had brought milk, and her face was full of flattery. She had already learned what a minor injury meant, and finally understood the seriousness of the situation. But unfortunately, she couldn't even get through the door before being driven away. Gu Jianjun truly didn't want to see her, mainly because he feared losing control of his temper. His entire focus was on Gu Xiu running back and forth in worry. Only when the ward was completely quiet did Gu Xiu blink his eyes. Dad. Son, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Jianjun hurriedly leaned and deeply worried. Dad, I have something to tell you, but you can't hit me. Gu Xiu blinked. Go ahead. Actually, I was faking it. Hey, you said you wouldn't hit me. Gu Jianjun was furious. You little rascal, you even fooled your own father. What else could I do? Don't you want to settle things with the Zhang and Wang families once and for all? Gu Xiu spread his hands. And faking an illness will solve it. Gu Xiu smiled confidently. Of course. Next they'll definitely try to get us to settle. Dad, make them remember this lesson. Once they're scared enough, they won't dare mess with us. This. Gu Jianjun hesitated. Dad. Gu Xiu understood his father's character. He would surely disdain such tactics. But some things had to be said. Our teacher once said, strike a snake at its vital spot. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yours. Uncle Zhang and Uncle Wang have been causing us trouble constantly lately. And each time it's worse than the last. They're testing your patience. Today they sent someone to cause a scene and hit people. What will they do tomorrow? You have to make them hurt enough and be scared enough so they'll finally calm down. Gu Jianjun still had misgivings. But if we do this, aren't you afraid that next time it won't be me faking an illness but something really happening to me? Gu Xiu asked. Sure enough, at these words, Gu Jianjun's hesitant eyes instantly became resolute. His son was his weak. Alright then, let's settle this problem once and for all. In the following days, Gu Xiu legitimately skipped school by staying in the hospital. During this time, many people came to visit him. School teachers organized classmates to visit, and the shop employees also came to see him, including friendly neighbors. Gu Xiu accepted it all calmly, occasionally feigning weakness, though Gu Jianjun's face twitched every time. However, the most diligent visitors were the Zhang and Wang families. The Wang Jiong family was relatively lucky, only detained and fined. Zhang Fugwang, however, was truly miserable. Gao Zuelan visited 3 times a day. She was almost on her knees begging Gu Jianjun for forgiveness. Gu Jianjun was soft-hearted. If not for his son's constant reminders, he would have revealed the truth long ago. Fortunately, Gu Jianjun held his ground. After 3 days of intense negotiations, he finally issued a letter of forgiveness. However, besides covering Gu Xiu's medical expenses, mental distress compensation, and nutritional fees, Zhang Fugwang's family also signed an IOU for 1,000 yuan as a private settlement. They couldn't afford to pay it, and Gu Jianjun never intended to collect it. The IOU's main purpose was self-protection. From now on, whenever Zhang Fugwang's family encountered Gu Jianjun, they would have to walk around him. If they caused trouble again, they would have to sell everything to repay the 1,000 yuan debt. As for Wang Xiong's family, he wasn't a smart person. Since Zhang Fugwang dared not cause trouble anymore, Wang Xiong naturally wouldn't dare to provoke alone. This time both families were thoroughly dealt with. Stepping out of the hospital, Gu Xiu took a deep breath of fresh air, fresh and free. How enchanting. Stop pretending. Gu Jianjun mercilessly flicked his forehead. I can't believe you're so full of tricks at such a young age. I feel like you're hiding something from me. How could that be? I've always been an obedient and sensible child. What could I possibly hide? Really? Really? Then why did Shi Qingsong come to find you yesterday? What's this legend you were talking about? Oh, we were discussing a galaxy in outer space called the Legend Galaxy, derived from Einstein's theory of relativity. It was discovered recently, and this legend is really interesting. I think you're making that up. Gu Xiu shrugged. Just then they ran into Shi Qingsong, his face bruised and swollen, followed by his father Shi Yongchuan, who was pinching his ear with a grim expression. This rough-and-tumble rich man was a regular at the shop, so they greeted each other. Qingsong is still young, talk to him properly. Look at how beaten he is. Gu Jianjun pleaded for Shi Qingsong. Shi Qingsong showed a grateful expression, but soon a loud resounding slap landed on him. This kid deserves to be beaten to death. Shi Yongchuan bellowed. Last night I found him sneaking around playing games. I thought there was a thief, but it was just him hiding to play. But you can't beat him like this. Gu Jianjun was stunned. Kids are naturally mischievous. Brother, I know that, so I just scolded him, gave him a slap, and told him to go to bed. Then how did this happen? Gu Jianjun glanced at the bruised Shi Song. This wasn't just from one slap. I gave him one slap, just one, and he fell straight to the ground, clutching his head and rolling. Huh. Then what happened? Gu Jianjun felt something was off and turned to look at his son. What else? I thought I hit him too hard and that something was wrong. So I rushed him to the hospital in the middle of the night, pulled strings to get a specialist. And guess what? What? Gu Jianjun glanced at Gu Xiu again. The specialist examined him and found nothing wrong. He even told me that this little bastard, I don't know where he learned to cheat his own father. So I had to teach him a lesson. Don't you agree? As he spoke, Shi Yongchun kicked Shi Song's backside again, completely furious. Well, Gu Jianjun looked at Gu Xiu for the third time, and coincidentally Gu Xiu looked back. Their eyes met. The air grew tense. He deserves it. He definitely deserves it. Gu Xiu shuddered and nodded vigorously. You shouldn't cheat anyone, especially your own father. Such crooked methods should never be used on family. After all, Uncle sure you are his biological father. Using such despicable tricks is simply outrageous and disgraceful. Shi Song. Gu Xiu, sorry brother, it's better you suffer than me. Very well said, Gu Xiu. Shi Yongchun gave a thumbs up, then slapped Shi Song again. Learn from him. You're not even as good as a primary school student. Shi Song burst into tears. The pain was real. Since they met, the two fathers and sons rode in Shi Yongchun's crown sedan. During the ride, Shi Yongchun chatted and suggested that Gu Jianjun open a branch. Gu Jianjun kept shaking his head. Elder Gu, your shop has a great reputation and good business. There are long queues at mealtime. Since business is so good, you should seize the opportunity to expand the restaurant. I haven't thought that far ahead of the shop, just opened not long ago. Gu Jianjun shook his head in refusal. He really hadn't considered it. After all, just a few months ago, he was an ordinary laid-off worker carrying heavy loads. Now to open a shop, and even a branch, that was far too distant for him. Don't mind me sticking my nose in. In this era of business, it's all about seizing the first opportunity. If you can make it work, you should grab the chance and expand. If someone else copies you later, you'll be teaching your apprentice to starve the master. You'll regret it then. Besides, the old way of slow and steady business running a single shop for decades is a thing of the past. How many old brands have done? We need to look at things from a developmental perspective, just like housing prices. Who would have thought they'd reach today's levels? Now that you have the opportunity and ability, you should go all out. Hesitation won't make big money in this era. Shi Yongchun spoke casually while driving. Shi Song rolled his eyes. His father was always like this, playing the big shot, always eager to comment on everything. Gu Xiu couldn't help but glance at Shi Yongchun a few more times, pondering. What heights would this man reach in the future? But unfortunately, no matter how hard Gu Xiu racked his brain, he couldn't recall the name Shi Yongchun from later years. It puzzled him. Logically, Shi Yongchun was already quite wealthy, and with such a mindset, he shouldn't have vanished without a trace. Before he could figure it out, they arrived at the restaurant. Getting out of the car, Gu Xiu finally responded to Shi Song's pleading look, asking into the car, Brother Song, are you going to a classmate's place to do homework this afternoon? Can I join you? Yes, I'll come pick you up on my bike later. Shi Song nodded eagerly. After settling that, Gu Xiu turned back to see his father lost in thought. Obviously, Shi Yongchun's words had sparked something. Dad, I think Uncle Shi is right. Let's open a branch. Gu Xiu said. What do you, a little kid, know? Opening a branch isn't something you can just decide on a whim. Gu Jianjun shook his head and flicked Gu Xiu's forehead. You're trying to distract me, aren't you? I haven't settled accounts with you from the other day. Gu Xiu's face stiffened. You've gained 2 pounds in the hospital, not bad. But being too fat at this age isn't good. Go help out. Dad, you're sending me to the kitchen again. Do you have a problem with that? Dad, I confess I'm actually a millionaire. If you do this, I might buy my restaurant. Gu Jianjun snorted. I'd be grateful for that. But before you buy it, go trim the vegetables in the kitchen. Dad, I'm still a child. So what? When I was your age, I was already cutting pigweed. Can't I skip the work? What do you think? In the end, under the threat of Gu Jianjun's forehead flicks and Foshan shadowless kicks, Gu Xiu declared with a look of tragic indignation, Comrade Lao Gu, I hereby inform you seriously. You're taking the wrong path. Whether Comrade Old Gu had taken a narrow path, he did not know. But it was certain that Gu Xiu had taken a narrow path. Given that Gu Xiu had been enjoying the finest food and drink in the hospital for several days, living in comfort, and even gaining 2 pounds. Comrade Old Gu promptly assigned Gu Xiu the arduous task of picking vegetables in the kitchen. Gu Xiu, citing the fact that he was still a child, and accusing his father of employing child labor, occupied the moral high ground, hoping to make Gu Jianjun see the error of his ways. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. On the contrary, through his own efforts, Gu Xiu managed to secure a rare opportunity to watch, let alone a first-grade elementary school student. In the Gu family, a boy must excel in both academics and chores, winning the 3 Good Student Award, cutting pigweed, doing farm work, washing dishes, and tidying the house. A life of leisure without touching kitchen work. That did not exist. Such a miserable scene witnessed by Shi Song, who arrived in a hurry with a face full of injuries, made him exclaim inwardly, this is only fair. What did you say? Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Ahem, I said, Brother Xiu, what else do you need to do? Let me help. Forget it, let's go. Gu Xiu shook his head, said a word to Gu Jianjun, and then jumped onto his bicycle and sped off. Gu Jianjun was a bit annoyed, but since Gu Xiu had raised the banner of academic priority, he could only nod and let him go. And before leaving, he even stuffed a yuan into Gu Xiu's hand. This was a new good habit that comrade Gu Jianjun had recently. The reason was that once he heard Shi Yongchun say that a boy should always have some money on him when going out, otherwise an empty wallet would make him lack confidence. Gu Jianjun thought it made sense, so he gave Gu Xiu 1 or 2 yuan each time. No more. But he could never have imagined that the huge sum he gave would not bring Gu Xiu any confidence. On the contrary, it made Gu Xiu constantly ponder should he spend the money or not. What if he spent it, and comrade Gu Jianjun scolded him for being wasteful? What if he didn't spend it, and comrade Gu Jianjun scolded him for not even knowing how to spend money? The worries of a first-grade elementary school student were sometimes no less than those of an adult. Brother Xiu, you were totally right. Now many private legend servers are giving away money, and each one is more generous than the last, offering more and more. I earned 500 just last night. On the road, Shi Qingsong, his demeanor changed from dejection to excitement, spoke enthusiastically. He parked his bicycle at the entrance of a small shop and declared with great bravado, grab whatever you want to eat. Today's treats are on me. Gu Xiu of course did not hold back. He filled a plastic bag with instant noodles, spicy strips, popsicles, cola, and bubblegum. Shi Qingsong truly did not mind at all. While selecting more snacks, he continued, Brother Xiu, you're amazing. Just like you said. Many private servers are now adopting the equipment recycling system. The lowest one recycles equipment for 250 yuan, while Shengshi Legend is the richest. They recycle a piece of equipment for 500 yuan. I told all my classmates about this, and everyone has earned a bit these past 2 days. One lucky guy made nearly 2,000 in 3 days. Although these private servers are pretty crappy and not as fun as your Guiyun Legend, Brother Xiu, they do give away real money. Each one is more generous than the last. Gu Xiu's Guiyun Legend, of course, Shi Qingsong knew about. In fact, Gu Xiu had even given him several game accounts. Accounts that didn't require any top-up, where you could buy anything in the game mall directly. The only drawback was that the accounts had restrictions and limited playtime, preventing prolonged addiction. A few days ago, Gu Xiu suddenly gave Shi Qingsong a tip telling him that other private servers would open equipment recycling so he could go earn some pocket money. This made Shi Qingsong overjoyed, and he immediately led a group of classmates to happily start picking up money. It was truly picking up. The current private legend server scene had formed a trend of contention among various powers, with several large private server studios engaging in a money-burning war. Equipment recycling was just the standard. The real competition was who could burn more money more decisively. If you recycled equipment for 200, then it'll offer 300. If you offer 300, it'll go to 400, constantly increasing the stakes. Moreover, because when they first started following the equipment recycling trend, players complained about the low drop rate. Several major private servers even raised the drop rate for recycled equipment. Especially for newly opened private servers, as long as you weren't terribly unlucky, playing multiple servers and creating multiple accounts would allow you to at least get one piece of recyclable equipment and make a small profit. This was a feast for players, a carnival for the entire Legend player community. Even many players who had never touched private servers before were attracted by this money-burning war. They joined the ranks of private server players. As for the private servers themselves, they were truly fighting Reddit. In just a few days, the industry underwent a major reshuffle. Smaller studios or individual private server creators had basically shut down their servers. They couldn't hold on anymore. The larger ones weren't having an easy time either, and no one wanted to be outdone, so they kept increasing the money burn. But what did any of this have to do with the players? Returning to the secret base, Gu Xiu checked the various private server release sites, as usual, and saw a full screen of equipment recycling advertisements, each more eye-catching than the last. Turning around, he saw Shi Qingsong logging into a game. But just as he logged in, he dragged a file from the portable hard drive. Gu Xiu curiously leaned in for a look. Where did you get that auto-farming script? Brother Xiu, as expected, you even know about auto-farming scripts. I found it on a forum. A big shot shared it there. Shared on a forum? Yeah, I got it from a classmate. I was messing with this last night and got caught by my dad. The script can automatically fight monsters and level up, then go after recyclable equipment. As he spoke, Shi Qingsong skillfully logged into several accounts and formed a team. The script started, and the team quickly set off. It automatically leveled up, entered the treasure hunting area for equipment drops, and started farming equipment. In truth, the script was terrible, similar to a key press wizard mechanically triggering mouse movements and keyboard inputs. For Gu Xiu, a flick of a finger could break it. But for the current private servers, which were all cast from the same mold, this thing was like a bomber. Players only needed to log and create a character and start the script. They didn't have to do anything else. Just like now, Shi Qingsong finished everything and grabbed a bag of chips to eat. His carefree attitude was just like his father's, sitting around cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV. Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, then opened QQ and clicked on the chat with Luo Sanpeo. Did you make that auto-farming? Soon he received an affirmative reply. Of course. Boss, isn't it awesome? Haha, I spent 200 yuan to have someone make it. Now several private server studios still don't know about this thing. I tested it. Our server can't use it, but all the other servers can. Gu Xiu was speechless. He wanted to ask if this guy really studied law. Could he do such a thing? But this was a good thing, wasn't it? Tell me about the current situation now. After thinking it over, Gu Xiu didn't pursue the question. Luo Sanpao on the other end was very excited. Boss, you're amazing. Just as you predicted, our Guiyun legend has now firmly secured its throne. Worthless. Absolutely worthless. You only discovered this now. What are you even doing? How could such a major issue only come to light now? At the Shengshi Legend studio, Zhang Shengshi was furiously reprimanding his employees. Compared to earlier days, he now exuded an intense aura of aggression. He had no choice. To re-establish dominance in the industry, Shengshi Legend had gone all in on this costly war, launching 5 servers in one go. The money burned daily was astronomical. Such massive investment came from Zhang Shengshi's retirement fund, keeping him under constant high pressure. His urine was yellow from stress. Initially, the results were promising. Player numbers for Shengshi Legend were skyrocketing, seemingly poised to conquer the entire market. He accidentally discovered that his game was infested with an automated script that farmed money. For players, it was a blessing. But for Zhang Shengshi, it was the root of all evil, since the player's joy was built upon his suffering. Even the seemingly pleasing registration and online data could be fraudulent. How could this be tolerated? It was a miracle he wasn't urinating blood. Brother Sheng, this script isn't hard to counter. We just need to tweak a few steps to render it. We'll update the game immediately and curb this situation. Worthless. Zhang Shengshi cursed. Do you think I don't know it's simple? What infuriates me is that you only discovered this now. Do you have any idea how much I've lost in these 5 days? Everyone hurriedly fell silent. Seeing this, Zhang Shengshi waved his hand helplessly. Let's hear the current situation. Anger was pointless now. The damage had already been done. Fortunately, not all news was bad. At least the money-burning strategy was yielding results. Brother Sheng, based on IP statistics, our player count has exceeded 100,000. This is unprecedented. And Luanzhang Legend has just announced its shutdown. They can't hold on anymore. Even Dudu Legend and Fengwang Legend have started reducing their equipment recovery rates. They're clearly struggling too. We're about to win this war. Soon we'll dominate the entire private server circle. This was exhilarating news. Many present had bright eyes. 100,000 players. Our previous peak was only 50,000. With so many players, think of the whales. We're going to make a fortune. Once we unify the private server scene, it'll be those who obey prosper, those who resist perish. Shengshi Legend will become the ultimate. 100,000 players. Even if each only tops up 100 yuan, that's 10 million. The prospect of victory ignited extraordinary excitement. Zhang Shengshi was also pleased. Yet for some reason he felt a lingering unease, as if he had overlooked something. What about the top-ups? Zhang Shengshi asked. The situation is not ideal. Only 0. 2 of players have topped up, totaling just 40,000 yuan. So little. Zhang Shengshi's face darkened. 100,000 players with only 0. 2 topping up, that meant only 200 people had paid. And the total revenue was merely 40,000 yuan, while he burned at least 100,000 yuan daily on 5 private servers. This amount didn't even cover a fraction of his losses. Brother Sheng, with such fierce competition, players are hesitant to top up. Especially since some servers shut down after 2 days, making players wary. Shengshi Legend is relatively lucky with our reputation. Other servers are worse off. This situation will ease soon. Once we dominate the private server circle, players will have no choice but to play ours. Then we'll deploy our prepared accounts and reel in the big fish. His subordinates exuded confidence. Zhang Shengshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then he asked, what about Guiyun? The moment he mentioned it, everyone burst into laughter. Brother Sheng, Guiyun Legend isn't even worth our attention. They didn't even join this money-burning war. Exactly. Whether in popularity or financial strength, they're far behind us. They dropped out as soon as the war began. Well, dropped out isn't accurate. They're still operating the same as before. A common equipment piece costs 200 yuan, and neither recovery rates nor drop rates have changed. That server is probably dead by now. I checked earlier. Their player count has plummeted significantly. Soon they'll have to shut down. They're no longer worthy of being our opponent. Hearing these confident reports, Zhang Shengshi's heart finally relaxed completely. Since that was the case, he would charge ahead with full force. In the following days, the private server war reached a fever pitch. Shengshi Legend, true to its veteran status, blazed a bloody trail through sheer spending. Countless private server studios fell one after another under this onslaught. They couldn't sustain the burn. Even the last remaining rival Qingshi Legend showed signs of exhaustion beneath Shengshi Legend's iron cavalry teetering on the brink. However, this opponent displayed unexpected tenacity. Its backer, rumored to be a coal magnate with deep pockets, engaged Shengshi Legend in a protracted war of attrition. The battle raged on for over half a month. Finally, just as Zhang Shengshi began mortgaging his house, the rival buckled and withdrew. That day, Zhang Shengshi celebrated with a grand feast for his troops, and everyone drank themselves into a stupor. That night, in his dream, Shengshi Legend unified the entire private server circle. Countless players flooded in, selling houses and cars to support his gaming empire. He eventually earned so much that he acquired the official licensor Xingda, becoming a legend in the industry, a deity worshipped by future generations. But just as he ascended to the top of the world's richest list and was giving countless interviews, a child suddenly appeared before him. In the dream, he couldn't make out the child's face, but for some reason those eyes made Zhang Shengshi deeply uncomfortable. They were so bright they almost blinded him. The child asked only one question: is it fun to dream? Dream. That thought jolted Zhang Shengshi awake in a cold sweat. Cursing the bad luck, he turned over and went back to sleep. But as if the nightmare had an encore, the following days saw the nightmare persist. Not just in dreams, but spilling into reality. Shengshi Legends top-up amounts and rates had not improved. Worse, the once soaring player count was now plummeting off a cliff. Yet player spending remained stagnant. This situation dragged on for another half-month. Just as Zhang Shengshi was fretting over loans and conversion rates, an even more shocking piece of news emerged. Guiyun Legend had opened new servers. And 10 servers at once. Damn it. You said that Guiyun Legend was on its last legs, that it had long been eliminated. So what's happening now? Why did Guiyun Legend open new servers again? Why haven't they shut down yet? Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Still in that same room cluttered with computers, Zhang Shengshi was furious. When Shengshi Legend unified the private server circle, Zhang Shengshi had started cultivating his character, rarely losing his temper. But now this quasi-successful man, who recently often spoke of refinement and self-cultivation, was as irritable as a dog that had. The others were also bewildered. Guiyun Legend. To be honest, if Zhang Shengshi hadn't mentioned this name again, they would have even forgotten. But now what was happening? They had never truly taken Guiyun Legend seriously, even though they knew it was Guiyun Legend that introduced the equipment recycling model. Yet still no one cared. After all, it was like a gathering of billionaires where a slightly handsome young man who roamed the world was present. What threat could such a person pose? Did such a person deserve excessive attention? Smack. You have disappointed me greatly. Zhang Shengshi angrily slammed the table. If the private server release station hadn't informed me that Guiyun Legend opened 10 servers at once, I wouldn't even have known about this. Even now you still don't understand the seriousness of the matter. Was this true? Someone reacted, immediately turned on the computer, and logged into the private server release station. Upon seeing this, he gasped. What? How is that possible? Opening 10 servers at once, how could that be done? Are they crazy? We haven't even made any money yet. How dare they do this? Did they find more funding and want to burn money? Where did they get the courage? At once the crowd erupted. The previous disdain turned into shock and fear. They almost instinctively thought of a money-burning war. If Guiyun Legend started another round of money-burning now, could their own Shengshi Legend hold up? This was almost unthinkable. Previously, Shengshi Legend had invested too much already at the end of its rope, with its only hope being to win the private server war and then make a fortune. But they never expected that even though they had fought their way through the chaos, it was still extremely difficult. Let alone recovering previous costs, it was good enough to avoid losing money each day. If at this moment Guiyun Legend also started a money-burning war, it would be fatal for Shengshi Legend. They wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Fortunately, they don't intend to burn money. Same as before, the equipment recycling price hasn't changed at all. Are they crazy? The players have already joined our Shengshi Legend. What's wrong with them setting up 10 private servers now? Do they think players will still go to their servers? To everyone's surprise, Guiyun Legend didn't seem to intend to play any money-burning tactics. Previously, the equipment recycling price that everyone competed over had soared to at least 500. But Guiyun Legend hadn't changed at all. It was still 200 and 800, unwavering from start to finish. Could it be that their drop rate? Someone raised the question. This possibility was indeed high. After all, during the previous competition, besides focusing on equipment recycling prices, various houses had also worked on the drop rate of recyclable equipment. At the most extreme, the drop rate even reached 10. But soon someone questioned. If they intended to increase the drop rate, they should have written it out directly, since that's how we played before. But look, Guiyun Legend hasn't written anything about this on its website or in its promotions. This doesn't make sense. This? Everyone pondered deeply, thinking it did make sense, and for a moment they were all puzzled. To open 10 servers at once, there must be some plan and preparation. Keep a close watch. In the end, Zhang Shengshi could only leave it at that. He actually felt that he might be a bit overly sensitive. But ever since he learned that Guiyun Legend should have been his, whenever he faced this server, he was always particularly sensitive. 10 servers. 10 servers. Why could they open so many? Do they have that many players? Returning to his private office, Zhang Shengshi was still deep in thought. After a moment, he downloaded Guiyun Legend on his computer. He found that the game's servers still maintained 10 servers. As before, they opened a new server every week and merged an old server. This made him frown. Could it be? Has Guiyun Legend not lost players during this time? But as soon as this thought arose, Zhang Shengshi couldn't help shaking his head. How could it be? Recently, various houses burned money more and more absurdly. Players had been spoiled. Who would be interested in playing with a 200 yuan equipment recycling? But hey, raise the problem. If their player base had decreased, even drastically, why would they still open 10 servers? This itself is unreasonable. If they couldn't attract a large number of players, doing so seemed to have no use other than increasing costs and depleting funds. Couldn't understand. Such confusion lasted until the moment Guiyun Legend's 10 servers opened together. It completely exploded. Brother Xing, our active players are dropping rapidly. At this time yesterday, our concurrent online players even reached over 20,000, but now we don't even have 5,000. What the hell is happening? How could there be such a cliff-like drop? It's Guiyun Legend. Soon Zhang Shengshi received the bad news. The number of players in his own Shengshi Legend was draining rapidly, and the culprit was Guiyun Legend. With the opening of their new servers, a large number of Shengshi Legend players were switching games on a massive scale, without any hesitation or reluctance. Zhang Shengshi saw this very clearly, because he noticed that the 10 new servers of Guiyun Legend actually required queuing. This method of handling server congestion usually only appeared in official games. Private servers didn't have the capacity. But now, what was going on? Filled with curiosity, Zhang Shengshi patiently queued up. After waiting a full 10 minutes, he finally got in. He registered a character and entered the game. As soon as he appeared in the novice village, the scene before him stunned Zhang Shengshi. This was a Legend private server. Zhang Shengshi found himself at the novice village of the official Legend server, a scene that was all too familiar to many seasoned players. But now the novice village was teeming with players, a dense crowd of gamers, their names flooding the screen. It was truly booming. Yet that wasn't what surprised Zhang Shengshi. What truly astounded him was the visual quality and character modeling of Guiyun Chuanqi. In fact, even earlier Guiyun Chuanqi's graphics had surpassed those of many private servers. It was even comparable to the official server. But now he realized it had undergone a complete transformation. The in-game environments, UI interface, player character models, and even NPC designs had all been revamped. It still retained the essence of Legend. Yet the difference lay in its refinement. It was more exquisite and more aligned with Chinese aesthetics, whether in the immediate visual impact or the subtle details upon closer inspection. The Guiyun Chuanqi before him boasted even better visual performance than the official server. Did they remake the entire game just to run a private server, he wondered. Zhang Shengshi muttered in disbelief. This was utterly incredible. What was a private server? In essence, it was a modified version built upon the official server with a few tweaks thrown in. Often private servers lagged several versions behind the official one, and their quality could never match the original. That was common knowledge. But who had ever seen a private server outperform the official one? Just because of the graphics, the players are so enthusiastic. Are these players crazy? After wandering around the novice village, Zhang Shengshi felt utterly bewildered. Guiyun Chuanqi was indeed impressive. The graphics alone were enough to astonish anyone. But to say that players would abandon Shengshi Chuanqi, which offered higher equipment recycling prices simply because of the visuals, that seemed a bit far-fetched. He couldn't comprehend it at all. Let's check the game store. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Shengshi clicked open the game store interface. But soon he grew even more confused. The game store of Guiyun Chuanqi offered a plethora of items, equipment, gems, fashion outfits, pets, healing supplies, and many other categories. The selection was dazzling and seemingly endless. If not for the item categories and store guidance, Zhang Shengshi might have felt dizzy. No equipment for sale, and many items are extremely cheap. Some even cost just a few yuan or a few mao. Is this the secret weapon? That's it. Zhang Shengshi couldn't understand. His own Shengshi Chuanqi directly sold equipment, and the prices were getting higher and higher. The most expensive piece of equipment cost over 3,000 yuan. To buy even a few random items, you'd need to spend hundreds of yuan. Otherwise, you'd feel embarrassed to top up. This was also why Shengshi Chuanqi could easily rake in 1,000,000 yuan per month with the help of shills. The chosen fat sheep truly had spending power. But the Guiyun Chuanqi before him completely overturned his understanding. It was cheaper yet more complex. This was beyond Zhang Shengshi's comprehension. Modern online games were all about squeezing paying players, making them sell their houses and cars just to top up. When had anyone ever seen such a commoner-friendly approach? 10 ordinary players each spending 10 yuan was a thankless effort. Far easier to find one sucker and get him to top up 100. As for the rest, if you have no money, then fuck off, right? That was the mainstream model. The bulk of the profit came from the top players who could casually spend the equivalent of an ordinary player's annual income. Yet Guiyun Chuanqi was doing the exact opposite. But soon something even more incomprehensible to Zhang Shengshi occurred. The system notifications in the game were constantly refreshing. Player X has embedded equipment Y. Used a direct leveling experience pill. Purchased pet Z. Purchased fashion out. These system messages kept flooding the system bar, stimulating players to spend, while also grating on Zhang Shengshi's nerves. Are these players all so rich? It feels like every single person is willing to top up. This was clearly wrong. Just then a team invitation popped up. Someone had invited Zhang Shengshi to join a party. This puzzled Zhang Shengshi, but after a moment's thought he accepted. As soon as he entered, the team chat was already buzzing. We're full, let's go. Hurry up and level. The treasure pavilion opens tonight, and everyone in the new server will be fighting for it. Let's speed up. Actually, I was thinking of using a direct leveling pill, but then I thought it's boring. Brothers, do you play often? Add me as a friend. I agree, the direct leveling pill is a waste of money. We can level up in a few hours, there's no need to buy it. Watching this discussion, this was normal. How could everyone be able to top up? Next, Zhang Shengshi lurked in this team, and embarked on a series of leveling quests. And surprisingly, even Zhang Shengshi, a private server developer, couldn't help but admire Guiyun Chuanqi. They had actually designed it greatly enhanced the gameplay. Leveling up, which was usually mechanical and tedious, had become genuinely enjoyable here. So much so that he almost got addicted. Soon the entire team reached level 60. We've got enough levels. Everyone buy the equipment. This beginner set is a must, otherwise the early transition will be problematic. Alright, I've bought it. Haha, I already bought it earlier. I can wear it now that I've leveled up. Gongxing Mingzhou, what's up with you? Aren't you buying? Soon someone noticed that Zhang Shengshi was still wearing a set of ordinary trash gear and couldn't help asking. This. Zhang Shengshi opened his mouth, feeling that he should take back his earlier words. Were these people crazy? They wouldn't spend 6 yuan on a direct leveling pill, but they'd drop 18 yuan on that equipment set, with blushing Zhang Shengshi typed, "I'm a newbie. I don't know if this game is fun yet, and I feel like paying to play." He had no intention of giving money to his competitor. A newbie, Guiyun Chuanqi. No need to think twice. Any amount you top up is worth it. The game is fun and interesting. Although casual players can play without spending, if you want to compete for tonight's treasure pavilion, you'd better top up. Otherwise you'll have to do quests for a beginner set, which is the worst. If you don't top up, you can do daily quests. In 7 days you can get a decent transitional set. We still have time. I'll take you to get some equipment. Not topping up didn't earn him any ridicule. On the contrary, since there was still time, the team even offered to take Zhang Shengshi to farm it. This gave Zhang Shengshi a surreal feeling. How did it seem? The players in this game were different. They'd top up at the drop of a hat, and they were all so friendly. His own server was nothing like this. Zhang Shengshi thanked them repeatedly, then asked his doubts. Why did everyone love this game so much, and why was the atmosphere so good? He quickly got an answer. Playing games is for relaxation. Fighting and killing is for the big guilds. Us ordinary players just enjoy the game. That's right. Mutual help is a tradition in this game. We can participate in events together. We can't do it without people. We're not just playing games, we're making comrades in the game. There were many answers, leaving Zhang Shengshi somewhat confused. He didn't understand. What did it mean to not just play games, but to make comrades in the game? But he didn't need to understand. He was more curious about something else. Are you all rich? 18 yuan isn't cheap. How can you just buy it on a whim? 18 yuan is indeed not cheap, but making money in this game is too easy. You can do trade caravans, farm materials and items to sell to rich players, and you'll earn money. That's too tiring. In Shengshi Chuanqi, a single piece of equipment can be recycled for 500 yuan. Zhang Shengshi couldn't help asking. He had a little ulterior motive. He wanted to promote his own game. But soon a wounding reply came. Shengshi Chuanqi. That piece of shit. You can't even play without topping up. If it weren't for the 500 yuan equipment recycling and the high drop rate making it profitable, I wouldn't even bother. That game is trash. And now they've started lowering the drop rate. It's boring. That game is garbage, not even as fun as the official server. It's not even worthy of polishing Guiyun Chuanqi's shoes. Zhang Shengshi, sitting before his computer, twitched his mouth. There was a damn. He wasn't sure whether to utter or not. But that wasn't the most hurtful remark. One player suddenly blurted out, "Speaking of Shengshi Chuanqi, at the beginning it was like picking up money. I earned 1,500 yuan in their server. Then I turned around and topped up 500 yuan in Guiyun Chuanqi's old district. That idiot from Shengshi Chuanqi didn't know I had no money. He was giving me money to play games." Ha ha ha. Zhang Shengshi was stunned. When he saw this sentence in the team channel, he was frozen for several seconds. Initially he was angry, then, damn, what does this mean? You come to my Shengshi legend to fleece me, then spend money in Guiyun legend. Use my money to you have no manners. It's not good to say that. Fortunately, just as Zhang Shengshi was furiously about to smash his keyboard, another person in the team spoke up. Well, at least not everyone has such low quality, Zhang Shengshi thought. But, how can you call him an idiot? You're insulting idiots, you know. The team burst into laughter. But Zhang Shengshi felt a chill in his heart, as if it were snowing in June. The others in the team opened up. Exactly right. Those private server operators, I don't know if they have shit in their heads, otherwise how could they even copy so poorly? I suspect these people don't even know what a real online game is. They naively think Guiyun Legend's success is due to equipment recycling. If they played this game more, they'd know it's not that simple. They're all fools sending money, but they deserve it. They only want to make money. When have they ever thought about us players? These discussions appeared extremely frequently. Zhang Shengshi fell into unprecedented despair and helplessness. Despair because he felt he had already lost. Completely defeated. No chance of recovery. He even felt as if he had come to a fork in the road, and from then on his life would undergo a tremendous change. As for helplessness, it was because he simply couldn't understand what the players were talking about. He was a game producer. He had personally experienced the game of Guiyun Legend. But he still couldn't understand. Why did he lose? What is a real online game? What does it mean that Guiyun Legend's success is not due to equipment recycling? He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. Especially as his playing time in Guiyun Legend increased, and he saw more players, he became more perplexed. Even these players seemed brainwashed by Guiyun Legend. Because he discovered Guiyun Legend was not as cheap as imagined. Perhaps the unit price of many things in this game was not high, but in fact there were more places. Furthermore, compared to other games, Guiyun Legend was more troublesome and time-consuming. Take equipment, for example. Most private servers directly sell ready-made equipment or obtain it through killing bosses, but Guiyun Legend was not like that. Except for recyclable equipment, the top-tier equipment often required completing a large number of tasks. Only after spending a lot of time and effort could one successfully obtain it. This was unimaginable for many private servers. But Guiyun Legend did it just like that. Everything about it was strange, baffling, and incomprehensible. Of course, Zhang Shengshi did not give up. He still tried his best to imitate Guiyun Legend, updating his own Legend private server. Whatever Guiyun Legend had, he wanted to have. He hoped to understand why he had lost so thoroughly. But unfortunately, after half a month, he found a sentence from Guiyun Legend. Those who imitate me die. Actually, I just took advantage of the times. In the QQ chat window, Gushio's words continued. Online games are unfamiliar to the entire world. They are also unfamiliar to domestic players and game companies. What is a good game? Everyone's opinions differ. At least so far there is a high wall between game companies and online game players. They cannot understand each other. What I did was just think more about the players. Even what I'm doing now is just the most basic things. But because it's different from the times Overjoyed legend can succeed, it can only be said to be the result of luck and timing. Luo Sampao looked at this passage and couldn't help but sigh. Boss, you're too modest. Over the past 2 months profits have been gradually increasing. Especially last month our monthly profit exceeded 3 million. I've never seen any private server or game company that can make money while maintaining a good reputation. Actually, I suggest you set up a game company and make a proper game. Then you'll definitely make more money. I do have that idea. Gushio smiled. Luo Sampao's eyes lit up. Really? Have you set up the company? Have you already started? What's your major? Oh, Luo Sampao was a bit confused. He didn't expect Gushio to suddenly ask this. Although he and Gushio had known each other for several months, they only communicated through the internet. They didn't ask too much about each other's situation and knew little. Although they were superior and subordinate, they were always separated by a net. This was a kind of security measure, but it was a small matter. Luo Sampao didn't hide it and made a little joke. I studied how to teach people to make money. Criminal. Boss, you know it well. Very criminal. That's too bad, Gushio replied. What's a pity? I need a helper to be my agent. Agent? Luo Sampao was stunned then asked curiously, do you want a legal advisor? Not just a legal advisor. I need someone who is well-versed in law and can help me handle some issues I don't have time for. For example, registering a company, some trivial matters, and I also want to make some investments needing someone to help me handle them. You want to entrust. Similar meaning, but different. I don't just entrust a single matter. I need a CPU. Looking at this answer, Luo Sampao narrowed his eyes. CPU, also known as Central Processing Unit, is the core component of its function is mainly to process the instructions issued by the computer user and then coordinate them to various departments. Boss, do you want to give me a job? I do have that idea, but unfortunately you studied criminal law, and what I need is not criminal law. This. Luo Sampao was a bit depressed. What if someday you need me? I think there won't be such an opportunity. I don't think I should be discriminated against because of my major. After all, the role of a CPU is not to speculate the operator's thoughts, but to execute the operator's instructions beautifully. That's a good answer. You don't seem to mind working for me. Why would I mind? Luo Sampao laughed and said directly, I'm a mundane person. I want to make money and live a relaxed and happy life. And over the past few months you've already paid me nearly 2,000 in wages. I couldn't have imagined that before. Moreover, I think highly of you as a person. I'm of course happy to work for you. In fact, even if you hadn't mentioned it when you planned to give up Overjoyed legend, I would also hope to follow you. Luo Sampao was still so straightforward. He said his thoughts without any reservation. In terms of negotiation, this was actually very wrong, because it would reduce his own value. But in fact he was a smart person. He knew very well when to say what. Facts prove that his words now were spot on. I can offer you such a high salary for Overjoyed legend because of your significant contributions, and private servers are inherently unique. Reading this, Luo Sampao's eyes lit up. Gushio was swayed. Without hesitation, Luo Sampao directly stated, I understand that a formal job salary wouldn't be that high. As long as it's not too low, I hope to secure this position. This was from the heart. It had been several months since he met Gushio. What started as a mere plan to earn some extra cash had now evolved into Luo Sampao's desire to follow Gushio, which was not at all abrupt. After all, Gushio had given him too many surprises during this time, not just in the technical aspects of Overjoyed legend or the ingenious game designs. It even included facing the siege of private servers. More importantly, chatting with this boss he had never met revealed a figure with many. Such a person would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Thus Luo Sampao hoped to follow Gushio. You are a master of laws. If I'm not mistaken, you'll likely pursue a doctorate. Your future achievements could be boundless. Gushio. Luo Sampao shook his head. The deeper I study, the more I often feel how small and powerless I am. Such a choice may lead to regrets later. Let the future take care of itself. He'll tell you quietly. I feel that this choice might change my life. After saying this, Luo Sampao stared nervously at the dialogue box. He was so tense that he couldn't help clenching his fists. Fortunately, I need you to do 3 things next. Success. Luo Sampao nearly jumped with excitement, but he quickly typed, Boss, your instructions. First, Overjoyed legend can still make money. Continue this job. Your salary remains unchanged and bonuses won't be reduced. Thank you, boss. Second, I need you to help me register a company. What kind of company? A game company focusing on publishing development and operations. Just as expected, Luo Sampao's eyes sparkled. His boss truly intended to develop in the gaming industry. His abilities would surely make a fortune in this era when online games were still a blue ocean. He'll send you my materials later. He'll entrust this entirely to you. What you need to pay attention to is that I need full licenses, including the Internet Culture Business License, the Online Game Virtual Currency Issuance License, the Internet Publishing License, and the ICP Operating License. Once the game project starts, you'll also need to handle game filing and apply for the game publication number from the General Administration of Press and Publication. You'll be the chief legal advisor of this company, concurrently serving as the general manager. Your salary will be 6,000 yuan per month with bonuses calculated separately. 6,000 yuan a month. In this era, it wasn't overly outrageous, but compared to his treatment at Guiyun Legend, it was practically. However, Luo Sanpao had no objections. This was different from Guiyun Legend. This was a legitimate above-board job, and a long Guiyun Legend was lucrative, but who could be sure how much money this shady business could make, or how long it would last? Moreover, in this era, a monthly salary of 6,000, though not high compared to a general manager of a big company, was by no means low. Understood. Thank you for this opportunity, boss. He'll work hard to repay you. Don't say that. Your flattery skills aren't. Boss, what's the third thing you need me to do? The third task is an extra commission. Help me open a securities account, and he'll pay you a commission fee. You want to trade stocks? Of course. In this era, letting money sleep in the bank is the biggest mistake. That's a small matter, but boss, you could open an account yourself, right? Why go myself when I have a lawyer? Luo Sanpao. Next came the contract. After all, this was a formal job, not a casual promise sealed with a blood oath. A society governed by law relies on contracts to avoid many problems. However, while preparing the contract, Luo Sanpao, boss, so your name is Gu Jianjun. I'm learning your name for the first time. Is it too rustic? Not at all. It sounds like a name fit for a big boss. Your flattery skills are improving. Hey boss, why is there also a deed of gift here, transferring assets to your son Gu Xiao? I intend to transfer all these assets to Gu Xiao once he reaches the legal age. Is that okay? There's a small issue. The contract says Gu Xiao can exercise supreme authority. That means even if he's a minor, he can directly manage the company and these assets. Are you serious? Of course. Any other questions? I'm not sure if I should ask. You only have one child now, right? Isn't it too early? What if you have another child in the future? If I have another, that's none of my business. Luo Sanpao. Just kidding. These all belong to Gu Xiao. Whatever Gu Xiao decides in the future is up to him. A boss, why is there also a confidentiality agreement? Isn't a confidentiality agreement normal? It is, but why does even the boss identity need to be kept secret? Work requirements. Work requirements. Luo Sanpao was puzzled. He still didn't fully understand why the work required hiding the boss identity. But the contract itself was fine. So signing it was all that mattered. Soon both parties drafted the electronic contract, and after signing they would mail it to each other. The contract was in effect. Boss, it's an honor to be your employee. Perhaps this day will go down in history. Luo Sanpao was visibly excited. Gu Xiao was also pleased. Recruiting Luo Sanpao was part of the plan, and now it had come. Now he could forge ahead with his grand vision. But this elation didn't last long. When he saw the name in the party B column, Gu Xiao's eyes widened. Your name is Luo Xiang. What's wrong, boss? Does it sound? Let me ask, how many people in your school share this name? Probably not many. In my major, I'm the only one named Luo Xiang. I think you should change your online alias. Part of the job. No. Then what should I change it to? Outlaw Zhang San. Though the world lost an outlaw named Zhang San due to the flapping of Gu Xiao's butterfly-like wings, it gained an outstanding business lawyer, Luo Sanpao. Lawyer Luo's efficiency was commendable. Game companies as an emerging industry of the era faced increasingly stringent reviews and regulations due to the controversy over online game addiction. It would take some time. However, the speed at which he handled Gu Xiao's securities account opening was remarkably swift. 3 days later, everything was settled. For this, Gu Xiao specially asked the teacher for leave and sneaked out of school. This was possible thanks to old Gu being busy opening. He had no time to keep a close eye on Gu Xiao. Of course, one must be competent oneself. Gu Xiao's excellent grades in class were also a significant factor. Otherwise, the teacher would have glared at him for asking for leave. Returning to the secret base, Gu Xiao turned on the computer and immediately logged into his securities account. It was Comrade Gu Jianjun's account after all. Elementary school students trading stocks seemed to be frowned upon everywhere. This carried its own risks. If Comrade Gu Jianjun ever started trading stocks himself, Gu Xiao's actions would be exposed immediately. For this, Gu Xiao had racked his brains recently. Every day, he lectured Gu Jianjun about how so-and-so failed in stock trading, became penniless overnight, and ended up on the rooftop. How so-and-so lost their family and suffered miserably because of stock trading. How so-and-so suffered a sudden cardiac arrest and died from stock trading. One or two such stories might not matter, but hearing them repeatedly cast a shadow over one's heart. Subconsciously, he began to view stock trading as a terrifying flood. At least Comrade Gu Jianjun felt this way. He would turn pale at the mere mention of stocks. He was already unfamiliar with the concept of stock trading, and after hearing so many cases, he developed a strong aversion to it. He even told Gu Xiao never to dabble in stocks when he grew up. To this, Gu Xiao nodded like a model student. Then he turned around, opened the stock trading software, and began searching for stocks. The account held 6 million yuan. This was the money Gu Xiao had earned from Guiyun Legend over the past 3 months, accumulating to a full 6 million. Now he had deposited all of it into the dedicated account. He was going to trade stocks. Although he himself stared blankly at the candlestick charts, red and green figures, and security codes, but who said you had to understand stocks to trade them? What if the trader was a reincarnator? Soon Gu Xiao found his target. In Taiwanhua. This stock was a new issue that had been listed on the share market half a month ago. Since then, it had remained extremely stable, flat as a calm surface. In the eyes of stockbrokers, such a stock typically meant little profit potential. No waves, no ripples. It might not lose money, but it certainly wouldn't earn much. Most would require long-term holding with settlement periods at least quarterly, or even yearly. Such stocks were clearly not what brokers, but Gu Xiu didn't care about any of that. Alan. He poured all 6 million into it, converting it into corresponding shares. Interestingly, the 6 million influx caused the stock price to rise slightly, but it soon settled back to calm. Having done everything, Gu Xiu let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had caught the wind. This was indeed the wind he had planned for. In truth, Gu Xiu knew little about stocks, funds, or futures. He didn't even understand many basics. Because at first he, like Gu Jianjun, was afraid of it. He regarded it as a flood and a beast. Later, on a friend's recommendation, he tried it once. 3,000 yuan and only 1,000 came out, which further killed his interest in the matter. Naturally, Gu Xiu wouldn't invest time studying or researching it. However, although he didn't understand stocks, he did understand archaeology. In his past life, he didn't play with stocks himself, but he met many people who liked to boast about their past achievements in the financial industry. Back then, he listened to these stories as if they were legends. But now those past things had become the present and the future. They had become the key to wealth. After confirming all the stocks were bought, Gu Xiu looked at the calendar and circled a certain date in red on the desk calendar beside him. Then he closed the stock trading software and didn't give it another glance. Instead, he opened the computer to play games. Utterly non. This was absolutely not the behavior of someone who had just invested 6 million, his entire fortune, into the stock market. But again, as the saying goes, what does a reincarnator fear? He truly didn't understand stocks, but he didn't need to. For him, the most important thing in stock trading was buying at the right time and selling at the right time. That was enough. Concepts like chasing rises and selling falls, being trapped at high levels. None of that. One morning passed, and Gu Xiu returned home right on time. On the way, he bought a few packs of snacks called Tang Seng Ro, although he always felt he had the mind of an adult. But these snacks cost only 20 cents a pack and tasted amazing. He thought of it as reliving childhood. Future generations wouldn't get to taste them. However, as soon as he reached the shop door, the smile on Gu Xiu's face froze because he heard terrible news. Hey Gu Xiu, why are you here? Where's your dad? He want to pick you up from school. Said he wanted to take you to see the new branch. Didn't you run into? These words made Gu Xiu's hair stand on end. Even the Tang Sing Ro in his mouth lost its flavor. He quickly used the shop's phone to call comrade Gu Jianjun and then spent the next moments in anxious waiting. Fortunately, comrade Gu Jianjun had no idea that Gu Xiu had skipped school that morning. Otherwise, that certain student's backside would have been in for a beating. But Gu Jianjun did mutter, "Kid, I was waiting right at the school gate. How did you get home so fast? Can you fly or something?" However, Gu Xiu managed to smooth it over. Soon they got on the motorcycle and headed straight to the east of the city, where a food street lined with various restaurants stood. Even 20 years later, it remained unchanged. At a corner, a large signboard stood out prominently, Meisher Mike Branch No. This was Gu Jianjun's new branch, thanks to Shi Yangkun's suggestion that stirred Gu Jianjun's ambition. He no longer wanted to be content with just one location. With youthful drive, he launched the branch expansion plan. During this time, Gu Jianjun had been busy with the second branch, while the original shop was entrusted to a reliable employee as manager. Bringing Gu Xiu here this time was partly to show off, to flaunt his new branch. Compared to the first time, he had felt his way forward. How about it, son? Your old man's awesome, right? This branch is definitely going to be a huge hit. At the entrance of the restaurant, Gu Jianjun boasted with unparalleled pride. Gu Xiu nodded in wholehearted agreement. The decor matched the style of the first branch, yet it was even more refined. All the promotional activities and marketing strategies for the grand opening had been fully deployed. Having been a restaurateur for several months, comrade Gu Jianjun had matured into a seasoned proprietor. Moreover, given the renown and stellar reputation of Meisher Mike, the new branch was destined to be an instant hit. It was practically a foregone conclusion. As Gu Jianjun basked in his one-sided triumph, a young woman in her early 20s arrived on a bicycle clad in a dress. She carried a bag of apples and spoke softly. "Brother Gu, I bought some apples for everyone. Xiaolu, you're here. You've worked hard these past few days. How much for the apples? He'll reimburse you." Gu Jianjun smiled. "They're just a few apples, my treat. That won't do. I already feel bad for you helping out these days. I can't take your food too. It's fine, I had nothing else to do. Consider it a favor. Please don't be so formal with me, brother Gu." "Well, all right then." Gu Jianjun finally relented and patted Gu Xiu's head. "Say hello to Aunt Lu." "Hello, big sister." Gu Xiu called. The girl's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, praising Gu Xiu for being adorable and sweet-tongued. Gu Jianjun shook his head. This kid only has a silver tongue. Yet the pride in his smile was unmistakable. This clever little rascal was his own son. At lunch, Gu Xiu ate at the new branch, sharing the staff meal prepared by the employees. During the meal, Gu Xiu learned the identity of the girl in the dress. Lu Xinxin, 21 years old. Unexpectedly, she was not an employee of Meisher Mike, but appeared as a friend of Gu Jianjun. As it turned out, their acquaintance had a serendipitous beginning. It started when Gu Jianjun accidentally grazed her with his motorcycle. Being responsible, he immediately took her to the hospital. After a thorough checkup, she was fine, and the two got to know each other. Later, they discovered that Lu Xingxin's home was near the new branch, and their interactions gradually increased. During this period, Lu Xinxin came to the store every few days to help out. She was extremely popular and got along well with everyone. Gu Xiu also noticed that Lu Xingxin's attitude toward old Gu was distinctly different, and her gaze would unconsciously linger on comrade Gu Jianjun. Her eyes sparkled with a certain light. Even Gu Xiu couldn't help but take another look at Gu Jianjun, pondering inwardly that his father might still have some romantic luck. Unfortunately, everyone present could see that look, except Gu Jianjun, who remained utterly oblivious. He even devoured 4 large bowls of rice right in front of the young lady, polishing off every dish on the table like a veritable bar. Even Gu Xiu was left speechless. After the meal, Gu Xiu had to go to school. Gu Jianjun initially planned to take him, but Lu Xinxin volunteered, saying she was on her way to work. Gu Jianjun simply didn't refuse, only reminding Gu Xiu to be polite. Gu Xiu naturally agreed. He was also curious to see what kind of person this girl who had suddenly appeared in his father's life really was. Big sister, you said you work at a hospital, right? Yes, at the county hospital. Then can you give injections? No, I'm in medical imaging. Do you know what that is? It's doing ultrasounds and x-rays, using machines to check people's bodies. Do you have any siblings, big sister? I have a younger brother. What does your brother do? My brother. He doesn't study hard, and he's not doing anything serious now. You must study hard, you know. The conversation continued without pause all the way. When they reached the school gate, Gu Xiu jumped off the bicycle, and Zhang Xinxin suddenly realized something. She had offered to take Gu Xiu to school, hoping to learn more about Gu Jianjun, but ended up learning nothing. Instead, she had inexplicably been interrogated by Gu Xiu. A hint of disappointment crept in. She was about to push her bicycle away when Gu Xiu suddenly rushed back out holding a popsicle. Thank you for sending me back, big sister. This is a gift for you. With that, Gu Xiu turned and dashed into the school. Zhang Xinxin stood there utterly bewildered, but as she looked at the popsicle in her hand, and then at Gu Xiu's retreating figure, a smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Meanwhile, Gu Xiu licked his own popsicle. Interesting. In the following days, the second branch of Meisure Mike officially opened. As expected, Meisure Mike was an instant hit. Leveraging its established reputation, the branch was packed on the very first day. In the days that followed, the buzz only intensified. Even after the opening promotions, indie diners kept streaming in without end. Many restaurant owners on the same street were so astonished they nearly bit their tongues. Every time they saw Meisure Mike, their eyes were filled with a mixture of envy and resentment. It was pure jealousy. During this period, Lu Xinxin still visited the store at least once a day and even helped out on her days off. The staff all knew the deal and remained silent with knowing smiles. Sometimes when Gu Xiu was at the store, they would tease him. Gu Xiu, you shouldn't call her sister anymore. You should call her mom. Gu Xiu, do you like Aunt Lu? Would you want her to come live with you and your dad? Every time this came up, Lu Xinxin would blush and stammer denials, yet she couldn't help glancing at Gu Xiu with anticipation. As for Gu Xiu, his answer was always the same. I'm fine with it as long as dad agrees. Such replies always drew hearty laughter from everyone. Only Gu Xiu knew how sincere he was. If someone could accompany comrade Gu Jianjun in the future, that would be a good thing. He wouldn't reject it, as long as his father was happy. But Gu Jianjun was as dense as a log, leaving everyone speechless. One evening, Lu Xinxin came to the restaurant as usual to help. Since the waitstaff were overwhelmed, she pitched in to serve dishes. While serving a table, a regular customer teasingly called out to Gu Jianjun, who was tallying the bills, "Boss Gu, can you host wedding banquet?" "Of course, brother Zhang. Which friend is getting married? Just give me the date and the number of tables," Gu Jianjun replied without looking. The customer burst into laughter. "Then you'd better get married first. Little sister Lu here is bustling about. The first time I came, I thought she was the boss wife." Others chimed in. "Yeah, haha, old Gu, you're something. Little sister Lu is really great. It's good to have a partner. If you two get married, you'll have to treat us to a feast. Shouldn't we get a free dish?" Everyone laughed and joked while Lu Xinxin blushed deeply, too shy to speak. But her watery eyes turned toward comrade Gu Jianjun, carrying a glimmer of anticipation. Even Gu Xiu, who was doing his homework, was drawn by the scene in the hall and looked at comrade Gu Jianjun with interest. Others also turned to him, awaiting his answer. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this seemed like the moment to foster a good relationship. It might not lead to an immediate wedding, but it could at least confirm a bond. But Gu Jianjun, oblivious to the crowd's gaze, kept his head down, studying the ledger, and shook his head casually. "You can't joke like that. Sister Lu is a wonderful person, and we're just ordinary friends." Lu Xingxin's face dimmed. Yet the diners laughed heartily and teased, "Oh, come on, what arrow is this? Do you think there's still pure revolutionary friendship? I think Sister Lu has feelings for you too. You'd better seize the chance. I think you two could make it. When you do, don't forget to invite us for wedding." "Exactly. Sister Lu is such a great person, boss. You can't be picky and miss out on someone right beside you. Sister Lu is wonderful, diligent, and kind. Old Gu, you're truly blessed." With words like that, Gu Jianjun finally stopped focusing on the accounts. He looked up at the crowd, then at Lu Xinxin. Finally, he turned his gaze to Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu had no objection and certainly didn't show a sour face. Instead, he winked at his father, looking as if he was ready to enjoy the show. But unexpectedly, Gu Jianjun stood up, turned, and walked into the back storage room. While everyone was puzzled, Gu Jianjun emerged carrying 2 cases of beer and handed a bottle to each diner in the hall. "Old Gu, are you treating us to wedding? Haha, are you thanking us? We've officially played matchmaker. Old Gu, you'll have to give us a discount in the future." The crowd chattered merrily, but after handing out the beer, Gu Jianjun shook his head, and his face grew serious. "Brothers, I really do have an ordinary relationship with Xiao Lu. I've never had such thoughts. Xiao Lu is a good girl. She will surely find a fine match one day. Let the jokes end here among us. From now on, we must not speak of this anymore, lest it tarnish her reputation." With that, Gu Jianjun opened a bottle of beer, raised it to the crowd. I thank you all. He raised the beer and downed it in one go. The diners fell silent. Since Gu Jianjun had spoken so plainly, even those who wanted to tease held their tongues, and indeed the topic was dropped. But many couldn't help glancing at Lu Xinxin. She still wore a smile as if she hadn't taken the matter seriously, treating it as just a joke. Yet from her suddenly pale complexion and the faint bitterness in her eyes, one could tell her heart was not as calm as her face suggested. Not long after, Lu Xinxin excused herself and left. Gu Jianjun bid her farewell politely, as usual, seemingly oblivious to the girl's unspoken words. The restaurant business continued. The waitstaff mostly sighed and shook their heads, but no one said a word. That evening the restaurant closed. Gu Jianjun rode his motorcycle, taking Gu Xiu home. On the road he suddenly let out a deep sigh. Dad. What? Want a midnight snack? No, I saw Aunt Lu crying when she left tonight. The wind is strong tonight, maybe some sand got into her eyes. Dad. What now? Aunt Lu really did cry. You think only kids cry? Adults cry too. The worst is when they can't even— Dad. If you keep nagging I'll make you cry. Actually I don't mind. Gu Jianjun stopped the motorcycle, turned to look at Gu Xiu, and frowned slightly. What did you say? Gu Xiu said, I don't mind you accepting someone else. Gu Jianjun was stunned for a moment, then seemed about to say something, but in the end he just shook his head. He turned back and rode on. But in the howling wind Gu Xiu vaguely heard Gu Jianjun mutter to himself, but I do. In the following days the business of Mei Ku remained booming. Both branches were packed. Every day the business, incredibly, life seemed to settle down. Lu Xinxin, who had left that night, never came to the shop again. The staff sometimes discussed it privately, expressed, but Gu Jianjun acted as if nothing had happened. As usual he worked from dawn till dusk, busier than ever. Half a month later Lu Xinxin finally returned to the shop. She brought a toy for Gu Xiu and some fruit for the others. She was welcomed by many. But to everyone's surprise, Gu Xiu, who had seemed on good terms with her before, refused her gift this time. While Lu Xinxin stood at a loss, Gu Jianjun arrived. He invited her outside. They talked for a long time at the door, with many employees peeking but not daring to eavesdrop. No one knew what they discussed. The only clue was that through the glass window they could see Lu Xinxin crying. Half an hour later Gu Jianjun returned alone, while Lu Xinxin left without looking back. She never came again. All anyone knew was that she was transferred to the county hospital in the neighboring county and years later married a school. Throughout all this Gu Jianjun seemed unaffected. Many still felt a sense of regret. They all thought it was a tender little bud that had been nipped before it could even sprout. But Gu Jianjun himself didn't care. He went about his business as usual, and because the business was so good he began to consider opening new branches in the future. Gu Xiu was the same. Eating, drinking, attending classes, and doing homework, though occasionally he came home late at night and got a scolding from Gu Jianjun. In the blink of an eye a month had passed since the new store opened. Gu Xiu finally broke free from the tedious, monotonous life of a primary school student. Because the final exams were coming. This meant that Gu Xiu's first grade year was coming to an end, and also that a nearly 2-month summer vacation was about to arrive. Even Shi Qingsong came to find Gu Xiu, inviting him to go to the Shi family's ancestral countryside to catch fish and shrimp during the summer break. Amid the anticipation of the holiday, the final exams arrived as scheduled. Right after the exams ended, Gu Xiu received another piece. Guang Liang's album and the girl group's album were officially released. The songs that Gu Xiu had created were finally about to appear. The one who brought the news was Guang Liang. After finishing his exams, Gu Xiu returned to the secret base. The moment he logged into QQ, he saw a flurry of excited messages from Guang Liang. Uncle, my album is out. It's been exactly a week since its release. Guess how many copies have sold so far? Haha, 30,000 copies. 30,000 albums in just 1 week. You should have seen the expressions on the company's executives when the numbers came out. Everyone was utterly stunned. Now the company plans to go all out promoting my record, and they've even booked me for a few variety shows. You weren't online, so I left you this message. I wanted to share this joy with you, and also to thank you. Thank you for writing the songs for me. I've already mailed a few copies of the initial album to you, Uncle. You should receive them in a few days. Judging by the timestamp, Guang Liang had sent these messages to Gu Xiu the previous night. He wasn't online, now presumably busy with the promotion of his new album. That much was evident. For Guang Liang, this achievement had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, thanks to the album's decent sales, his standing at Rolling Stone would be better than before. This made Guang Liang exceptionally excited. On QQ, besides the messages from Guang Liang, there was also a message from Zhang Yingjia of Universe Records. It mainly informed Gu Xiu that starting today, Universe Records' Three Sisters Flower girl group would officially release their new album. Compared to the exuberant Guang Liang, Zhang Yingjia was much more composed. Gu Xiu responded to both of their messages, mainly wishing them great sales and saying some auspicious words. But in truth, Gu Xiu was more optimistic about the girl group. As for Guang Liang, Gu Xiu could only regretfully apologize. It wasn't that he doubted Guang Liang's talent, but rather that he had little faith in Guang Liang's position at Rolling Stone. This was evident from the album's release timeline. Logically speaking, Guang Liang's album had been produced earlier and should have been released, yet it was dragged out until now for release. Moreover, before the album's launch, there was no proper promotion whatsoever. What did this? It implied that Guang Liang wasn't valued highly at Rolling Stone. Gu Xiu even suspected that the first week sales of 30,000 were due to Rolling Stone pressing an insufficient number of copies. If they had valued it from the start, the sales might have been higher. Now that the first week sales looked promising, Rolling Stone would naturally want to capitalize on the momentum and maximize the profit. This was expected. But, unfortunately, starting today, the girl group's debut album, Girls' Dormitory, would be released. It wasn't that First Time would be utterly outclassed in quality. Rather, it was a matter of company support and resource allocation. The Three Sisters flower girl group was nothing like Guang Liang. They were the pet project of Universe Records, a big move that had been brewing for over half a year. In terms of promotion, distribution, and pressing quantity, they could completely dwarf Guang Liang. And what about Guang Liang? He was merely a freebie, a throw-in bonus. Perhaps Rolling Stone, buoyed by the first week sales, would grant this bonus a bit of exposure. But it would obviously be limited. One side was fully backed, the other was optional. The outcome was clear. And indeed, that was exactly what happened. In the second week, Guang Liang's First Time album saw a sales increase with a weekly total of 50,000 copies, bringing the cumulative sales to over 80,000. 80,000 albums in half a month was a respectable achievement. While it couldn't compare to the top-tier divas and idols, it was by no means poor, but often numbers couldn't be viewed in isolation. Comparative analysis was key. And the biggest competitor for First Time during the same period was undoubtedly the Three Sisters album, Girls' Dormitory. In just 1 week, Girls' Dormitory had sold over 70,000 copies, and it showed strong momentum. When these numbers came out, Rolling Stone immediately began to scale back their recommendations and resources for Guang Liang. Not that he was completely stripped of exposure, but it was significantly reduced. After all, they were business people. For Rolling Stone, Guang Liang's album's modest success was a pleasant surprise, a chance to make a quick profit. If there were no competitors, they would have been happy to invest capital in promotion to reap greater profits. But seeing the concurrent success of Girls' Dormitory, Rolling Stone decisively abandoned the idea of pouring money into further promotion. After all, they had already made a profit. Why reinvest the earnings into promotion? Was there any need? What if they lost money? It wasn't that Rolling Stone was short-sighted, but rather that the company had a plethora of star artists and Guang Liang simply didn't rank among them. Actually, it's no big deal, Guang Liang chatted with Gushio on QQ. 80,000 albums in half a month is already beyond my expectations. I'm sure to break 100,000 soon, something I never dared to dream of before. This is my first solo album. I believe I can achieve even better results in the future. Aren't you angry? Gushio asked. Angry at whom? Guang Liang sent a confused emoji, then laughed. I can't be angry at you, uncle. You writing songs for the Three Sisters is perfectly normal. I only congratulate you. Just because you wrote for me doesn't mean I can expect you to refuse others' right. As for the Three Sisters, there's even less reason to resent them. They are truly talented with outstanding skills and impressive vocal abilities. I have nothing to hold against them. Reading Guang Liang's words, Gushio couldn't help but nod. He had originally thought that Guang Liang might be angry at him at Rolling Stone, or even blame the world. But unexpectedly, he displayed an extraordinary magnanimity. This guy was quite something. After chatting with Guang Liang for a while longer, Guang Liang went offline, and Gushio began to calculate how much he would earn this time. The contract he had signed with Guang Liang was on a royalty basis. After all, the two lead songs had a decent share. Although Gushio's share for the song, First Time, was lower, the overall calculation meant that for each album sold, Gushio would get about 80 to 90 cents. This was somewhat exploitative, but considering that Gushio was a nobody at the time, it wasn't too unreasonable. Now that 100,000 albums were virtually guaranteed, he could earn about 100,000 yuan in a quarter. However, that money wouldn't reach him until the quarter ended, when the settlement was made. In comparison, the Girls' Dormitory album was a loss for him, since he had contributed 6 songs for a mere 32,000 yuan. If it had been a royalty deal, the amount he could have earned might have been 10 times higher. But Gushio didn't feel like he had lost anything. After all, that initial 32,000 yuan had been used as seed capital for Legend of the Nation, which had since brought him substantial returns. Looking at it that way, he not only hadn't lost, but had actually made a huge profit. Not to mention that the copyrights for 3 songs, Calorie, Learn to Meow Like a Cat, and Shaolin Hero, were entirely. Now with the release of Girls' Dormitory, these 3 songs, which had originally been dismissed as side tracks, exceeded everyone's expectations. Because of their simple melodies and lyrics, they had become tunes that many people could hum along to. In fact, they were now the most iconic songs of the Three Sisters group. In simpler terms, these 3 songs were hits. In the future, the revenue they could generate would far exceed the current amount. Of course, that was for the future. But for now, with the success of the debut albums of Guang Liang and the Three Sisters flower group, the name Uncle Gu was no longer a nobody in the music industry. In fact, he had become a creative genius that many record companies and artists wanted to get to know. Every day, Gushio's QQ was flooded with friend requests. At first, he thought he was being targeted by spam accounts peddling adult content, but he soon realized that all these people were agents or artists themselves, and they all had one purpose in contacting Gushio: to commission songs. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like writing songs anymore. My apologies, I've been extremely busy lately and have no time for songwriting. I've lost my inspiration. I don't want to write anymore. No songs. Not interested. Faced with a deluge of friend requests and an overwhelming flood of song requests, Gushio's responses were quite consistent. No songs. Not interested. In any case, he wouldn't write songs, wouldn't give them out. It wasn't that Gushio had grown arrogant, but rather that he saw little value in the meager earnings from song requests. Well, perhaps that did seem a bit arrogant. But he had to admit that in his original plan, writing songs was merely a transitional phase away to earn his first pot of gold. After all, he wasn't the one becoming a star. No matter how good the songs he wrote, where they wouldn't bring in substantial wealth. Especially after gaining some understanding of this industry, Guccio realized it wasn't as lucrative as he had imagined. How many people, after all, had built a fortune solely by writing songs? With that effort, he might as well do something else. There were so many opportunities to make money, there was no need to add to his workload. Advising someone to write songs is a sin. After finally turning down a request from a moderately famous singer, Guccio breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his stock trading app and checked the stocks he had purchased. A nearly 60-degree diagonal line climbed upward, indicating that the stocks he had chosen were currently experiencing a raging bull market. This thing is still inferior to Weibo or the like. I can't even see how much I'm earning each day. But the daily gains should still be more than what I made from writing songs, right? Tisk, if I had known I would be reborn, I would have studied stocks and futures properly. Then I could come back and just buy stocks and trade futures without any effort. Why bother with all this? Guccio muttered to himself with considerable emotion. It couldn't be helped. The money was too easy. During this period, Guoyin Legend continued to supply him with a steady stream of income. Especially as time passed, both the number of players and the amount of top-ups in Guoyin Legend were climbing every month. This brought Guccio a substantial fortune, and he in turn did not let the money lie idle in the bank earning negligible interest. Instead, he immediately invested it all in the stock market. After all, there was still some time before the date marked on the calendar, meaning that until then, he could simply shift his funds and lie back to earn. Such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. The result was that Guccio himself had no idea how much he would be able to cash out when he eventually sold all his stocks. But he figured it should be enough to buy quite a few properties. Over the next few days, Guccio experienced the painful days of a primary school student's summer vacation. Painful indeed. Before the break, he had planned a complete summer vacation. What to play, where to go, what to do. A long list of things. But once the vacation actually began, reality boiled down to just one thing: housework and homework. During the school term, old Gu couldn't see him, and Guccio could still enjoy a carefree childhood. But once the break started, even breathing seemed to be a mistake. If he stayed at home watching TV, comrade Gu Jianjun would find fault with him and tell him to do homework. If he went out to play and didn't come home all day, Gu Jianjun would surely grab him by the ear, looking even more displeased, and order him to do. Guccio had somewhat prepared for this. So when he presented his homework, which he had stayed up all night for several days to complete, he was expecting to see comrade Gu Jianjun at a loss for words. But the result was, finished your homework? Then why don't you go help out at the shop? So what if you finished your homework? Don't be so smug. From now on, write one composition every day. Finished your homework, but can't you review it? Can't you find some other books to read? Don't you know the saying, review the old and learn the new? You say you know everything already. Then what about second grade material? You'll be in second grade soon. Aren't you going to preview the second grade textbooks and teach yourself? Finish teaching yourself? Then why don't you go help at the shop? Your old man works his ass off every day, and you are just playing around, huh? Such reprimands often ended with the line, back in my day when I was studying. And so Guccio spent every day writing compositions, reviewing and previewing lessons, doing housework, and helping at the shop. To sum it up in one sentence, primary school students have no rights. Now he realized that when he was in his previous life, looking forward to the break during school and looking forward to school during the break was not contradictory at all. The former was about pursuing dreams, while the latter was about understanding reality. One day, as usual, Guccio sat with a bitter expression, pondering what composition to write today. Then he heard a familiar melody from outside. Poking his head out, he saw a group of shop assistants lounging together with a tape recorder on. The song was coming from that tape recorder. I've always had a dream to go to Songshan Shaolin and learn Kung Fu, like the cool superheroes in the movies, righting wrongs, walking on walls, and flying over eaves. Seeing Guccio's curious but hesitant look, a slightly chubby girl waved at him. Don't worry, your dad went to the second shop. Hearing this, Guccio finally stretched and hopped up from his little stool. Everyone chuckled, sympathizing deeply with his plight. Guccio didn't mind. Sister, what song are you listening to? It's a song by a new group from Baodao called Shaolin Hero. I just bought this tape today. It's really good. Is it an original? What's an original? A nothing. Guccio shook his head. In this era, to be honest, finding original albums was not easy. At least in the small county towns of the country, the most widely circulated were pirated copies. Many audio shops were more interested. After all, the wholesale price was cheap and they sold better. Sometimes, even when original versions were available, people didn't bother with them. As for the listeners, as long as they could hear the music, that was enough. It was a common problem of the times, no one to blame. Guccio saw it as a break. Honestly, listening to the Three Sisters cover of the songs he had imported felt quite different. The performance was playful where it should be playful, cute where it should be cute, and their singing was impressively skilled with changes in the arrangement. While Guccio was appreciating the sisters' vocals, the nearby shop assistants started discussing among themselves. I think Shaolin Hero is pretty good. Why is it getting so much criticism? Who knows? This one is relatively tame. The worst was Learn to Meow. It got absolutely roasted. But I think it's okay, don't. Calorie is also good, full of energy. It makes you want to dance along. But everyone is criticizing these three songs. I saw on TV today that some people mocked them, saying they were written by elementary school students. Well, professional musicians are different after all. I don't care about that. As long as it sounds good to me, that's enough. I don't care about the rest. Listening to the sisters' discussion, Gushio felt a bit curious. He was about to ask when he noticed a music magazine on the table. The cover bore a large headline that caught his eye: Garbage creator Uncle Gu ashamed to write ceases pen. No more trash. Gushio. Gazing at the bold, enlarged headline before him, Gushio was utterly exasperated. Upon opening it, his brows furrowed. Recently, the newly formed girl group Three Sisters released their new album Girls' Dormitory, selling over 100,000 copies, yet 3 of its songs have drawn widespread criticism. These 3 songs have been singled out and denounced by numerous renowned figures in the music industry, catapulting their creator Uncle Gu into the spotlight. Multiple variety shows have invited Uncle Gu to debate, but none have been able to contact him. Subsequently, a shocking revelation: Uncle Gu has refused to write songs and declared he will never compose again. Renowned musician Zhong Shuezhen analyzed that Uncle Gu, aware of his limited creative ability, has retired in shame, fearing to produce similar trash. Numerous music industry figures have hailed this as a blessing for the music scene, accusing Uncle Gu of being unworthy of the title of lyricist or composer. The article was lengthy, muddled, and even somewhat misleading. Nevertheless, the content was sufficiently explosive. The article viciously attacked the lyricist-composer Uncle Gu, declaring him utterly unworthy of being called a music creator. As for his retirement from songwriting, it insisted that Uncle Gu had quit out of shame. It was a media frenzy. Flipping a few pages, Gushio noticed that the following content was also related to him. However, it wasn't about retiring in shame. Instead, it launched a full-scale assault from multiple angles: composition, lyrics, and more. In essence, it boiled down to one statement: these 3 songs were garbage. The article cited analyses and insults from various esteemed composers, lyricists, and song. Gushio scanned through but didn't recognize a single name. Gushio, do you even know that many characters reading so intently? Someone nearby noticed his serious expression and couldn't resist teasing him. Gushio shook his head, tossing aside the magazine. Utter nonsense. Everyone burst into laughter, and someone followed up on his remark: I agree, it's nonsense. I think those 3 songs are really good. They don't deserve such harsh criticism. Exactly what right do they have to insult like that? Besides, they only talk about these 3 songs, but never mention Lovers Not Yet, which was also written by Uncle Gu. I don't know much about this, but I find it strange. Those critics haven't produced any good songs themselves. Speaking of which, have you heard Guang Liang's album? I bought one at the video store today, and 2 songs on it are fantastic. I think it even has a song by Uncle Gu. Really? Let's listen to it. Though they were store clerks, during idle moments they enjoyed gathering to listen to music and gossip. The magazine had thoroughly disgusted Gu. Now he had no interest in chatting with the young ladies or reading palms. Muttering that he was going to Shi Qingsong's house, Gushio slipped out of the store and headed straight there. The moment he knocked on the door, Gushio was stunned by the scene before him. Shi Qingsong was bare-bottomed, with Shi Yongshun wielding a mulberry branch that was already split at the end. Shi Qingsong was howling in pain, while Shi Jian sat nearby calmly eating an ice pop. What a spectator. Uncle Shi, what are you doing? This brat is misbehaving. Gushio, step aside. I'm going to beat this scoundrel to death. Uncle Shi, why are you hitting Brother Qingsong? Our teacher said. Gushio felt obliged to save his loyal sidekick. But before he could finish, the spectator Shi Jian sneered at her brother with a look of righteous indignation. Last night my brother peeked at Sister Xiao Hua taking a bath and got caught. This worthless brat has learned to climb walls and spy on people bathing. And he got caught. Where am I supposed to put my face? Shi Yongchuan furious struck Shi Qingsong again with the branch. It left a bruise on his buttocks, making Shi Qingsong cry. Cry. You're just faking it. If you weren't my son, I'd use a steel rod. Shi Yongchun cursed, then turned to Gushio. Xiao, what were you saying? What did your teacher say? Our teacher said spare the rod, spoil the child, Gushio replied earnestly. Shi Qingsong's eyes widened in shock. Gushio shrugged. It wasn't that Brother Xiao wouldn't save you, you were beyond saving. Peeking at the neighbor's sister's bath. How shameful. Was this someone you could be friends with? A typical case of can't share the blessings. He deserved a beating. Thus, under Shi Qingsong's despairing gaze, Gushio plopped down in front of Shi Jian. The clever girl promptly offered him her ice pop. Gushio didn't mind sharing and took a bite. It was a bit sweet. After finishing the ice pop, Gushio saw that Shi Yongkun's anger had mostly subsided. Reminding him to focus on discipline, Gushio headed upstairs and sat in front of the computer. This place was as familiar as his own home. Shi Qingsong's mother, ignoring her son's punishment, brought out candy for Gushio and reminded him that cola was in the fridge. Help himself. After thanking her, Gushio got down to business. He opened Baidu and searched for a keyword Uncle Gu. Instantly, a flood of information, as the magazine had said, numerous reports about him converged, painting a clearer picture. Initially, the name Uncle Gu hadn't attracted it. The earliest mentions were about the light chaser and first time from Guang Liang's album, with people asking about Uncle Gu, but no one. Then the 3 songs like Meow went viral, spreading like a virus among the youth. People noticed that Uncle Gu's name appeared frequently. This sparked widespread discussion. Some netizens even predicted that Uncle Gu would become a formidable lyricist, but soon negative reports began to surface, primarily criticizing those 3 songs. At first, the criticism was sparse and many supporters fought back. However, the tide turned and more people joined in denouncing the songs as trash. Eventually, it became a matter of political correctness. Anyone could take a jab. Amid the overwhelming condemnation, however, some felt that the critics lacked an appreciation for music creation. They simply found Uncle Gus songs pleasant to listen to. That was enough. But such voices were faint and quickly drowned out. A musician named Zhong Xuezhen was the most vocal. Whenever someone praised Guxiu, he would immediately conjure up a barrage of feet. He even bluntly declared that Uncle Gu was the scum of the music industry and should be expelled. His retirement was clearly an act of self-shame, a blessing for the music scene. His rhetoric was sharply aggressive. Reading these discussions, Guxiu raised an eyebrow. He opened QQ and clicked on a chat window. "You asked me for a song before, and I refused. Now I want to write one for you. Interested?" The other party was evidently surprised. "Uncle, are you serious?" "Of course. Yes, absolutely." "Great." With a few simple words, Guxiu closed the chat. After all, he was still a primary school student, a young man. If a young man isn't bold, can he still be called young? Life and death aside, if you disagree, fight. Compared to comrade Gu Jianjun, Guxiu felt that he had never been someone with a good temper. At least not to the extent of being magnanimous enough to remain indifferent while a few clowns jumped out to trample on him. The reason he didn't continue copying songs was that the profit-making ability of this thing was limited. But ironically, his behavior was seen as cowardice in the eyes of others. Moreover, because he never responded, others became more aggressive and jubilant, as if they couldn't wait to climb over his corpse. Look at those who were riding on his popularity. What kind of people were they? Down-and-out composers, down-and-out lyricists, has-been nobodies beyond the 18th tier, and various variety shows and media that loved to stir up trouble. Actually, riding on popularity was quite normal in this circle. Otherwise, how would the term hype exist? For many people, since Uncle Gu had already been cursed a lot, they thought that by stepping up to kick him, now they might attract listeners' attention and improve their own plight. Guxiu understood this. But understanding didn't mean he could accept others climbing up step by stepping on him. Not to mention that he was still counting on his 3 songs to make a fortune when the ringtone business developed. If his reputation turned sour, then what was the point of earning? What should he do at a time like this? Face slapping. When I read novels, the thing I hate most is face slapping. But who would have thought that as I lived, I became the protagonist of a novel, growing into the person I dislike most? Guxiu sighed. His fingers never stopped tapping on the keyboard. He was contacting singers. Most of these people had previously come to him to request songs. To them, Guxiu had only one thing to say. "He'll write songs for you, the copyright belongs to you, but I want to share in the royalties." Actually, Guxiu would have preferred a buyout to keep things simple. But unfortunately, most of those who came to him for songs were nobodies with no resources or funds trying to make it in the industry. They couldn't afford high buyout fees either. As for the big shots, they weren't so impressed by a few songs he wrote that they would chase after him. Besides, his reputation wasn't very good right now. In fact, interestingly enough, because his reputation was under attack across the whole internet among those who had previously politely asked him for songs. There were quite a few who rejected his request to write songs for them. Those with thinner skin pretended to be offline, not seeing the message. Those with thicker skin even added a sarcastic remark. "I don't want songs like meow meow, so let's just forget it." To these people, Guxiu thought for a moment, and finally decided not to say the classic line about 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. He simply silently deleted them. It felt pointless, even a bit childish. In the end, Guxiu chose 5 singers. Among them, there were singers who had been lying low in the music scene without much success, some who wanted to debut, but had no works planning to make a go of it themselves, even some who had written songs for others, but found it wasn't profitable and decided to sing themselves. Of course, not all of them were unknown nobodies. Among them was one who had just won the Best Newcomer award last year, and wanted to press his. Having selected the 5 warriors, Guxiu then contacted Zhang Yingjie, the manager of the 3 Sisters group. "I'm so sorry, uncle, for causing you to get into such a situation. I'm truly sorry." That was the first thing Zhang Yingjie said to Guxiu. Guxiu just smiled and said, "You must be pretty happy, right?" "How could that be? Uncle, you've helped us so much. How could I possibly be happy?" To this, Guxiu only sent a smiling emoji. He was no fool. He naturally knew that although Zhang Yingjie hadn't started the whole internet cursing him, the event had spread so widely that there must be a hidden hand behind it. Who was the hidden hand? A little thought would reveal it. After all, the more viciously he was cursed, the better the 3 Sisters album sold. Universal Records were businessmen. They would never let go of such an opportunity. "Alright, how about I stir up some more buzz for your topic?" Guxiu skipped the topic and got down to business. At a time like this, finding fault was pointless. Besides, even if the other party was pretending to be ignorant, while knowing full well, what could you do? Letting off steam by cursing might feel good, but it was useless. Moreover, this was most likely a decision at the level of Universal Records. It had little to do with the 3 Sisters, and probably not much to do with Zhang Yingjie either. Only children care about loyalty, adults look at gains and losses. "Uncle, what do you plan to do?" "I need you to help me leak a few pieces of news." Guxiu laid out his plan. Zhang Yingjie seemed cooperative. After Guxiu finished, she asked, "Okay, I understand what to do. It's just, Uncle, doing this might be misinterpreted as issuing a challenge." "A challenge?" Guxiu smiled. "Let it be a challenge then." "This?" Zhang Yingjie seemed hesitant. "Uncle, want you seriously consider it. The risk is quite high, and it might even draw a lot." "It's fine, just do it." Seeing Guxiu so insistent, Zhang Yingjie finally didn't refuse. After all, the bigger the fuss, the more beneficial it was for Universal Records. However, after they finished talking, Zhang Yingjie added, Uncle, whether you believe it or not, I and the three sisters have never intended to use you to climb up, and the company has no intention of falling out with you. To this, Gushio smiled and replied with an understood. When Gushio was being cursed across the internet, the three sisters and Universal Records hadn't said anything bad about him. In fact, they had said quite a lot of good things. Regardless of whether it was riding the wave, at least they weren't enemies. After getting everything settled, Gushio noticed that Guang Liang had also sent him a message on QQ. It was mainly words of comfort, telling him not to care too much about the trolls outside. Actually, in comparison, Guang Liang was quite comforting to Gushio. Although this guy wasn't a big star and had little power in the company, he had always stood on the front line defending Gushio when he was being attacked. But because his words carried little weight, the effect, thinking about him, Gushio left a message. If you have time, consider changing your place. After sending this message, Gushio closed QQ. This was the only advice he could give. As for whether Guang Liang could comprehend it, that would depend on his fate. Opening the music composition software, Gushio began to think. Next, he had to consider what kind of songs to give to the five warriors. While Gushio started creating new songs, the music scene on the island of Baodao had already stirred up a storm. Because the next day, many people who followed entertainment newspapers, magazines, and TV shows noticed a striking headline. Uncle Gus' strong response: I will come back and challenge the Chinese music scene. In truth, what Gushio required of Zhang Yingjie was simple: to disseminate his message through the media. He intended to announce the imminent release of a new song and extend a challenge to those who sought to ride his coattails, declaring that his talent would silence their mockery. Yet the entertainment press, notorious for exaggeration, twisted his words. Sensational. Uncle Gu breaks his silence, vowing to challenge the entire music industry with a new song. Headlines grew increasingly hyperbolic, transforming a personal dispute into a declaration of war against the entire China. In an instant, the narrative shifted from a conflict between Gushio and a few musicians to an all-out assault on the establishment. This was a heavy charge, one that even Universal Music rushed to clarify, but the media clung tenaciously to the sensationalist. Thus, under the media's portrayal, an arrogant and overbearing Uncle Gu emerged. After years of obscurity, he now appeared disdainful of all seeking to shake the very foundations of the music world. Naturally, this narrative made him the center of attention. Simultaneously, he became a target of widespread condemnation. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Such a young man spewing such nonsense. I cannot believe he can produce any quality work. Even the titans of the music industry wouldn't dare to challenge the entire scene. The youth of today are far too arrogant. I am a supporter of Uncle Gu. I love his songs, but even I find him too arrogant this time. This is not good. A clown seeking attention, probably just a publicity stunt. Remember, even negative fame is fame. Ridiculous. Outrageous. Arrogant to the extreme. Countless discussions erupted, especially in this era of rapidly awakening internet, as netizens voiced their opinions. No one dared to support Gushio, for the accusation was too grave. A chorus of online condemnation arose. Even his former supporters fell silent. This massive news even drew out major figures and sparked industry-wide debates. Young people should focus on their craft, not chase after exposure, advised a veteran singer from Taiwan. The world is full of talent. I advise young people to always remain humble, said a senior from the Hong Kong music scene. A mainland Chinese music veteran added, in art there is no first, in martial arts no second. I hope for more excellent creators, but we must maintain humility. It is our tradition. With such big names appearing, the entire Chinese music world turned its gaze upon this event. Most established singers were cornered by the media for interviews. Privately, they might have dismissed Gushio's bold claims, but publicly they showed little hostility. However, those who had not yet achieved such fame were far less restrained. A host of opportunists eager for their moment stepped forward, utterly ridiculous and arrogant. I've never even heard of this Gushio. He's just a flash in the pan, a joke. I look forward to his new song. Let's see if it's as good as his previous novelty hits. Huh. If that's the case, I have nothing to fear. By the way, my new album drops next month. Feel free to check it out. These self-proclaimed musicians saw Gushio's move as a self-inflicted wound and their golden opportunity to shine. None would miss this chance. The most vocal among them, Zhong Xuezhen, was especially vitriolic, filling his critiques with insults while promoting his own work. He finally posed a question, challenging the entire Chinese music scene. Must be a joke. He's just a fool. But I'm curious, how to a time, a place, a method. If he doesn't release a song for 20 years, can he keep bragging for that long? This sentiment resonated with many, who began to mock him, urging Uncle Gu to give a proper response. Fortunately, a reply came swiftly, and from Taiwan's highest-rated television station, TTV. In a fortnight, our station will host a live music event. Uncle Gu will have his invited singers perform his original songs. We will invite several renowned musicians as judges. Furthermore, at Mr. Gushio's request, we will open the floor to challengers. Any singer wishing to compete may apply. After auditions, we will select 10 songs to participate in the show. The official announcement shattered the doubts, plunging musicians, audiences, and onlookers into a frenzy of excitement. Audiences were eager to witness this novel program, while musicians were even more thrilled. It was a golden opportunity, a monumental chance. All the hype, all the controversy was for a chance to get noticed and promote their music. Now this grand competition was the platform they needed. Given the event's massive impact, established maestros were unlikely to participate, making it the perfect stage for rising talents. Win or lose, they stood to gain immensely. Soon a flood of applications poured in. The music world had gone wild. In the following days, the music scene was a carnival. Every day, as long as one looked at reports in this field, a prominent topic could be the Huashan sword debate. This was a name hyped up by countless netizens and media, referring to the challenge match initiated by— Actually, this name was not quite fitting. But from the end of the last century to the present, wuxia has always been a favorite category for countless. Naturally, this competition in the music scene also adopted this name. And in fact, it wasn't completely inappropriate. Some media had analyzed this name. Huashan sword debate is essentially the top competition in wuxia for vying to become the martial arts alliance leader. Naturally, if a newcomer wants to become the alliance leader, they must compete with the previous one. And the martial arts alliance leader of this session was the mysterious Uncle Gu, self-proclaimed. Although many people were somewhat displeased with this explanation, especially the musicians planning to participate, who were quite unhappy about it. However, it had to be admitted that even before the competition started, the hype had soared directly. Unprecedented buzz. In fact, even many well-known celebrities had to thank Uncle Gu. Because the hype of Huashan sword debate was so high, they found that even the paparazzi following them had all left one by one, focusing on digging up information about the Huashan sword debate. And such digging really yielded different intelligence every day. A certain celebrity has signed up for the competition. A certain songwriter has confirmed participation. A certain senior plans to compete to teach the younger generation a lesson. A series of messages emerged one after another, truth unknown, but the hype was enough, and newspaper sales quickly increased significantly. In this era of the rise of Chinese pop music, such a competition was novel to many people. The audience was willing to follow and discuss, and even before the competition started, many people began to speculate which familiar faces would participate this time. However, the most discussed was still the key figure behind this incident, Uncle Gu. This was a name completely unfamiliar to the music scene, and even a few months ago no one knew that such a person existed. Such mystery brought countless curiosity. Similarly, it also brought countless media and paparazzi. But unfortunately, even the most professional paparazzi would fail when encountering Uncle Gu. People soon discovered with surprise that they still had no idea who Uncle Gu was. Where does he come from? Tall or short, fat or thin, old or young, even male or female? No one knows. This was like an existence shrouded in mist, and thus Uncle Gu attracted even more attention and traffic. Moreover, many people started discussions about this. Some thought Uncle Gu was a young man with some talent who had become a bit arrogant because he wrote a few good songs, otherwise he wouldn't be so rash. Others thought Uncle Gu might be a pseudonym of some well-known big shot, just to fool everyone. Opinions were divided. No one could say for sure which was the correct answer. But the more mysterious it was, the more interested people were in participating, and the media were even more eager to discuss. And while the music scene was collectively excitedly discussing, Gu Xiao, as the person involved, was exceptionally calm. In fact, he hardly paid attention to this matter. No way. A primary school student's summer vacation is always miserable. After all, there are so many things to do. But the more mysterious it was, the more interested people were in participating, and the media were even more eager to discuss. And while a game company, because of the incident with Legends some time ago, policies regarding game company registration had tightened, making it more difficult to start a game company. But fortunately, Luo Sanpao's ability was decent. Although there were some obstacles, he eventually obtained a series of documents and approvals. The company registration was completed. Three-body game. Well, it was the same three-body that everyone on Earth knew, the one that would arrive in a few hundred years. However, so far, Lu had just won the special prize of the Galaxy Science Fiction Award for The Wandering Earth, and was writing The Country Teacher. The three-body civilization hadn't appeared yet. So Gu Xiao took this name first. In the future, Lu would help him promote the game company. Wasn't that great? Besides, the name starting a company required an address. So Luo Sanpao deliberately rented a medium-sized office in a certain office building in Kyoto with a monthly rent as high as 6. This price was not cheap. In fact, according to Luo Sanpao's opinion, there was no need to rush to set up the company. Gu Xiao could start the game development on his own first. After the game framework was completed, then start the game company, which could save costs. Even if Gu Xiao wanted to set up the company first, he could rent a smaller office. But to this, Gu Xiao's answer was only one: do I lack money? These words plunged Luo Sanpao into deep resentment. In the end, he quickly rented the office and swore that if Gu Xiao didn't take care of him, he would never initiate contact with Gu Xiao. This was a workers' protest against capital. But unfortunately, he broke his word. Boss, the company is all set up now. Don't you want to come? What about the company's next plan? Aren't you going to start? The rent is so expensive. Every time I go to the company, I feel the property management people look at me like I'm an idiot. Although it felt a bit like the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is, Luo Sanpao still comforted himself. This was what an excellent worker should do. The company is my home, performance depends on me. But soon Luo Sanpao felt a bit crushed, because Gu Xiao quickly responded, I want go to the company. He'll arrange the positions. You are now the head of the HR department and legal department, temporarily serving as general manager, product development department, head planning department, head market and business department head, and finance department head. Luo Sanpao. So I alone in the entire company. Fortunately, although Gushio was a hands-off boss, he at least didn't really mess around and quickly gave Luo Sampow the next plan. You need to start recruiting employees and quickly build the company's framework. The specific details framework is not needed for now. Currently set up 2 departments, a planning department and an art department. The art department mainly recruits people who can do computer graphics. Whether they can do game modeling is not urgent, but their planar drawing must be excellent. Higher pay is fine, I want real skills. As for the planning department, it mainly designs game development temporarily, including front-end and back-end programming systems, levels, and numerical scripts. If there are capable people, great. If not, it's fine as long as they can code. Looking at Gushio's words, Luo Sampow was full of questions. Boss, aren't you planning to go big? Am I not going? Gushio retorted. Luo Sampow was speechless. Are you sure? From Gushio's attitude in hiring, it didn't look like he was going. A game company that doesn't even require game modeling for the art department. Are you sure this isn't a joke? And the game planning department, although it seems more demanding, the problem is that Gushio said, as long as they can code. Seriously, is this really going big? Boss, isn't your hiring standard too low? We're supposed to go big. How can we go big like this? Who said you need high standards to go big? This? Luo Sampow was speechless, finally sighed helplessly. Fine, whatever the boss says, I'll just do it. The fervor in the music industry continued to ferment, and as the day of the Huashan swordsmanship contest drew nearer, the excitement surged even higher. Various media outlets engaged in heated discussions. The news had now spread to the mainland, naturally sparking conversations among a wider audience, whether in the streets and alleys or in tea houses and restaurants. One could hear related discussions everywhere. Even Comrade Gu Jianjun, who was still listening to songs like Sweet Honey, had heard about the event. Gushio tried to ask for his opinion, and Gu Jianjun bluntly replied, maybe he could actually pull it off. Father, your insight is unique. Could you elaborate? Gushio became intrigued. But Gu Jianjun didn't even hesitate. He's also surnamed Gu. Maybe we were from the same family 500 years ago. What's there to say? Of course I support the clan. Gushio was speechless. While Gushio was enjoying a pleasant summer vacation, Luo Sampow, on the other hand, had been cursing his irresponsible boss countless times in his mind. Too busy. Initially, he had decided to follow Gushio because of the potential Gushio had shown and the forward-thinking ideas he revealed in their conversations, all of which had shocked Luo Sampow. So he was willing to gamble his future and follow Gushio. But then after the 3-body game was set up, the nightmare began. During the day, he had to handle company decoration, office supplies, procurement, recruitment, and HR setup. At night, after everyone else had left, he had to sit miserably in front of the computer tinkering with Guiyun Legend. If Gushio hadn't been paying him so generously, he would have gone on strike long ago. Fortunately, after a week of hard work, results finally. Recruitment went smoothly, not only because the 3-body game offered decent pay and benefits, but also because Gushio didn't set overly high standards for employees. Recruitment of technical staff in particular was surprisingly smooth. This was actually related to the era. Although the wave of the internet bubble had passed, the domestic internet industry was still in a low ebb. The internet companies that had once rushed to ring the bell in the United States were only beginning to recover slightly, and many were still in there. Naturally, the number of job opportunities they could provide was limited. This resulted in a large number of technical personnel and programmers struggling to find good jobs. The 3-body game undoubtedly appeared at the right time. Recruitment went exceptionally well, and Gushio showed great interest in several of the candidates. However, compared to the smooth recruitment of technical staff, hiring artists, especially character illustrators, was extremely difficult because Gushio's requirements were too high. These high demands were based on 2 aspects. First, the technical skill of the illustrator had to be very refined. Second, the style of the illustrator had to be very unique. Because for every job applicant, Gushio had only one requirement: draw beautiful women. And specifically beautiful women who were bashful, yet suggestive, half-hidden, and brimming with sexual allure. Although looking at these drawings was quite enjoyable, when Luo Sampow calmed down, he couldn't help but feel something was off. He even suspected that his boss was just using his position to feast his eyes. Fortunately, after all the staff were in place, Gushio finally began assigning them actual work. But even then, Luo Sampow was even more confused. Because Gushio didn't set up a unified project, instead he assigned different tasks to different positions. It was point-to-point work, and everyone reported progress to Gushio via email. Colleagues, except for those in the same group, had little interaction with each other. Luo Sampow had tried to look into it. He found that Gushio was indeed having the employees make a game, as the workflow included product-based tables, databases, AJAX functions, JavaScript functions, UI interfaces, icon design, and a series of other tasks. But beyond that, Luo Sampow simply couldn't figure out what kind of game Gushio was developing. The only thing he knew was that the game seemed in fact, it could even be described as tiny. Luo Sampow had asked, but Gushio was mysterious and brushed him off with classified information. Luo Sampow had no idea what Gushio was up to. In truth, Gushio was not being idle at all. Although he didn't want to be a coder, since this was the first project after the company was just established, he personally stepped in to oversee the overall coordination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to check the employees' work progress every day. Besides this, Gushio was also working on something major. He was finding someone to handle the game filing software, copyright, game license number, external network login, and a series of approvals. Once the company became formalized, they could handle these things themselves. But for now the three-body game company was more like a small game studio with limited manpower. At this stage it was better to leave some things to professional teams. Problems that could be solved with money should be solved with money. The top priority for the three-body game was to finish the game as quickly as possible. Fortunately, although the game industry had tightened its review policies compared to the severe restrictions on license numbers, 20 years later these were still relatively simple. Even when hiring a professional team, they didn't need to provide a finished game. A half-finished product was enough. This greatly saved Gushio's time. Speed up the progress. However, game development obviously couldn't be completed in 3 to 5 days. While the three-body game was busy working, the highly anticipated Huashan swordsmanship contest in the music scene finally began. That evening at the Maishamike restaurant, the TV was tuned to Mango TV. This was a live broadcast. Although it was a broadcast from Taiwan Television TTV as a major event in the Chinese music world, the mainland had also purchased the relevant broadcasting rights. Mango TV, with its particularly keen sense of such opportunities, was the first to secure the broadcasting rights. It even postponed its originally scheduled programs to fully cover this Huashan swordsmanship contest. The adults weren't particularly interested, but the young people kept glancing at the TV from time to time. Even before the show started, many were already discussing, is Uncle Gu going to appear tonight? I wonder who he is. I think he might be a singing king or queen, or at least a very powerful composer. Not necessarily, maybe he's just a newcomer. I just wonder if he can win. I heard that quite a few people signed up for this competition, all bringing new songs. Who cares who he is? I think he's too arrogant. Hey, what arrogance? Haven't you seen it? The media is just making things up. Both Lion and the Three Sisters Flower said that Uncle Gu is a very easygoing person. I've heard that too. I kind of like Uncle Gu. I really enjoy listening to the songs he writes. Similar discussions were not limited to the restaurant patrons, they also spread across the internet and among music fans nationwide. At that moment, countless people were focusing their attention on this competition. Amidst the widespread anticipation, the swordsmanship contest began. The grand spectacle of the Huashan sword tournament drew immense attention and focus. Though the preparations were rushed, the television station had managed to be thorough, even crafting a beautifully designed opening sequence. At the pinnacle of the music world, who shall reign? The Huashan sword tournament summons heroes. Greetings to all viewers at home and here in the audience. I am Wu Zongxian. I am Xiao S. I am Kai Yongkong. I am Sun Xiaoyan. The four golden hosts stepped onto the stage one by one, each greeted by thunderous applause from the entire audience. Once they stood together, they spoke in unison. We are the hosts of this Huashan sword tournament. Next we will lead you to witness this grand musical feast. Applause and screams erupted so fervent that even through the television screen one could feel the audience's passion. Meanwhile, the group in the restaurant remained utterly indifferent. After all, in this mainland era, the audience was far more familiar with hosts like Li Yongzhu Jun and Bai Fujian. They knew little about the hosts from Taiwan. But fortunately, recognition was not the issue. The main course was what mattered. I believe the viewers tuning in right now know why we have gathered. Uncle Gu will set up a challenge here, welcoming challengers to the stage. All four hosts were exceptionally skilled. They handled such entertainment programs with ease, clarifying the situation in just a few words. This allowed those unfamiliar with the event to gain a general understanding. After the introduction, Wu Zongxian spoke first. Lately many have asked me, who is Uncle Gu? Is he a veteran master? Or a newcomer to the music scene? I gave no response to these questions. Now I will give you all a Actually, he is. The live sound effects added a touch of suspense, and many viewers widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting the reveal. The next moment, Wu Zongxian announced with perfect enunciation, Uncle Gu. The entire audience was stunned. Wu Zongxian shrugged. Well, truth be told, I don't know either. The audience burst into laughter. The other hosts chimed in with a few jokes. Finally, Wu Zongxian shrugged again. I'm not fooling you. I really don't know. Before coming to the show today, I was still wondering whether Uncle Gu was male or female, young or old. So, Brother Xian, do you know now? Xiaoas asked. I know nothing, Wu Zongxian replied with a helpless look. I only found out after arriving here that Uncle Gu never actually entered this competition. He didn't enter. Isn't this his challenge? Zhang Xiaoyan wondered. Kai Yongkong answered. He just didn't show up in person. For a songwriter, as long as his songs and singers are here, that's enough. That makes sense, but it's still a pity. I was hoping he'd be a handsome middle-aged man, Xiaoas said with some regret. I'm more looking forward to his new songs, Zhang Xiaoyan said. The four hosts put on a show, skillfully energizing the entire atmosphere. At the same time, they defused the potential crisis of Uncle Gus' absence. New songs. They are ready, of course. And he'll whisper this to you all. Backstage just now I saw the singers Uncle Gu selected. Well, while there are some familiar faces among them. Wu Zongxian piqued everyone's interest, but then swiftly shifted the topic. But before that, let's meet Uncle Gus' challengers first. Soon 10 people filed in, stepping onto the stage one after another. Each was introduced with prepared announcements detailing their identities and past representative works. The atmosphere was electric. Every introduction drew cheers. These 10 people were fairly well known, largely due to the hype stirred up over the past period. After all, with such immense attention, even those who were previously obscure nobodies had gained a soaring momentum through constant exposure. At least for many, they were no longer insignificant. Now standing on stage, each of them was beaming with excitement. As if standing at the pinnacle of the world. During this time, all 10 had received countless olive branches from major companies, finally tasting the joy of being top-tier celebrities. Yet they hadn't forgotten how they had garnered all this attention. When handed the microphone by the hosts, their words were fierce. I didn't come here to prove anything or to make myself famous. What I want is to show everyone what true music really is. Music is my greatest passion, my lifelong pursuit. And this person, Uncle Gu, is clearly not a qualified musician. That's why I am here, to defeat him fair and square. My new song is ready, and I will perform it myself. I hope you'll enjoy it. I've trained for 3 years. I can sing, dance, and even I love singing. I love this industry. I love this environment. I hope to bring better works to everyone and change your perception of music. Even from the opening interviews, the air was thick with hostility. Among them, the musician Zhong Xuezhen, who was always the most outspoken, did not hide his contempt for Uncle Gu on stage before the cameras and audience. People say, I enjoy stirring up hype and riding trends. I strongly disagree. Honestly, Uncle Gu's songs are just so-so. I've listened not only to his 3 so-called hits, but also to his other works. They seem decent on the surface, but they can't hide their trashy essence. I will show everyone in the upcoming battle what real music is. I also hope you all understand that music is an art of refinement, not the vulgar stuff Uncle Gu peddles. Finally, I want to tell Uncle Gu the music world is not a place for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to meddle in. If earlier it was merely hostility, now it was an outright on-stage confrontation. Both the live audience and those watching at home had their emotions fully stirred. The show's effect was achieved. The 4 hosts quickly stepped in, bantering with clear division of roles while introducing the competition. There were 10 challengers in total, 3 songs per round. 2 challengers' works would be performed, then Uncle Gu would respond with a new song judged on the spot by the panel. Finally, a final assessment would be made. As soon as this rule was announced, many were stunned. Uncle Gu has to write 5 songs. Prepare 5 new songs for the competition. Are you kidding me? It's only been half a month since he announced his participation. Writing 5 songs in half a month. This is too absurd. Not only the audience and viewers, but also the music industry titans sitting on the judging panel were visibly astonished. 5 songs against 10 challengers. Was this arrogance or sheer confidence? The 10 challengers, however, were grinning with excitement. Writing 5 songs in half a month. What quality could there possibly be? Wouldn't that mean they were about to be crushed? Just then, the stage lights went out, and 3 graceful figures appeared at the center. A crisp piano note slowly emerged. Then a child's voice rang out. The carrying pole is wide, the bench is long. The carrying pole wants to tie itself to the bench. The crowd looked bewildered. What was this? But before anyone could react, the stage lights blazed on. The trio of sisters stood there resplendent. They were dressed in classical Tang attire, hanfu, and song-style skirts, softly chanting. The carrying pole is wide, the bench is long. The carrying pole wants to tie itself to the bench. Is this a tongue twister? Are you kidding me? This is the song Uncle Gu brought to the competition. Can you even write a song with a tongue twister? The outfits and stage presence of those 3 sisters are quite interesting. Many musicians and songwriters in the audience began whispering among themselves. They were not participating in this competition, but as insiders in the music industry, they could not afford to miss such an unprecedented event even if they were not contestants. But unexpectedly, Uncle Gu's song left everyone bewildered. A tongue twister. And did they get the tongue twister wrong? Many immediately turned their gaze to the judges' panel, only to see the judges also frowning slightly. Yet the 3 sisters were clearly unfazed. The piano momentarily ceased, and a rapid drumbeat followed, infusing the classical Chinese elements with a hip-hop flavor. London, Maryland bought a cheongsam for mom. Moscow's VSKY fell for a bowl of noodles. All colors of skin, all colors of hair. What they speak and sing now is trending Chinese. Years we drilled English pronunciation and grammar. Now they twist their tongues, learning the rise and fall of tones. Level rising falling, level rising falling. So clever the Chinese people, so elegant the Chinese language. It was a long rap, with a unique charm and aesthetic. As the words flowed rapidly, many in the audience began to sway their heads involuntarily. Even the venerable judges on the panel lit up with excitement. And what thrilled them even more was the 3 sisters continued with the rap element, but began to perform familiar tongue twisters in a musical style. Among them were 2, one about a long pole and a wide bench, and another about a goose and a river. These tongue twisters, so familiar to many now, carried a special charm and beauty. Finally, the drums beat again, the rhythm surged, and the chorus arrived. The whole world is learning Chinese. Confucius' words are going global. The whole world is speaking Chinese. Our words make the world listen. When the first verse ended, many in the audience had their mouths agape. The 10 musicians in the challenge sat with ashen faces. This song was too powerful. But what was even more terrifying, the performance was not over. Though the arrangement remained the same as the first verse, the lyrics had changed. Especially the tongue twisters, which shifted to little do buying vinegar and cloth, and mouth says leg, leg says mouth. The 3 sisters maintained their choreographed stage moves, exuding youthful vitality, playfulness, and charm. What they presented was a confident and unique Chinese aesthetic. Finally, the climax arrived. The whole world is learning Chinese. Confucius' words are going global. The whole world is speaking Chinese. Our words make the world listen. 3 successive crescendos, each higher in pitch, yet like a brand seared into the minds of every listener. By the end, the catchy melody and seemingly simple lyrics had everyone humming along. Finally, the song ended. As the last notes faded, the three sisters' movement ceased and the stage lights dimmed. Applause, cheers, erupted instantly. Both the live audience and those watching from home were filled with delight. But unlike the general joy, the 10 challengers were pale beads of sweat dripping down their faces. They exchanged glances, seeing terror in each other's eyes. No words were spoken, but the meaning was clear. If the first song was this impressive, how could they compete? Indeed, as the song ended, several judges immediately applauded. Excellent, excellent. This song is truly surprising. The Chinese language is profound. This song reminds me of the tongue twisters I learned as a child, playful yet confident. This song highlights the joy of wordplay. It's a very interesting piece. Outstanding. This song is truly a delight. This song shows a creator's remarkable creativity and innovation, blending the widely loved tongue twisters of the Chinese people into a hip-hop style, something I've never seen or heard before. The judges' continuous praise was extremely high. They were all respected veterans in the music industry. Perhaps they had initially been somewhat displeased with Uncle Gus' bold words, but when faced with truly outstanding work, they did not spare their admiration. Yet the unanimous praise made the 10 contestants realize it's over. Done for. Completely finished. Everyone, how was that song? Wu Zongxian appeared laughing cheekily. Was it good? Good, the audience shouted. Was it impressive? Impressive. What score would it get? This time the audience didn't have a unified answer. Some shouted 10, some shouted full marks, and some shouted 100. Because the song had indeed overturned everyone's expectations. Many even asked to see the lyrics again. It was melodious and energetic, a joy to hear. As for the mainland audience in front of their TVs, they couldn't help but straighten their backs. This song was not just about fun. It was a manifestation of national pride. But then Wu Zongxian spread his hands. But unfortunately, this song gets 0 points. The crowd erupted in agitation. The diners in the restaurant were already shouting about rigging, and even Gu Jianjun's face darkened. Hey, don't throw eggs or slippers. Wu Zongxian suddenly cried out, acting silly. Stop, let me finish. This song is just a gift from Uncle Gu to everyone to liven up the atmosphere. It's not a competition entry, so it naturally gets 0. Don't mistakenly attack me. The crowd was stunned, then burst into laughter. Good thing it wasn't a live stream or comments like 40-meter blade and honor the ally would have flooded the screen. But some were puzzled. Such a song, and it wasn't used for the competition. Uncle Gu said this song was just for us to open the performance and liven things up. The next performance will be the real competition entry. Everyone can look forward to it. Uncle Gu is the best. The audience felt a bit disappointed, as this song would have scored well if rated, but it wasn't in the competition. However, the 10 challengers breathed a long sigh of relief. It wasn't a competition entry. That's good. This guy is so foolish not using such a song for the competition. He gave up on a high-scoring song. We still have a chance. They encouraged each other, seemingly regaining confidence. But in truth, only they knew how panicked they were inside. If a non-competition song was this strong, what would the real competition song be? And at that moment, the host announced the start. The competition officially began. The competition began. Following the procedure, 3 songs were performed in a group, including 2 from the challengers and 1 from Guxiu. According to this order, the 2 challengers took the stage first. Among these 2, one performed his own song, while the other chose a fellow singer to perform. After all, not every songwriter had to follow Zhou Jieluan's path and sing themselves. Most people, in fact, lacked the talent for singing. Since they were the opening acts of the challenge, their skills were decent, neither particularly dazzling nor entirely unremarkable. What troubled them, however, was that the explosive performance of the 3 sisters at the start had left the audience emotionally unresponsive. Even the judges seemed less engaged. What was the result? By the end of their songs, both contestants felt a lack of confidence, their self-assurance wavering. Especially during the performance, when they occasionally caught glimpses of the audience whispering among themselves, it only deepened their frustration. They could even guess what the crowd was murmuring. It feels average. Not as good as before. I wonder what song Uncle Gu will bring out next. The 3 sisters were amazing, youthful, energetic, and with excellent vocal skills. Under such circumstances, the challengers went from brimming with confidence to losing their footing. After some hesitation, the 2 finished their performances, and the judges began to score. The judges were all relatively kind-hearted. Though they were nearly lulled to sleep out of a desire to encourage the younger generation, they strained to find some merits in both songs. Interesting concept. The idea is quite intriguing. Keep it up. Decent singing skills. The arrangement has some charm. On the surface, such comments seemed positive, but judging by their expressions, they were clearly perfunctory. The 2 challengers left the stage with scores of 7, 1 and 7, 2 respectively. Thank you, challengers, for the excellent songs you brought us. Next, we arrive at the moment we've all been waiting for. Wu Zongxian was indeed a master of stage control. As soon as he stepped up, he immediately piqued everyone's interest. I mentioned earlier that for this round, Uncle Gu's chosen singers include both new faces and old ones. And this time I can let you in on a little secret. The one coming is a familiar face. A familiar face. Who could it be? Asked Xiao S. A stunning beauty. Wow, a stunning beauty. That piques my interest. How about I take a guess? Go ahead. I'll give you a hint. She debuted last year as a young singer and reached heights that others could only dream of from the very start. That impressive. Last year. Yes, and her family background is remarkable. Everyone in her family is exceptionally talented. Debuted last year, reached extraordinary heights from a distinguished family and a stunning beauty. Could it be? Who? Last year's Best Newcomer. Do you remember her name? Of course, the Golden Melody Awards Best Newcomer. Who else could? The hosts bantered with light-hearted words, cleverly drawing the audience's attention to one of Uncle Goo's 5 Tiger Generals. Next, let's welcome the powerhouse singer who brings us Uncle Goo's first competition song, Sun Yinzi. Instantly, the stage lights converged upon a youthful and radiant figure. Sun Yinzi had debuted last year with the song Dark Dark and won the Golden Melody Award for Best Newcomer, surpassing most. She was one of the 5 Tiger Generals chosen by Gushio. As she stepped onto the stage, the 2 challengers who had just performed turned pale. Let alone anything else, the sheer vocal prowess of the singer was on a completely different level, a crushing advantage. Surpassing her in singing ability would be an immense challenge. The only hope they could cling to was the songwriting. But unfortunately, hello everyone, it's an honor to perform Uncle Gus' song. Next, I'll bring you a piece composed by Teacher Gu. Meeting. I hope you'll enjoy it. As Sun Yinzi finished speaking, a crisp and tender piano melody arose, pure and translucent, as if all noise and clamor had vanished entirely. Then Sun Yinzi's voice, like a perfect embellishment, began to tell the story. Hear the winter's departure, I wake up in some month and year. I think I wait, I anticipate, yet the future cannot be arranged accordingly. Cloudy day, evening outside the window. The opening lines alone instantly silenced everyone present. Even the previously bustling and noisy audience at the restaurant fell silent, no matter how lively the atmosphere had been moments before, as they quietly immersed themselves in the song. Sun Yinzi's voice was uniquely distinctive, and this song, Meeting, perfectly showcased the characteristics of her voice. It carried a hint of resignation, yet radiated strength. The listeners instinctively closed their mouths, instinctively pricked up their ears, instinctively listened with their hearts. Music possesses power, a power guided by the creator and infused with soul by the singer's perfect delivery. And this song, Meeting, seemed tailor-made for Sun Yinzi. The perfect voice, the seamless fusion of guitar and piano paired with simple yet poetic lyrics. At that moment, a magical chemical reaction occurred. I fly forward, flying across a sea of time. We've all been hurt in love. I see the road, the entrance to dreams is a little narrow. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. One day my mystery will be revealed. When the final note ended, the scene remained in silence. Sun Yinzi quietly put down the microphone, faced the camera, and bowed slowly. She seemed to say something to the camera, but without the microphone her words were inaudible. 1 second. 2 seconds. A full 10 seconds later, applause began. At first sporadic, then swelling louder and louder from all directions, converging into a powerful force. It was the force of a purified soul. A perfect song. For a moment, I find myself at a loss for words to describe it. The lyrics, melody, and performance are combined to an absolute perfection. Using simple guitar and piano to compose the most beautiful melody with a bright tempo and a touch of helpless sentiment, crafting concise lyrics. Truly perfect. I can sense a hint of melancholy in the song, yet it radiates resilience. It easily evokes emotional memories, immersing the listener in the wistful mood of love. A truly delightful piece. Whom I meet, what dialogue will unfold. The person I await, and how distant a future. I love that line. This is an outstanding pop song. The composition is excellent and the performance is deeply emotional. If I'm not mistaken, the album with this song will be a massive hit. Haha. The judges each shared their thoughts. Perfect. Unanimous praise. Such high praise naturally brought a correspondingly high score. In the end, this song, Encounter, achieved an impressive score of 9. Sun Yinzi naturally expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Taking the microphone, she said, "Thank you very much to all the judges for your scores, and I also sincerely thank Uncle Gu for his trust for giving me this song. To be honest, I initially asked Uncle Gu for a song, but he refused me at that time. I regretted it for a long time. Then as the criticism grew louder, I began to hesitate. It's almost laughable. Even when Uncle Gu contacted me and offered to write a song for me, I hesitated. But when he presented this song, I was certain. I must sing this song. So I am deeply grateful for Uncle Gus' trust and support, and also for his willingness to overlook my thank you." It was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Everyone could see the profound thankfulness in the girl's eyes. I believe everyone is curious about who Uncle Gu is. Yinzi, since you've had contact with him, can you tell us something about him? The host found a topic. Actually, my communication with Uncle Gu was mainly through QQ. By the way, very few people use it here in Taiwan, Sun Yinzi replied after a moment of thought. Wu Zongshan's eyes lit up. So Uncle Gu might be from the mainland. Probably. He uses simplified Chinese characters, Sun, from the mainland. Both the audience and the guest judges perked up instantly. Many who heard this news began to wonder which eminent figure from the mainland this Uncle Gu might be. At the Maishamike restaurant, there was also a surge of excitement. Our mainland is about to turn the tables. Haha, I thought this Uncle Gu was a bit arrogant before, but now he doesn't seem that way at all. I knew it. The song by the Three Sisters Flower Group earlier clearly didn't sound like it was written by someone from Taiwan. Turns out it was. Someone even asked Gu Jianjun, "Old Gu, that Uncle Gu is also surnamed Gu. Could it be you?" Everyone burst into. Gu Jianjun waved his hand. Haha, I'm tone deaf by nature. If I had that talent, why would I run a restaurant? Then maybe it's Gushio. That kid hummed a tune once, and it sounded pretty good. Come on, if that kid could ever write songs I'd say our ancestors' graves are smoking with good fortune. Gushio rolled his eyes, wanting to tell his dad to go check the ancestral graves. Maybe they really were smoking. But then he thought he was just a porter, not a creator, so it probably wouldn't cause such a phenomenon, so he kept quiet. Back on the TV, the show continued. Everyone was curious about Uncle Gu, and those still unknown, they could learn about him indirectly. So many questions were directed at Sun Yinzi, who had communicated with Uncle Gu. What kind of person is Uncle Gu? Sun Yinzi thought for a moment. He has an interesting soul. An interesting soul, the host was puzzled. Oh, that's what Uncle Gu said about me. I think he's the same. Sun Yinzi said with a smile. He is very talented and humorous. Although we only communicate through screens, whenever we have time we can talk about everything online. Such words only fueled more curiosity. The audience had countless questions, but the show had limited time, and the swordsman showdown was still ongoing. Next, 2 more challengers took the stage. From this point, it was obvious that they lacked confidence. After all, the 2 songs Uncle Gu had presented so far were too strong. They were afraid. Even their subsequent performances were filled with anxiety, stumbling through their songs. Their scores lingered around. Soon the second of the 5 tigers was ready to perform. Thank you to the 2 singers for their heartfelt performances. Next up is the second singer, who will perform a song by Uncle Gu. This singer might be a bit unfamiliar to you all, but don't underestimate her, because she has a very rich background and exceptionally strong. Alright, let's welcome the second contestant chosen by Uncle Gu, Zhang Xiaohan. Amid the spotlight and kind applause, a thin small girl looking very nervous and uncertain appeared in the frame. Seeing her, everyone's minds were filled with a string of, who is this? This girl is the second singer Uncle Gu chose. Can she even sing? She looks so nervous, even trembling, afraid to look at the camera. Can someone like that sing? Not only the audience, but even the judges couldn't help but wonder. Admittedly, this girl was very pretty, but she exuded an aura that didn't belong to this industry. Unlike Sun Yinzi, who seemed comfortable under the spotlight and even strove to showcase herself, confidence seemed foreign to her. She looked innocent and naive, like a deer that had accidentally wandered into a hunting ground, carrying fear and unease. If someone like this can be chosen to compete, I'm suddenly not worried. Haha, exactly. Sun Yinzi is probably the biggest name here. I suddenly have confidence in the upcoming competition. Can she even sing? It seems the real competition will be among us. Even the challengers began discussing among themselves. Smiles appeared on their faces almost simultaneously. After all, in such a competition, it wasn't just about the quality of the song, the singer's performance also counted. If the singer performed poorly, there was nothing to worry about. Sun Yinzi's performance had put a lot of pressure on everyone. But now thinking about it, Uncle Gus's reputation had been so bad recently that even Sun Yinzi hesitated at first. Would other singers still be willing to sing for him? Could Uncle Gu even find another singer to compete for him? Maybe. The contestants to come might all be newcomers. When a performer takes the stage, there is no interview segment. This meant that by the time Zhang Xiaohan appeared, the song was already ready. Without giving Zhang Xiaohan any time to prepare, a gentle guitar melody floated in. What reassured the challengers even more was that Zhang Xiaohan still wore that nervous expression even when the music started. The only saving grace was that she hadn't forgotten she was singing. Hastily picking up the microphone, Zhang Xiaohan, with a trembling and uncertain voice, began to sing softly. Every time I grow up amidst wandering and loneliness, every time, even when hurt, I don't show tears. Ha ha ha, singing with a tremble. Can a singer like this even compete? Not impressive at all. Such a song can be easily crushed. Not confident in the slightest. I knew at the moment she stepped on stage. Uncle Gu can't find a singer, ha ha ha. How should I put it? She deserves to lose, ha ha ha. Is this a newcomer? It's her first time singing on stage, isn't it? Do you think she'll run away before finishing the song? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaohan's voice trembled noticeably with timidity, causing the challengers to burst into laughter. The 2 who had performed earlier were already grinning from ear to ear. It's a sure win. Although this competition tested Uncle Gus's songwriting ability, the live performance was far more than just that. The singer's live delivery was the most critical factor, and Zhang Xiaohan's singing right now was already trembling. Even with closed eyes, one could tell she was terrified to the core. She clearly had a fear of the stage, unable to even finish the song. How could someone like this possibly win? It's all because of his arrogance. If the Three Sisters duo had performed, or if this song were given to them, would definitely be in trouble. Exactly, serves him right. He thought he was something special, but he's just average. Have you thought about your acceptance speech yet? Ha ha ha, you reminded me. I should indeed review my acceptance speech. As they chatted, the 2 who had performed earlier actually pulled out small notebooks filled with dense handwriting. These were their acceptance speeches. After all, if they seized this opportunity to shine, they could soar to fame and even reach the second tier. Seizing the chance might even propel them directly to the first tier. From then on, the sky was the limit. The camera panned to them. When the audience saw this, the live crowd said nothing, but the TV viewers grew furious. What's going on? These guys were as silent as mourners a moment ago, and now they're laughing and chatting. This girl is no good, as she's holding everyone back. This song is poorly sung. Actually, the song is good. The music is beautiful. But the girl didn't perform well. It's probably her first time on TV. She's nervous. It's all her fault. The diners in the restaurant grew increasingly irritated. Many of them hadn't even known who Uncle Gu was before, but the previous 2 songs had made them fond of him. Naturally, they didn't want Uncle Gu to lose. Even comrade Gu Jianjun shook his head and sighed. It's not a failure of battle. Dad, it's not over yet, and you already think we'll lose. Gu Xiu chuckled, blinking as he asked. Gu Jianjun shook his head. This young girl clearly lacks experience. It's probably her first time on such a big stage, as she can't even sing properly. How can she possibly win? Everyone has a youthful stage. Besides, I think this sister will definitely win. Gu Xiu said. Hearing this, the others laughed. What does a little kid know? If she wins, that would be a miracle. Didn't you see that girl is about to cry? How can she win? Gu Xiu's eyes twinkled. You all say she'll lose. How about a bet? A bet? How? If I win, each table orders one more dish. Ha ha ha, if you win, he'll not only order a dish, but also a bottle. That's right. I hope she wins. This Uncle Gu is from our mainland, bringing glory to us. Everyone laughed and agreed to the bet. Gu Xiu blinked and looked at his father. Dad, are you in? You're just a kid. Hey. Gu Jianjun chuckled. Then tell me, what kind of bet do you want? I bet. Gu Xiu's eyes darted. A summer vacation. A trip. Gu Jianjun was taken aback. For him, travel was something only the wealthy could afford. He had never considered it. Yes, a trip. I want to go to Yanjing. The shop is so busy. I can go alone. Besides, brother Qingsong is going to visit his cousin who is studying for a master's degree in Yanjing. Sure, Qingsong's cousin. Gu Jianjun hesitated. Dad, you're not afraid to bet, are you? Bet. Gu Jianjun shrugged. Am I afraid of a 7-year-old? First tell me, what will you do if you lose? Me. Gu Xiu smiled. I can't lose. Hey, if you lose, you'll stay in the shop this summer, read all the second-grade textbooks, and Gu Jianjun chuckled, expecting a pained expression from his son. But he was disappointed. Gu Xiu showed no fear. Instead, he smiled with a glint of cunning satisfaction. Have you noticed? This girl's singing is different from before. Just then someone remarked. Gu Jianjun quickly turned around. On the TV, Zhang Xiaohan was halfway through her song. Her voice still carried a faint tremble, but her entire demeanor had transformed dramatically. Now that you mention it, she seems like a different person. She looks more confident. What's going on? She's singing more smoothly. I thought she adapted so quickly. Actually, listening to this song, it's really beautiful. It feels like it has some kind of power. Everyone buzzed with discussion, their eyes lighting up with delight. She was the same person, but both the fluency of her singing and the aura she exuded had changed completely. She seemed more confident, braver. How was this possible? People speculated, some even joking that Zhang Xiaohan might truly have invisible wings. But it was just a joke. She does have invisible wings. At the venue, on the judges' panel, Luo Dayo suddenly praised. The others immediately looked at him, puzzled. The music titan laughed heartily, like a scholar who had solved a world-class puzzle. This is the power of music. The power brought, and this singer is remarkable. She adapted quickly to the stage and drew strength from her own singing. This song, both in melody and lyrical meaning, gives hope, warmth, and a sense of stability. It is precisely this song that gave this girl making her first appearance on such a stage extraordinary courage and confidence, making her more and more self-assured. Hearing this, the others paused, then nodded in admiration. Indeed, this is the power of music. It was this power that made Zhang Xiaohan's later performance so stunning. Soon the song ended. Like Sun Yanzi before her, Zhang Xiaohan didn't hold the microphone and said something to the camera, leaving people puzzled. But soon everyone's attention was drawn back, because the crucial moment had arrived. The scoring of this song. I give this song a 10. Luo Dayo spoke first, awarding the highest score, surprising many. Some questioned that the girl's opening was, but teacher Luo Dayo shook his head and laughed. Wrong, you're wrong. The opening wasn't subpar. In my view, it was a perfect match, the most flawless performance. From the initial nervousness, unease, and tension, to later persevering despite the anxiety. Courageously moving, this song perfectly interprets that a brave person is not fearless. On the contrary, true bravery is to keep going even when knowing the path ahead is rough and full of twists. This is the most perfect performance tonight. A 10, well-deserved. Perfect. The most flawless performance. Such words spoken by the venerable Luo Dayo, a figure of unparalleled prestige in the music industry, meant that Zhang Xiaohan's song was beyond doubt destined for success. And indeed it was so. In the end, Invisible Wings achieved an astonishing score of 9.8. This result instantly froze the challenger, who had been beaming with a radiant smile in place. As for the challenger who had been reciting his victory speech moments earlier, he stood there dumbfounded, glancing at the script in his hand, and then at the slender figure on the stage. For a moment, he was utterly bewildered. The cameraman timely captured his expression, drawing laughter from the audience. Fortunately, the host quickly stepped in to spare the challenger from further embarrassment, taking over the spotlight and turning their attention. It was understandable. Sun Yanzi's victory was expected given her proven prowess. But Zhang Xiaohan genuinely caught many by surprise. She was clearly a newcomer. It was obviously her first time on such a stage. Yet she managed to deliver a performance so flawless that it sparked an irresistible curiosity about her. Is this your first time competing? Not exactly. I often participated in singing contests during my school days, but this kind of competition is indeed my first. How did you get to know Uncle Gu? Did you reach out to him? No, Uncle Gu had someone contact me. Honestly, I'm still puzzled as to how he even knew. Zhang Xiaohan shook her head, a hint of shyness in her voice. After all, I've only just signed with a company and have little to no reputation. Little reputation. She was practically a nobody. The crowd mused inwardly, yet their curiosity about Uncle Gu only deepened. He had proactively reached out to a singer, and to someone utterly unknown. Yet she had achieved the highest score so far. That flawless performance left a lasting impression. What kind of person do you think Uncle Gu is? A very reliable mentor. Zhang Xiaohan replied. When Uncle Gu said he would write a song for me and have me compete, I thought it was a joke. I never believed I had, but Uncle Gu kept encouraging me, giving me the courage to keep going. He's like a dependable senior. You can talk to him about anything, and he always offers the most mature perspective. He's the best. A reliable mentor. That was Zhang Xiaohan's answer, different from Sun Yanzi's. If from Sun Yanzi's perspective Uncle Gu was an amusing friend, then, to Zhang Xiaohan, he was an elder nurturing the younger generation. This only piqued people's interest, further sparking a wave of discussion. Even as the third round began and the two challengers performed their songs, many were still engrossed in the conversation. A mainlander, very talented, not too young, but certainly not old either. Exactly. Being friends with Sun Yanzi suggests he's not too old, but mentoring a young lady like Zhang Xiaohan means he's likely a mature middle-aged man. Why must it be a man? Could it be a sister? All the singers are female, so it's definitely a man. You know what I mean. Is that even a valid argument? So he's probably a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Is there such a creator in the mainland? Inside the Gourmet Delight restaurant, many diners had joined the discussion, each trying to play detective and crack the mystery. Such debates were abundant, everyone deadly serious. Only Gu Xiu was nearly splitting his sides with laughter. Laughing, just because you guessed right. What's so funny? Get to serving the dishes. Gu Jianjun came over and flicked Gu Xiu on the forehead. Dad, can I laugh when I win? Don't forget the bet you promised me. We'll talk about that later. Gu Jianjun waved his hand. Go serve the food first. Gu Xiu pouted, fearing his father might renege, but he knew he couldn't force the issue. He set aside the topic and asked curiously, what dish? A complimentary dish for every table. I had the kitchen prepare it earlier. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow and gave his father a thumbs up before cheerfully helping out. Soon a dish was delivered to each table. A diner asked, Old Gu, I haven't ordered yet. Are you force-selling me something? Force-selling? This is on the house. Everyone gets one. Oh, didn't we lose the bet? But our mainlander won, didn't he? That's a point of pride, so I'm treating everyone to a dish. Old Gu, you're a good man. As the diners showered praise, Gu Xiu nodded approvingly. This was why Gu Jianjun's Gourmet Delight had so many loyal customers. Gu Xiu felt a bit humbled by this. However, the going-sun at the restaurant had no impact on the TV show. At that moment, the two challengers had finished. Their performances were decent, with scores mostly above 7.5. But compared to Uncle Gus' songs, those scores were mere consolation. Amid the crowd's anticipation, the third of Uncle Gus' 5 Tigers finally appeared. This person everyone should be familiar with. She is the most popular newcomer among the new generation of pop singers, known for her sweet appearance and superb vocal skills, earning the title of Teen Heartthrob Killer. I think you already have a name in mind. As the host's words fell, many in the audience began shouting, Kai Yilin. Kai Yilin. A chorus of shouts arose. The most popular newcomer, coupled with the Teen Heartthrob Killer moniker, was instantly recognizable to many viewers. This was none other than the singer who, with only 2 albums since her debut, had become an enormous sensation in Taiwan. Kai Yilin. Yet some were puzzled. Rumors had circulated that Kai Yilin was in a legal dispute with her former label Loud Studio. How did she find time to compete in Uncle Gus' challenge? Even more curious, before the lights came up, 2 figures were already visible on stage. Had they guessed wrong? The audience was baffled. 2 people instead of 1. But the mystery was soon solved. Let's welcome Kai Yilin and Guang Liang. With the host announcement, the spotlight blazed to life, revealing 2 figures at center stage, Uncle Gus' old friend Guang Liang and the Teen Heartthrob Killer Kai Yilin. What was astonishing, however, was the stage setup and the singer's attire. Unlike anything seen before. Guang Liang wore a pristine white tuxedo resembling a prince from a fairy tale, holding a bouquet of flowers, as if today were a momentous occasion. Kai Yilin, meanwhile, had abandoned her usual figure-hugging style for a solemn and magnificent wedding gown. At the sight, everyone was filled with confusion. What song were they about to sing? Or were they going to get married on the spot? This is too dreamlike. No, don't get married, G. You're mine. Guang Liang. Guang Liang. Handsome man and beautiful woman, do you think they might actually have something? This is so sweet. Are they getting married? Judging by the setup, it must be a wedding. Wow, so beautiful. As the two appeared, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Kai Yilin, needless to say, had won the Golden Melody Award for Best Newcomer. Although her previous 2 albums had been fraught with difficulties, the results still surprised many, and she enjoyed immense popularity in the Taiwan region. As for Guang Liang, he was no less impressive. Given the recent surge in popularity of Uncle Gus, named Guang Liang as the first person for whom Uncle Gu wrote songs had also been discovered by many. 2 of his lead singles had achieved remarkable popularity, beloved by many young people. Coupled with Guang Liang's striking appearance, if he hadn't been so low-key, his popularity would have soared even higher, and his fan base was by no means small. Now 2 highly anticipated contestants appeared together in such a stunning guise. It was impossible not to elicit screams. Hello everyone, I'm Guang Liang. Hello everyone, I'm Kai Yilin. We are honored to represent Uncle Gu with his new song on this. We are delighted to have received Uncle Gus' invitation. Next we will perform Uncle Gus' new song. A sweet melody. Today, you will marry me. Each sentence from the tone of speech to the stage positioning was clearly rehearsed countless times. As the words fell, a beautiful melody rang out accompanied by lively orchestration. The spring blossoms take away the melancholy of winter. The gentle breeze brings a romantic breath. Every love song suddenly becomes meaningful. I see you in this moment. Guang Liang began, his voice as tender as ever, but unlike his previous song, First Time. The slightly melancholic tone had vanished, replaced by an exuberant and relaxed quality in this song. Yet it still carried a... After the first verse, Kai Yilan's sweet voice quickly followed. The spring fragrance takes away the chill of winter. The gentle breeze brings unexpected love. The bird songs draw us closer. I fall in love with you in this moment. Then they harmonized. Listen to me, hand in hand, walk with me. Create a life of happiness. Yesterday is already gone, tomorrow will be a pity. Will you marry me today? The lively rhythm continued. The melodious harmonica, the catchy folk melody, and their superb vocal skills. At that moment it felt as if the entire audience was swept into a grand wedding ceremony. Guang and Kai on stage had evidently prepared for this dance number, their movements perfect, blending festivity with sanctity, joy with solemnity. They sang of joy with the lightest tone, yet expressed the solemnity of a wedding with flawless dance moves. A perfect combination. The audience, both live and in front of TVs, involuntarily began to sway along with the relaxing melody. Though not a single word of sweetness was spoken, everyone present was filled with sweetness. This was a feast for the audience. This song is extraordinary. In the future weddings will surely play this song. Who exactly is Uncle Gu? How can he be so talented? Indeed, none of his songs are weak. Does such a person really exist? This song is so beautiful, pleasant to the ear. It makes me want to get married. Countless thoughts flashed through the audience's minds. So wonderful. As the venue turned into a sea of joy, the other challengers' faces had turned pale. Once again they had lost. Upon hearing this song they knew it was crushing. A certain defeat. They stood no chance. Guang Liang and Kai Yilan were too powerful, and this song was terrifying. It was a divine melody. And indeed it was. After their performance, Today You Will Marry Me scored an impressive 9-1. An unquestionable score. Moreover, many understood that the song's true power lay not only in this score, but in its future. This song would likely become the anthem for weddings. It was a true super popular hit. And for the performers Kai Yilan and Guang Liang, it would bring enduring fame. Thinking of this, the challengers grew even more disheartened. They had come to compete, gain exposure, and seize a chance to soar. But the result was that they became mere foils while Uncle Gu truly soared, and even the singers he chose took flight. And what about them who were supposed to attract attention? Utterly miserable. Some audience members even showed impatience during their performances, as if annoyed that they were delaying the new song from Uncle Gu. Ridiculous. Even the 6 who had already performed felt sympathy for the 4 who hadn't yet taken the stage. Sympathy was indeed warranted. The further the competition progressed, the greater the pressure. Gu Xiu had only presented 3 songs so far, each one crushing. From this perspective, the luckiest among the 10 challengers were the 2 who performed first. Though they faced the 3 sisters, at least they still harbored a glimmer of hope. But now hope had vanished, replaced by fear. And with each new song from Uncle Gu that could become a masterpiece. The pressure escalated. At this point, however, no one was paying attention to the 10 challengers. When Guang and Kai finished their song, all eyes were fixed on them. Curious and delighted. The host as usual asked about what kind of person Uncle Gu was. Uncle Gu is a very wise man. Uncle Gu is a wonderful friend. Their answers were unsurprising. After chatting on stage for a while, the host turned to Guang Liang. Guang Liang, we all know that Uncle Gu wrote his first song for you. Can you tell us how you met? We met on a music forum. I was planning a new album and hoped to find inspiration there. Later I got to know Uncle Gu, and we chatted a lot as internet friends. Guang Liang smiled. Speaking of which, the song The Light Chaser wasn't written for me. Not written for you. The host was intrigued. The journalists were thrilled. This was juicy material. In fact, Uncle Gu submitted the song to another singer, but after waiting a long time with no reply, he showed it to me. After I saw the melody and lyrics, I knew it was exactly what I needed. I suppose I got lucky. Guang Liang answered honestly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Written for someone else. No reply, and it ended up benefiting Guang Liang. Who was that person? Tis Chaser is a song written by Uncle Gu on his first appearance. Guang Liang, thanks to Uncle Gu plus the earlier Marry Me Today, already has 3 songs, all of which are extremely powerful. I'm very curious who exactly is that person. If he knew he rejected Uncle Gu, would he be furious? What's this? Haha, why do I feel like laughing? Fate truly marvelous. Guang Liang's words immediately sparked widespread discussion, especially the identity of the singer, who ignored Uncle Gu's submission, which made many people speculate. After all, such dramatic events always attract extra attention. But unfortunately Guang Liang kept his mouth shut. Yet the more he did, so the more people wondered who it was that had missed such a good opportunity. Such discussions did not stop even when the 4th group of challengers took the stage. Even the diners at Meisher Mike had started discussing, who do you think that person is? Uncle Gu is from the mainland. Maybe it's a mainland singer, Wang Fei. That's not certain. Maybe it's Ren Xinxi. I don't think so. Ren's voice doesn't suit a song like Chaser. Maybe it's a singer from Hong Kong. What if it's Heavenly King Lu? Old Gu, whose song do you think the one at your doorstep was written for? Someone asked Gu Jianjun. Gu Jianjun thought for a moment. Mo One-Way Heart's Wish is so popular. The crowd didn't pay much attention, but Gu Xiu couldn't help glancing at his father in surprise. He could guess that. Suddenly, he felt that his father's thoughts sometimes synchronized with his own. However, such discussions were trivial. On TV, the competition Huashan on Sword was already halfway through, and the next contestant to appear was the fourth player to receive Uncle Gus' new song. The next contestant to appear has a somewhat special identity. Because before this he was not a singer, but a song creator. But the difference is that this time he will appear as a singer holding Uncle Gus' new song representing Uncle Gu in the competition. With the host's introduction, many people in the audience were surprised, and some even turned their gaze to the group of challengers in unison. The camera timely panned over. There the 10 challengers were all looking bewildered and confused. These challengers were themselves song creators. In their view, song creators should all be Uncle Gus' enemies. But what was happening now? The creator who should have been an enemy was actually standing on Uncle Gus' side, representing Uncle Gu, and, although I've said it more than once, I'm still curious. Who exactly is Uncle Gu? Does he always choose people in such a confusing way? Sun Yinzi, Guang Liang, and Kai Yilin are all understandable. They are singers who have achieved success. But Zhang Xiaohan, a newcomer, was invited, and now there's another newcomer. I can understand Zhang Xiaohan to some extent, or I've seen her profile. She often participates in singing competitions, so she has some foundation. But what's the deal with letting a song creator sing this time? I wonder what kind of songs this song creator has written. Have I heard any of her songs? Is it a man or a woman? Countless discussions converged. By this point, everyone had sensed Uncle Gus' way of selecting people. Unique, completely unexpected. It was baffling. Powerhouse singers, popular singers, complete newcomers, and now even a song. It seemed there was no overlap at all. Compared to the audience's bewilderment, the judges' eyes had already lit up. I'm really looking forward to the next song. Song creators are proud. Even if they want to sing themselves, they usually choose to sing their own songs. But now a song creator is willing to sing someone else's song. That means that song is very good. At least it has won the admiration of that song creator. Expectation. Everyone's anticipation had reached its peak at this moment. By this point in the competition, the prejudices against Uncle Gu had basically been set aside. Everyone understood. Uncle Gu was a genius of songwriting. They were eagerly looking forward to what surprises Uncle Gus' next two songs would bring. Having teased enough, the host no longer hesitated. This song creator was born into a musical family. While studying, he also participated in many singing competitions. He is very talented, and he just created a decent song this year which you might still remember. Zhang Huimai's Remember. Hearing this, some people's eyes lit up while others remained bewildered. But it didn't matter. Whether they knew the creator of that song or not, soon they would get to know this person. Next, let's welcome Uncle Gus' fourth contestant, Lin Junjie. Accompanied by applause, the spotlight shone, and a shy young man with a baby face appeared on stage. He looked like a student still in school, very green and shy. Hello everyone, I am Lin Junjie. Next I will present Uncle Gus, South of the River. I hope you like it. As Lin Junjie's words fell, the prelude began to play softly. A gust of wind howled, and a picture scroll slowly unfurled, as if this wind could stir ripples of memory. Many in the audience had already closed their eyes, and the judges on the panel also wore smiles. This was enjoying music. The prelude had many changes, but it didn't feel chaotic, especially when accompanied by Lin Junjie's unique voice singing this song. The wind here is sticky, sticking to the thoughts of passersby. The rain here forms a thread entangling us to linger in this world. You by my side is fate. Lin Junjie sang, very seriously, pouring great emotion into it. Combined with his unique voice, it brought everyone an extraordinary auditory feast at that moment. Involuntarily, it pulled people into the misty clouds of Jiangnan. The melody was graceful and smooth, matched with Lin Junjie's singing skill, allowing the wind, rain, mountains, and waters that belonged to the song to flow into the listeners' hearts. We who don't understand the torment of love and hate think that love is as changeable as wind and clouds, believing that one day of love is worth more than eternity, freezing time at this instant. We who don't know how to show tenderness thought that dying for love was just an ancient legend. The song ended with Lin Junjie's nearly perfect singing. When the last note fell, Lin Junjie, like the previous contestants, faced the camera and without holding the microphone said something. Have you noticed that all the previous contestants said something without actually holding the microphone? Now that you mention it, I also noticed. At first, when Sun Yinzi came on stage, I thought she forgot to take the microphone. All the later ones did the same. Did they agree on it beforehand? I'm curious about what they said. Is there any expert who can tell us? Many sharp-eyed viewers had already noticed this and started discussing. Uncle Gu had brought them too many surprises. Now the singer's actions made them instinctively think it was some kind of Easter egg. Lin Junjie, could you tell us what you just said? The host was also curious. As soon as the song ended, he asked first. The audience widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting the answer. But unfortunately, Lin Junjie only shook his head with a smile. I'm sorry, but this is something we said to our uncle. Something you said. Why not say it directly? Why use this method? The host asked curiously. But Lin Junjie just smiled and shook his head as if unwilling to say more, leaving everyone helpless. At the same time, their curiosity grew even stronger. What do you think they said? Actually, I noticed it when the first female singer appeared. Later I watched carefully, and they said different things. Yes, yes, some were long, some short. Everyone had different words. Did anyone see what they said? I couldn't see clearly. If there's a replay, maybe we could figure it out by watching carefully. I really want to know. In front of the TV, the diners at Meisher Meku were all discussing enthusiastically, fully engaged. They completely forgot that many of them before this had no interest in the show at all, and some had even only started watching it because some young people in this early 21st century diners were learning the meaning of two words for the first time. So delicious. The discussion obviously couldn't reach any conclusion since no one had noticed this detail before. Now that they had noticed, but in this era, unlike the internet age, they couldn't drag the progress bar to replay. Everyone could only guess. Maybe it's a confession. Nonsense. The first three were young girls. A confession makes sense to me. But what about the young man later? Maybe it's something like, if it's gratitude, why not use the microphone? I hope someone can figure it out. Everyone's discussion was very heated. But such a discussion wouldn't yield results anytime soon, and the show on TV continued. Now it was the judges' scoring session. For this song, Jiangnan, the judges were also full of praise. Compliments about the composition, the lyrics, the arrangement, the singing, many. Some viewers even started joking. If they didn't know that Uncle Gu's songs were truly excellent, they would have thought the judges were deliberately flattering Uncle Gu today. After all, from the moment they sat down, every song by Uncle Gu received continuous praise. The judges' compliments never stopped like a bunch of shills. Of course, everyone knew this was a joke. The quality of the songs was evident. It was impossible to criticize them. In the end, Jiangnan scored a high 9.3. It still couldn't surpass Invisible Wings, but such a high score was already enough to dominate. This song was bound to become a huge hit. Or rather, everyone knew that every song Uncle Gu had brought out tonight would become the hottest songs after the show ended. In fact, some record companies had already urgently contacted the TV station, hoping to turn the songs Uncle Gu wrote tonight into an album. But that was a story for later. On the scene, the host had returned to the stage, and as usual asked Lin Junjia what kind of person Uncle Gu was in his eyes. Talent. Uncle Gu is a very talented person. I believe everyone has now confirmed this. His songwriting is unrestrained and eclectic. It seems that in his hands, any musical style can be mastered, and any type of song can be created. He is a person who inspires admiration, yet also fear. Fear? Wu Zongxian asked in surprise. Indeed, Lin Junjia smiled wryly. I don't know if other singers feel this way, but I do. Because this song Jiangnan is very similar to an inspiration I had in my mind. But it was just an inspiration, not a complete song. I thought about how to compose it, but never succeeded. But do you know what happened? While that inspiration was still spinning in my mind, Uncle Gu suddenly approached me and presented this song. I was stunned. What? Hearing this, the audience was full of shock. He had created a song based on someone else's nascent inspiration. This was a joke, right? I don't know how to describe it, but I was just extremely shocked and amazed. Lin Junjia smiled bitterly. I even wondered at the time if Uncle Gu could read people's minds. Of course, this idea is absurd and impossible, but Uncle Gu's creative ability is undeniable. He is too strong. That's why I feel fear. But fortunately, Lin Junjia paused, looking toward the challengers. He smiled slightly. Fortunately, Uncle Gu and I are friends, not competitors. If I were his opponent, I think I would have gone mad by now. After these words, the others were fine, but the 10 challengers in the challenger seats felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Especially the two songwriters who were about to perform later, their faces turned pale. Indeed, what Lin Junjia said was exactly what they were thinking at that moment. Fear. But what they feared was not Uncle Gu's ability to read their minds. What they feared was his creative power. Creating one song in half a month is not difficult. With inspiration, one can even easily produce several songs. But to create 5 or 6 songs in half a month while maintaining quality, that was the most terrifying part. It was simply insane. How could they compete in this contest? They had come to ride the hype, to step on Uncle Gu's corpse, to rise. But now, Uncle Gu's reputation had reversed. His talent was affirmed. It was almost certain that when this Huashan showdown ended, they would become a joke. The biggest joke in the music industry. The pressure reached its peak. Pressure in the eyes of capitalists is a good thing because they love to say pressure brings motivation to encourage employees. Often they even like to increase pressure on employees, justifying it with high-sounding phrases. They demand that employees possess the ability to withstand pressure. But for most people, pressure. Bullshit. Pressure is absolute, at least at this very moment. For the upcoming challengers, under immense pressure, they even felt like crying. And under such pressure, an accident finally occurred. I can't sing. I want to withdraw, said the 9th challenger, facing the camera and the audience. After Lin Junjia left the stage, this challenger appeared under the spotlight, but when the music began, he did not choose to sing. Instead, he chose to give up. Holding the microphone, he uttered that sentence in front of everyone. The sudden stage incident caught everyone off guard, and the host immediately stepped forward to take control of the situation. But this contestant refused to sing, no matter what, shaking his head repeatedly. I shouldn't have come to ride the wave of popularity. I debuted as a songwriter. I thought it was a good opportunity to let the audience get to know me. But now, I have no courage to sing at all. Neither the songs I wrote nor the songs I perform are a match for Uncle. I give up. I don't want to compete anymore. As he spoke, the contestant actually broke down and cried in front of everyone before the television cameras. Under immense pressure, this once formidable competitor broke down. He had even lost all confidence to continue singing. The audience erupted in an uproar. The hosts were also stunned. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Songwriting has always been behind the scenes, as stepping from behind the scenes to the front is not that simple, and the pressure to bear is immense. There is already the pressure of transitioning, and after facing Uncle Gus' previous songs, the pressure only increased, even robbing people of their courage. Let him go. Even if he forces himself to finish this song, he won't be able to deliver it perfectly. The judges shook their heads. Having seen much, they did not force the challenger to complete the competition. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, teachers. The challenger repeatedly expressed gratitude, then hurriedly fled the stage. Everyone was left speechless. This kid had been crushed by pressure. After the 9th challenger hurried away, the camera immediately turned to the 10th challenger. Pressure too was on him. Many people recognized this person. He was the one who had been most viciously slandering Uncle Gu during this time. Zhong Xuezhen. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s wearing glasses and a stubble, looking quite stylish. Usually Zhong Xuezhen presented himself as talented and intellectual in front of the media. Coupled with occasionally discussing songs and media hype, his popularity was very high. Moreover, he enjoyed picking fights with people. During this time, he not only mocked Gu Xiu but also Zhou Jiluan, a creative genius who had just debuted 2 years ago and was considered a prodigy, was also ridiculed by Zhong Xuezhen. He had detractors, but also many supporters. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as he performed brilliantly in this Huashan sword contest, he could even ride this favorable wind and soar to great heights. It was hard to say he would secure a top-tier status, but second tier was guaranteed. Next, he would beat Uncle Gu with fists and kick Zhou Jiluan. Overpowering the entire Chinese music scene single-handedly was no big deal. At least he thought so. But now, as the final performer, Zhong Xuezhen's confidence had vanished, replaced by a face full of livid dismay. He knew his own situation well. His songs really couldn't compete. This was not even on the same level. The 4 songs Uncle Gu had presented from the start of the competition to now, any one of them could crush him. Who would have thought? Every single one was a song good enough to be a singer's signature piece. This was utterly absurd, absurdity squared. It was something Zhong Xuezhen had never imagined before. He was already panicking like crazy, and now the previous contestant had withdrawn early, admitting defeat on the spot, which only made his pressure skyrocket. What to do? What to do now? Even as the host prompted him to step onto the stage, Zhong Xuezhen's mind was still racing with friends. Zhong Xuezhen, you have been the most popular challenger among all contestants during this time. Everyone is worried whether you still have confidence, the host asked. Zhong Xuezhen immediately looked embarrassed. But seeing so many eyes on him, he braced himself and nodded. Although there is indeed pressure, I am still full of confidence. My songs are no worse than that garbages. He blurted out this. After all, he had said it too often during this period, but the moment he said it, Zhong Xuezhen felt a twinge of regret. Saying that at this time and calling him garbage. Sure enough, the host, who had been amiable, instantly frowned. Oh. You seem to have always looked down on Uncle Gu before. Now you're still so confident. It seems you think Uncle Gus' previous songs were not good. Even the audience watching couldn't help but frown. However, there were still supporters. Since Zhong Xuezhen had previously found faults with Uncle Gus' songs, they actually thought he had discovered something wrong. But their expectations only made Zhong Xuezhen more embarrassed. Damn, could he take back his previous words? Obviously, he had jumped into the fire pit himself. If he wanted to lie down and admit defeat, he would be burned to ashes. So what should he do next? Fortunately, maybe pressure truly can make people break through their limits. At least at this moment, a thought suddenly struck Zhong Xuezhen. I admit that I was indeed biased against Uncle Gus' creative talent before. But even now, in my opinion, Uncle Gu is still not a qualified songwriter. He was going to go all out. As soon as he said this, the venue erupted in boos, with many people showing their displeasure. Uncle Gus' songwriting talent had been fully demonstrated. For Zhong Xuezhen to say such a thing at this time was indeed infuriating. Even the host frowned deeply, thinking that this bastard was too audacious. Zhong Xuezhen was actually panicking too, but after glancing at the judges from Taiwan on the panel, he gritted his teeth and continued, Uncle Gus' creative talent is indeed high and commendable, but since we are in the Chinese music scene, we should embrace diversity. Isn't it already diverse enough? The host frowned, meeting Invisible Wings' Marry Me Today Jiangnan and the opening Chinese talk. Each song has a different style, covering folk, pop, rap, and Chinese traditional style. This should be diverse enough, right? Zhong Xuezhen was rebutted, his momentum faltered. But he still shook his head. The musical styles are indeed diverse enough, but since we are talking about Chinese songs, they shouldn't be not limited to one language. Yes, the Chinese music scene has not only Mandarin songs, but also Cantonese. Zhong Xuezhen nodded. The song I will bring next is my new song, a Cantonese song. Achieve You. I hope everyone likes it. As Zhong Xuezhen's voice fell, the music began. The prelude, to be honest, was not bad. Although not particularly dazzling, it sounded acceptable. The entire audience quieted down for a moment. Zhong Xuezhen picked up the microphone and sang with deep emotion, Xing, Zao Nai. Wu Xing Zao Wu Nai Xing. The first 2 lines left everyone in the room with question marks. What was he singing? Cantonese song. So when he said diversity, he meant he would sing a Cantonese song. I don't think it's that good. Can anyone understand what he's singing? The audience was buzzing with discussion. Most of the attendees were locals from Baodao, having heard Cantonese songs to varying degrees, but frankly at this moment, they couldn't make out what Zhong Xuezhen was singing. They could only judge from the arrangement and accompaniment. But it felt not that good. The judges on the panel frowned, deeply exchanged glances, and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. This song really wasn't up to par. Yet Zhong Xuezhen grew more confident and spirited as he sang. He did notice the looks from— It was almost certain that the score for this song wouldn't be high. After all, many people didn't even understand what he was singing. Unless it was earth-shattering, it would be a miracle if the score was high. But even knowing this, Zhong Xuezhen wasn't afraid at all. Actually, this song was originally a Mandarin song, but he chose to sing it in Cantonese, a method he had pondered over. What if the score was low? He could manipulate the situation later, claiming that the production team and judges simply didn't appreciate Cantonese. What? Not satisfied. None of these judges had ever written Cantonese songs, nor could they even speak Cantonese. Their scoring was bound to be biased. In this way, he could place himself in an invincible position. Even if he lost, he could still defend himself. And as it turned out, when the song, which had almost no major ups and downs, ended, the audience still looked utterly confused. Many people still didn't know what he had. The judges' scoring was also somewhat strained. Eventually stumbling along, they gave a score of 7-2. Thank you, teachers. I think I might have chosen the wrong song, but I still don't think Uncle Gu is an excellent creator. I won't change that opinion. Standing on stage, Zhong Xuezhen remained stubborn about this result. He didn't directly curse the judges for being unappreciative, but he still showed his attitude. No matter how good Uncle Gu's songs are, he still doesn't deserve my admiration. If he's capable, let him write a Cantonese song. These words caused an uproar. So shameless. Damn, this bastard already knows Uncle Gu is from the mainland. Isn't he afraid Uncle Gu knows Cantonese? Probably this jerk saw Uncle Gu's previous songs and realized Uncle Gu is good at Mandarin, so he guessed he doesn't know Cantonese. What garbage song did he sing? I like Cantonese songs and have heard many, but his song was terrible. With such skill, how dare he mock? Damn garbage. At the restaurant, many people immediately started cursing. Indeed, they couldn't understand Cantonese, but they could distinguish good from bad. The same happened at the scene. Some hot-tempered ones even stood up and cursed, "FK your mother. Shit in your pants. Your head looks like a piece of shit." But Zhong Xuezhen didn't care about these. He even provocatively gave a thumbs up to the camera, then turned it upside down. Clearly he was mocking Uncle Gu, who was not present. The reporters perked up, taking photos frantically. Many knew this would be tomorrow's hottest news. Zhong Xuezhen, however, didn't care, or he would ride the wave of popularity to climb higher. As for questioning his creative ability, still the same: if he's capable, or he would ride the wave of popularity to climb higher. As for questioning his creative ability, still the same: if he's capable, let Uncle Gu write a Cantonese song, otherwise he'll never be my match. Just as the audience analyzed, he had indeed considered the feasibility of this method. After all, in other arenas, forget about Guangdong versus Qin Xiong. He could even stage Ultraman versus Sun Wukong. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, he never actually fought Ultraman. Who knows if Sun Wukong could defeat Ultraman with one? I say he can, or what can you do about it? There's also the question of whether Uncle Gu can actually compose Cantonese songs. But the probability is low. After all, Uncle Gu has presented many songs before, but all were Mandarin songs, especially the lyrics. They clearly require a high level of proficiency in Mandarin to write. What does this mean? It means Mandarin is definitely Uncle Gu's mother tongue. So would he be as good at Cantonese? Impossible. At least not in a short time. This is his chance. Leveraging this trending topic with his own hype plan, he would already be in a high position. By then, this incident would only become a dark history of his youthful arrogance. At least his future would be financially promising. Once a person loses their sense of shame, they can indeed succeed in many things. Even Gu Xiu, sitting in front of the TV, couldn't help but sigh. Nonsense. Gu Jianjun gave Gu Xiu a flick on the forehead. The most important thing in life is conscience. Shamelessness might bring short-term comfort, but it will only lead to greater pain in the future. Only by living with a clear conscience can one thrive for a lifetime. Yes, Dad is right. Dad is farsighted. Gu Xiu nodded repeatedly. No choice. Old Gus flick really hurt. It's not shameful to admit defeat in front of his father. This kind of person is really detestable. Stubborn as a dead duck, why can't he just graciously admit defeat? It's not shameful to admit defeat in front of his father. This kind of person is really detestable. Stubborn as a dead duck, why can't he just graciously— Dad, what are you worried about? Isn't this already a sure win? Gu Xiu smiled. You don't understand. It's not about winning or losing. The outcome of this competition is no longer the key point. Gu Jianjun shook his head. Not necessarily. Gu Xiu winked. Maybe a Cantonese song will appear later. How is that possible? Gu Jianjun was speechless and shook his head. But before he finished, the host on the TV show, barely holding back laughter, said, Zhong Xuezhen, may I ask if you have seen our program schedule? What? No, I haven't. Zhong Xuezhen was puzzled. The host, even more strained face reddening, said, How did you know that Uncle Gus' fifth singer is a Cantonese singer? Huh. Zhong Xuezhen froze in place. He stared at the host in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost, cold sweat breaking out. The host then announced loudly, Next is the fifth singer chosen by Uncle Gu. He is a singer from Hong Kong who has achieved outstanding results in the Cantonese music scene. He has won the first Ultimate Record Award with his album, My Happy Times. He is hailed as a new generation singer with a flawless voice. He is Chen Yixuan. The scene erupted in thunderous applause. A torrent of cheers and shouts burst forth at that moment. Not only on the scene, but even in the Meisher Meek restaurant, the diners were cheering one after another. Brilliant. That's how it should be. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Zhong Zuezin's face changed color. I love this the most. Watching the uproar in the restaurant, Gu Xiao was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask curiously, do you all know Chen Yixuan? The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's smiles were still frozen on their faces as they exchanged glances. Do you know him? I don't. I've never even heard of him. Do you? How would I know? I only know Ren Xianqi. Then why were you so happy? The most dreaded thing is sudden silence in the air. The situation on the scene and in the Meisher Meek restaurant was quite similar. As the man with slightly wavy hair appeared, everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. They really didn't know Chen Yixuan. They had never even seen this face before. Who cares if we know him? He's a Cantonese singer, right? That means he can sing He's definitely going to sing a Cantonese song. Fortunately, someone spoke up at the critical moment, instantly gaining everyone's support. Exactly. As long as it shuts up that watch's named Zhong, they'll be happy. With Uncle Gus' skills, even an unknown amateur is nothing to worry about. Well said. Hearing these words, Gu Xiao was speechless. Well, what was this? Organic promotion. Fandom conversion. Involuntarily, Gu Xiao stroked his chin, feeling for the first time that being a star might not be so bad. Everyone might not be familiar with Chen Yixuan. Actually, he has been active in the Hong Kong music scene, so it's normal that you don't know him. But don't underestimate him. Chen Yixuan is a very talented singer. He is considered a strong contender for the new generation's king of songs in Hong Kong. His singing skills are extraordinary. The host sensed everyone's doubts and spoke up immediately, putting many people at ease. Many eyes turned to Zhong Xuezhen, gloating. But what made everyone's blood pressure spike was, it's only natural that I can't match his singing ability. Damn, he's already looking for an escape route. Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Just like everyone knows flies are disgusting, but no one can really do anything about them. As the saying goes, when one is shameless, they are invincible. Chen Yixuan, you've always spoken Cantonese and know a lot about Cantonese songs. May I ask, what do you think of Zhong Zuezin's song earlier? The host was also a bit angry, so he turned to Chen Yixuan beside him. Everyone's eyes lit up, right? Even if they couldn't understand, there was someone there who could. Teacher Zhong's song is good. Chen Yixuan smiled slightly, revealing 2 dimples. But the audience felt a bit disheartened. Was it really that good? But the next second, Chen Yixuan shook his head and said, but compared to Uncle Gu, it's still a bit far off. His Cantonese pronunciation isn't quite standard, and the lyrics actually lean more toward Mandarin. I've always wondered, should that song have been a Mandarin piece? Why did he forcibly adapt it to Cantonese? As everyone knows, the pronunciation and certain expressions in Cantonese and Mandarin are sometimes different. Forcibly and rigidly translating, it gives a clumsy, incongruous feel. Of course, Teacher Zhong's song is still decent, and his performance was heartfelt. The last sentence was conveniently ignored by everyone. The key was the earlier part. Originally a Mandarin song, but forcibly translated into Cantonese. The audience wasn't stupid. They instantly understood what Zhong Xuezhen was thinking. Good heavens. This was shameless to the extreme. Zhong Zuezin's face flushed red, and he immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. That song of mine was originally composed as a Cantonese song. Do you even understand songwriting? You're just a singer. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know." In response, Chen Yixuan simply shrugged, "I don't understand songwriting, but I think when it comes to Cantonese I know more than you do." You? Alright, it seems this competition is getting more and more heated. Seeing Zhong Xuezhen about to charge into a fight, Wu Zongxian interrupted them. All talk and no action is just empty words. For musicians, issues should be resolved through music. Next, let's listen to the last song composed by Uncle Gu for this competition. Everyone cheered and was filled with anticipation. Another great song to hear. And Chen Yixuan didn't bother with Zhong Xuezhen anymore. He didn't like offending people unless he couldn't help it. Now that he was about to sing as a professional singer, it was better to give his best performance to the audience than to argue on stage. In an instant, Chen Yixuan seemed to transform. In a flash, he went from a polite, perpetually smiling, amiable singer to a man with a slightly melancholic aura. The music started. The opening was a sound that seemed like a woman's voice or the whisper of wind, a blend of acoustic and electric. From the very first note, it pierced straight into the heart, compelling everyone to quiet down. The transition from chaos to stillness took but a moment. A few judges nodded. It was too early to judge the song, but one thing was certain: the arrangement was very interesting. Soon the prelude ended. Chen Yixuan held the microphone and sang in a low voice, "Someone asks me, you'll tell, but no one comes. I wait until helpless, wanting to speak, but there's no place to put it. My heart is like a bottle cap waiting to be pried open, but my mouth is growing moss. The quieter I am in the crowd, the more I'm ignored. I have to cause a stir." Before the first verse ended, many people on the scene were already bright-eyed. It was also Cantonese. Many couldn't fully understand without subtitles. But the difference was, Chen Yixuan's voice was incredibly soothing, giving people a true sense of enjoying music combined with the already pleasing melody. It was a pure delight for the ears. Unanimously, many thought of one phrase: this is real music. Music to be enjoyed. And while enjoying, they could also feel the low suppressed emotion in the melody. It was a feeling of wanting to break free from the oppression. It was strange. Everyone couldn't understand the lyrics, didn't even know what song Chen Yixuan was singing. Yet somehow the song made them irresistibly feel the emotions embedded in the composition. This song is extraordinary. On the judges' panel, teacher Luo Dio, who had previously supported Invisible Wings, closed his eyes, as if murmuring to himself, giving a two-word comment, powerful. Remarkable. Such a terse two-word critique, yet it earned nods of approval from the other judges on the panel. No one spoke, however. Everyone was simply savoring the music. On stage, Chen Yixuan continued to sing, his deep voice beginning to rise for the first time, like suddenly bursting into song. Anywhere feels like a stage with four sides. Wearing the flashiest outfit, feigning profound emotion. When someone takes a photo, remember to pose with hands in pockets. The drumbeat abruptly ceased, as if the entire world had fallen silent for that moment. It granted a brief respite. Yet many furrowed their brows. The earlier oppression had been somewhat unpleasant, and the ensuing climax was not entirely satisfying. The pause felt like reading an addictive web novel, only to have it interrupted mid-chapter. But thankfully, the next second Chen Yixuan showcased his formidable vocal prowess and flawless voice, demonstrating what calm before the storm truly meant. Treat me as a flamboyant fool. My exaggeration stems from fear. If I were like wood or stone, would I be noticed? In truth, I dread being forgotten, so I amplify my performance. So uneasy, how can I be graceful? High notes. Treat me as a flamboyant fool. My exaggeration stems from fear. If I were like wood or stone, would I be noticed? In truth, I dread being forgotten, so I am. Everyone still could not understand the lyrics, yet they could sense that this was Chen Yixuan's outcry against fate. Or rather, it was Uncle Gu's roar against this world. When the first section ended, the audience opened their eyes, faces brimming with excitement, as they turned to one another. So beautiful. The last time I heard such a wonderful Cantonese song was from Beyond. Who says you can't judge a song without understanding the lyrics? This song is incredible. I want to know its lyrics. I want to know too. It's so good. And this singer is amazing. How did I not know about him until now? I barely caught a few words. Cantonese songs are indeed different from Mandarin ones, because the phrasing is distinct. It's just... That was the audience's sentiment at that moment. Even if they couldn't grasp the lyrics, they instinctively applauded. Excellent music never goes unnoticed. Perhaps due to the language barrier, people couldn't fathom the meaning within the lyrics, but a superior song could convey emotions that resonated with the listeners. And at this very moment, the song Exaggeration was presented to everyone. That was the power within the vocals. The power brought forth by the melody and the performance. After the first part, Chen Yixuan's voice dropped again. That year at 18, the school ball. Standing there like a nobody. Back then I swore through tears everyone must see me. In this world there are too many ordinary and common paths. Which housing estate do you live in? In love and work I've been ignored too much. My self-esteem has suffered countless falls. After this section, many audience members noticed that some people around them were wiping away tears, yet no one said anything. Because everyone felt the same. There was a sense of stifled emotion, a desire to break through everything. Even without understanding the lyrics. The fragments of information conveyed along with Chen Yixuan's unique voice transmitted the feelings with precision. Fortunately, after the low point came the climax. This song was like a master of swaying people's hearts with undulating waves. Some even began to hum along. Especially when Chen Yixuan raised his almost freakishly powerful voice to an astonishing pitch, the whole venue erupted in ecstasy. Call me a flamboyant fool. My exaggeration stems from fear. If I were like wood or stone, would I be noticed? The audience kept humming along, but since they didn't know the lyrics, they could only murmur. Finally, the song drew to a close. The initial outburst and scream gradually subsided. A calm after the storm, yet a calm that pierced the heart. I'm not your cup of tea, but you can still drink to your heart's content. Don't forget that someone is hoarse for you. As the last note faded, the stage spotlight slowly dimmed, and then the house lights came on. Yet the entire venue remained silent. The camera swept across the audience. Some had red-rimmed eyes, some clenched their fists, some were hoarse from shouting. The lens captured the rawest emotions of everyone. Perfectly recorded. No one spoke, no one uttered a word. Not until Chen Yixuan brought the microphone to his lips and said something to the camera did people finally snap back to reality. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Great melody, great lyrics, and a superb performance. Finally, it was Luo Dio who broke the silence first. He stood up and began to applaud. The sound of applause was not loud. But soon viewers noticed that following Luo Dio's lead, the other judges on the panel also rose. Then came the audience in the front rows. Those in the back rows. And even the challengers who had performed earlier all stood up. A standing ovation. Applause for Chen Yixuan's exaggeration. Even Zhong Xuezhen, reluctant and displeased, rose to his feet, his face sour as he followed the crowd. But as for clapping, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Under normal circumstances this would have gone unnoticed, but now as a rival, he was the focus of the cameraman's attention. Soon someone noticed him, especially Wu Zongxian, who had already admired Uncle Gu greatly. He couldn't help but tease. Xuezhen, judging by your expression, it seems you don't quite approve of this song. Under normal circumstances, most people would hastily deny it even if they truly looked down on it. But unfortunately, today it was Zhong Xuezhen who was obsessed with stirring up controversy. Faced with the question, he actually nodded. Indeed, I stood up to pay tribute, but only to the singer whose name I've forgotten. I applaud his vocal skills. They are commendable and barely passable. But in terms of songwriting, this piece has nothing outstanding, it merely benefits from the order of performance. This remark drew angry glares from many. But Zhong Xuezhen shrugged unafraid, and even looked a little smug. Not many people understand Cantonese, do they? No one denied it and most nodded. Then Zhong Xuezhen smiled. The melody of this song is only average, the arrangement is unremarkable, and there's a major problem. Its core. If you read the lyrics, you'll see that this song is like a lunatic, whining without reason, as if it's schizophrenic. It has no meaning, no core essence of a song. In the end, a clown who seeks attention is just a clown. It's fine for Uncle Gu to use such a song for self-encouragement. In my view, this song is no different from the likes of Learn to Meow. At these words, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone knew the quality of Learn to Meow, though young people did enjoy it. Besides, Uncle Gu was indeed talented, so no one had. Now a song that had drawn thunderous applause was being compared to Learn to Meow by Zhong Xuezhen. Such a statement was unacceptable, but oddly, quite a few people were actually swayed. For a moment, they were unsure whether Zhong Xuezhen was telling the truth or not. Yet while everyone was bewildered, Luo Dao, who had always been smiling and genial on the panel, suddenly erupted in fury. He slammed his hand on the table. Nonsense. At first I thought you were just a creator with limited talent. Now I realize. You might not even understand songwriting at all. Luo Dao was known as the godfather of the music industry, which sufficiently indicated his status in the musical world. Even when compared to Li Zongxing, who also held a pivotal position, the latter's standing in the hearts of musicians could not rival Luo's. Before Luo Dao, there were songs like Yi Lai Xiang and He Ri Jun Zai Lai, as well as campus songs such as Walking on the Country Path and Orchid Grass. After Luo Dao, pop music branched into many paths because of him. Even Big Brother Li Zongxing was merely the highest landmark on one of those paths. Despite his lofty status, Luo Dao had always been generous in mentoring younger talents, and whenever he appeared on shows, he was always beaming. Essentially, he had never been seen losing his temper. But now at the scene of such a show before the television audience, this music godfather unexpectedly flew into a rage. What were the consequences of the godfather's anger? Almost instantly, everyone in the audience cast looks of disgust and disdain at Zhong Xuezhen, and even the judges sitting beside Luo glared at him angrily. As for Zhong Xuezhen, who bore the brunt of this fury, he felt like a fish on a chopping block, a lonely boat in a storm. Dazed, he merely wanted to gain attention and ride on the coattails of fame. Others had done the same before Luo Dao. But what was happening now? He seemed to have messed up. He couldn't quite understand. But fortunately, Luo Dao was not one to play riddles, and soon gave an answer. Let's first talk about the issues you raised. First, the music. This song Fu Qua uses simple MDC chords in a 68 rock rhythm, paired with retro piano harmonies, yet achieves an astonishing level of brilliance. Catchy yet rich in emotion, even without looking at the lyrics, one can understand the creator's feelings, which fully demonstrates the composer's and arranger's skill. Secondly, the performance. The difficulty of singing this song, I believe everyone is well aware. And this young man named Chun Ishu, and his voice is absolutely the strongest I have ever heard. It is not just pretty good as you claimed. Finally, the lyrics, which you consider the biggest problem. At this point, Luo Dao said coldly, Cantonese is not only yours to master. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xuezhen's face instantly turned pale, his expression ashen to the extreme. But the music godfather paid him no further heed, and directly ordered the lyrics to be displayed. Soon on the big screen, the hastily inserted lyrics were projected, and the lyrics that everyone had only half understood were now displayed on the live screen. It was also shown on television. These lyrics are amazing. At 18 school dance, standing like a nobody. This line is so heartfelt, as if it's talking about me. Attention can cure hunger. This line is absolutely brilliant, my favorite. Not explosive enough, how to get attention. Isn't this line referring to Zhong Xuezhen, since he's always creating topics? Don't say that he's not worthy. Don't forget someone is horse for you. This last line, after reading the lyrics, I suddenly understood its meaning. This is not schizophrenia at all. It's clearly looking in the mirror, shouting from the heart. Everywhere is like a four-sided stage. Even the most ordinary, mediocre, and humble person, you are always the protagonist of your own story. Discussions were endless. The audience, who had only a vague understanding of the lyrics at that moment when the lyrics were displayed on, everyone was captivated by the song. Some laughed uproariously, some wept with their faces covered. But no one mocked them. Because this was the genuine feeling of everyone witnessing the scene at that moment. After such discussions, what followed was a torrent of abuse directed at Zhong Xuezhen. This bastard took advantage of my not understanding Cantonese. If not for the lyrics, now I might have been fooled by him. This is not schizophrenia at all. It's the cry of a nobody. Even an ordinary person like me can see the meaning of these lyrics. Is this person really a songwriter? Rubbish, even worse than rubbish. Bastard, if you dare, let us see his lyrics from earlier. See what? They're unbearably awful. Does such a person deserve to be called a... This is an insult to musicians. Bastard. The curses grew louder, and Zhong Xuezhen finally panicked. At this moment, seeing the audience's fury, Zhong Xuezhen finally began to fear. He understood. He had messed up. Riding on trends is indeed a common tactic in the entertainment industry, but often it depends on how it's done. Because this path is prone to backlash. As for Zhong Xuezhen, the trend he had ridden had reached its peak. What awaited him next was his own bitter fruit and backlash. Who threw a rotten egg? Just then someone among the challengers shouted because a rotten egg was thrown onto the stage, and unfortunately, it immediately caused screams. But this scream was like the key that opened a box. Damn, why is there a slipper? What's with the vegetable leaves, eh? Who bought these eggs? They're so stinky. Stop throwing, I was wrong. The scene descended into chaos. The 10 challengers were sitting together, but now they were caught in the crossfire. Countless audience members had somehow produced rotten eggs they had prepared earlier and kept hurling them frantically. Fortunately, they soon realized that the audience was targeting Zhong Xuezhen, and they quickly dodged. As for Zhong Xuezhen, he truly had nowhere to hide. You can't do this. Security. Security. Oh damn it, who threw a... Zhong Xuezhen was even worse off, covered in rotten egg liquid, and he cried for help, hoping the security guard would assist him. But when he turned around, he saw the security guard missing one shoe, taking off the other. Fortunately, the television camera turned away, saving the security guard's other shoe. Ahem. The guard coughed, and facing the camera pretended to say, "Everyone calm down, don't be impulsive." As he said this, he stealthily picked up the thrown shoe and put it back on. But then he casually grabbed a rotten vegetable leaf and threw it at Zhong Xuezhen's face. In the end, Zhong Xuezhen didn't even have a chance to speak again before being forced to leave early. This was a farce. Afterwards, it was reported by multiple media outlets, but received unanimous praise. Some were curious about where the vegetable leaves and rotten eggs came from. Upon inquiry, they discovered that these were originally prepared. After all, Uncle Gu was too arrogant, but no one expected that he would change everyone's impression of him with a few songs. And the items originally prepared for him were all used on Zhong Xuezhen. Of course, that was later. The live farce finally ended with Zhong Xuezhen and the other challengers leaving in embarrassment. This meant that this ultimate showdown in the music circle was completely over. But the era belonging to Uncle Gu had not ended. In fact, it had only just begun. The Huashan discussion took an astonishing turn. The song creator Uncle Gu, with 6 songs, had thoroughly proven his strength. The Heavenly King Lu told reporters he hoped to ask Uncle Gu to compose a song, but there had been no response yet. The Golden Melody Award said they were debating the best song of the year. The highest-rated masterpiece, Invisible Wings, deeply explored the life of its singer Zhang Xiaohan. Speculations on Uncle Gus' identity: he is a native of Guangdong province in the mainland, around 40 years old, with profound knowledge of various music genres. Zhong Xuezhen had his contract terminated by the company and was sued for 10 million. The only song that didn't participate in the competition, Chinese language, was highly praised. In the following days, the world belonged to the music scene. Discussions about the Huashan discussion were no longer confined to music media. Even major mainstream media began to frequently publish and debate. Uncle Gu became a sensation. His fame was no longer limited to the music scene. Even people who paid no attention to music had come to know to some extent a song creator named Uncle Gu. He broke through the circle. Every day, opening the newspaper, one could see a flood of reports and news about Uncle Gu, his prominence beyond imagination. Beyond the extensive media coverage and attention, a multitude of music industry heavyweights were eager to establish a connection. They hoped to request a song from him. Moreover, countless entertainment and record companies were frantically trying to uncover more information about Uncle Gu. Many discovered that Uncle Gu did not belong to any record company. He was a free agent. This drove the capitalists even crazy. At this moment, Uncle Gu seemed to be on the verge of becoming a deity in the music scene, the brightest and highest star in the firmament of music. This was true in the mainland, and equally so in Hong Kong. As for Taiwan, it went without saying. Even the once proclaimed genius and highly praised Jay Chou now appeared overshadowed in the presence of Uncle Gu. Yet amid this soaring popularity, unexpectedly Uncle Gu vanished like a wisp of smoke. He disappeared. It was as if he had never existed. The outside world buzzed with discussion and fervor, but at the peak of his fame, Uncle Gu never. Some tracked down the singers who had received Uncle Gus songs, from the Five Tigers to Guang Liang and the Three Sisters. After the Huashan discussion, they had soared to fame, burning brightly. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't reach Uncle Gu either. In fact, even before the Huashan discussion began, I had lost contact with him. I've also tried to contact Uncle Gu, but he seems to have vanished. His QQ account hasn't logged in again. I don't know how to reach him either. I've sent Uncle Gu messages and emails, but they all sank without a trace, no reply. Perhaps he doesn't want to be. Uncle Gu mentioned to me before that he wanted to take a break. That's probably the reason. These answers from the singers who had collaborated with him left the media reporters frustrated. However, it wasn't completely fruitless. As Uncle Gus' fame skyrocketed, and he became unreachable, many even offered bounties hoping to commission a song from him. The highest offer reached 3 million, hoping to have Uncle Gu compose a song, with the singer waiving all copyright to the song. But Uncle Gu never responded. This disheartened the singers in the music scene, yet it kept the media and audience's enthusiasm ablaze as they discovered new leads from the situation. 3 million for a song, without even claiming copyright, was practically giving away money. Yet Uncle Gu still refused to pay attention. What did this imply? It meant that either Uncle Gu regarded money as dirt, or he was so wealthy that he couldn't care less about 3 million. And they're a topic. I think Uncle Gus' family background must be very privileged. He didn't even want 3 million. I think so too. Uncle Gu probably writes songs just as a hobby. He didn't care about the 3 million at all. Tisk tisk, how impressive. I think Uncle Gu might not be extremely wealthy, but rather he has no excessive pursuit of money. He did sell songs before, so if he didn't need money, he wouldn't have sold them. I agree. He must have higher aspirations with no excessive desire for money. I like him more and more. I hope to hear his new songs soon. I'm so curious about who he is. He must be a very handsome middle-aged man, preferably with a small mustache. Yes, and wearing a long trench coat would be perfect. So amazing. Regarding money as dirt, this is truly being detached from vulgar interests. Perhaps that's why Uncle Goo can create so many remarkable songs. I never thought my first time as a fan would be chasing a song creator whose face I don't even know. At the train station, Gushio listened to these discussions feeling a pain in his teeth, heart, liver, and stomach. 3 million was no small. Regarding money as dirt was nothing but empty talk. Thinking of this, Gushio grew even more frustrated. He cast an increasingly resentful gaze toward Gu Jianjun, who had just walked over with the train tickets. What's with that look, kid? Gu Jianjun wasn't one to spoil the boy. Without hesitation, he flicked a finger at his forehead. I'm taking you to Yinjing, and you're not satisfied. Yes, they were about to go on a long journey today. The destination was Yinjing. Comrade Gu Jianjun kept his word and honored the bet, agreeing to Gu Xiu's request for a trip. But there was one small issue. Dad, didn't we agree that Shiqing Song and I would go together? Gu Xiu asked. Gu Jianjun rolled his eyes. You two boys going to Yinjing. Aren't you afraid of getting lost? I'm taking you, and you're still unhappy. Gu Xiu thought to himself, Dad, I definitely won't get lost, but whether you'll get lost is another matter. But he couldn't say that out loud. He only murmured resentfully, then why didn't you let me go out and play during this time? Play. All you know is playing. During the break you ran wild like a savage. Wouldn't it be better to finish what needs to be done before going to Yinjing? But I finished my summer homework long ago. What about previewing? What about reviewing? Gu Xiu, Dad, do you know that because you locked me at home these past few days your son has lost at least tens of millions? How I think you're too excited about the trip and have gone a bit crazy. Gu Jianjun sneered. Tens of millions. Why not say billions? Why not say the earth is yours? Foolish humans. Gu Xiu shook his head and finally fell silent, suffering alone. Any fool knew that if Uncle Gu had capitalized on his fame during this time, he could have maximized his profits. Gu Xiu knew this well. He desperately wanted to seize the opportunity to increase his ultimate gains. But unfortunately the heavens didn't comply, and a useless teammate always caused trouble. Moreover, going to Yinjing meant having to bring this useless teammate along, forcing Gu Xiu to ponder how he would plan the upcoming journey. The clang-clang of the green train, followed by a woo, sounded as the train began to depart. It was heading toward Yinjing, a city that many people in this era had only seen on the news broadcast. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, beer, and soft drinks. Hey buddy, move over, don't sit here. Hey, the one in the restroom, are you giving birth in there? Hurry up. Ouch. What's wrong with you? You stepped on my foot. Yinjing is great. When you go to Yinjing you must climb the Great Wall, watch the flag-raising ceremony, and eat Quanjude's roast duck. I heard the Great Wall isn't in Yinjing. Nonsense, isn't the Great Wall just in Yinjing? On the noisy train it was like a small world, showcasing all facets of life in vivid detail. Although the great wave of economic stimulus had somewhat eased in this early century era, the fire of yearning for big cities had and this fire would continue to burn. People no longer contented themselves with a corner. One after another they left their hometowns and embarked on the path of migrant work. The rural population would dwindle gradually, turning into empty villages. Some people always reminisce about the past. But for the people of today, stepping out, seeing the world, broadening their horizons, and changing, that was the urgent matter. Staying in one's hometown one would never turn their life around. As for nostalgia, you're a real piece. Naturally, under this immense tide, the already scarce trains were always severely overcrowded every time they departed. Fortunately, it wasn't the spring festival travel rush, or it would have been even worse. But even though they avoided the peak season, the train was still packed with people, the aisles were full, and the train car couplings were shrouded in smoke. Fortunately, this situation was much relieved in the hard sleeper section. After all, they now had some money, so Gu Jianjun didn't make his son suffer at such a time and bought 2 hard sleeper tickets. After boarding, Gu Xiu seemed somewhat silent. He had his own memories of the trains of this era. In his previous life, his first train ride was when he graduated from high school and went to college. Standing ticket. Actually, it cost the same as a seated ticket, but at that time Gu Xiu gave up his seat to a guy who only had a standing ticket for 100 yuan. At the time he thought the other party was a fool. Wasn't it just standing for 2 days and 1 night? He could earn an extra 100 yuan. But when the train arrived, Gu Xiu understood for the first time that the departure and destination were indeed the same, even the arrival time. But standing and sitting were completely different concepts. As for lying down, he didn't dare to think about it back then. Don't run around on the train. This place is crowded with all sorts of people, lots of thieves and traffickers, especially traffickers. They target kids like you. If you get caught by traffickers, they'll break your arms and legs and throw you on the street to beg. It's terrible. After putting away the luggage, Gu Jianjun immediately started his scare tactic education. Regardless of whether the method was right, it worked. Gu Xiu certainly didn't argue with old Gu, but simply asked him if he had any plans for when they arrived in Yinjing. Speaking of this, Gu Jianjun became interested. He took out a small notebook from his pocket and told Gu Xiu about the plan. When we get to Yinjing, well, first find a hostel to stay. Then he'll take you to taste Quanjude's roast duck, the authentic Yinjing roast duck. We'll also go to Tiananmen to watch the flag-raising ceremony. As Chinese, we must never forget our identity. The flag-raising is a must-see. I've heard you have to get up at 3 or 4 in the morning, so don't be a lazybones. Then we'll take a look at the Gugong to see what the Emperor's palace looked like. And the Great Wall. I heard it's a bit far to get to the Great Wall, so we'll go when we're about to head home. Oh, and we can't forget about eating. This time I've asked about several restaurants in Yinjing, and we'll try them all. Gu Jianjun his knowledge of Yinjing was limited to TV programs, so before this trip, he specially asked several diners who had been to Yinjing for Dad, are you mainly wanting to check out other people's restaurants? Gu Xiu asked. Gu Jianjun was surprised. You kid can even guess. Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. Do I even need to guess? The most written on your notebook are the names of restaurants and their detailed addresses. Haha, not bad, not bad. You're quite observant. Gu Jianjun laughed. I plan to see how restaurants in a big city like Yinjing operate, so we can learn a thing or two. Actually, the eating habits between the north and south are very different. Instead of checking out Yanjing's restaurants, you'd better go to Sichuan and Chongqing. Is that so? Gu Jianjun was stunned, obviously not expecting that. Gu Xiu said helplessly, Dad, you want to expand the restaurant, right? Indeed. Gu Jianjun nodded, not hiding anything from his son. The business of Meisher Mike is good, and it has a good reputation, but our small county is too small. Recently Uncle Sure told me that if we want to expand, we might as well try the city. What's your idea? I have this idea. The city is bigger and has more people. Uncle Sure also mentioned something about financing and going public. You want to go public? Gu Xiu was really surprised this time. Truly one should look at a person with new eyes after 3 days. Do you know what financing and going public mean, eh? Gu Jianjun was even more surprised. I still haven't figured out what that means, and you kid understand it. I don't understand, but I know. Gu Xiu shook his head. Haha, I guess so. Gu Jianjun laughed. Actually, I haven't thought that far. I just think if the business is good and can make money, then we should work harder and earn more while we can. During this time, your old man has also realized the truth. In the future world, if you fall behind, you'll be beaten. Since we have a chance to rise now, we must work hard. People need to keep moving upward and life will get better and better. Afraid Gu Xiu wouldn't understand, Gu Jianjun added. It's the same as your studies. Now there are plenty of bosses who only graduated from elementary school, but in the future the standards will definitely rise. Junior high or high school graduation won't count for much. Maybe in the future, even a university degree won't be a big deal. So we must keep moving upward and not stand still. This was his old man awakening. Gu Xiu was somewhat surprised. For the first time he felt he was getting to know comrade Gu Jianjun. In a few months, old Gu had transformed from a laid-off worker who was still thinking about where to find a porter job to solve food and clothing issues into a qualified boss who could plan his own future. Although his plans were still a bit ridiculous, it at least showed that Gu Jianjun's vision and thinking had changed. If his previous then now Gu Jianjun had broken that wall. Gu Xiu suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Anticipating what heights his old man could reach in the future. What heights Gu Jianjun would reach in the future, Gu Xiu could not yet tell. But what he knew now was that compared to his past life, comrade Gu Jianjun had acquired a new hobby. Listening to music. He could not afford an MP3 player, that novel gadget, for the time being. Fortunately, a cassette player was not expensive. Among Gu Jianjun's luggage was a cassette player along with a tape. Uncle Gus' Special Collection Collector's Edition contained a total of 11 songs that Uncle Gu had created since his debut with Life Chaser. It was of course a pirated copy. The price was not cheap either, a full 20 yuan. Yet the stingy comrade Gu Jianjun surprisingly did not hesitate. He bought it outright. Not just one copy, he kept one for himself and placed one in each of his 2 shops. What was even more absurd was that Gu Jianjun had actually scolded the audio store for not stocking more, as he planned to hoard a few more for future new stores. This pained Gu Xiu deeply. That was all money. For this reason, Gu Xiu added a new item to his Beijing trip to-do list. But since they had not yet reached Beijing, the matter remained pending. Gu Jianjun, unaware of his son's inner drama, enjoyed a rather carefree journey. Listening to music, gazing at the scenery, reading the newspaper, and sleeping. This was not only Gu Xiu's first long-distance trip, but also comrade Gu Jianjun's first time traveling far from home. Anxiety and excitement coexisted. However, to maintain his image before his son, Gu Jianjun did not show the slightest unease during the 2 days on the train. He even deliberately pretended to be a seasoned traveler. The food in the dining car isn't clean, well, just eat instant noodles. When you use the toilet, avoid doing so when the train stops, because it'll be very smelly. At night, put all valuables under your pillow, or you won't even know if they get stolen. Don't stare into strangers' eyes for too long. That's at home, rely on your parents. Away from home, rely on friends. When you're out in the world, it's best to make a friend or two. If you ever need help, someone might lend a hand. In short, throughout the journey, Gu Jianjun taught Gu Xiu many travel tips. Beyond that, he also practiced what he preached, fully embodying his educational principles. At least he had gotten to know the other passengers in the same compartment. Each compartment had 2 berths each with 3 bunks, upper, middle, and lower, making 6 berths in total. Among them were a father and son on their way to send the son to college. Though enrollment had not officially started, they planned to familiarize themselves with the environment first. There was also a man in a suit, sleek-haired and glib-tongued, claiming to be a sales representative for a new energy company that sold a high-tech product called water tool. He even took out a small vial on the spot, dripped a few drops into a bottle of mineral water, and the water instantly turned into oil. Everyone was utterly stunned. The last was a dark-skinned, rustic-looking, middle-aged man who claimed to be the boss of an agricultural products company, but he looked more like a native farmer. Though their identities and purposes differed when they chatted and found common topics, there were no barriers. Did you hear? I heard that Uncle Gu is a music teacher named Gu Liren from Guangdong province. Nonsense, that rumor was debunked long ago. It was a student's fabrication. He's not Uncle Gu. Whoever he is, I rather admire this person. Me too. I love his invisible wings the most. Listening to it gives me strength. I like Exaggeration. Exaggeration is indeed a great song. I like it very much too. It's a pity I can't understand the lyrics. My daughter likes Light Chaser. Light Chaser is not bad. Have you listened to Marry Me Today? I heard that the singers of these two songs got married. That's a rumor debunked too. They only collaborated on one song. Nowadays, the best way to bridge the gap with people was to discuss Uncle Gu, as his popularity was too high, especially in the mainland. Men and women, young and old, even children in kindergarten. If you said you didn't know Uncle Gu, you would feel embarrassed. During these discussions, Gu Shou often sat by, with a knowing smile, occasionally wondering if there was someone named Xia Luo in it. After all, he was particularly troubled. As for what these people might guess, Gu Shou was not at all worried. However, when they were only half a day away from Beijing, the slick-haired, suit-wearing man brought a shocking piece of news from a newspaper. Latest news about Uncle Gu. Uncle Gus's real name has been uncovered. The news immediately drew attention. What news? Is it another fake story from some unscrupulous media? These people can't even show their faces in the newspaper without some new tidbit every day. People were a bit numb to so-called news, but the suit-wearing man shook his head. No kidding, really. I got off the train at the previous stop to smoke and get some fresh air, and I bought— Look, the paparazzi have dug up Uncle Gus's real name. They say they found the contract he signed and learned his true name. With that, everyone became interested. Even passengers from other compartments stuck their heads out to look over. What's the name? Let's see. These paparazzi are really something. How did they find that out? Soon the newspaper was spread open. A name appeared. Gu Jianjun. That name doesn't sound like an artist at all. Weren't people in that era named Jianjun, Igua, Wayman, Fuqiang? Looking at it that way, the age fits. Hey, does this name sound familiar to me? Old Gu, what did you say your name was earlier? Someone looked up at Gu Jianjun. Gu Jianjun sat there utterly bewildered and confused. My name is Gu Jianjun. Everyone was astonished, and even people from other compartments crowded around, curiously looking him up and down. Soon curiosity turned into good-natured teasing. I almost thought I was sharing a train with a big star. Old Gu, if you didn't have that expression ID, think you were Uncle Gu himself. What a coincidence. This name will be a good bluff in the future. Everyone burst into laughter, and no one actually took Gu Jianjun for Uncle Gu. After all, in everyone's mind, Uncle Gu was a refined, handsome, melancholic, and cultured intellectual. A far cry from a burly vest and shorts-wearing, unshaven, little migrant worker. Just then a head poked out from the upper bunk. Does it say Uncle Gus's address? The suit-wearing man paused, puzzled that this kid who seemed uninterested in Uncle Gu had suddenly become curious, but he shook his head. How could it? They say it took a lot of effort just to get this name. If they knew the address, would they dare publish it? He then seemed to recall something. Little fella, are you thinking your dad has been hiding a career as a star from you? Gu Shou shook his head and said nothing. He merely let out a long sigh of relief. Hey, who would have thought that big star shares the same name as me? As the train arrived at the station, the father and son walked toward the exit, and along the way Gu Jianjun was still a bit elated. The big star he admired having the exact same name as him. It felt quite peculiar. Maybe it's not just the same name as Dad. Gu Shou smiled mysteriously. Maybe he's even from the same place as you. Why don't you say that Uncle Gu is actually your old man? Gu Jianjun found it amusing, but Gu Shou looked unusually serious. It's possible. If I were Uncle Gu, why would I bother working hard running a restaurant? I'd just lie back and make money. Gu Jianjun chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Writing songs doesn't make much money. What do you know, kid? If being a big star doesn't make money, what does? Maybe a star won't earn as much as you, Dad, in the future. I like the sound of that. Chatting, the father and son had already walked out of the train station. It was nighttime now, and many people holding small cards approached them. Boss, need a room. Hot water and air conditioning, and even young ladies. Need a taxi. Take my car. Map, the most complete map of Beijing. Looking for a job. We're hiring. Though Gu Jianjun had heard about this scene before, he was nearly overwhelmed, and only after Gu Shou reminded him did he carry his son through the crowd. They reached a taxi by the roadside. Hey brother, aren't you going to take a look? The man in the suit, who had just gotten into a taxi with that father-and-son pair of college students, asked Gu Jianjun. This is a golden opportunity. For just 16,000 you can join and become a project leader for water toll. The market prospects are huge. You'll be making money lying down. Forget it, I don't have that much money. No money. No problem, you can borrow it. This chance is rare. Besides, you can come with me to check it out. Your money is still in your pocket. If you're not interested, you can leave anytime. No thanks. Seeing that Gu Jianjun was still uninterested, the suit-clad man finally stopped pushing, muttering under his breath, opportunity right at the door, and you can't grasp it. No wonder you're a poor loser. The taxi drove off quickly. Gu Jianjun shook his head, but wasn't angry. Dad, aren't you tempted? According to that guy, with 16,800 you could earn at least 200,000 a year. Gu Shou asked with a half smile. Tempted? Of course I am. Gu Jianjun nodded. But remember, anything that sounds like a free lunch is a lie. There are plenty of swindlers these days. Don't let yourself be sold, and still count the money for them. Gu Shou nodded. Just as the father and son were about to leave in a taxi, someone grabbed the door. "Buddy, how about we share a ride? I'm heading to the same area. We can split the fare." Looking up, it was the man from the same compartment on the train, the one who claimed to be the boss of an agricultural products company. He had been very quiet on the train, barely speaking. But he looked honest and simple. Gu Jianjun nodded and let him in. "By the way, you barely spoke on the train. What's your name?" They chatted along the way. The man's name was Su Heguang. He had been a farmer, then bought a truck to transport agricultural products. Eventually, after getting familiar with the trade, he started his own agricultural company, focusing on wholesale. He had come to Beijing to negotiate a deal with a big client. They didn't talk much more. After all, they were just passing acquaintances. Soon the taxi arrived at the destination. But when it was time to pay, Su Heguang's face fell. He frantically patted his pockets and took off his jacket. His expression grew increasingly grim. There was a large slit in his jacket near the armpit, and the money in the inner pocket was gone. He didn't even know if it had been lost on the train's dining car or stolen when getting off. "It's okay, I'll cover it." Gu Jianjun saw Su Heguang's predicament and didn't make things difficult. He paid the taxi fare. Watching the taxi drive away, Su Heguang still stood there utterly at a loss. Gu Jianjun hesitated, then asked, "Brother, do you have a place to stay tonight?" It was already late, and the first priority was to find accommodation. "It's fine, I'll have my family wire me some money later." Su Heguang understood Gu Jianjun's intention, but shook his head with a wry smile. "Damn, how can this happen in the capital? I was careless. Thank you, brother. Give me your number, and once my family sends the money, I'll pay you back the fare. Oh, we're all struggling out here. You shared the ride anyway, so forget the money." Gu Jianjun waved his hand. "Are you sure you don't?" "No, really. I'm already embarrassed enough. You're staying here too, right? Once I check in, I'll treat you to a late-night snack." Seeing that he seemed to be fine, Gu Jianjun didn't insist. He took Gu Xiao inside to check in. It was an ordinary small hotel. The room was small and the facilities old, but it was clean enough, though the price was steep. A full 100 yuan. After paying, Gu Jianjun grumbled about how expensive the big city was. Back home, a room like this would cost at most 30 yuan, but he took it as it came. After dropping off their luggage and resting a bit, Gu Jianjun took Gu Xiao out for a stroll. Gu Xiao remained calm throughout. Gu Jianjun, on the other hand, was awestruck. It was his first time in a big city. On the train, he had been too busy chatting with Su Heguang to notice. Now taking it all in, he felt like Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. Bustling streets, towering skyscrapers mixed with the capital's unique hutongs and alleys, a blend of modernity and antiquity. Passing a new residential development, Gu Jianjun went in to ask about the prices. 6 or 7,000 yuan per square meter. That stunned him. Back in their small county, 60 to 70,000 could buy a whole house, but here it only got you 10 square meters. Gu Xiao, however, was unusually active, asking detailed questions about the location, layout, and lighting. Gu Jianjun felt like he was the one following his parents to check out a house. After leaving the sales office, Gu Jianjun was still dazed. "Son, do you think housing prices will keep rising?" "Definitely. But they're already this expensive. Can they go higher?" "Dad, didn't you say that if you're not advancing, you're falling behind? Everything is developing. Right now prices are 6,000, maybe in the future they'll be 60,000. We need to see the world with a developmental perspective." Gu Jianjun fell silent, muttering, "Can they really develop further when they're already this expensive?" After wandering around the neighborhood, the father and son bought nothing and returned to the hotel empty-handed. They asked and learned that Su Heguang hadn't come and hadn't checked in. Gu Jianjun didn't think much of it, just wondered if that passing acquaintance had a place to sleep tonight. But it was none of his business. He didn't dwell on it. He took Gu Xiao to a barbecue stall for a late-night snack, then went back to the room to sleep, spending their first. At around 3 in the morning, Gu Xiao was still drowsy when Gu Jianjun woke him up. Time to go see the flag-raising ceremony. Gu Xiao perked up instantly. But while his father was in the restroom, he took out his dad's phone and sent a text message. He hadn't come to Beijing just to sightsee with his father. After watching the flag-raising ceremony, Gu Jianjun planned to take Gu Xiao to the Forbidden City. However, Gu Xiao clamored for breakfast, and Gu Jianjun did not refuse, leading him to a well-decorated noodle shop. The portions were generous, but the taste was mediocre. Moreover, Gu Jianjun noticed that despite the nice decor, there was virtually no service. Customers had to take their own number and fetch their own meals. Still, despite the lack of service, it somehow gave a decent impression. "Later we'll go to the Forbidden City and show you where the emperor lived. I heard they're even filming a movie there, or maybe you could become a star." After observing the noodle shop, Gu Jianjun began boasting to Gu Xiao. Just then a man with a camera hanging from his neck rushed in and shouted directly, "Gu Jianjun." "Huh." Comrade Gu Jianjun turned around instinctively. "You are indeed here." The man's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he raised his camera and snapped a picture of Gu Jianjun. Click. The shutter sound accompanied by the flash left Gu Jianjun momentarily dizzy. He quickly recovered and asked, "Who are you?" "Uncle Gu, don't panic, let me take a few more photos." The man replied, then changed angles and started shooting frantically. Seeing this and hearing the man call him Uncle Gu, Gu Jianjun finally understood. Though still somewhat bewildered, he quickly answered, "You've mistaken me for someone else." But before he could finish, a group of reporters burst through the door. "It's here. Hurry, hurry, get in. Damn, that guy got ahead of us, move. Don't just stand there." "Uncle Gu, holy crap, it really is Uncle Gu, we've got the first scoop. Take photos, take photos. Uncle Gus debut. In just a few minutes, the entire noodle shop was packed to the brim with a flood of media reporters pouring in. The diners who were originally there initially stunned also surged forward upon hearing the reporters' words. In an instant, Comrade Gu Jianjun was surrounded. Before he could even explain, overwhelming flashes and microphones were thrust before him. Uncle Gu, may I ask where you're from? What do you think of the song Invisible Wings you created? What are your plans next? Sony recently expressed interest in signing you. What's your perspective? Will you be composing ethnic music in the future? A torrent of questions completely engulfed Gu Jianjun. Though Comrade Gu Jianjun was now a small business owner, he was still an ordinary person at heart and had never faced such a scene. He was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and shook his head to explain. You've misunderstood. I am indeed called Gu Jianjun, but am not the Uncle Gu you're talking about. I'm just an ordinary tourist visiting Beijing. A reporter replied. We know Uncle Gu wants to keep a low profile, but don't try to fool us. We've received information that you are indeed. Gu Jianjun shook his head. I can't even read sheet music. How could I be Uncle Gu? You must have been misled. Then are you Gu Jianjun, the owner of 2 restaurants called Meisher Mike? Huh. Gu Jianjun was bewildered. I am. That's it. Right, the intel is correct. Uncle Gu is really too modest. I never thought he'd own a restaurant. This is truly a great master hidden in the city. Gu Jianjun had barely answered when the reporters collectively became ecstatic. The diners too perked up, pushing forward frantically. Uncle Gu, give me your autograph. I want an autograph. Uncle Gu, I love your songs the most. Uncle Gu. Celebrities were rare in those days, even in the capital. Especially with Uncle Gus' current fame. Under intensive promotion, even future internet celebrities would have to bow to him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was known nationwide. Under these circumstances, whether it was true or not, everyone wanted to snatch an autograph first. And so in a daze, Gu Jianjun was surrounded, completely trapped. Despite his repeated explanations that he wasn't Uncle Gu, these reporters seemed to have drunk some kind of enchanted potion, as if they were completely convinced. Uncle Gu, don't be modest. That notebook of yours, is it for writing music? You've already got a new song. A reporter pointed at the notebook lying on the table. Instantly, everyone became even more energized. Gu Jianjun was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Impossible, this is for recording the restaurant's operations. To prove his innocence, Gu Jianjun opened the notebook, revealing densely written notes about the restaurant. It included locations. These were the restaurants he planned to visit and review over the next few days. But one reporter suddenly shouted, wait, what's on the previous page? It's the same. Gu Jianjun casually flipped the page, then widened his eyes in utter disbelief. There on a single page was a sheet of music staff with what appeared to be an unfinished new song. Boom. The evidence was conclusive. Uncle Gu himself. This was the man. The reporters went wild, the surrounding onlookers boiled over, and the scene descended into complete chaos. But amid the frenzy and Gu Jianjun's helpless denials, no one noticed. In the midst of the pandemonium, a first-grade kid stood across the street side at the chaotic shop and muttered, Old Gu, you hang in there. Then he hopped into a taxi. Under the driver's skeptical gaze, he pulled out a 100-yuan note. Sir, I need to go to my cousin's place. Of course, no problem. Brave kid, taking a taxi all by yourself. The driver gave a thumbs up and stepped on the gas without a second thought. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped. Kid, is this the place? Yes, thank you, uncle. Such a polite young man. With the driver's praise, Gu Shou stepped out of the taxi and walked straight into the office building before him. It was rush hour, and the building was bustling with people. When Gu Shou entered, he caught a few glances, but in this fast-paced office environment driven by economic stimulation, no one paid him much attention. Gu Shou ignored them as well and took the elevator directly to the 17th floor. Upon exiting, he saw a sign reading, 3 by. Following the sign, Gu Shou walked deeper into the corridor until he reached the end and found his destination, 3-body game. Little friend, may I help you? As Gu Shou was about to enter, the receptionist stopped him. He had seen this person on the HR records. Her name was Zhang Xiaoyan, a fresh college graduate. Although 3-body game had not yet launched any public projects, they had still set up a company receptionist who also doubled as the HR attendant's clerk. I'm looking for Luo Xiang, Gu Shou replied politely. You're looking for manager Luo? Zhang Xiaoyan paused. Little friend, I'm his cousin. He told me to come to the company today to hang out. Cousin, huh? Zhang Xiaoyan didn't think much of it. You might have to wait a bit. Manager Luo hasn't come in yet. Would you like to wait? Sure. May I look around? Of course, but don't disturb the other brothers at work. Okay, thank you, sister. After a brief exchange, Gu Shou received permission and began his first tour of the company. He had to admit, Lawless Zhang San had done a reliable job. The company's layout, office supplies, and area divisions were all quite decent. Moreover, the overall atmosphere was pleasant. The employees were mostly young people, the youngest being only 17. From top to bottom, the entire company radiated vitality, full of energy. Moreover, the greatest advantage of young people was that they had fewer attachments and were willing to suffocate for their dreams. At least after circling around, Gu Shou found that no one was slacking off. Some had even stayed overnight to work overtime. Of course, this might also be related to everyone just joining the company and wanting to perform, but regardless of the reason, it was a good thing. At least everyone was contributing their precious livers to make their boss money. After circling around, Gu Shou approached a young man in his early 20s with a pale complexion and a slightly receding hairline. 2 dark circles under his eyes were particularly striking. From earlier conversations, Guxiu knew he had been working overtime for 3 consecutive days. Guxiu had also seen this person's resume in his email, and it left a deep impression. His name was Wang Haozuan, a fresh graduate from Jiaotong University this year. He was primarily responsible for handling functions, data storage judgment, and data flow. In other words, he was a coder writing backend code for the game. For the current project, the difficulty of this job was not high. But this employee obviously had more ideas. He hoped to optimize some meaningless code in the game to speed up response times. This undoubtedly added to his workload. That was why he was working overtime. However, he had clearly run into a major problem. Despite several days of continuous late nights and multiple proposed solutions, none had effectively achieved his goal. And now the same situation. His latest attempt had just failed. Why not try switching the IE engine to the WebKit engine? Just then someone spoke. Wang Haozuan was startled, then his eyes lit up. Let me try? Why didn't I think of that? With that, Wang Haozuan's hands flew across the keyboard, typing out large chunks of code. Finally, after 3 minutes, he took a deep breath and began testing. The result was a delightful surprise. The problem that had been plaguing him was miraculously resolved. With just a small change, the game's running speed increased by a full 30%. Dude, you're amazing. Wang Haozuan nearly jumped for joy, then turned to look at the person beside him, wanting to thank him. But soon Wang Haozuan's expression froze. This person, was he an elementary school student? Under his gaze, however, the little kid before him spoke calmly again. Actually, that's a compromise. You could use the Sunf module as a scheduling support, so you wouldn't need to rely on the engine. Or you could adopt a selective loading mode limiting the player's display range and quantity, which would also effectively achieve the desired change modules. Selective loading. Hiss. In that instant, Wang Haozuan felt an epiphany, as if a light had dawned on him. The problem that had haunted him for days now had a new direction. But soon Wang Haozuan snapped back to reality. Wait, little friend, who are you? Does it matter who I am? Guxiu smiled and patted his desk. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. With that, Guxiu turned and walked away, a gratified smile on his face. Wang Haozuan was currently just an unknown nobody, and even in the future, he would remain a relatively obscure figure to many. But in China's game development circle, he was quite well known, because he had once belonged to a game studio, Linlang Studio. And during his time at Linlang, he was a core figure standing at the top of the domestic industry in both skill and creativity. Back then, this man was a genuine senior to Guxiu. In fact, there were many future outstanding game developers like Wang Haozuan in the current three-body game. But now, these people would all have to call Guxiu their boss. Just as Guxiu was planning to continue looking at other familiar faces from his past life, Luo Xiang arrived. He rushed and hurriedly, his eyes filled with wariness when he saw Guxiu. Who are you? Cousin, don't you recognize me so quickly? Guxiu blinked. I don't have a cousin like you. Guxiu smiled instead. The Guoyin legend has been doing well lately, hasn't it? You? Luo Xiang was startled. How did he know about Guoyin legend? Shouldn't only the boss and himself know about this? Seeing that others were now attracted and casting curious glances, he immediately waved at Guxiu. Come with me. Soon Luo Xiang led Guxiu into his office. Looking at this little kid who claimed to be his cousin but remained calm even after being exposed, Luo Xiang felt a strange sensation. This person didn't seem like a young child, or rather he resembled an old monster. What the hell? Shaking his head, the lawless man tried to soften his expression. Little friend, what's your name? You shouldn't call me little friend. Guxiu shook his head. Then what should I call you? Call me boss. Boss. Luo Xiang was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Little friend, you're quite amusing. Do you know who our boss is? Last month's profit from Guoyin Legend was 3,380,000. Little friend, how do you? You received a bonus of 120,000. You've been asking me what the new project of three-body game is about. Now I can tell you clearly. I plan to make a web game. You? Who? Exactly are you? After those 3 consecutive statements, Luo Xiang was left utterly speechless with astonishment. The matter of Guoyin Legend was shady after all, so even the company's employees didn't know that he and the boss had run a private server. Moreover, the new project of three-body game was indeed still unknown to Luo Xiang. But now, how did this child know? While Luo Xiang was utterly bewildered, Guxiu smiled slightly. Sanpao, I remember telling you before to change your online name to Lawless Zhang San, but you never did. Don't you even recognize who I am? You are my boss. Even as he uttered these words, Luo Xiang found it somewhat laughable. How could it be? The kid before him was probably still in first or second grade of elementary school, wasn't he? A primary school student as his boss. But his smile had barely formed when it froze again, for he noticed that the young boy's expression remained utterly calm. Was this kid really just a primary school student? And how could he have said those things? Shouldn't those only be known to him and his? I signed a contract with you and you helped me set up a company under the name Gu Jianjun with the ID number 530. Thighs doesn't prove anything. Anyone willing to check could indeed find out. I initially planned to give you dividends, but you refused and told me you regretted it. Thighs. Maybe you've seen our chat records. That's possible too. Kuyun's updates and maintenance start every Monday. The current version has already opened the equipment rating leaderboard. There's been a surge in large purchases and top-ups this month, hasn't there? Thighs. You. Luo Xiang was already at a loss for words. Indeed, what Guxiu had said earlier might be found in chat records, but this This was definitely not something that could be discovered from chat logs. He reported to Guxiu about Guiyun on a monthly basis. This month hadn't ended yet, so he hadn't started his report, and there were no chat records. For Guxiu to know this already spoke volumes. You're really my boss. Unable to help himself, Luo Xiang asked again, his eyes fixed intently on Guxiu. He was searching for something else in Guxiu's gaze. But to his disappointment, Guxiu nodded very calmly. Actually, you don't need to worry. The Penguin servers currently don't support chat history roaming, and stealing chat records is extremely difficult. Besides, if you still don't believe me, I could even recreate Guiyun for you from scratch. Well, with things said to this extent, no matter how incredible Luo Xiang found it, he could only nod in acceptance. This primary school student was indeed his boss. But how could this be so unbelievable? After a moment of thought, Luo Xiang asked with difficulty, "Are you a genius? Or a child prodigy?" Something like that, Guxiu shrugged. Luo Sanpao. Damn, it's absurdity opening the door for absurdity. Absolutely. Watching Luo Sanpao's expression of utter disbelief, Guxiu understood just how shocking his appearance was to this outlaw. In truth, Guxiu wouldn't reveal his identity unless absolutely necessary. But Luo Sanpao was different. He was a lawyer, and also his agent. Knowing his situation would make the subsequent series of operations much easier. Besides, they had already signed a confidentiality agreement covering his identity and chat content requiring absolute secrecy. Moreover, after such a long period of interaction and understanding, Guxiu had confirmed Luo Xiang's character. He was I believe you've accepted my identity now. Since that's the case, help me make a phone call first. Guxiu spoke. Still dazed, Luo Sanpao asked in confusion, "Call who?" "Call my dad," Guxiu said helplessly, then recounted what had happened. After hearing Guxiu's story, Luo Xiang was even more bewildered. "So boss, you've been using your father's identity to do all of course. Does the law allow a 7-year-old to establish a company?" I'm not entirely sure. But doesn't your father know about your affairs?" As soon as he asked, Luo Xiang noticed that Guxiu was looking at him as if he were an idiot. He had asked a stupid question. Without another word, Luo Xiang picked up the phone and dialed comrade Gu Jianjun's number. On the other end, Gu Jianjun was still frantic. After finally managing to deal with the media reporters, he suddenly realized his son was missing. This startled Gu Jianjun, and he was now asking around on the streets nearby. When he answered the phone, before he could speak, a young man's voice came through. "Is this Uncle Gu Jianjun? Your child Guxiu is here with me. When would it be convenient for you to pick him up?" "Guxiu is with you?" Gu Jianjun became excited. "Where are you?" "He'll come right now." After giving the address, Luo Xiang hung up. "Boss, your father said he's coming now. He should be here in about 20 minutes. That should be enough." Guxiu sat up straight. "I came here mainly for 3 things. Go ahead. First, to check on the company and know the place. After all, I shouldn't be ignorant of where my own company is." Luo Xiang nodded. That was only proper. Second, the company's subsequent plans. Luo Xiang had already pulled out his notebook. "The next game project I've decided on is developing a web-based game." Web-based game? Luo Xiang was taken aback. He remembered Guxiu mentioning this before, but at the time, he was too shocked by Guxiu's identity to pay attention. Now that he knew, he was curious. What is a web-based game? It wasn't that he was behind the times. At this point, very few people had even heard of web games. Not just domestically, but even worldwide, it was a novelty. At least in Luo Sanpao's mind, games were supposed to be like online games such as Legend, or single-player games like The Legend of Sword and Fairy or Far Cry. They required downloading a client and game files to play. As for web-based games, what was that? A web game is essentially a browser-based game. I call it a clientless online game, abbreviated as web game. Guxiu began to explain. It's an online multiplayer interactive game based on a web browser. No client download is needed. We players can directly enter the web page to play. No client. Gu Jianjun's eyes lit up. That meant you could play without downloading anything. Was that even possible? Not only is there no client, but there's also no requirement for computer specs. As long as you have an internet connection, you can play our game. Gu's eyes is incredible. Luo Xiang was amazed. Why haven't I seen anything like this before? Guxiu shook his head. Actually, there were similar things before, but they weren't called games. They were called interactions. Like the text-based games you play on some forums where you click to jump to different pages. The difference is that we refresh the page with each click. Based on calculating the player's actions, we display different pages. Luo Xiang was a smart man. With just a few words, he immediately grasped Guxiu's meaning. Understanding the concept of a web game was simple. But even so, Luo Sanpao's enthusiasm didn't wane. Instead, he grew more excited. This was something that didn't exist yet. If Santi Game could come out with this, wouldn't it dominate every... Boss, all those tasks you assigned earlier, were they all for the web game? Luo Xiang asked, and upon seeing Guxiu nod, he instantly understood. No wonder he couldn't understand before. No wonder the boss placed such emphasis on the game graphics, but paid little attention to the overall framework. This was clearly abnormal in game development. After all, a game is a whole that requires constant debugging and testing. From this perspective, Guxiu's initial plan was to create a web game. In fact, up to now the game is almost complete. What we need next is the final testing of the game and its release. As soon as Guxiu finished, Luo Xiang immediately pressed, "How do we handle a web game? Is it the same as the distribution of a regular online game?" To manage the three-body game, well, Luo Xiang had been cramming a lot of knowledge about game company operations recently, although he was still just a layman. But most people in the country were actually laymen, so everyone was more or less on the same starting line. However, he was still unfamiliar with web games. Releasing a game was not simply about finishing it and uploading it online. Servers, qualifications, publishing licenses, permission to profit, and so on. There were many procedures, many of which took months. I've had someone handle those matters. But for the domestic market, we're just putting up a shell. Our main target is not the domestic market. Not the domestic market. Luo Xiang was stunned. Boss, you're not planning to go for overseas games, are you? Is it not possible? Gu Xiao asked with a smile. No. Luo Xiang was a bit speechless. After thinking, he still said, boss, domestic games have potential, especially online games, precisely because in our country pirated games are rampant. For overseas game giants, our market is insignificant and there's no competition. Our competition is all among ourselves. But if we go overseas, we will face direct competition from game giants and the requirements for quality and production value will be higher. At that time, we might find it hard to survive. These words were already quite tactful. In Luo Xiang's mind, a domestic company going international was simply courting death. But Gu Xiao just smiled at this. Overseas game giants. Indeed, after all, they had developed earlier than domestic companies, had better living space, and were far superior in capability and technology. But as a person who had been reborn, even if he really had to compete with premium games, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he had no intention of doing premium games. Why start a game company? To make money. The track and objectives were different. Were those game giants his competitors? As if. But Gu Xiao didn't say these words. Instead, he directly instructed, I need a team to set up an overseas branch mainly for the distribution of overseas games and server support. You are responsible for selecting the personnel. The skill requirements are not high, mainly server maintenance staff. At the same time, I need another version of the game with fully English localized text. This is also your responsibility. You can choose to outsource it, but the key is to move quickly and get it done as soon as possible. Finally, the domain name, as well as advertisements and promotions on various portal sites, all need to be executed by your orders. Gu Xiao didn't go into details. These were not things the boss should worry about. Luo Xiang quickly got into his role, thought about the feasibility for a moment, and found no major issues. He immediately nodded. No problem, I'll handle it as soon as possible. But what about the game? Should it be released domestically first? As for that, Gu Xiao was actually a bit hesitant. In fact, web games would appear within a month or two and would immediately attract the attention of many game giants. Even more mini giants would start to try and explore, sparking a brief craze for web game exploration. However, the final result would be a quick failure and it wouldn't revive until 2007. Moreover, it would gradually move towards high-quality development. If released domestically first, the three-body game would be recorded in history as the first truly meaningful online game. However, after thinking for a moment, Gu Xiao shook his head. No need. Release overseas first, then a censored version. In making money, there is a difference between earning from compatriots and from overseas. Being the first often doesn't matter. Behold the later Tencent games started by copying others, but they eventually went global. History has proven that as long as you earn enough, it doesn't matter whether you have the title of first or not. Moreover, the current web game of three-body had a somewhat risque art style. Although it could be released directly in this era of lax regulation, it would definitely not get a good reputation in the end. In that case, competing for first place was also meaningless. Seeing Gu Xiao so certain, Luo Xiang didn't try to persuade further, but quickly thought about which people to send overseas. Next is the third thing. This was not originally in the plan, but I'm adding it now. I'm going to give you a new job. Huh? Luo Xiang, who was still recording Gu Xiao's words, was stunned. Boss, what did you say? Give me a new job. Counting them, Luo Xiang already had two jobs. One was the GM of Guiyun Legend, and the other was the acting manager of the three. With these two jobs, Luo Xiang felt he had to split himself in two. And now the boss was going to give him another new job. Don't you want this new job? Boss, I feel like I'm already so busy that my feet don't touch the ground. You just gave me so many tasks. My abilities are limited. All the jobs I give you come with payment. Have you changed? Suddenly you don't like making money. Boss, didn't you tell me that money is precious, but life is even more valuable? I'm afraid I'll end up spending all the money I earn on liver care. Are you sure? It's not that I want to refuse you, boss, it's really that my abilities are limited. Luo Xiang's face was full of loyalty, but indeed his abilities were limited. Although following the boss meant he didn't have to worry about money, the problem was that it was too exhausting. He was being used like a mule. To Luo Xiang's relief, Gu Xiao finally didn't force him to accept the job, but just shook his head regretfully. That's a pity. I remember you said that the girl you like's favorite celebrity is Uncle Gu. If you knew Uncle Gu, you could win her over smoothly. Now it seems you might have to stay single for a long time. Humph. Luo Xiang was stunned. The topic jumped too fast for him to react. Why? But as soon as he asked, Luo Xiang suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened. He looked at the 7-year-old child in disbelief. Boss. You couldn't be. Are you Uncle Gu himself? Boss. You couldn't possibly be Uncle Gu himself. Luo Xiang nearly bit his tongue when he blurted that out. The tone he used was not interrogative, but exclamatory. There was no helping it. He had been stunned too many times today. After all, who could have imagined that the boss he had even come to admire turned out to be a 7-year-old child who hadn't even started second grade? So when he heard Gushio say that he was not only his boss, but also the Uncle Gu who had become a household name, subconsciously he even felt it was quite possible, and the result matched his expectation. Gushio simply shrugged and said, "Who says a game developer can't write songs?" He said it with such self-assurance that even if you said it was impossible you'd feel like a bumpkin. But the problem was, game developers could indeed write songs, there was no conflict there after all versatility was a virtue. Yet someone who both made games and wrote songs that swept the nation was a 7-year-old child. Was the world wrong, or was I wrong? Luo Xiang fell into contemplation once again. He held a master's degree in law and was preparing to pursue a doctorate. In this era his educational background was undoubtedly among the rare elite intellectuals. But now for the first time in his life Luo Xiang felt like a useless person. Damn, how could a master's degree holder be inferior to a primary school student? What was going on? He wanted to question it, even to shout that Gushio was lying to him. But he knew Gushio was telling the truth. After all, Uncle Gus' identity had been exposed. Everyone knew that Uncle Gus' real name was Gu Jianjun. In fact, when he first saw that name, Luo Xiang had already suspected his boss. However, later he heard people speculate that Uncle Gu should be from Guangdong province, so Luo Xiang immediately dismissed that suspicion. "Oh right, Cantonese. Boss, did you stay in Guangdong province when you were a child?" Luo Xiang asked. "No, I've never been to Guangdong." Gushio shook his head. "Then have you stayed in Xiangjiang?" "No, this is my first time traveling far. Yanjing is also my first visit. Never traveled far." "Then how do you know Cantonese?" Luo Xiang spotted a blind spot. "Can't you understand it without being able?" Gushio said curiously, "Besides, to create songs you don't necessarily need to speak Cantonese, you just understanding it is enough." "Well, alright." Luo Xiang gave up doubting. "Then what is the third job you're giving me, boss?" "Act as Uncle Gus' lawyer." "Lawyer?" Luo Xiang was startled, then became interested. "Boss, are you planning to sign with another company? Do you need me to help you with the contract?" This was gossip. Many people were speculating which record company Uncle Gu would eventually join. "I'm not joining any record company, and I have no interest in commercializing this." Gushio shook his head. "Then what do you want me to?" "File a lawsuit." "File a lawsuit?" Luo Xiang looked at Gushio with a strange expression, but saw that his childish face was filled with calm, as if he were talking about eating and drinking, not a lawsuit. This was abnormal. Even adults in this era were nervous, even fearful, not to mention that the one saying this was a child. As expected of the boss, "I want you to sue several pirated distributors for compensation." Gushio didn't care about that, and directly spoke. This was the first thought that came to Gushio when he saw Gu Jianjun holding that cassette. Such a hot-selling, even supply shortage pirated cassette. How much money must it be making? Gushio didn't care about small-scale stuff, but if it was pervasive, then if he just watched, that would be too merciful. At the very least, they should share the money. Gushio had no intention of delving deep into the music industry, nor did he plan to become a second Xiao Luo, but missing such an opportunity for pirates to send money would be a real loss. This lawsuit must be filed, and the sooner the better. Ideally, the court session should be held immediately. Otherwise, when online music listening becomes more popular and online pirated songs run rampant, it will be impossible to extract money from the pirates. Money must be made early. Fighting piracy. Luo Xiang was a bit troubled by Gushio's idea. It's a bit difficult. Pirated records have always been the biggest enemy of music artists for years, but there have been very few successful cases. Because pirated manufacturers are too hard to crack down on. They are scattered everywhere with low costs and easy replication. Knock out one pirate, and there are others that's impossible to eradicate them completely. Moreover, the litigation process takes too long. Many times the singer's popularity has already waned before the court session. In such cases, they usually end up being downplayed, not only troublesome, but also easy to get oneself into trouble. Although this was not Luo Xiang's specialty, he still knew quite a bit about these things. And what he analyzed was indeed the current situation. Fighting piracy was certainly possible. The law also supported it. But the problem was that the practical operation was very difficult. After all, there were many pirates requiring a lot of evidence, and these were all difficulties. Even if you painstakingly cracked down on one pirate, there were still countless other pirate manufacturers making it impossible to solve the root problem. However, since Gushio had made up his mind, he naturally would not be unprepared. First, send lawyer letters to all pirates distributing my pirated songs. After that, I will naturally have a way to deal with them. Lawyer letters are certainly no problem, but their effect is probably limited, Luo Xiang reminded. Find the richest among them and directly sue them. Then get some media coverage to publicize the case, and many procedures will be sped up. Use media coverage. Luo Xiang's eyes lit up as he understood Gushio's intention. Boss, you want to stir up public opinion, apply pressure, and speed up the lawsuit. This was indeed a method. However, even if it succeeds, the piracy industry can quickly spring back to life. If you want to use this to warn others by example, I'm afraid it's not that optimistic. Luo Xiang reminded again. He thought Gushio intended to make an example of someone. In other industries that might work, but in the piracy industry the effect was not as great as imagined. Fortune favors the bold. Publishing pirated copies was really profitable, and the cost was very low. Making an example was meant to scare the monkeys. But if they weren't scared, no matter how many chickens you killed, it was useless. Who said it's only about making an example? Can't we let the monkeys become kings? Gushio smiled. Not making an example. Let the monkeys become kings. Luo Xiang was puzzled and wanted to ask further, but Gu Xiu was mysterious, just telling him to get this done as soon as possible. Just as the 3 tasks were completed, the phone on Luo Xiang's desk rang. It was from the front desk. Comrade Gu Jianjun. He had arrived. You little brat, if you ever run off like that again, I'll beat you to death. Do you know where this is? This is Yinjing. If you got lost, where would I even find you? If it weren't for running into your brother Luo, you'd probably be crying somewhere right now. You little rascal, just wait till we get back. They'll be sure. In the office of Luo Xiang at 3 Body Game, the office's owner was currently standing there, face full of awkwardness, watching this scene of a father disciplining his son. There was no way not to be awkward. After all, the one being scolded was his own boss. Though he secretly felt a bit of satisfaction, still it felt somewhat strange. Fortunately, Comrade Gu Jianjun, though he looked like he wanted to devour Gu Xiu alive, was more filled with lingering fear. Xiao Luo, I really have to thank you this time. After scolding his son, Gu Jianjun grabbed Luo Xiang's hand, his eyes brimming with sincere gratitude. Tears even glistened in his eyes. Just as he had once said, for Gu Jianjun, his son was the only bond and concern he had in this world. Earlier, when his son went missing, Gu Jianjun felt as if the sky was falling. Fear and terror nearly crushed this grown man, but he clung to his willpower and began searching door to door for Gu Xiu. At that moment, he even thought, this is the second time. If he couldn't find him, he wouldn't go back. He would just jump into the river. Fortunately, that terrifying scene didn't last long. Within just half an hour, he received a call from Luo Xiang. If it had been any longer, Gu Jianjun doubted he could have held himself together without breaking down. Uncle saying that makes it sound too formal. Besides, it was Gu Xiu who spotted me and called out first. If you ask me, with how smart Gu Xiu is, even if he did get lost, he'd find a way back. Luo Xiang waved his hand repeatedly, saying the lie he had rehearsed with Gu Xiu. Besides, Gu Xiu is fine now, so don't— Yeah, at least he's fine now. Gu Jianjun let out a heavy sigh of relief. For him this time, Gu Xiu really had gone missing. Because the scene was too chaotic, many people rushed into the restaurant and Gu Xiu was inexplicably swept out by the crowd. After all, he was still young, so he panicked for a moment. He even forgot which restaurant they had eaten breakfast at, and by chance ended up at the breakfast shop next door. Luckily, he ran into Shi Qingsong's master's degree cousin Luo Xiang. So in his panic, Gu Xiu naturally followed Luo Xiang to the company. Once at the company, Gu Xiu finally came to his senses and quickly recited Gu Jianjun's phone number. That's what led to the scene before. From this perspective, though Gu Xiu was wrong to get lost, it wasn't entirely his fault, and he handled things fairly well. Gu Jianjun couldn't find fault with him. After silently noting to keep a closer eye on Gu Xiu in the future, Gu Jianjun suggested treating everyone to a meal. Luo Xiang naturally wouldn't refuse. The 3 of them ordered a table full of dishes at a restaurant downstairs. After the meal, Gu Jianjun's heart finally settled completely. He was also in the mood to chat with Luo Xiang. Speaking of which, I'm quite familiar with your uncle, but I've never met you before. It's mainly because my studies and work keep me busy. I rarely have time to go back, and when I do, it's only for a few days before I return. Busy is good, busy is good. You're a master's degree holder. That's the highest education I've ever seen. Gu Xiu, learn from this. Take your brother Luo Xiang as your role model. Cough. It's nothing. Luo Xiang quickly waved his hand. Besides, what I studied doesn't have much to do with my current job. When you step out of school and into work, it's workability that matters most, or a degree is just a stepping stone. At least you have a stepping stone. Most people don't even have that. Gu Jianjun shook his head, but his fondness for the modest Luo Xiang. This kid is good. Not arrogant, not conceited. Back in the village, he had seen college graduates who returned home with their noses in the air. In comparison, Luo Xiang, with his higher education, left a much better impression on Gu Jianjun. Moreover, Luo Xiang, having studied law, was a skilled conversationalist, and soon he and Gu Jianjun were chatting like old friends. After just one meal, they were practically on brotherly terms. Dad, since we're staying in Yinjing for a few days, can I come to brother Luo Xiang? Gu Xiu asked at the right moment. Gu Jianjun gave him a flick on the forehead. Stop messing around. That's your brother Luo Xiang's workplace. You can't disturb him while he's working. It's fine, you're always welcome. Luo Xiang quickly interjected. If Gu Xiu wants to come to the company, it would actually be beneficial. Beneficial, eh? Yes, we're a game company different from ordinary ones. Game development requires a lot of testing, and we're short on staff. If he's free, he can help us test the games, which will also exercise his intellectual development. If he had said anything else, it might have been just politeness. But when it came to intellectual development, that was truly appealing. Gu Jianjun's eyes lit up. A little kid like him can actually help you. Of course. It looks hard, but once you learn it, it's simple, like solving math problems. It trains reaction time and logical. Hearing this, Gu Jianjun burst into laughter. Then it settled. As long as he can help you, Gu Xiu will be more than happy. As Gu Jianjun paid the bill, Gu Xiu and Luo Xiang exchanged a glance, both seeing the same gleam in each other's eyes. No matter who they were, as long as they were parents, when it came to developing their child's intelligence, they would be drawn to it like moths to a flame. Over the next few days, the father and son began their travel plans, visiting all the famous sites in Yinjing. Gu Jianjun even took Gu Xiu to Yinjing University, ostensibly to soak in the academic atmosphere. When they had nothing to do, Gu Jianjun would bring Gu Xiu to help test games at 3 Body Game. To make it easier, Gu Jianjun even moved to a hotel near the company. One evening, Gu Jianjun took Gu Xiu to the Quanjude restaurant, which had been on their itinerary. After all, Yinjing roast duck is world famous. For out-of-towners, not trying it would be a missed opportunity. Unfortunately, perhaps the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The taste was just okay. Compared to the price and service, Gu Jianjun felt it wasn't worth it. After finishing the meal, he was still somewhat. He even said they should learn from this experience. Gu Xiu seemed distracted thinking about the newspaper he had just seen, which was full of news about Uncle Gu suing the pirate publishers. Luo Xiang's progress was going smoothly. Maybe before they went home the piracy issue would be resolved. Just as he was thinking, Gu Jianjun suddenly shouted, "Watch out." The words had barely left his mouth when he lunged forward, followed by the screech of brakes and a stream of curses. Gu Xiu looked up and saw Gu Jianjun pulling a drunkard by the collar of his coat. A car was stopped by the roadside, its window rolled down as a man cursed a few times before speeding off. Clearly the drunk had nearly been hit by the car. It was a good deed to save a life, but unexpectedly the drunk struggled and shouted incoherently, "Let me go, let me go, let me die. Why are you stopping me?" Gu Jianjun wasn't about to indulge such behavior. Using his strength, he pinned the drunk to the ground. "Die, die, die, how old are you? You die and it's all over, but what about your wife, kids, and parents?" "Wah, it's over, everything's over, I've ruined it all," the drunk wailed. "Over my foot. You're a grown man. If you fall, just get back up." Gu Jianjun scolded, keeping the man pinned, but then suddenly paused. "Brother Su." The drunkard who was desperately seeking death was none other than the person who had shared the same train, same compartment, and even the same taxi with Gu Jianjun and his son earlier. The agricultural products boss, Su Heguang. If not for clearly seeing his face, Gu Jianjun would not have recognized him, because earlier on the train, although Su Heguang was not very talkative, but in his eyes there had always been a light. Even when his money was stolen, that light did not disappear. But now the light was gone. His entire gaze carried the haziness of drunkenness, the helplessness and despair after his nerves shattered, and the grief and anger that drove him to seek death. Recognizing this man, Gu Jianjun shook his head, hailed a taxi, and took Su Heguang to the hospital. During the journey, Su Heguang no longer sought death, but kept shouting, "I'm sorry to you all. I lost. I have no face left, my face is gone." After arriving at the hospital and getting in 4 drip, Su Heguang, he fell into a deep sleep. Gu Jianjun did not leave either. Instead, he sat down with Gu Xiu in the hospital corridor, turned his head to look at his son, and said, "You mustn't laugh at that, Uncle Su. In the future, when you meet such people, you must not laugh at them either, understand?" Gu Xiu obediently nodded. Seeing his son so sensible, Gu Jianjun ruffled his hair and then sighed. Growing up isn't always good. After the 4 was done, Su Heguang finally sobered up a bit, but was still dazed. Gu Jianjun simply booked a room for him at a hotel. The next day, as soon as Gu Jianjun and his son got up, there was a knock on the door. It was Su Heguang. He had brought breakfast for them, and his words were full of gratitude. Gu Jianjun did not bring up last night's events much. Su Heguang himself took the initiative to speak. He was in the wholesale of agricultural products, mainly collecting seasonal produce from local. Then he would uniformly deliver them to markets across various regions. His operation was not small, he even had a cold storage base. This year a drought hit, and vegetable prices began to skyrocket across various regions. After surveying several markets, Su Heguang saw an opportunity. Once home, he began aggressively purchasing and stockpiling vegetables, planning to sell them when the price dropped a bit more. It was a high-stakes gamble. If he won, he could make a huge profit, even catching up with several years of profit for others. But clearly there were not a few people who shared his idea. The result was that the vegetable prices, which should have soared, plummeted sharply due to the massive release of stored vegetables. Moreover, because fresh vegetables have a limited storage time, it was impossible to store them for long. A warehouse full of gold had turned into a hot potato overnight. He couldn't even get rid of it. For others it might just mean a year of wasted effort, but for Su Heguang, who had just started this business and rashly bet everything, it was a disaster. As a result, he would lose everything because his company was just starting, and this blow could kill him. After much hardship, Su Heguang arranged a cooperation with a major distributor. A loss was certain, but at least it wouldn't be impossible to recover. Unexpectedly, however, the deal that had been going well fell apart when the convoy arrived and the other party reneged. Su Heguang rushed to Yinjing in a panic to handle the matter. He had initially thought that the distributor wanted to renegotiate the price, but after treating them to meals and pulling strings, he discovered he had been set up. From beginning to end, the other party had been fooling him, not only to make him lose money, but also to destroy him. The reason was that the boss he had worked for in transportation before was targeting him. "Brother Su, what are you planning to do next?" After hearing the whole story, Gu Jianjun did not offer any comment. Su Heguang gave a bitter smile. "Last night I wanted to die and end it all. After all, this batch of vegetables would rot here, the company would surely collapse, debt collectors would come knocking, and I would have no face to live." Seeing Gu Jianjun about to speak, Su Heguang quickly added, "But now I don't want to die. It's just debt. At worst I'll bear it and carry it. I can always pay it back. I plan to go home and explain everything to people. For now, I just want to thank you, Brother Gu, for saving my life." It was clear that Su Heguang had indeed come to terms with it. Gu Xiu, however, was indifferent. Such people were not lacking in any era, blindly confident, falling into others' traps, and ending up with nothing. But for Gu Jianjun, looking at Su Heguang before him was like seeing himself a few months ago. The difference was that he had someone to care about and hadn't sought death. "If you just go back like this, what about the vegetables you brought?" Su Heguang shook his head. "The trucks can't enter the city. They're all piled up outside. With the heat now they'll all spoil in a few days. I can only watch them rot. How can you just let them rot like that? Gu Jianjun shook his head. Bring the vegetables and send them to the market. They can definitely be dealt. It's not that easy. Not to mention that the trucks can't enter the city to deliver the vegetables. Besides, the market belongs to someone else. I can't squeeze in. If I break the rules, no one in the market will take them. In this era, many industries had such monopolistic practices. Vegetable wholesale to some extent was even worse. Many people said that even a single cabbage in the city was so expensive, yet they didn't know how many people had to make a profit from one cabbage. Gu Jianjun was more or less aware of this. He furrowed his brow. If the market won't take the vegetables, what about selling directly? It's all outside the city. How could anyone travel so far just for a few cabbages? Su Heguang said bitterly. Well, Gu Jianjun frowned. Indeed, from this perspective, Su Heguang's vegetables would probably just rot outside the city. But what could be done? Su Heguang had already prepared for the worst. After a few more words, he said goodbye and left, but they exchanged numbers. After Su Heguang left, Gu Jianjun was still thinking about a solution. Finally, he looked at his son. Guxiu, do you have any idea? Guxiu casually replied, those who want to buy vegetables certainly won't travel that far, but those who want to make money will definitely be willing. Huh? Gu Jianjun thought for a moment. You mean give the vegetables to others to sell? But the vendors in the market won't take these vegetables. The vendors don't want them because besides these vegetables, they have to sell other vegetables in the future. Even if they know about this opportunity, they won't seize it. At this point, Guxiu shrugged. But what about people who just want to make a quick profit and leave? There should be quite a few of them, right? Those who make a profit and leave. In an instant, Gu Jianjun thought of something. You mean, Dad, if you're interested, then go make a profit. It might not be much, but it will definitely cover our expenses in Yanjing. You want me to go? Exactly, killing two birds with one stone. Why not give it a try? Guxiu nodded repeatedly. Believe it or not, Gu Jianjun actually began to think seriously. Watching comrade Gu Jianjun's enthusiastic look, a smile appeared on Guxiu's face. Finding something for his dad to do would also allow him to legitimately handle some official business for a few days. It was a perfect twofer, killing two birds with one stone. Brother Gu, is your method really effective? 20 minutes later, Su Heguang, who had already left, returned once more. After hearing Gu Jianjun's plan, his face was filled with astonishment. He never expected that there could still be a turning point in this matter. Whether it can succeed or not, I can't say for sure. Gu Jianjun shook his head. After all, it was only a plan and no one knew if it would truly work. But this is the only way. Su Heguang's eyes lit up. Trying is better than letting the vegetables rot outside the city and being destroyed just like that. Saying this, Su Heguang extended an invitation to Gu Jianjun. Brother Gu, you should come with me. Me? Yes, I'll sell you this batch of vegetables at the lowest price. Su Heguang spoke, and to avoid misunderstandings added. You don't need to pay the money now. Let's do it as you said. We'll work together, and in the end, however much we manage to sell, that's how much you bought. What do you think? This? Gu Jianjun was somewhat surprised. He had already laid out all his ideas, and his original intention was simply to help Su Heguang. Logically speaking, Su Heguang could have handled it himself. Although he couldn't guarantee success, it would minimize losses. He might even make a profit. But in the end, he proposed such an idea. For Gu Jianjun, this was a completely risk-free proposition. Su Heguang said earnestly, I don't dare think about making or losing money now. But regardless of profit or loss, I definitely won't let you, Brother Gu, suffer a loss. No matter the outcome, you are my benefactor. Dad, you can agree. Uncle Su alone probably can't handle everything. Guxiu suggested from the side. This? Alright, let's give it a try. Gu Jianjun thought for a moment and finally agreed. They quickly reached an agreement. The three rented a minivan and drove for nearly an hour, finally arriving at Zhaihongmen. This place could be considered a suburb within a suburb. Gone was the bustling prosperity of Yanjing. Apart from the wide highway, it looked like an ordinary desolate wilderness. A few scattered village houses, vast stretches of farmland and wasteland. I thought everyone in Yanjing ate specially supplied food, but I never expected people here to farm. Gu Jianjun looked at the surrounding fields and let out a sigh. Su Heguang smiled and said, Yanjing is prosperous, but doesn't it still have beggars? Gu Jianjun nodded. That was true. He turned to look at Guxiu, only to see the boy's eyes sparkling as he gazed at the farmland by the road. What are you looking at? I'm looking at gold, Guxiu replied casually. Gold? Gu Jianjun glanced outside, wondering if there was a gold mine here. Dad, if we make money, how about buying a piece of land here and some houses? Guxiu suggested. Gu Jianjun was taken aback. What would you do with land and houses here in this desolate place? If you want to come to Yanjing in the future, I'll buy you a place in the city when I make money. But Guxiu shook his head. We should buy in the city too, but we can't let go of cheap land here. This is no wilderness, it's covered. Oh, small in stature, but big in ambition. This kid really loves to fantasize. Gu Jianjun shook his head and ignored Guxiu. Soon a convoy appeared ahead. 5 trucks, all of them large Dongfeng vehicles. This was Su Heguang's transport fleet. As soon as Su Heguang got out of the car, several drivers surrounded him. All of them urged Su Heguang to quickly deal with the vegetables, as the delay over the past few days was costing them money while parked. Fortunately, these were friends Su Heguang had known before. Though they were already impatient after hearing that their transport fees would not be reduced, they reluctantly held their patience. Tomatoes, cabbages, cauliflowers, and some melons and fruits. These are all easy to transport and store, and they're all the vegetables. In total they're worth 100,000. If this batch rots I'm completely finished. Looking at these vegetables, Su Heguang sighed. Haven't you thought about taking them to other cities? Gu Jianjun asked. I did, but no one wanted them. They've all colluded. The boss I used to work for has considerable influence. Such a grudge. Su Heguang sighed. No grudge at all. Some people just don't want the apprentice they taught to starve the master. The thing is I never wanted to starve anyone else. I just wanted to feed myself a little better. Gu Jianjun shook his head and didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he carefully examined the vegetables. They were all packed in foam boxes looking quite good. They were still cool for now, but the weather was hot. If not dealt with soon, they would start to rot in at most 3 days. What's the next step? First load the truck. Load one batch and give it a try. They quickly got to work removing the back seats of the minivan and loading crates of vegetables one by one, soon filling the vehicle. The minivan's capacity was very limited. Even a full load was just a drop in the bucket compared to the 5 large trucks. It's loaded. Where are we going? Back to the city. Su Heguang asked. Gu Jianjun shook his head. Not going back to the city. By the time we get to the market they'll have closed. Let's check out the nearby villages. The villages probably won't work. The people around here are mostly agricultural growers. They plant their own crops and won't want our. Su Heguang wasn't optimistic, but he obediently drove around several villages. The result was just as Su Heguang had. The villagers were almost all engaged in farming, supplying to Yinjing City, and they had no interest in these vegetables. After all, they had their own. Why would they pay for something they could get for free? Even if it was cheap, no one wanted it. Su Heguang had reminded them, telling them these vegetables were cheap and they could sell them in the city themselves, but no one was willing to take over. This setback made Su Heguang sigh deeply, and Gu Jianjun frowned as well. If it really doesn't work, let's go to the city after. Gu Jianjun's plan was simple, essentially wholesale but at an ultra-low price. The target customers were those looking to make a quick. After all, it was a clear opportunity. Compared to city vegetable prices, their wholesale price meant that a single trip could earn at least 500 or 600 with a minivan like theirs. If they were a bit bolder, earning 1,000 wasn't out of the question. But unfortunately, reality was far from ideal. After a whole day of work, they found no wholesalers and only managed to sell 2 truckloads on the streets. They certainly made money, but compared to the 5 full trucks of vegetables, it was just a drop in the bucket. Gu Xiu had only gone along on the first trip, though afterward he stayed in the city playing the Santi game with Luo Xiang. However, that evening when he saw Gu Jianjun's exhausted and dejected expression, Gu Xiu immediately understood what had happened. Scrap metal, recycling, old refrigerators, old TVs. On the way back to the hotel, an electric tricycle loaded with scrap passed by. Gu Xiu's eyes lit up. Dad, stop him. What? Gu Jianjun was startled, but Gu Xiu had already stepped in front of the scrap collector's tricycle. Grandpa, why don't you have any vegetables in your cart? The scrap collector was an old man with white hair and beard. Speaking with a Beijing accent, he looked puzzled. I'm a scrap collector. Why would I carry vegetables? But Gu Xiu blinked. Our teacher said there's a charity near Zihongmin giving away vegetables specifically for elderly scrap collectors. People are rushing to get them there. Why are you still collecting scrap? What? Giving away vegetables? Free? The scrap collector old man. Gu Jianjun. Of course it's free. It's said to be from some welfare center. Each person can take 1 cartload for free, as much as they can carry. Really? Our teacher said that primary school students are the flowers of the motherland and flowers cannot lie. Those vegetables are all fresh fruits, and vegetables not only tasty, but also can be sold to supplement the family income. This? Little kid, are you really not lying to me? If you don't believe me, forget it. Wait, little kid, I just want to ask, do you know exactly where it is? Son, what are you planning to do? 5 minutes later, watching the scrap collector hurry away, Gu Jianjun finally turned to Gu. His eyes were filled with bewilderment and confusion. Dad, if you want to get rid of the vegetables, call more scrap collectors now. Gu Xiu shook his head. This? Gu Jianjun was uncertain, unable to fathom his son's intentions. Yet recalling that his son was always full of clever ideas, he decided not to press further and took Gu Xiu to find a few more scrap collectors. Gu Xiu's pitch was identical each time. A welfare organization was offering a free truckload of vegetables to elderly. The vegetables had arrived and were parked on the roadside in Zihongmin on a large truck. Free distribution starts at 6 tomorrow morning. First come, first served. In an hour, Gu Xiu had found 5 more elderly scrap collectors. Son, what are you? Gu Jianjun was about to ask again, when Gu Xiu shook his head. Too slow. This won't work. What do you want to do? Dad. Gu Xiu suddenly remembered something. Did you bring your suit? Huh. Gu Jianjun paused, then nodded. I have one at the guest house. Let's go. Where? Home to change clothes. No, why do I need to change? What are you up to? Those vegetables were meant to be sold. Why give them away for free? Gu Jianjun was getting irritated. He felt his authority as a father slipping away. But what frustrated him more was that Gu Xiu ignored his questions, instead giving him a careful look and shaking his head. Forget it, even in a suit you wouldn't look the part. Don't waste time. Gu Jianjun. Outrageous. Outrageous. This boy was going too far. Was this an insult? But Gu Xiu still ignored him, reached for his father's phone and dialed Luo Xiang's number. Your brother Luo just got off work, don't. Hey brother Luo, are you still at the office? Great'll come find you. Wait downstairs. He hung up and headed straight for the 3-body game, building his urgency, reminding Gu Jianjun of one word. Decisiveness. It even made Gu Jianjun instinctively fall silent. When they arrived at the three-body game building, Luo Xiang was squatting by the roadside smoking. Seeing them, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette and approached. "Come with me to the scrapyard." Gu Xiu hailed a taxi. To Gu Jianjun's surprise, Luo Xiang didn't ask a single question, and what was happening? Something felt off. But what unsettled Gu Jianjun even more was that in the car, Gu Xiu started assigning tasks to Luo Xiang. He asked Luo Xiang, posing as a representative of a welfare organization, to visit the largest scrap yards and collect the contact information of the elderly scrap collectors. Moreover, to spread the word. The message was exactly what Gu Xiu had repeated several times. Free vegetables. That wasn't the most absurd part. Gu Xiu had already repeated the same pitch many times. What truly baffled Gu Jianjun was that Luo Xiang showed no doubt whatsoever about Gu Xiu's instructions. Whatever Gu Xiu said, Luo Xiang did. He even went to the scrap yard and 10 minutes later returned with a contact list. He told Gu Xiu the message had been spread. Then they visited several more scrap yards. Another hour passed. All 4 major scrap yards in the capital had been visited by Luo Xiang, and all had received the same message. Free vegetables, specifically for elderly scrap collectors. Spreading the word wasn't enough. Gu Xiu even had Luo Xiang call each contact from the list relaying the same message. Gu Jianjun was completely stunned. Watching Luo Xiang follow his son's every order without question, he couldn't figure out what spell Gu Xiu had cast, but he snapped back to reality. He should stop this. But before he could speak, his son turned to him. "Dad, why are you still here?" "Huh?" Gu Jianjun was taken aback. "Shouldn't you be heading to Zihongmen?" Gu Jianjun grumbled. "What would I do there? Even if you're giving away vegetables, it doesn't start until tomorrow morning, right?" He only realized after speaking that this wasn't what he meant to ask. But Gu Xiu cut him off again. "After all the fuss I've made, don't you get it? Hurry to Zihongmen and spread the word in the village." "Spread what word?" Gu Jianjun asked instinctively, but seeing his son's look of pity, he suddenly jolted. "Tell them to buy." "Smart. But they all refused today. Can't you tell them that those scrap collectors made 2,000 yuan each in one day?" Gu Jianjun's eyes lit up. The scales had fallen from his eyes, and he suddenly understood what his son was really up. He was scarcity marketing. "You can't sleep tonight. Time is money. Go," Gu Xiu urged. Gu Jianjun understood and stopped asking, though he worried. "What about you?" "He'll stay with brother Luo." All right, I'm going now." Gu Jianjun nodded repeatedly and hurried off. But as he rode toward Zihongmen, it suddenly dawned, wasn't he supposed to be the father? And he forgot to ask, how many lies had his precious son already told? Yet the oddity faded quickly, for Gu Jianjun had more pressing matters. He had to finish the tasks Gu Xiu had assigned. The sooner the better. Tonight indeed there would be no sleep. Arriving in Zihongmen, many village houses had already turned off their lights, but Gu Jianjun went door to door knocking. Amid curses and scolds, he spread the message he needed to deliver. By dawn, when Su Heguang jumped out of the truck to relieve himself, he saw Gu Jianjun with dark circles under his eyes. He was so startled his stream split, like seeing a ghost. But before he could ask, Gu Jianjun stared at the northern end of the road, a smile spreading across his face. "It's your turn now. I need to catch some sleep." "Huh?" Su Heguang was utterly bewildered and instinctively looked north. What he saw made his jaw drop. A massive fleet of tricycles was approaching, all driven by elderly people, arrayed in perfect order like soldiers in a military parade, charging straight toward the transport. Is this where they're giving away vegetables? Really free? A whole cartload? Su Heguang hadn't even figured out what was happening when the fastest group of elderly scrap collectors had already rushed over. What? Free vegetables? And each person can take a cartload? Su Heguang was still baffled when he saw Gu Jianjun perk up, jump onto the cart, and shout, "That's right. Everyone gets some. Please line up orderly. You'll need to fill out a form and verify your identity later. Once your identity is confirmed, you can collect the vegetables directly. Don't rush everyone. There's plenty of vegetables here. Everyone will get their share. Just line up and come one by one." It was after receiving confirmation, the elderly finally breathed a sigh of relief. They lined up neatly, and the scene was quite spectacular. Even the villagers from nearby hamlets could see this from afar. "Brother Gu, what are you doing? Giving away vegetables?" Gu Jianjun replied, "After strict registration and identity verification, each person can take a cartload." "Really giving it away? Just like that for free?" "Really giving it away?" Gu Jianjun nodded. "Don't worry, the vegetables I give away count as purchases from me. They'll settle the bill with you later." Su Heguang quickly shook his head. "No, that's not what I meant. But didn't you say earlier that these vegetables were for sale?" "We're still selling vegetables." "But now you..." Su Heguang wanted to say, "If you're selling vegetables, why are you giving them away now?" But before he could ask, Gu Jianjun glanced into the distance. "They're coming." "Coming? Who's coming?" Su Heguang was full of curiosity, but saw Gu Jianjun looking at the nearest village. Following his gaze, he noticed. In the village, people who had paid no attention to them before were now standing at their doorsteps, staring this way as if curious about what was happening. While Su Heguang was still puzzled, Gu Jianjun picked up a megaphone and said, "Attention everyone. There are only this many vegetables. The free giveaway is only for scrap collectors aged 50 and above. If you're not old enough, I'm sorry. So if you're under 50, there's no need to line up. We'll check ID cards. If your ID doesn't meet the requirement, it's a no-go. So let's not waste each other's time." Hearing this, most of the elderly scrap collectors nodded in understanding. But a few immediately expressed discontent. I'm 49, just a few days short of 50. Can't you give it to me? Didn't you call me earlier? Why are you telling me I can't have it now that I'm here? I'm already 52 really. It's just that my ID says I'm younger. Go ask around the alley. Everyone knows I'm 52. So we came all this way for nothing. Only a few people said such things. Their ages were just a bit short, and they were unhappy when they heard that those under 50 wouldn't get anything. Especially seeing others get it while they didn't, they became even more displeased. Soon they started grumbling. Gu Jianjun looked troubled. But my orders are to do this, and we have to register everyone. Please don't make things difficult for me, elders. The rules are clear. Young man, rules are dead, but people are alive. We're already here. You can't send us back empty-handed, can you? Exactly. It's just a matter of filling in some information. It's a simple stroke of your pen. Do you really think anyone will check? Young man, you're a good person. Just give it to us. If your boss comes after you, tell me, and he'll bring the vegetables back to you. How about that? Seeing that Gu Jianjun seemed easy to fool, several people who didn't meet the age requirement started chiming in. Even some who met the age requirement began to help. Soon the scene became chaotic. Gu Jianjun, faced with these elderly men, looked even more vulnerable. Please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just an employee following orders. To be honest, we actually have two tasks this time. One is to give away vegetables, and the other is to sell them. We can't give away everything. The rest will be taken to the city to sell, and the money will fund our organization's operations. If you really want some, how about buying them? The price will definitely be lower than wholesale, okay? Hearing this, several people immediately became unhappy. They're getting it for free, but you want me to buy it? No way. You give to them, but sell to us. What kind of nonsense is that? If you don't give it to me, you'll just sit here and bother you. Yeah, why do they get it for free while we have to pay? Everyone, there's nothing I can do. Your ages don't meet the requirement. The rules are set. Please don't make things difficult for me. Gu Jianjun shook his head. The higher-ups have requirements. They strictly require a certain number of giveaways and a certain sales amount. If those targets aren't met, I'll have to pay the difference out of my own pocket. I don't have that much money. With that, the old men fell silent. Though they were still resentful, they understood the rules. The vegetables belonged to him, and he could decide to give or not give. What could they do? But just then an old man who had already loaded a cart of vegetables spoke up. Young man, you said you have a sales target. If you sell enough to meet that target, can you give away the rest? That's right. Gu Jianjun nodded. But we've set a fixed price, the lowest market price, even cheaper than wholesale. Even if it's just half a caddy, we can calculate it. Then can't you sell it at a higher price? The old man asked. Gu Jianjun quickly shook his head. We're a welfare organization. How can we change the price on a whim? Hey young man, you're too rigid. Sell it a bit higher. Even if you raise the price by just 1 cent per caddy, that's extra money, isn't it? The old man lit a cigarette and chuckled. Gu Jianjun immediately shook his head. No, that's embezzlement. We can't do that. Hey, you're too rigid. Sell enough to meet the target, then give the rest to us. That's not embezzlement, and it saves you trouble, doesn't it? The old man laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, not only did the underage people's eyes light up, but even those who met the age requirement looked at him eagerly. If that were true, wouldn't it mean each person might get more than 1 cartload? Then, Gu Jianjun, who seemed a bit slow on the uptake, appeared to think for a moment before nodding. That's possible, but we have to sell the vegetables first. If the price is higher, it won't be easy to sell, will it? That made sense. How easy would it be to sell? But the old man gestured with his chin toward the village. People from the village were already approaching to see what was happening. See, these people can buy vegetables. If they buy enough to meet your target, can you give me a bit more? Well, Gu Jianjun scratched his head, looking honest and simple. He gave the old man a special glance. I suppose. That's not impossible. How to motivate employees and ignite the enthusiasm of the waitstaff. Gu Jianjun had pondered this question and tried various approaches, raising employee benefits and conducting rigorous training, but none yielded satisfactory results. In the end, his son Gu Xiu provided the answer. Our teacher said, instead of figuring out how to make money, think about how to spend it. This remark, though casually spoken, struck a chord with Gu Jianjun. He began to reflect, was his spending approach flawed? After some deliberation, he pinpointed the problem. How to motivate. Corporate culture, relentless training, and inspections were all useless. The core issue was money. Employees come to work to earn a living. If you pay them peanuts and expect them to treat the company as their home, that's just fooling yourself. Thus, money was paramount. But how to distribute it was also a challenge. High wages and income were fundamental, but far from them. Initially, high salaries could boost motivation, and subsequent raises could sustain that drive. However, such effects were temporary, and employees would eventually lapse into burnout. Because whether they worked hard or not, the outcome was the same. Their income remained unchanged. Why exert themselves? So Gu Jianjun introduced a new employee incentive system at Meisure Mike, a scoring system. Each time a waiter served a table, they received a score based on customer feedback and the manager's evaluation. The higher the score, the greater the bonus. Conversely, low scores meant reduced bonuses and even the risk of dismissal. This simple change yielded astonishing results. After its implementation, the enthusiasm of all Meisure Mike employees was service became warm and attentive. Waiters always smiling, proactively refilling water and napkins without customers. This built a stellar reputation for Meisure Mike, and with the scoring system in place, the high standards would persist. Why? Because scores meant money. Their efforts translated into wealth. Without any urging from the boss, employees naturally strive to earn more through ingenuity and hard work. The result was even more booming business for Meisher Mike and higher bonuses for the staff, a win-win situation. In Gu Jianjun's view, the elderly scrap collectors were similar to the Meisher Mike employees. When their interests aligned with the collective goal, they would be fully engaged without being prompted. At that moment, when some skeptical villagers approached to inquire, the following dialogue unfolded. "Uncle, what are you doing here? Buying vegetables. Coming all this way to buy vegetables. Can't you get them at the market? Vegetables from the market are only for eating, but these can make money. That's a whole different story. You buy vegetables just to sell them. Of course, we can't eat that much. City prices are high. A trip here earns us a profit better than scavenging. I see your prices are a bit lower than wholesale, but you have to go door-to-door selling. Isn't that troublesome? If you're too lazy to earn money, you deserve to beg. And guess how much I made yesterday? How much? 800. What? Really? 800 in one day? 800 is nothing. See that old man ahead? He made 1500 yesterday. This morning he called all his buddies to join in. How can it be that profitable? How, you're just ignorant. You don't know how many people are in the city. Park your tricycle at an alley entrance, and it's sold out instantly, because we're cheaper than the market. That popular? Hey, enough questions. If you want to buy, get in line. If not, scram. Don't waste my time." The villagers were dumbfounded. Watching these elderly men in their 50s bustling with eager impatience, they could only think one thing: were vegetables really that easy to sell in the city? The villagers had heard rumors about the trucks parked there for days, but they hadn't taken it seriously. They were farmers who sold their produce directly to the city market, so they had scoffed when Gu Jianjun first proposed buying their vegetables. But last night Gu Jianjun went door-to-door saying the convoy was leaving and asking if they wanted to sell vegetables in the city, claiming someone had earned hundreds or even 1,000 the day before. The villagers were skeptical, but when they woke up to find dozens of elderly scrap collectors swarming in, their hesitation began to wane. Especially after chatting with the old men, many became intrigued. The vegetables were indeed profitable. Selling them directly earned more than selling to the market. Amid the commotion, a sense of urgency gripped the villagers. The supply was limited. Grabbing some meant profit, missing out would be Could the old men be lying? Impossible. They seemed so kind, and with so many of them, how could they possibly be deceiving them? And so a buying frenzy began. It started with the villages closest to the convoy, and gradually spread to neighboring villages, where people rushed over with sacks to grab as much as they could. Interestingly, even passing private cars, seeing the frenzy, slammed on their brakes, and soon drove off with trunks full of vegetables. It was a mad rush. Gu Jianjun stepped back and let the elderly men handle everything. When he woke up from his afternoon nap, he was astonished. 3 of the 5 truckloads of vegetables had been sold out, and the buying hadn't stopped. By evening, 4.5 truckloads were gone. Some villagers still wanted more, but Gu Jianjun refused and ordered the trucks to depart. Soon the elderly men who had worked all day arrived. The remaining half truckload was reserved for them. They could take as much as they could carry. The old men were delighted, each making at least 3 trips to haul their share. They thanked Gu Jianjun profusely, calling him a kind heart. Gu Jianjun responded with a modest smile. He slipped a red envelope to the old man who had played along with him that morning, then returned to his humble, honest persona and bid farewell. The empty trucks dispersed, and Gu Jianjun hopped back into his rented van. "Brother Gu, you're amazing. All those vegetables gone in just one day." Gu Jianjun grinned, recalling what his son had once told him. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Just basic moves, nothing to marvel at." That evening at the barbecue stall, "Brother Gu, you're incredible, absolutely incredible. If you hadn't told me this, I would have been completely clueless even standing right in front of you. You have no idea. When I saw everyone rushing to grab the vegetables, I thought I was dreaming. No, even in a dream, I couldn't have imagined so many vegetables, and they were all sold out in a single day." At the table, after listening to Gu Jianjun's recap, Su Heguang's eyes were already filled with admiration. Especially when he heard how Gu Jianjun had spread the word through the old scrap collector and gone door-to-door to attract the villagers' attention, he was completely stunned. And when he learned that Gu Jianjun had even paid 300 yuan to hire the old scrap collector and 2 villagers as decoys, he was utterly astonished. "I always thought doing business was just about buying and selling, honestly relying on the heavens and my own hard work. Now I realize there's so much more to it. We're both selling things, but with my method, I couldn't sell anything, while with your method, everything was snatched up in no time." Su Heguang took a gulp of beer and sighed. "I suddenly realize I'm not cut out for business at all." Gu Jianjun shook his head. "No one is born a businessman. It's all about being forced into a corner and figuring out solutions." Su Heguang had no idea that half a year ago Gu Jianjun couldn't have come up with these ideas either. "Exactly. Think more. Use your brain." Su Heguang nodded in admiration. "Brother Gu, you've truly taught me a real lesson. It's all just feeling our way across the river. It's hardly a lesson. Besides, I had no idea if it would work until the vegetables were actually sold. In the end, it was a gamble. Haha, at least the ideas you came up with I could never have thought of." Su Heguang laughed heartily, then took out a bag and handed it to Gu Jianjun. "What's this?" Gu Jianjun took it and opened it, then exclaimed in surprise, "How come there's so much?" The bag was filled with money, hundreds, 50s, even some 2s and 5s. "As we agreed, whatever these vegetables sold for, consider it as wholesale from you. This is all yours." "But that's way too much." Gu Jianjun shook his head repeatedly and tried to hand the money back. Though he hadn't counted it judging by the thickness, it was at least 40 or 50,000. According to their previous agreement, it wasn't this much. Brother Gu, just keep it. These 5 truckloads of vegetables at the wholesale price would have only sold for a little over 100,000. But this time we actually sold them for 110,000. That's an extra 10,000. Then the money here. Gu Jianjun, there's 50,000 here. I kept 60,000, Su Heguang replied. Seeing Gu Jianjun about to refuse, he added, this is what you deserve, Brother Gu. Without you, all those vegetables would have rotted and I'd have lost everything. Besides, what you've taught me is worth far more than this. To be honest, if my family weren't in debt, I wouldn't even feel right taking this much. Su Heguang's eyes were full of sincerity and gratitude. He was truly grateful to Gu Jianjun. A life-saving grace. This was truly a life-saving grace. But upon hearing this, Gu Jianjun's expression turned unusually serious. He took out 10,000 from the bag and handed the rest back. This money, what we agreed on, is what it is. Brother Gu, you can't break the rules. Gu Jianjun shook his head. Think of me as a sales representative you hired. I do the work, I take the pay. How is this hiring? What you've done for me is a life-saving grace. One thing at a time. If you want to thank me, treating me to this barbecue is enough. As for what we agreed before, that can't change. Gu Jianjun was exceptionally stern. Seeing Su Heguang about to protest, he said, if you keep pushing, you'll take the money. But from now on, let's not stay in touch. Pretend we don't know each other. Why, oi? My son once told me that friendship needs fairness to survive. If you do this, you'll have to question whether you can truly be a friend. Su Heguang was speechless, a man in his 40s now, with tears welling up in his eyes. Gu Jianjun patted him on the shoulder. Keep it. This is a lot of money, but I don't need it right now. For you, though, it's a lifeline. In the end, Su Heguang put away the bag Gu Jianjun had handed back. But he said with extreme seriousness, Brother Gu, you've done more than just save my life. From now on, you're my own brother. My blood brother. If you ever need anything, you'll go through fire and water without a second thought. Gu Jianjun nodded and said it was fine. They continued their barbecue, not bringing up the matter again. Both had known hard times. For men like them, keeping things in their hearts was more practical than speaking them aloud. But halfway through the drinks, Su Heguang suddenly stared at a table. Hey, Brother Gu, isn't that your son Gu Xiao? Why is he out here eating barbecue alone? What? Gu Jianjun was startled and turned around. Su Heguang pointed to a table laden with food, even a bottle of beer. But the seat was empty. Strange. I saw him just a moment ago. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Su Heguang muttered, then shook his head. Maybe I'm mistaken. Yanjing beer is different, 2 bottles, and I'm already tipsy. Gu Jianjun nodded with a smile, but then noticed that at the next table to the empty one, Luo Xiang was sitting with an earpiece in one. He wasn't with Gu Xiao, but with a fierce-looking burly man wearing a gold chain. The burly man seemed to be ingratiating himself with Luo Xiang. Listening closely, one could faintly hear, Lawyer Luo, please be magnanimous. He'll make sure to give you a satisfactory answer about the previous matter. I came with genuine sincerity. If I had to pay that much money alone, I simply couldn't afford it. It seemed they were discussing business. At first, Gu Jianjun didn't pay much attention, just thought the bald man looked familiar. Until he heard a sentence. Lawyer Luo, I'm truly sincere. As long as you and Uncle Gu are willing to authorize me, you'll do what. That sentence jogged his memory. This bald man was the head of the pirate CD operation mentioned in the newspapers recently. The newspaper said Uncle Gu had filed a lawsuit and would fight the pirates to the end. At that thought, Gu Jianjun suddenly became excited. Could it be? Luo Xiang also knew Uncle Gu. Luo Xiang was uncertain whether he knew Uncle Gu Jianjun, but at this moment the man sitting before him, Tian Zhoucheng, was absent, because over this period Tian Zhoucheng had been nearly driven to the brink of collapse by Uncle Gu. Tian Zhoucheng was a quintessential opportunist. In the late 1980s, Tian Zhoucheng ventured into business overseas with others. Though he nearly perished at sea, he ultimately succeeded in accumulating a starting capital. Afterward, he returned to his hometown and acquired a printing factory, aspiring to leverage his insight and abilities to expand but business was far from easy. Competition was fierce, and the printing factory's performance deteriorated until it could barely cover expenses, teetering on the verge of bankruptcy. Yet just then Tian Zhoucheng spied a new hope tape duplication. They didn't have reel-to-reel machines, but when he took over the factory, it already had a tape duplicator imported years ago, a modest opportunity at best. Unfortunately, as a small printing plant, Tian Zhoucheng stood no chance against the major factories. As competition failed, hope dashed, and the factory reached its wit's end. Workers even began to protest. Gritting his teeth, Tian Zhoucheng in bitterness used the tape duplicator to print a batch of pirated tapes, flooding the market with them. At that time, he merely intended to indulge in a final frenzy before collapse, a petty revenge against the larger printing factories that had outcompete him. But he never expected that the pirated tapes with their rock-bottom prices would enjoy soaring sales, earning him a genuine fortune. Having tasted sweetness, Tian Zhoucheng escalated his efforts. He compiled the most popular songs onto a single tape, which upon release instantly won the hearts of countless consumers. Sales skyrocketed, and so did profits. The infringed upon singers dared not utter a word, some even endorsed piracy to boost their own fame. Even when printing factories sought trouble, Tian Zhoucheng remained unafraid. And what did this mean? It meant a low-risk, high-reward business opportunity. Seizing this opportunity meant riding the wave. Over the years, Tian Zuching's pirated empire had sailed smoothly, and having entered early, he had many sales channels in his grasp. By now his printing factory was no longer the small workshop it once was. The factory had expanded, equipment had been upgraded. He even established an upstream blank disc factory, achieving a fully independent pirated production line. In a decade, from blank discs to recording, packaging, and even distribution channels, everything was firmly in Tian Zuching's. Without exaggeration, Tian Zuching had become a major figure in the domestic pirated CD and tape market. To a certain extent, he could even disrupt the sales of legitimate tapes. Such success was not merely due to luck, but also, for instance, during this period, the wildly popular Uncle Gu was the opportunity Tian Zuching spotted. Uncle Gu was not a singer with his own album, yet his fame rivaled that of top-tier celebrities. But listening to Uncle Gu's songs was not easy. His compositions were scattered across various albums, and many tracks from the earlier contest on Mount Hua had yet to be released as albums. This was an opportunity. Tian Zuching seized it, spared no effort, and compiled several of Uncle Gu's songs into a single album. Proven right. The pirated albums swept the nation, and though other pirates soon followed suit, the fattest cut was already in Tian Zuching's hands, greasing his lips. But just then trouble arose. A week ago, the factory received a lawyer's letter. Lawyer Luo Xiang, commissioned by Uncle Gu, sent cease and desist notices to the largest pirated publishers. The letter's content was straightforward: immediately cease infringement, pay damages, etc. Upon receiving it, Tian Zuching tossed it straight into the trash. After all, he had received such letters before and knew that celebrities rarely had the time or energy to pursue this. Likely just a scare tactic as usual. But he never expected that within days the matter escalated. He received a lawsuit, a far more formidable threat than a mere warning. It signaled that the other side meant business. Even then, Tian Zuching didn't take it too seriously. He had faced genuine legal actions, but the outcome rarely changed much. Lawsuits take time. For filing, evidence collection, acceptance, judgment, all of which drag. If they stalled long enough, the celebrity would lose interest, preferring to earn money through new engagements rather than waste time on piracy. But what he never anticipated was that the previous victims were mostly singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan, where lawsuits were cumbersome. This time he faced a stubborn adversary right on the mainland with ample time. Not only did Uncle Gu take it seriously, but he also directly contacted various media outlets to stir up publicity. As a result, the issue of piracy, which had previously gone unnoticed, gained widespread attention. The pressure of public opinion brought unprecedented efficiency. Evidence was laid out, and the situation turned increasingly unfavorable for Tian Zuching. Moreover, Uncle Gu made an exorbitant demand, a staggering 100 million in compensation. Such an astronomical figure was beyond imagination. In theory, it was impossible. But the problem was that Uncle Gu was shrewd enough to produce a detailed list of losses, itemizing everything down to the last detail, amounting to hundreds of millions in damages. At this point, Tian Zuching finally panicked. If the verdict came down, even if the compensation wasn't 100 million, it would still be substantial. That meant the wealth he had accumulated over half a lifetime would vanish, and he would be saddled with massive debt. So Tian Zuching had to retrieve the other party's contact information from the trash. He proactively reached out, hoping for a private settlement. But after contacting them, he discovered an even more shocking news. Uncle Gu planned to grant an authorized license to one of the pirated publishers, and that licensee would have the right to pursue all previous losses from piracy. This news kept Tian Zuching awake all night. The next morning, he booked a flight to Beijing without delay because he understood. Uncle Gu's move offered a lifeline to all pirates. But beyond that lifeline lay an abyss. If he seized the opportunity, he could transition from pirate to legitimate, earning money openly. But if he failed, the abyss awaited. He would not only lose everything, but also face relentless attacks from successful competitors, crushed mercilessly, never to rise again. After all, no one knows piracy better than pirates themselves. In the same trade, digging up dirt on others is child. If a heap of evidence were exposed, the result would be the doom of at least half the pirated publishers, especially the larger ones. Thus, he had to go to Beijing, and he had to secure the license. This was no longer about profit. It was about survival. To survive, he must seize the opportunity. Attorney Luo, I am willing to pay 10 million in compensation for the previous infringement. That is all I can afford, and I sincerely hope you will grant me this authorization. Perhaps you could consult Uncle Gu and see what he thinks. Rest assured, I can guarantee that if you authorize me, I will absolutely follow your arrangements in the future, and other pirates will never harm Uncle Gu's interests. I have come with genuine sincerity. Please make your choice carefully. At the barbecue stall, Tian Zuching spoke earnestly, his tone almost pleading. At that moment, he felt nothing but regret. If only he had known this would happen, why had he tried to profit from Uncle Gu? But unfortunately, there is no cure for regret. The only thing he could do now was strive to resolve the issue. Enduring a little grievance and sacrificing some profit were minor problems. Yet his words left Luo Xiang unmoved, who merely replied flatly, President Tian, I can see your sincerity, but in this matter we consider not only sincerity, but also technology and capability. My client has entrusted me to select an authorized partner from among you pirates with an eye on long-term benefits. We must evaluate not only sincerity, but also whether you have the ability and are the best collaboration partner. We are definitely the most suitable partner for Uncle Gu. Tian Zuching interrupted hastily. We possess the most advanced equipment and a nationwide distribution network across the mainland region. The other pirate manufacturers are merely small-time players. Compared to us, they amount to nothing. As he spoke, Tian Zhouqing produced a bank card and placed it before Luo Xiang. What is this? Haha, please put in a good word for me, Attorney Luo. Here is 50,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for your— I am a lawyer. My client entrusted me with this matter, and I cannot accept such an expensive fee. Luo Xiang shook his head, yet his hand did not release the bank card. He lowered his voice and added, besides, my client Uncle Gu plans to hold a bidding meeting tomorrow morning. To be honest, representatives from several other pirate groups have already arrived. They will gather tomorrow morning to start the bidding. Hearing this, Tian Zhouqing's heart sank even further. Damn, the others had already come. He had received no news before this. It seemed each of them was scheming. This ridiculous bidding would surely go to the highest bidder. If competition ensued, how much would he have to spend to avoid disaster? Ahem, because Uncle Gu is very busy, he has entrusted me with full authority to handle many matters. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Xiang cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, Uncle Gu doesn't care whether the bidding meeting is held or how it is conducted. The only thing he cares about is who ultimately wins the bid. This meant, haha, Attorney Luo, you are exceptionally capable. The more work, the more responsibility. Uncle Gu clearly trusts you. Tian Zhouqing instantly understood, then produced another bank card and handed it over. I noticed you are wearing an ordinary steel watch, Attorney Luo. Why not get a Swiss one? There is 150,000 yuan here. Consider it a gift from me to buy a new watch. Oh, President Tian is thoughtful. Luo Xiang smiled, pressing down on the bank card again. Actually, the bidding meeting doesn't have to take place, but Uncle Gu still needs to know what you can offer, doesn't he? 10 million in compensation. Tian Zhouqing spoke hastily. For future dividends, I will only take 30%, and Uncle Gu will have the remaining 70%. 30% in dividends. Luo Xiang looked somewhat troubled. 30% is already quite low. Most other singers cooperate on a 40-60 split. After all, we have to do more work. Tian Zhouqing said helplessly. How about this? He'll add another 3 million in compensation, making it 13 million total. Compensation is a minor issue, but the dividend ratio still needs further discussion. Luo Xiang shook his head. This? Do I need to remind you how famous Uncle Gu is? If the other pirates are eliminated, how much profit would that generate? Then, how about 80-20? I take 20%. I really can't go lower. We have costs to control. I see. Luo Xiang fell into thought, pondering the two bank cards in his hands. He seemed unable to decide. Tian Zhouqing winced, but gritted his teeth and offered another bank card of 100,000 yuan, inviting Luo Xiang for a foot massage. President Tian is truly a generous man. Having received the money, Luo Xiang laughed heartily. Actually, Uncle Gu is a man who hates trouble. How about this? The records will still be authorized to you. He will only take a symbolic 10% share. As for you, increase the compensation a bit, say 30 million. Hearing the first half, Tian Zhouqing nearly jumped for joy, but the second half made his face sour again. 30 million. That was no small sum. At least he hadn't made that much from selling Uncle Gus pirated tapes. In fact, a normal pirated tape sold for about 5 yuan, and after distribution, he only made 2 yuan per tape. Although Uncle Gus' popularity drove the price of a tape to 20 yuan, and he earned a decent amount, he certainly hadn't made 30 million yuan directly. That was too expensive. President Tian, you should know better than I how many copies of Uncle Gus' album have been sold, right? Luo, Tian Zhouqing said bitterly. Uncle Gus' album sells very well, but we only released over 2 million copies. You only sold over 2 million copies. Then how many did the other pirates sell? This? Luo Xiang blinked. After you get the authorization, how much compensation could you claim from them? Tian Zhouqing fell silent. Once he obtained the authorization, he would certainly strike at his competitors first. That was also his plan. By doing so, he could recoup his losses. Besides, Uncle Gus' fame is growing. As he produces more songs, if you work well together, he will surely be willing to authorize his other songs. Even without considering the future, look at the present. You could change the packaging and release a collector's edition, and people would still buy it. If you were the only one nationwide selling Uncle Gus albums, how high would the sales be? After all, that's 90% profit, and you would be making money legitimately. Luo Xiang said softly. Tian Zhouqing gritted his teeth. 20 million. He'll pay 20 million. Attorney Luo, this is truly the limit I can afford. 30 million is too much. I would have to sell everything I own to scrape it together. This? Luo Xiang hesitated. Tian Zhouqing once again offered another 100,000 yuan for a massage, and it seemed to work. Let's do this. Uncle Gu will give up his last 10% share as well. Keeping it would just be trouble for him. For good luck, 28 million. Uncle Gus' album is fully authorized to you. Deal. Tian Zhouqing agreed without a second thought, almost feeling as if he had gotten a bargain. He beamed with joy. But Luo Xiang's smile was even more radiant. Boss, it's done. You're incredible. The next day, Luo Xiang held the contract and rushed into the office, boasting to Gu Xiu, who was drinking cola. Boss, your move was truly a bloodless victory. You gained 28 million without any effort. And you also managed to crack down on the pirates. What a brilliant move. If you hadn't urged me to handle it quickly, I would have invited more pirated merchants. We could have made even more. This is faster than extortion. The contract with Tianzhou City was signed for a sky-high licensing fee of 28 million plus a 4 euro kickback to Luo Xiang. That made it 28 for million. Such a huge sum was beyond Luo Xiang's wildest dreams. Even Guiyun Legend's earning speed was impressive, but this time, they had barely lifted a finger. In just a few days they had made 28 million. It was like picking up money. This dreamlike earning speed even made Luo Xiang couldn't help suggesting, "Boss, why bother with a game company? Let's set up an entertainment company instead. This stuff really makes money. It looks easy, but it's just seizing the right opportunity." Compared to Luo Xiang's excitement, Gu Xiu remained calm. The longer we delay, the less we'll make. Once Tianzhou City goes back and does some digging, they'll know we bluffed them. This is a one-time deal. If they don't cause trouble behind our backs in the future, that's already good. Hearing this, Luo Xiang suddenly came to his senses. Indeed. On the surface, they had easily extorted 28 million, but in essence, it was all a bluff, applying pressure step by step on Tianzhou City, even making them feel a sense of crisis. If Tianzhou City had thought it through carefully, they wouldn't have needed to spend so much. There were many loopholes. They could have even joined forces with other pirates, gritted their teeth, and held out even through a court ruling. At least they wouldn't have to pay so much and could have delayed Gu Xiu's timeline. The reason for success, simply put, was hitting Tianzhou City's psychological weak spot, striking the snake at its vital point, which sealed the deal. For someone else it might not have been so easy. But Gu Xiu suddenly smiled. However, even so, we've earned this much without doing almost anything. It's almost like getting a freebie. You did well this time. The 400 that Tianzhou City gave you can be your bonus. Luo Xiang was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Looks like I can really change my watch. If anything like this comes up again, just call me Ha. Finish the 3-body problem game well, and you'll earn more than just 40000. Gu Xiu shook his head with a smile. He wasn't stingy with his own people, especially since this was 28 million earned for free. Compared to that, a mere 40000 was just pocket change. He'll definitely work hard. From now on, the company is my home, and I'm your vanguard. Point and ill charge. Your flattery skills have improved. He seems I still have a lot to learn. You saw right through me, boss. Luo Xiang laughed heartily, and then asked, "But speaking of that, boss, you really don't want to start an entertainment company?" Entertainment? Gu Xiu shook his head, indicating he wasn't interested. Luo Xiang insisted, "Your Uncle Gu, the music legend with huge fame and popularity. With a little maneuvering, you'd rake in mountains of cash. A star's earning power is no joke. And even if you don't want to be in the spotlight, we can change the model. Those singers from the Huashan sword competition before were all nobodies, but thanks to you, they've become famous. If you set up an entertainment company and bring those stars under your wing, they'd be pure gold." As he spoke, Luo Xiang trailed off, because he noticed that Gu Xiu was looking at him with a half-smile. "Boss, am I wrong?" Luo Xiang couldn't help wondering. "Or did I say something?" "You're not wrong, but making money this way is too exhausting, and you want to earn much." "Exhausting? Not earn much?" Luo Xiang was speechless. He thought to himself, setting up a company managing a few singers to make money for you. This is considered exhausting. As for not earning much, Luo Xiang felt like complaining. "Boss, you did nothing and easily extorted 28 million, and you think..." Gu Xiu naturally understood Luo Xiang's confusion and shook his head. "Songwriting is just my hobby, though I don't intend to make it. Stick to games, trust me, you'll earn no less than that." Luo Xiang nodded. "I was just throwing out a suggestion. The decision is yours, boss. If you're not interested, that's fine." He thought of Chun Tianxiao, who had just become the richest man. Thinking about it, it made sense. No matter how much money a star makes in front of Chun Tianxiao, who owns Legend, they were nothing. It's normal for the boss to look down on it. After a while, the two talked about the 3-body problem game. 5 people in total were going abroad. It was confirmed that they would fly overseas next week. Once they arrived at the destination, set up the company, and dealt with the server issues, the game could go live. In the meantime, Gu Xiu also asked Luo Xiang to help him register an investment company when he had free time. Luo Xiang didn't think twice and nodded in agreement. Even if Gu Xiu hadn't suggested it, he planned to remind him. After all, investing was all the rage these days. Rich people preferred to put their money to work rather than let it sit in the bank earning interest. Since Gu Xiu already had that in mind, he wouldn't say more, mainly to avoid suspicion. After chatting for a while, Gu Jianjun arrived. The 3 of them had a lavish meal at a restaurant in the city center. It was a farewell dinner. Gu Jianjun and Gu Xiu's trip to Yanjing was officially over. After the meal, Luo Xiang saw the two off at the airport. Since they had earned 100 yuan from this trip to Jingdu, Gu Jianjun didn't try to save money and simply chose to fly. Ostensibly, it was to let his son experience flying. But when the decision was made, Gu Xiu reminded him, "Dad, maybe we shouldn't fly. Let's take the train instead." "Why? I'm afraid you won't be used to it." "Hey." Gu Jianjun felt discriminated against by his son. "As if you're used to it. Don't you wet your pants from fear." To this, Gu Xiu just shook his head and didn't say anything else. But comrade Gu Jianjun, feeling his son's discrimination, immediately put on his veteran's face again. He even secretly resolved not to make a fool of himself on the plane. But unfortunately, as the plane took off and the force surged, comrade Gu Jianjun's face turned pale, his ears rang, and his vision blurred. Turning to look at Gu Xiu, he saw the kid's face was utterly calm. Gu Jianjun coughed a few times trying to get used to the plane, but soon they hit turbulence, and Gu Jianjun was startled. He felt as if the plane was about to crash and he and his son would fall from the sky. He clutched the seatbelt tightly, then thought that even with the seatbelt he would still die. Subconsciously, he looked at Gu Xiao, who still wore a calm expression. That was okay. At least he hadn't lost his composure. What made Gu Jianjun feel most humiliated was when the plane was landing. The moment the weightlessness hit, Gu Jianjun closed his eyes in terror, his heart nearly stopping. His mind instinctively thought that the most dangerous part of flying was the landing. He even couldn't help but let out a scream. Then he looked at his son again, still utterly calm. Such a terrible experience made Gu Jianjun secretly decide as soon as he got off the plane. From now on, he would never fly unless absolutely necessary. The plane landed at Mingqing, the provincial capital. To return to his small county town, he could either take a direct bus or first a train to Jiangxing, then a minibus to Zhou County. Gu Jianjun was in no hurry to go home. He took Gu Xiao to the zoo in Mingqing for half a day before boarding a train and leisurely heading to Jiangxing. Upon arriving in Jiangxing, Gu Jianjun did not return to Zhou County either. Instead, he booked a hotel room and settled in. Son, do you like Jiangxing? It's okay. There's so much fun here. More food and entertainment, and it's far more bustling than our little county town. Oh, your uncle sure said their family plans to move to Jiangxing by the end of the year. Qingsong and Xiaoyan will both be here then. After checking in, Gu Jianjun took Gu Xiao to a nicely decorated restaurant for dinner. Along the way, he probed Gu Xiao with indirect, but unfortunately Gu Xiao's indifferent replies left Gu Jianjun puzzled. He decided to be straightforward. Son, Dad plans to open a branch in Jiangxing. How about we move here? Why move here? Gu Xiao finally asked a new question. Well, opening a branch here will keep me busy, so living nearby would make things easier. Gu Jianjun explained patiently. You'll come with me to Jiangxing. We'll rent a place first, and when we have enough money, we'll buy a house and settle down here. By the way, I'll transfer you to a school here. The education in Jiangxing is better than in Zhou County. You can make new friends. If you don't like making new friends, your uncle sure will move here by the end of the year. We'll live close to each other and look after one another. Gu Jianjun talked about his plans while nervously watching his son. Expanding to Jiangxing was his ambition. The business of Mei Shi Mei Ku was thriving. With ambition, he should challenge a bigger market. Jiangxing, as the second largest city in the province, was clearly an excellent choice. However, in this plan his son was a problem. After all, Gu Jianjun was both father and mother. He had to balance career development and childcare. He feared Gu Xiao would refuse to come to Jiangxing. If so, his plans might have to change. Sure enough, after listening, Gu Xiao asked, Dad, can I stay in Zhou County? He'll often be in Jiangxing, and traveling back and forth is troublesome. It would be hard to take care of you if you're alone in Zhou County. I don't need looking after you, I can take care of myself. Gu Xiao shook his head. And even if I come with you, won't you be busy with the store? You'll have no time to look after me either. How could that be? They'll definitely take good care of you. Gu Jianjun shook his head repeatedly. I think I'm fine in Zhou County. I know the place well, and I know everyone. It's really nothing. How can that be? We're family. We can't be separated. Besides, how could I feel at ease leaving you alone in Zhou County? Seeing Gu Jianjun being so cautious and discussing with him, as if asking for permission, Gu Xiao felt a bit helpless. Compared to Gu Jianjun's anxiety, Gu Xiao was almost overjoyed. Being free from comrade Gu Jianjun's clutches was a dream come true. But unfortunately, a 7-year-old child clearly lacked the ability to live alone, and Gu Jianjun wouldn't feel safe leaving him on his own. Besides, Gu Xiao knew well that as Gu Jianjun's only relative in this world, if he refused to come to Jiangxing, he had no doubt that Gu Jianjun might give up his business expansion. But how to persuade Gu Jianjun was indeed a big problem. Gu Xiao's grandparents had died early, so Gu Jianjun had no other relatives to leave the child with. Dad'll stay at the store. Everyone knows me there. If anything happens, I'll call you, okay? Gu Xiao asked. How can that be? Can the people at the store really look after you? Gu Jianjun shook his head directly. He had no complaints about the employees of Mei Shi Mei Ku, but after all, this was his son. He feared he might suffer grievances or be bullied. Then how about staying at Uncle Shi's place? Your Uncle Shi is my friend, but we can't always trouble him. Besides, they're moving to Jiangxing by the end of the year. When they come to Jiangxing, it'll follow. Gu Xiao planned a delaying tactic. Anyway, Dad, you'll be busy opening the branch in Jiangxing. If you have to take care of me, how can you run the branch? How about this, you go ahead and set up the branch in Jiangxing, and once everything is stable, it'll come to study here. This suggestion caught Gu Jianjun's interest. Thinking it over, it did make sense. He'll think about it. In the end, Gu Jianjun didn't make a decision and said he would consider it further. Over the next 2 days, the father and son stayed in Jiangxing, but this time Gu Jianjun wasn't sightseeing. He was working. His main task was to scout locations and storefronts. In this era, Jiangxing had not yet begun to develop rapidly. Development was mainly centered around the old city. Compared to the provincial capital Mingqing, this place still appeared quite backward. Although it was said to be the second largest city in the province, many people at the time believed Jiangxing was somewhat undeserving of its reputation. But in truth, Gu Xiao knew very well that Jiangxing's geographical location was excellent. It was a key hub for the entire province and a front line for economic exchange with other provinces. In the future, with the successive construction of expressways, high-speed rail, and an airport, Jiangxing as a hub would develop rapidly. Moreover, in later years, it would achieve economic strength on par with Mingqing. With Gu Xiao's familiarity with this knowledge, he naturally offered professional advice when choosing storefront locations. Dad, this storefront won't work. Look, it's bustling now, but the rent is higher, and there's hardly any parking nearby. This one won't work either. It only serves an old residential area. That's useless, we can't limit our target. This place is okay, but only as a backup. Let's look at more. After Gu Xiao's intervention, Gu Jianjun's storefront selection gradually evolved from blind groping to a reasonable plan. In the end, Gu Jianjun chose 3 good locations. They perfectly satisfied aspects like foot traffic, rent cost, and parking. Moreover, the locations he selected were not only bustling now, but would remain so in the future even when Jiangxing underwent a transformative development. Having selected the locations and noted down the landlord's phone number, Gu Jianjun finally took Gu Xiao back to Zhou County, ending their summer trip. After returning, Gu Jianjun didn't rest. He began searching for someone to look after Gu Xiao, and soon enough he found one. Gu Xiao, quickly say hello to your auntie. She was a friend of your mother's. A little Gu Xiao has grown so much. No sooner had Gu Jianjun spoken than the middle-aged woman accompanying him into the shop opened her mouth first. Such a resemblance. Such a striking resemblance. The nose and eyes are exactly like your mice. It's a pity about you, May. Seeming to sense Gu Jianjun's somber expression, the middle-aged woman quickly changed the subject, giving Gu Xiao a thumbs up. This child will surely grow up to be a handsome young man, and many girls will be chasing after you. Sister Zhang, don't say that. Gu Jianjun felt a bit embarrassed. Gu Xiao hasn't even started 2nd grade yet. Ha, just kidding, the middle-aged woman said cheerfully, then bent down with open arms. Come Gu Xiao, let Annie give you a hug. But unfortunately the expected embrace did not come. Gu Xiao merely looked at the middle-aged woman with a puzzled expression. Judging by her age, she must be over 40. On her fleshy fingers were layers of calluses suggesting she had endured hardship. She wore short hair, and though her clothes were not branded, the fabric was decent. Strangely, she was somewhat plump, but the clothes were slightly too small, making her look a bit awkward. Gu Xiao had never seen this woman before. This is your Aunt Zhang, your mother's old friend. They've known each other since childhood. Gu Jianjun, noticing Gu Xiao's confusion, introduced. Your mother and Aunt Zhang grew up in the same village. When you were born, Aunt Zhang came to see you at the hospital. Indeed. At that time you were this tiny, your eyes barely open. When I held you, you even wet me. Aunt Zhang gestured with her hands, laughing heartily. Gu Xiao nodded and obediently called out, Aunt Zhang. Yet curiosity stirred within him. At least this Aunt Zhang was a person he had no memory of, neither in this life nor in his past. After listening for a while, it turned out that Aunt Zhang had moved away, later severing their connection. A few days ago she came to the shop for a meal and happened to meet, thus they reconnected. The two chatted for a while in the shop, and then Gu Jianjun took Gu Xiao to Aunt Zhang's house. Sure enough, Gu Jianjun reminded him. You must remember Aunt Zhang's door so you can find your way here. Don't get lost. Thing was off. Sure enough, Gu Jianjun reminded him. You must remember Aunt Zhang's door so you can find your way here. Don't get lost. Thing was off. Haha, brother Jianjun, don't worry. When school lets out, I'll pick him up at the gate. He won't get lost. How can that be? I'm already very grateful that you're willing to take care of Gu Xiao. How can I let you waste time picking him up? Gu Jianjun shook his head. Just make sure he has meals, a place to sleep, and keep an eye on him if anything happens at school. As for the rest, this kid can handle it himself. That won't do. Aunt Zhang waved her hand. Gu Xiao is like my own nephew, will treat him as my own child. You can rest assured. Hearing this exchange, Gu Xiao realized, Dad, I'm going to live here. Yes, that's my plan. Gu Jianjun nodded and explained, for the next while I'll be busy with the new shop in Jiangxing and won't have time to look after you. It's fortunate that I've reconnected with Aunt Zhang and she's willing. So, I plan to have you stay temporarily at Aunt Zhang's when I'm busy. With someone to look after you, I can rest easy. You remember this, don't cause any trouble at Aunt Zhang's. Be polite, be observant, and help with household chores, understand? This made Gu Xiao frown deeply. He craved freedom, but not this kind of freedom, especially since he had never met this Aunt Zhang before. Dad, I can stay at the shop. I can eat there, and am not afraid to sleep alone at night. If anything happens, I can ask the sisters at the shop, or Uncle Shi's family. I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry. Gu Xiao thought that his father's decision to let him stay with Aunt Zhang was because he was afraid he couldn't manage on his own. He even considered whether he should prove to comrade Gu Jianjun that he was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. However, no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he received a flick on the forehead from Gu Jianjun. You think I don't know what you're up? Do you think I don't know whether you can take care of yourself? Do you think I'm having you stay at Aunt Zhang's just to take care of your daily life? Huh, isn't that the case? Before Gu Xiao could recover from his bewilderment, Gu Jianjun turned to Aunt Zhang. Sister Zhang, this kid is tough. You don't need to worry about his daily life. Despite his age, he's full of tricks and can manage fine. So your main job is to keep an eye on him doing his homework. Don't let him run off all day. Make sure he finishes his assignments and reviews. As long as he doesn't get into trouble and studies diligently, they'll be grateful. These words struck like a blade. Gu Xiao was left speechless, but he still tried to argue. The sisters at the shop can supervise me too. Oh please. Gu Jianjun scoffed. You think you can hide your little scheme from me? Everyone at the shop treats you like a little emperor. A few sweet words from you, and they'll cover for you. Once I'm gone, they won't be the ones in charge of you. You'll be the one in charge of them. Gu Xiao's face twitched then. Uncle Shi. Don't even mention Uncle Shi. Gu Jianjun waved his hand. Do you think I don't know how Uncle Shi's family spoils you? They can't control you any better. These words made Gu Xiao's heart sink. It was the sound of his dream of freedom shattering. Indeed, a father knows his son well. He had thought this was a scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety, but instead it turned into a counterattack. The one sent wasn't a kind aunt, but a strict taskmaster. Don't worry, Guxiao. Just stay at Aunt Zhang's. As long as you finish your homework, I won't keep a tight leash on you. Aunt Zhang had been chuckling all along, and seeing the look of shattered dreams on Guxiao's face, she could barely contain her laughter. Guxiao breathed a sigh of relief. With that assurance he relaxed. But just as he was about to fully let go, Gu Jianjun sneered, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Your Aunt Zhang used to be a middle school teacher. I plan to have her from time to time help you preview all the primary school knowledge in advance. And of course the homework will be just a little bit more." Gu Jianjun was a man of action and more importantly a man of his word. So before Guxiao's school term began, Gu Jianjun set off for Jiangxing to prepare for the opening of the Meisher Mike restaurant there. As for Guxiao, on the very first day after Gu Jianjun left, he moved into Aunt Zhang's home, where she thoughtfully assigned him a substantial amount of homework. The second grade preview exercises and first grade review tests were simple enough. But beyond that, there were 5 calligraphy copybooks, a daily diary entry, and an essay for each scenic spot visited during the trip to Yanjing. Most outrageously, he also had Aunt Zhang tutor him on the day's lessons every afternoon. Thus Guxiao once again regretted his after all, being reborn only to face homework and endure a schedule more grueling than 996 was something no reincarnator would willingly accept. One might say that elementary school homework is easy for a reincarnator. Indeed, it was easy. But the problem was the sheer volume, especially the copying and dictation exercises meant to correct his handwriting. This had nothing to do with intelligence. It was unsolvable. Moreover, Aunt Zhang was an extremely strict retired teacher, kind and amiable in daily life, but when it came to studies, she was utterly overwhelming. At least when Guxiao looked at Aunt Zhang's youngest son who had just entered 6th grade, he often felt a pang of sympathy. Because of Guxiao's presence, the boy had also come to experience the joy of summer homework. Thus the last few days of summer vacation passed in this painful manner. Fortunately, when September arrived, Guxiao could finally catch his breath. School had started. At least that was what he thought. But alas, before he could fully relax as he walked out of the school gate after class, he spotted Aunt Zhang's figure standing at the entrance. Guxiao felt his head buzzing. "Aunt Zhang, I can go back by myself," he said with a bitter smile. "It's fine, I have nothing else to do," Aunt Zhang replied with her usual cheerful smile. "Come on, I made your favorite braised beef this morning." Hearing braised beef, Guxiao's eyes lit up and his mouth watered. He grabbed Aunt Zhang's hand, and his earlier gloom vanished. "That's wonderful. I love your braised beef more than anything." This was not flattery. Aunt Zhang's cooking was truly excellent, especially the braised beef, which made even a reincarnator like Guxiao salivate uncontrollably. This was the most comforting part of this miserable period. "How was school today?" "Not fun. The teacher gave us a lot of homework." "Oh," she chuckled. "Teachers assign homework for your own good. I think the workload is too heavy. Our country keeps emphasizing reducing the burden, but with so much homework, how can we develop in all aspects? Morality, intelligence, physique, and aesthetics. Reducing the burden won't do. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Suffer more now, work harder, and you'll have a bright..." They chatted as they walked home. When they arrived, the dishes were already on the table, though covered with lids. Yet the aroma was still on. Aunt Zhang told Guxiao to wash his hands and serve him a bowl of rice. "Eat first. When your brother Hao comes back, he'll reheat." In those days, students in 3rd grade and below finished school 1 period earlier than older grades. Aunt Zhang's son Zhou Hao hadn't returned yet. "It's okay, I'm not hungry. He'll wait for brother Hao." Guxiao shook his head and put the rice back into the steamer. "You're such a thoughtful child, even though you're clearly craving it," Aunt Zhang said with a smile, a hint of emotion in her eyes. "If only your brother Hao had half your cleverness and thoughtfulness." "Brother Hao is very thoughtful. He told me yesterday that he wanted to study hard, make a lot of money, and buy you so many new clothes. If he really thinks that, then the sun must be rising from the west," Aunt Zhang said with a dismissive laugh. She didn't insist further and took out Guxiao's textbooks to tutor him. Guxiao was not full, he was growing and couldn't help but salivate. But he had to wait for Zhou Hao. Because Aunt Zhang always gave him the best portions. If he ate first, she would likely put all the braised beef into his bowl, leaving Zhou Hao with nothing but plain rice. Zhou Hao, of course, was unhappy and had even thrown tantrums. But Aunt Zhang disciplined him harshly. Afterwards, Guxiao overheard her quietly telling Zhou Hao, "Everything we eat is paid for by Guxiao's father. You should be grateful you're not going hungry and stop competing with him." Hearing that, Guxiao made a point of waiting for Zhou Hao at every meal. Guxiao didn't know much about Aunt Zhang. When they first met, he had imagined her as a well-off, sharp-tongued lady, and even pictured himself living in a stairwell like Harry Potter. But after arriving, he realized that Aunt Zhang not only treated him well, but even better than her own son. Moreover, she was not wealthy. In fact, the reason she had dined at Meisher Mike and met Gu Jianjun was that a former student had treated her to a meal. That was her only Aunt Zhang's actual life was very tight. When Guxiao first arrived, her TV was broken, and she didn't dare to have it repaired. The outfit she wore when she first met Guxiao was her best, which she usually saved for fear of wearing it out. Guxiao had inquired about. After all, as a retired teacher, the state should never shortchange her. But upon asking, he learned that she hadn't retired normally. She had almost no pension. Instead, she took on manual work, knitting sweaters, hemming pants, and even weaving straw mats. Life was very frugal. It seemed she had a daughter, but Guxiao had never heard of her or seen her. She was divorced, and he knew nothing about her ex-husband or the reason for the divorce. In those days, many people lived in hardship struggling for mere survival. There were countless others. Not long after Zhou Hao came home. When he smelled the braised beef, he was even less composed than Gu Xiu. Aunt Zhang immediately set about preparing the meal. But just as the three were about to eat, a violent pounding came from the door accompanied by a man's angry shouts, "Zhang, Xian, get the hell out here. You shameless liar. Yesterday you told me you had no money, and today you're eating meat. Open the door. He'll beat you to death, you bitch." The crude invectives continued from outside. Aunt Zhang's face froze, turning pale. Zhou Hao trembled, his face turning white with bang, bang, bang. "Open the door, I know you're in there. Don't hide from me, or he'll smash this door down. You wretched woman, open up. If you don't, I'll kill you." The knocking continued, accompanied by relentless vulgar insults. Aunt Zhang's face turned grim. Seeing Gu Xiu looking at her, she forced a smile and waved at Zhou Hao. "How's take Gu Xiu to the room. Gu Xiu, go play with brother Howsy in the room. Auntie needs to handle something." Gu Xiu frowned and glanced at the door. He nodded and followed Zhou Hao to the room, tightening his grip on the phone Gu Jianjun had bought him. Once inside, Zhou Hao was terrified. Gu Xiu asked a couple of questions, but the boy locked the door and said nothing. Outside, the sound of the door opening was followed by a man's, "Hiding some bastard in here, are you? Took you long enough to open the door. 3 days without a beating, and you're climbing the roof. We're divorced. What are you doing here?" Aunt Zhang's voice lowered. "Hey, so what if we're divorced? The kid is still my seed." The man's cursing voice drew closer. "Oh, damn it. I ask you for money, and you give me nothing, but you're secretly eating beef at home. Son of a bitch." Then came the sound of wolfing down food. For a long while no one spoke. Finally the man seemed full. He smacked his lips. "Damn, not enough to fill my stomach. You bitch have money for me, but won't give me any. I have no money." "No money? Who are you trying to fool?" The man slapped the table. "I've been unlucky lately, and it's all your damn fault. Today either you give me money, or I'm staying right here. You." Even through the door Gu Xiu could feel Aunt Zhang's anger, but then her tone softened. "How much do you want this time?" "This much? What? I don't have that much. You think I don't know? If you can afford me, you've got money. So are you going to hand it over, or do I take it myself? I really can't scrape that together. The money for the meat was borrowed. Haozi's been malnourished. I wanted to give him something nutritious. I, his father, don't even have money for meat. What's a brat doing eating meat? Damn it. You're not giving, are you? I really don't have that much." Aunt Zhang seemed frightened. "I only have 20 yuan saved up. How about slap?" The sound of a slap echoed and the man roared, 20. You think I'm a beggar? You damn woman, if I don't teach you a lesson you'll never— I really have no money." "No money, huh?" The man sneered, his voice drawing closer. "If you say no money, you'll just have to find it myself. Don't blame me if I get rough. What are you doing? Why are you blocking the door? How much money is hidden in there? Open up. You can't go in. Slap. Get out of my way." "Oh, the door's locked. Howsy, are you in there? Your old man's here, and you don't even come out. What are you hiding from?" Bang, bang, bang. The man's voice was right outside, accompanied by the pounding on the door. The flimsy wooden door couldn't hold him back. Although he didn't know the full story, Gu Xiu could piece it together from the conversation outside. Seeing Zhou Hao already cowering in the corner, his head in his hands trembling with fear, he acted without hesitation. He yanked the door open and slipped aside. As the door swung open, a burly man with a mean face barged in with one leg forward. The force was so great that he split into an involuntary straddle, the tearing pain in his groin, making him howl, tears almost springing to his eyes. This sight nearly made Aunt Zhang jump. For a moment, she didn't know whether to help him or not. Finally, she stepped in front of Gu Xiu, but what horrified her more was that Gu Xiu, the instigator, seemed to enjoy the chaos. He clapped and stuck his head out. "Uncle, I heard that people who can do the splits know martial arts. Are you even better than Wang Feihong? Can you take on a dozen men? Damn brat, you made me fall." The man's face was dark as thunder. He cursed as he got up, looking like he was about to teach Gu Xiu a lesson. Aunt Zhang was about to speak, but Gu Xiu spoke first. "Uncle, do you really know martial arts? Should I become your disciple?" "Disciple?" The man bellowed. "Who the hell do you think you are? Ill." But before he could strike, he froze in place. Because he heard Gu Xiu say, "I heard that when you take a master you have to pay a tuition fee. Is 10,000 yuan enough? If that's not enough, 20 or 30,000 is fine. 50,000 should work too, but my dad probably won't give more than that. But I'm sure I can convince him." "What? Tuition fee? And he's talking about tens of thousands." The man was stunned, looking Gu Xiu. What era was this? The early years of economic awakening. A 10th of Sandyuan household from a decade or two ago was no longer. But even so, in a time when a bowl of noodles cost only a couple of yuan, 10,000 yuan was still a significant sum. And now, a brat who looked no more than 6 or 7 was casually throwing around tens of thousands. While the man was pondering, Gu Xiu asked again, "Uncle, are you really a martial arts master? If I become your disciple like in the TV shows, will I become a master too?" With that, Gu Xiu clenched his fists and imitated the punches had seen on TV, huffing and puffing. "Will I become a chivalrous hero fighting injustice wherever I go?" This kid must have watched too many martial arts movies. Turned into an idiot, Zhou Datsai thought to himself. But looking at Gu Xiu's clothes and demeanor, he was clearly different from the usual poor kids. "Where did this kid come from?" Zhou Datsai asked suspiciously. "He's a friend's child," Aunt Zhang replied, pulling Gu Xiu behind her. "His family is busy and asked me to look after him for a while. Don't you dare lay a hand on him." Her eyes were full of warning. Though she didn't understand why Gu Xiao, who was usually well-behaved, polite, and not fond of martial arts movies, had suddenly turned into a cringe, she instinctively wanted to protect him. But her threat was clearly ineffective. Because Gu Xiao had already spoken innocently, "My dad is a big boss. A really, really rich big boss." "So uncle, are you really a martial arts master?" "A big boss. A very wealthy big boss." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daxai immediately perked up, but before he could speak, Aunt Zhang snapped beside him. "Nonsense. Your father just runs a restaurant. How much money could he have? A big boss. Don't talk nonsense, kid." He knew exactly what kind of person Zhou Daxai was. This man was nothing but a lazy, good-for-nothing scoundrel indulging in drinking, gambling, smoking, and women. If he found out that Gu Xiao's family was wealthy, he would surely start scheming. He might even harm Gu Xiao. But unfortunately, Gu Xiao's earlier words had already sparked Zhou Daxai's interest. Ignoring Aunt Zhang, he asked with a beaming smile, "Kid, your dad is a big boss. How much money does he have?" "A whole lot." Gu Xiao seemed clueless about the concept, drawing a big circle with his hands. "And how much is a whole lot?" "Just a whole lot." Gu Xiao finally seemed to realize that this explanation wasn't working, so he simply said, "Wait a minute." With that, he dashed out of the room, went to the living room, opened his backpack, rummaged through it, and pulled out a stack of cash, waving it proudly. "See, this is my allowance from Dad. I get this much every week." Zhou Daxai's eyes went wide as he stared at the 1,000 yuan waving before him. It wasn't a huge sum, but considering it was in the hands of a 6- or 7-year-old elementary school student. And what did Gu Xiao say? 1,000 yuan every week, just as allowance? What kind of wealthy family was this? Was this the child of a tycoon? Even Aunt Zhang was stunned. She knew Gu Xiao had some pocket money since he often bought snacks and popsicles after school for Zhou Hao, but she never imagined he had this much. Still, instinctively, Aunt Zhang felt Gu Xiao was probably exaggerating. After all, she knew Gu Jianjun, and she couldn't believe he'd give his child that much allowance every week. "So uncle, are you a martial arts?" Gu Xiao shook the money in his hand and asked. Of course I am." Zhou Daxai nodded immediately. "Let me tell you, I used to be a Qigong master." "You know Qigong, right?" "Can you fly, eh?" Gu Xiao asked. Zhou Daxai boasted. "Ha, flying is just the basics. When Qigong is perfected, you can even kill a man with a glare." Gu Xiao's eyes lit up. "Can I become your disciple then?" "Ahem, becoming a disciple isn't that easy." Zhou Daxai coughed, his gaze repeatedly drifting to the 1,000 yuan in Gu Xiao's hand. "After all, not just anyone can learn." I know." Gu Xiao nodded eagerly but clearly missed Zhou Daxai's hint, instead saying excitedly, "On TV, masters check for talent before taking disciples. Uncle, do I have any talent?" "Your talent? It's just average." "Oh." Gu Xiao immediately lost interest. "So I'm not cut out for martial arts? Then forget it. He'll just be an ordinary rich kid." Zhou Daxai's teeth ached. Why wasn't this kid following the script? He quickly changed his tune. "Wait. I was wrong. I misjudged you. Your talent is exceptional. A once-in-a-lifetime martial prodigy. With proper training, in just 3 to 5 years you'll surpass even the heroes on TV. Even better than the heroes on TV." Gu Xiao's hope reignited. "Better than who?" "Better than Xiaofeng. Definitely better than Xiaofeng." "Who's Xiaofeng?" A very powerful hero, extremely strong." "Never heard of him." "Then better than Ling Huchong." "Who's Ling Huchong?" "How about Guojing?" "Guojing isn't even as good as Yanghua." "Then compared to Yanghua, you'll be stronger than him in 3 to 5 years. I won't compare with someone missing an arm. What's the fun in that?" Zhou Daxai's blood pressure skyrocketed. He wanted to curse the brat, but seeing the 1,000 yuan in his hand, he forced down his anger. "Kid, what do you usually watch on TV?" "I watch Tifa from the 3D Zone and Nier." Gu Xiao thought for a moment. "Oh, and I also like Mingri Cho," saying yes, not bad either. Zhou Daxai, what the hell? What are kids watching these days? Was he out of touch? He had never heard of any of this. "Then let's say you're stronger than whatever 3D or Ming stuff you watch. Definitely the strongest." "Stronger than the hand of..." Gu Xiao's eyes sparkled. "Yes." Though he didn't understand, Zhou Daxai had to nod, afraid Gu Xiao would change the subject again. He quickly said, "You have great talent and the perfect age, but you need proper guidance. Miss this chance, and in a few years it'll be too late." "Then can you teach me, uncle?" "Of course." Finally hearing those words, Zhou Daxai nodded. "But it's not free. You need to pay tuition." "No problem." Gu Xiao finally understood. "Is this 1,000 yuan enough?" "Of course. Not enough. But that's okay. Given your talent, you can pay me bit by bit. Just give me the money first." "I can give you this 1,000 first." Gu Xiao's eyes lit up. "Great. You're so kind, uncle." With that, he handed over the money. Watching the money come his way, Zhou Daxai's heart raced. This kid was an idiot. 1,000 yuan every week. How much would that be in a month? And in a year? Just by fooling a child, all this money would be his. But just as the money was about to reach his hand, another hand reached out to stop Gu Xiao. "Aunt Zhang, enough. Zhou Daxai, are you even a man? Cheating a child out of his money? Hey, you've gotten bold, you shrew." Seeing his prize about to slip away, Zhou Daxai flew into a rage. But just as he was about to lash out, Gu Xiao suddenly spoke. "Uncle, you said you're a martial arts master. Can you give a demonstration?" "A demonstration?" Zhou Daxai paused momentarily, forgetting Aunt Zhang. "Yeah, you said you can fly? Show me." Gu Xiao's eyes shone with innocence and charm. "If you can really fly, I actually have 20,000 yuan saved up. He'll give it all If that's not enough, my dad gave me a bank card for my future wife. There's 200,000 in it. What? 20,000? 200,000? Zhou Dicai went crazy, his eyes bulging. He had never seen so much money in his life. It was like an astronomical figure to him. So uncle, can you fly? Well, though he desperately wanted to say yes, Gu Xiu wanted a live demonstration, and Zhou Dicai knew he couldn't perform an aerial act on the spot. You can't. Gu Xiu pouted. And you said flying is the basics. You can't even do it yourself. How can you teach me? I didn't learn flying. Then what did you learn? I learned the 18 dragons subduing palms and the fist that strikes through the mountain. What? I saw on TV there's a powerful punch. I hit you, you look fine on the outside, but your organs are shattered and you die within hours. Can you do that, uncle? Of course. That's what I learned. Then show me. That's too easy. Zhou Dicai chuckled. But if I hit you, what if you die? Try it on this table. Gu Xiu pointed at a wooden table nearby. How? Just hit it, and we'll wait an hour to see if it breaks. That damaging things isn't good. Then how about hitting a bird in the sky? If you knock one down, that proves it. This? Can't do that either, can't do this either. Uncle, are you really a martial arts master? For the first time in his life, Zhou Dicai regretted not learning something to fool kids. As Gu Xiu kept chattering, Zhou Decai's patience finally wore thin. He looked at the money in Gu Xiu's hand. A dark thought slowly took root. He was an adult facing a wealthy elementary school student. Why bother with all this trickery? Zhou Dicai dropped the act. Kid, hand over your money. Uncle, you want to rob me? Also, you're not completely stupid. Just give me the money, or it'll make you regret it. But just then Gu Xiu glanced at his phone, and suddenly broke into a grin. Uncle, I just thought of a great way to prove your skills. What way? Fight someone. Let's see if you can take on a whole van full of people. What? Zhou Dicai was taken aback, but then Gu Xiu suddenly let out a piercing cry, help. Uncle, sure help. I'm going to be beaten to death. Huh? What was this kid doing? Zhou Dicai stood dumbfounded, but before he could figure out why the child had suddenly gone crazy, then a group of tattooed, burly men filed in. Among them Shi Yongxuan, broad-shouldered, and wearing a gold chain, strode in with the force of thunder. Who the hell dares to hit my nephew? Tired of living, are you? Gu Xiu's greatest virtue was his clear self-awareness. He was a coward. Precisely because he knew this, Gu Xiu preferred to minimize all risks whenever possible. As in this instance, when he heard Zhou Decai's blustering and the sound of slaps hitting Zhang Yi, Gu Xiu didn't hesitate to call Shi Yongxuan. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. To ensure safety, the best way was to nip all danger in the bud. As it turned out, he was right. At this very moment, Zhou Dicai, whose patience had been worn thin, had just been about to make a move, when a group of burly men scared him into trembling. So you're the one bullying my nephew? Shi Yongxuan strode in his muscular frame and fierce expression, bringing an unimaginable terror to Zhou Dicai. Brother, I did nothing. I never even touched the kid. Facing this group of clearly violent thugs, Zhou Decai's earlier impotent rage vanished. He looked as meek as a turtle pulling its head into its shell. Slap. Shi Yongxuan wasted no time. He struck him directly. If you didn't bully my nephew, why was he crying so hard? How would I know? After the slap, Zhou Dicai didn't dare utter a word. He felt wronged. He felt somewhat baffled. He had indeed planned to rob the kid and teach him a lesson, but he hadn't even started yet. Slap. Another slap. Shi Yongxuan's face was full of menace. Didn't bully my nephew. Then why did my nephew call me saying someone was going to rob him and trap him in the house to beat him up? I didn't. Zhou Dicai nearly jumped with fright, shaking his head frantically. I absolutely didn't. I did nothing. I was just talking nicely with this kid. Really, I did nothing. If you don't believe me, ask them. This is my ex-wife, this is my son. They can testify for me. Zhang Yi and Zhou Hao were already under everyone's gaze. They didn't know what to say. Nodding or not nodding both seemed wrong. You just hit Aunt Zhang, I heard it. And you asked her for money, and when she didn't give it, you were going to hit her. And you said you knew Qigong and wanted me to give you my money. If I didn't give you money, you were going to hit me. Gu Xiu shouted from the side. At these words, Zhou Dicai found himself under several peers. His expression stiffened. Brother, kids don't understand. I was just joking with him. You know Qigong? Shi Yongxuan interrupted with a sly smile. They say people who know Qigong are pretty good at fighting. How about you give us a demonstration? Zhou Decai's face turned bitter. Brother, I was just joking with the kid. How could I know that stuff? Slap. Another heavy slap sent Zhou Dicai seeing stars. Shi Yongxuan said, do you think I'm an idiot? Joking. Would you hit your ex-wife in front of a child as a joke? Would you trick my nephew into giving you money as a joke? Would you try to rob a child as a joke? Each word came with a smirk, making Shi Yongxuan look especially sinister. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't know he was your nephew. If I had, I wouldn't have dared, even with 100 guts. I won't do it again. Zhou Dicai had already surrendered, but unfortunately Shi Yongxuan was ruthless when disciplining his own kids, but even more ruthless when someone messed with them. And Gu Xiu, after nearly half a year, was almost like his own child. With a wave of his hand, Shi Yongxuan said, Shall take this joker out to have some fun and let him open his eyes so he won't mistake my nephew. Several burly men nearby grinned and approached. They flanked him and, like picking up a chick, hauled Zhou Dicai out. Zhou Dicai pleaded repeatedly, but nothing could change the outcome. He was carried out of the house in front of everyone. Gu Xiu, do you know what Uncle Hu and the others are taking him out to do? Shi Yongchun asked with a smile. Maybe to write a confession. Gu Xiu blinked. In the eyes of a model student, that was the harshest punishment. Haha, exactly, to write a confession. Shi Yongchun laughed heartily. You did well this time. If there's danger, call your uncle. We don't bully others, but we won't be bullied either. If this guy comes to bother you again, tell your uncle. After a few more words, Shi Yongchun and his men left hastily. The room fell silent once more. Gu Xiu. Zhang Yi finally came to her senses. You earlier. I heard that bad guy hitting you, Andy, so I lied. I didn't want you to be bullied. Gu Xiu answered honestly. What adults had to say with caution, children could say directly. Sure enough, at these words a flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhang Yi's face, quickly replaced by gratitude and emotion. Perhaps she was thinking she was no better than a child. But soon she pulled Gu Xiu close and said seriously, you mustn't do such dangerous things again, understand? You're still a child, you can't protect yourself. Gu Xiu shook his head. But Annie, my father said that if you don't want to be bullied, you have to show your teeth. Otherwise others will only think you're easy to bully and will only bully you more. Show your teeth. Zhang Yi fell silent. Tears welled up, but she wiped them away in front of the child. She looked at Gu Xiu with deep emotion. Your mother once said something similar to me. You really take after her. My mother. Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask curiously. Auntie, can you tell me about her? Having lived 2 lives, his memory of his mother was only the warmth of her embrace in his infancy. Your mother. Zhang Yi sighed. Your mother was very clever, just like you. When others bullied her, she always found a way to get revenge. To avoid upsetting the child, and Gu Jianjun, Zhang Yi rarely mentioned Gu Xiu's biological mother. But this time Zhang Yi told Gu Xiu a story he had never heard before. Speaking of Gu Xiu's mother, one must first begin with his maternal grandmother, who had passed away many years ago. During the era of the down to the countryside movement, the educated urban youth were sent to rural areas one by one, embarking on the foundational work of earth construction. And Gu Xiu's grandmother at that time went to a small village called Tongli Village in such a capacity. However, unlike the common disdain that educated youths held for local farmers, Gu Xiu's grandmother harbored no such estrangement. In fact, she was kind to everyone. She was an intellectual who had received higher education. When she lived in the village, she often helped others with their problems. Moreover, during her spare time from working in the production team, she enjoyed teaching the village children to read and write. It could be said that among that batch of educated youths, Gu Xiu's grandmother was the most welcomed and cherished. Even later, after the educated youths returned to their cities, and Gu Xiu's grandmother went back to the big city, she did not forget the villagers of Tongli Village. She often sent people to bring various urban novelties to the village. This was originally a beautiful story. It was likely that Tongli Village and Gu Xiu's grandmother would have no further intersection. At least that was what the villagers at the time thought. But no one expected that one day Gu Xiu's grandmother suddenly returned, bringing a 3-year-old child with her. From then on, she settled down in Tongli Village. At that time, the villagers did not understand what had happened, and Gu Xiu's grandmother never spoke of it. As time passed, no one asked anymore. Moreover, since Gu Xiu's grandmother was an educated person and loved children, she simply became a primary school teacher in Tongli Village. I was once your grandmother's student. She was a beautiful person, extremely kind. I never saw her argue with anyone. Your mother and I naturally became good friends. Although she was more than 10 years younger than me, she always liked to follow me around. The villagers called her my little shadow. Speaking of Gu Xiu's mother, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but smile. I remember when some boys bullied me. Your mother was a bit taller than you, but she wasn't afraid at all. She grabbed a bamboo stick and charged at them. Of course, the result was that originally only I was bullied, but later both of us were bullied. But your mother wasn't one to be pushed around. Do you know what she did afterward? One night your mother suddenly knocked on my door saying she wanted to take me to see something interesting. I followed her puzzled. Do you know what she did? She set fire to all the straw stacks in the village. By the way, you know what straw stacks are, right? After the rice harvest, the dried straw was used as fertilizer or to weave straw mats. Every household had a straw stack. Your mother burned all those straw stacks. The fire was so bright that it turned the night into day. The whole village worked for half the night to put out the fire. After the fire was extinguished, no one went to sleep. Everyone was looking for the arsonist. Some hot-tempered villagers even carried wooden sticks, looking as if they would beat someone to death. I was scared to death, my face turned pale. And then do you know what happened? Aunt Zhang smiled at Gu Xiu. Your mother stepped forward and accused the boys who bullied us of setting the fire. Those boys were terrified and denied it, of course, and many people were suspicious. But your mother had prepared in advance. The adults searched and found matchboxes under the beds of those boys, along with a burnt piece of clothing and even a few cigarettes. Those boys were beaten up right away. Under pressure, they admitted that they had secretly stolen cigarettes gathered in the fields to smoke, and even roasted potatoes to eat. They all claimed they didn't start the fire, but the adults speculated that they must have accidentally set the straw stacks ablaze while smoking and roasting potatoes. Those boys were beaten severely. They were hung up and whipped. Some of them couldn't even get out of bed the next day. Gu Xiu was stunned. He never expected his mother could be so ruthless. What happened then? Those boys who bullied you must have held a grudge against Mom, right? Of course. A few days later, someone came to find trouble with your mother and blocked her way to teach her a lesson. Aunt Zhang nodded, but her smile grew even brighter. And do you know what happened? Before those boys could strike, a group of adults blocked. It turned out that your mother knew they would retaliate, so she secretly poured a bucket of manure water on the village committee's door and framed those The villagers thought those boys were deliberately taking revenge for the previous beating. As a result, those boys were hung up and beaten again. After that, no child in the village dared to bully your mother anymore. In fact, everyone called your mother Sister Ya. In the village, she was like a little tyrant. All the village children became her followers. Anyone who didn't obey would be thoroughly subdued. Hearing this, Gushio was dumbfounded. Shocking. His mother was actually the village bully as a child. So compared to his mother, his own actions were still too low level. Next, Aunt Zhang told many more amusing anecdotes, framing others catching snakes and insects, fishing and grabbing shrimp. His mother seemed capable of everything, even becoming the king of the mountain. Even at school, she was the big sister in the eyes of the students and a good child in the eyes of the teachers. Unfortunately, after I got married and left the village, I lost touch with your mother. Later, my life wasn't good, and I was too embarrassed to contact her again. I only visited your mother during your grandmother's funeral, your parents' wedding, and when you were born. And later. Aunt Zhang shook her head, regretfully sighing with emotion. Fortunately, you are very much like your mother, not one to be taken advantage of. If Sister Ya knew, she would surely be relieved. Aunt Zhang, you should also let Mom be at ease. Gushio shook his head and said earnestly, Aunt Zhang, you can't let others bully you. Aunt Zhang smiled, but her smile was bitter. Aunt Zhang's life is like this. I just hope that you and your brother Haozi can grow up and not be bullied. That won't happen. Gushio smiled and put his arm around Zhou Hao's shoulder. In the following days, Gushio's life returned to calm. Occasionally, Gushio would look at his mother's photo, filled with curiosity about her. What kind of person was she? But most of the time, Gushio secretly began to inquire about Aunt Zhang and Zhou Dicai. Because in the following days, Zhou Dicai came again. However, when he saw Gushio return from school, especially when he saw Gushio pick, Zhou Dicai tactfully left. Aunt Zhang appeared calm, but Gushio noticed that she had clearly been beaten. This made Gushio understand that the previous beating only made Zhou Dicai afraid to provoke him. But he could still bully Aunt Zhang whenever he wanted. This was a ticking, and what Gushio wanted to do was to help Aunt Zhang completely eliminate this time bomb.